Night had fallen, the city lights glowing faintly. The agent approached, confirming their luggage had arrived, and asked smoothly if she was ready to check in. The man with the briefcase explained he was fresh off the train, assigned to a temporary post in this city. He and his companion navigated the dark alleys. The client promised to confirm his check-in time tomorrow. The agent assured him, a slick smile on his face. He was lucky to have found him. This apartment, he insisted, was an absolute steal. They arrived at a door, a broken lamp dangling precariously above it. The new tenant hesitated. This building looked like it hadn't been inhabited for 20 years. A sense of unease crept over him. The agent just laughed it off. "Don't worry," he said. "Grab your bag and head inside. It's perfectly clean." The rent. A mere 600 won for a full month. As the door creaked open, the sight wasn't promising. The space was grim, with 2 mopeds parked just outside. Inside, the agent, Ying, urged him to trust the process. He was a professional real estate representative, after all. He promised complete satisfaction. The tenant reluctantly agreed, figuring he could endure it for just 2 months. As they climbed the stairs, Ying slammed the door shut behind them, his eyes glinting with a chilling look. With the door locked, the tenant wanted to leave, asking for the key. Ying, no longer needing the facade, handed it over without delay. The man thanked him, apologizing for the late-night disturbance. He turned to enter his new home for the night. Ying called out that he'd bring the rental agreement tomorrow, wishing him a pleasant stay. The tenant replied, "The sooner the better." He still had a report to file. Ying watched him go, then shut the door. A terrifying smile spread across his face as he whispered, "Finally, this apartment is rented." Tears of joy streamed down his face. He never expected to get his end-of-month bonus. But this last-minute deal had saved him. He felt a rush of relief they'd come at night. Otherwise, the whole deal might have been ruined, because of that nosy old woman who lived nearby. He remembered her frantic warnings, that the apartment was haunted by a ghost. Walking down the stairs, he scoffed. She was just superstitious. In this modern world, such things couldn't possibly exist. But as he descended, 2 spectral hands materialized from the shadows behind him, reaching out to grab him, followed by a sickening thud. The scene shifts to the tenant's room. He lay exhausted on the bed while a fierce storm raged outside the window. He tried to sleep, but felt something wet drip onto his cheek. Half asleep, he wiped it away and tried to ignore it. But the drops kept coming. Faster now. A dark silhouette began to form in the corner of his vision. Outside, thunder roared. The shadowy figure loomed over him, its long fingers and tangled hair filling the room with a suffocating presence. A voice echoed in the darkness. "Wake up!" Another voice interjected. "That's not how you wake someone." A moment later, it added, "Let me show you how it's done." A loud crack echoed as a slap struck Ying's face. He blinked, finding himself in a strange place, with an old grandmother staring intently at him. Ying screamed, flailing his arms in terror. "Stay away from me!" The old woman simply looked over at a police officer and stated, "He's awake now?" It was just the grandma. He realized she'd been trying to scare him. His cheek throbbed with pain. Clutching his face, he demanded to know what was going on. An officer began taking notes, calmly explaining the situation. "So, from what I understand," the officer said, looking at Ying, "after you finished your business with the client, someone, you don't know who, pushed you down the stairs?" Ying shot up, lamenting the old building's lack of security cameras. They would have seen the culprit immediately. His gaze then fell on the old woman, who was still staring at him. He demanded to know why. Her voice was cold as ice. "Has money completely blinded you?" "Ying," she asked, "why did you bring another person here?" Ying scoffed. What century was this grandma living in? Even if she had warned his client, he wouldn't have believed her nonsense. The old woman erupted in fury. How could he be so arrogant? "Because of you," she shrieked, "that young man who just moved in is dead." The words hit Ying like a physical blow. Dead. "Is he really dead?" he stammered. The answer was chilling. He died in the cursed apartment Ying had rented to him. A crowd gathered near the crime scene, whispers turning into rumors. One person claimed to have heard the young man died of a heart attack. Standing apart from the crowd was a man with white hair and piercing yellow eyes. He felt nothing. No aura, no demonic power. This was going to be difficult. He stretched his hands out before him, clenching them into fists. "My only hope," he murmured, "is the golden eye of the underworld." A brilliant light emanated from him, and his left eye began to glow with an intense yellow energy. With his underworld eye activated, his vision pierced through walls. He saw residents in their rooms and officers collecting evidence. He could tell the official investigation was going nowhere. This case was far more complicated than it appeared. The man with gray hair smirked. If it were too easy, he would already be bored. Suddenly, he felt a presence and spun around, instantly on guard. But all he saw was a small child eating candy. The child was looking at the hand gestures the investigator had just made. The man relaxed, realizing it was just an ordinary kid who'd seen him. The kid looked up and asked, "Hey, mister, are you a fan of Naruto?" Then, the child sniffled loudly and nonchalantly ate his own snot along with his candy. The investigator stared, utterly stunned. "I know ninjutsu too," the child declared proudly. "Watch this, and don't blink." He began to form a series of hand seals, as the powerful investigator stood frozen in disbelief. Observing the entire bizarre scene, a shadowy figure realized the kid was no ordinary child. He warned the boy to cut it out, or face a serious beating. In response, the child coolly folded his seals, declaring with absolute confidence, "Flow technique." He then spat out a piece of candy, just as the mysterious man leaped to a nearby rooftop. The kid glanced around, calling out to the figure above. He began searching frantically for his lost lollipop, muttering that he should have shared it with a classmate. Meanwhile, the man stood on the roof, lollipop in hand, sneering at the annoying youngster. He declared that what the boy used wasn't ninjutsu at all, before contemptuously tossing the candy away. It was a mere diversion. The man stood, his mind racing. He knew this target was elusive. 3 separate search parties had already failed. Even after 5 long days of waiting, he'd seen nothing. His own powerful golden underworld gaze couldn't detect even a whisper of demonic aura. The hunter pulled up his hood. If the target wouldn't reveal himself willingly, then he'd have to destroy an entire building just to force him out. He just needed the right plan to trap the kid and teach him a lesson he'd never forget. With that thought, he raised his hands, and they began to crackle, with sapphire lightning. The golden eye of the underworld was a powerful search ability, allowing him to perceive the very color of a person's soul. Blue represented an ordinary human. White light signified the lingering spirits of the dead. Yellow belonged to unique individuals, like the main character, and red. Red was the unmistakable color of demonic energy. The scene shifts to the next day, inside a real estate office. Ying slumped in his chair, reeling from the news. A client had died from a heart attack in one of his properties. Now he was stuck giving a statement. "What did I even do wrong?" he lamented. His entire day completely wasted by the incident. Just then, a new customer walked through the door. Ying sighed, cursing his terrible luck. At this rate, he could kiss his monthly bonus goodbye. The girl entered and offered a cheerful hello. Ying spun around, forcing a smile. He asked if she was looking to rent or buy, but his words caught in his throat. Yungen was utterly captivated. She stood before him in a yellow top and skirt, her hair adorned with pins shaped like eyeballs. "I'd like to rent a haunted apartment," she said calmly. Ying stared, momentarily distracted by her yes-ets. His mind short-circuited. He stammered that a man had just died in that very apartment last night. But the girl simply cut him off. "I know all about it," she replied, unfazed. Yungen was dumbfounded. Why would she possibly want to go there? She just smiled sweetly and said she planned to hold a live broadcast from the location. It hit him then. Girls these days would risk anything for money. That night, they arrived at the apartment. The girl thanked Yungen and asked for the keys. He quickly handed them over, saying he'd be leaving immediately. He wished her good luck and warned her to be careful. With that, she stepped inside, the door closing behind her. She stood for a moment, taking in the eerie space. This must be the bedroom where the previous tenant had passed away. She walked in and sat at a small table next to the bed, tossing her briefcase onto its surface. First things first, she thought, time to eat. She prepared a cup of instant noodles. Taking a bite, she marveled at how delicious it was. But as she ate, a shadowy hand slowly reached out from under the table, its fingers stretching toward her feet, ready to snatch her. At that exact moment, the girl remembered something and abruptly pushed her chair back to stand up. The spectral hand missed by inches. She rushed from the table to her bag on the bed, having completely forgotten that she was supposed to be scared. She pulled out a poster of a handsome man holding a CD. She held it up, admiring the image. He was a rising internet star, a modern-day idol. She took the poster and taped it squarely on the bedroom door, declaring he would be her guardian. She then placed another one on the window to drive away any wandering evil spirits. Suddenly, the apartment plunged into darkness. "A short circuit, probably," she mumbled, before her gaze snapped toward the closet. The door was slightly ajar, and a sinister, terrifying laughter echoed from within. Unafraid, she walked right up to the closet. "Who's in there?" she demanded. Clutching her briefcase with its teddy bear keychain, she announced that she was more than prepared to deal with any unwelcome guests. She advanced on the closet, ordering whatever was inside to show itself. A faint green light began to glow from the darkness, making her heart pound. Then, a pair of glowing green eyes emerged from the shadows. The girl stared back, a smirk playing on her lips. "I see you now," she whispered. She reached out and flung the closet door wide open. "All right, your turn to come out and play." She then grabbed her briefcase, from which a brilliant light began to pulse. She aimed the case directly at the black silhouette lurking in the closet. It erupted in a flash of orange energy, and a massive raven with razor-sharp claws shot out. It flew like an arrow, straight for the shadowy figure. The moment the bird entered the closet, the girl slammed the door shut, holding it with all her might. An unholy shriek came from within. "Open the door!" "Let me out!" a voice screamed. The girl held firm, a stern expression on her face. A moment later, the closet door exploded into splinters. She leaped back just in time. "Begin, return," she commanded, holding up her briefcase. The raven flew back and was instantly absorbed into the bag. She zipped it shut, explaining that her precious Begin was a clawed raven, capable of forcing any demon to reveal its true form. "So," she taunted, "why don't you hurry up and show me what you really are?" A long, black, clawed hand slowly crept out from the ruined closet. The demon fully emerged, towering over her. It stalked towards the girl, its voice a low growl. "I'm going to eat you alive." The monster loomed over her, its size overwhelming. It opened its massive jaws, ready to devour her whole. But the girl simply stood her ground and cracked her knuckles. With a deafening smack, the demon was sent reeling. Stunned, it couldn't comprehend what just happened. The girl scoffed, asking why it was putting on such a pathetic, screaming show. "You're bothering the neighbors," she declared. Before unleashing her fury, a vicious slap to the jaw sent the creature flying into the far corner of the room. As it crumpled to the ground, the girl awkwardly clutched her chest. She complained that she couldn't move right because of her massive bust size. The demon looked up, utterly confused. "Who are you?" it stammered. A sly smirk spread across the girl's face as she revealed her true nature. "You're right to be suspicious," she said with a grin. "I'm 100% sure you're just a low-level spirit," she stated, "with no real combat power. That explains why you couldn't see through my little disguise." His cover blown, the figure stretched out a hand. A circle of brilliant blue light materialized in the air. "All right, show's over. Reveal yourself." A blinding light erupted from the magic circle. A black sphere formed before him, sealed inside a golden shell. The demon could only stand there, paralyzed by shock, as the young man seized the sphere. "I am Tanga of the Yaojiangyi," he announced, "the demon-hunting champion of Lin City." He was the very man who had been observing the apartment with his golden underworld gate. The demon's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. From the legendary Yaojiangyi Tanga examined the creature and noted, "You did a fine job hiding your demonic aura. I almost mistook you for some kind of lust spirit." He added with a hint of shame that the whole busty girl act was probably overkill. Tanga explained that his golden underworld eye hadn't detected it at all. He had to admit, its ability to hide was far superior to that of an average ghost. "Even so," Tanga boasted, "I can finish you with a single finger." The evil spirit just smirked. "Big words. If you're so confident, then try and catch me first." But before it could move, mystical flames erupted around it. The spirit didn't understand what was happening. Tanga watched with unshakable confidence. "My clawed raven technique," he explained, "forces any demon to reveal its true form." Panic finally set in as the spirit tried to flee. "You think a mere kid can catch me? I can't be caught yet," it shrieked. "Not until she returns." Vowing to come back, the spirit lunged towards a poster on the wall. The moment it touched the paper, a powerful jolt of energy shot through its body. "There's nowhere to run," Tanga said calmly. "I've already placed a talisman there." He remarked that the spirit was far weaker than he expected. A single, simple talisman was enough to force it back into its true form. Tanga slowly approached the transformed creature. "In the end, you're really just a little brat." Just then, Tanga received a system reward, a Chankan bag, and a Nan spirit. The Chankan bag was a special item used to store things in a pocket dimension. The Nan spirit, crafted from a special synthetic material, could be used on humans or spirits, granting the power to transform into anyone. The bag's storage capacity was 125 cubic meters. From the vanquished demon, a tiny creature emerged. It had large red eyes and long hair, and it looked up at Tanga and began to cry. Tanga simply walked up to the small being and gave it a light flick on the head. "See, just a little brat." All of its earlier confidence had completely vanished. Tanga boasted that there wasn't a spirit in the world he couldn't handle. The little demon rubbed the new lump on its head. "I can't leave this place." It whimpered. "She hasn't come back yet." "Who hasn't come back?" Tanga asked. "You've been scaring everyone away just to wait for her." The little demon sat there and confirmed it was all true. It explained that its kind lived in the ancient era, but being weak and timid by nature, their only means of survival was to hide. Since few could ever catch them, they were recruited by the Yaojiangi. Their purpose was to gather information about other, more dangerous demonic spirits. They believed that with humanity's support, their lives would finally be safe. But they never expected the other demons to ruthlessly hunt their species down. After discovering they had allied with humans, they were assigned one last mission. But it turned out to be a trap. I was the only one who survived, it said, its voice trembling, badly injured. I hid in a closet and slept for what felt like an eternity. Tonga listened in silence.
When I finally woke up, the demon continued. The entire world had changed. Giant monsters with metal skin roamed the land. Strange. Tall buildings pressed against each other, making it feel hard to breathe. The demon said the new world was suffocating.
And the people? They never slept. Always yelling and making so much noise humans, it concluded, are truly terrifying. And so, it hid back inside the closet, until a lonely, blind grandmother found it. Seeing that it too was without a companion, she took it in. She cared for it like a kitten, and for once, the demon felt safe. But one day, the old woman collapsed on the floor. She hadn't suffered any injuries, but she refused to move even an inch, no matter how much it tried to feed her. A few days later, she was taken away, and ever since, the demon had been waiting for her to come back. It sat there crying as it finished its story. Tonga listened to the whole tragic tale in complete silence. The tearful demon explained that so much time had passed, and she still hadn't returned. As it began to speak again, Tonga held up a hand. "All right, that's enough talking. You're getting annoying," he said, pulling out his phone. "Now, let's see exactly who you are." Tonga opened an app and pointed the camera at the demon. "Stand still. Don't move." The little creature shied away from the strange device, asking what it was. Tonga finished the scan, and the app produced its final analysis. The result was staggering. It was a Dan Wang, a species thought to be extinct. The demon was shocked that the small box was speaking. The app continued extinction period Beizong era. Reason for extinction hunted by other demonic spirits. Tonga realized the mission reward of 2,000 was nothing. This was a jackpot beyond his wildest dreams. Tanga's eyes began to shine as he looked at the tiny demon. He had captured an extinct demonic spirit. Something this rare would fetch an astronomical price on the black market. The demon's face fell as it began to cry again. It realized he planned to sell it. It struggled, yelling to be let go. Tonga held it firmly. "Calm down. Even though you're worth a fortune, I'm not going to sell you." He told the creature that the old grandmother wasn't coming back. "But from this day forward," Tonga promised, "you'll never be lonely, scared, or helpless again." Tears of pure joy streamed down the demon's face. Tonga watched him with a gentle smile, vowing, "I will protect you. I'll always be by your side," Tonga declared. "From now on, your name shall be Zio Hai." The demon wept, overjoyed to finally have a name to call his own. Tonga then asked, "Are you willing to accept this name?" Through his tears, the demon nodded eagerly. But in the next moment, Tonga raised a crimson amulet and absorbed Zio Hai completely trapped within a glowing red orb. Zio screamed in betrayal. "Let me out!" he roared from within the sphere. "I knew it. I never should have trusted a human from Yaojiangi." "You people are all liars." Tonga simply held the orb in his hand and muttered, "Everything is now in place." He opened his app, ready to report the mission's status. The choices were simple success or failure. "It's time to go," Tonga said, his finger hovering over the screen, before decisively pressing fail mission. The scene then shifts to a bustling construction site, where a worker groans, "I'm starving." "Let's head to Lantan for a bite," another man gestured excitedly. "Hold on, come see what old Jang just unearthed." They all wondered if they'd finally struck gold. A mysterious object was being hoisted from the dirt. "Man, this thing is heavy," one of them grunted. It was an ancient jug, bound tightly with thick ropes as a crowd gathered. An awestruck murmur went through the workers. "That looks expensive," one said. "Could it be a genuine antique?" another chimed in. But one man scoffed. "Bah, I keep my pickles in a jar." Just like that one, another argued. "No, it's for storing alcohol." "We'll never know until we open it," the first man declared. "But be careful. That thing is giving off a seriously evil aura." Ignoring the warning, a man stepped forward and ripped off an old paper talisman stuck to the lid. He pried it open and peered inside. The others watched from a distance. "Well, what's in there?" they shouted. But the old man just stood there, completely silent and still. "Hey, what's wrong with him?" they asked, growing concerned. They decided to move closer to see for themselves. Just then, a dark, viscous liquid began to drip from the jar onto the old man's feet. In an instant, the man who opened the jar transformed into something resembling a corpse. Blood trickled from his eyes, and an eerie green light glowed from his pupils. The scene cuts as a system notification appears. A new card was received. The Dan Wing in an embroidered cage card. Dan Wing are spirits that live hidden deep within forest swamps. They survive by absorbing the spiritual essence of plants for sustenance. While they possess no offensive abilities, their stealth and transformation skills are second to none. Once they activate their stealth, they are virtually undetectable. In fact, their stealth technique is considered the absolute best among all demons. It was believed they went extinct during the Beizong period. The embroidered cage, meanwhile, is a special tool used to capture common demonic spirits. For a demon to be trapped inside, one of two conditions must be met. Either the demonic spirit must be on the brink of death, holding on to its last breath, or the spirit must place its absolute trust in the hunter, showing no fear. The story then cuts to a girl on a red motorcycle, muttering to herself, "I'm late. I'm so late." She complained about her bad timing as she sped down the highway.
Weaving through the streets, she gritted her teeth. I fought so hard for this deal. Just 5 more minutes, she thought. I can finally make it. She slammed on
the accelerator, pushing the bike to its limit. At least the road is empty. What a lucky break if I hurry. I can just make it. But suddenly, the girl felt a chill run down her spine. She became disoriented and lost control of her motorcycle. The bike went flying, throwing her violently onto the pavement. Her helmet cracked as her head slammed against the hard asphalt. After tumbling brutally across the ground, she landed beside her wrecked motorcycle. Her helmet gone. A trail of blood stained the wet road as she lay all alone in the pouring rain. She had no idea what she hit. The road was completely empty. She scanned her surroundings desperately, but there was no one in sight. And then she heard the sound of footsteps splashing in a nearby puddle. An invisible monster was slowly making its way toward her. The scene shifts to the next morning. A sharp voice screamed, "Zhang Zio! Get up this instant!" A young woman banged on the bedroom door, shouting the name again and again. She threw the door open, snapping, "It's been so long! And you haven't even bothered to wake up yet?" Her gaze fell upon the girl lying in bed. "Where's all that help you promised before you moved in, huh?" The woman turned away in disgust. "Zio wakes up late every day and comes home even later." She scoffed. Is this all her father taught her? The woman looked back at Zio. "You have so many other relatives you could be bothering. I don't understand why you chose to become a leech in my house." She spat. "Zio is completely shameless, just lazing around here doing nothing." The woman then slammed the door shut, leaving Zio alone. Zio sat up in bed, a grim realization dawning on her. She couldn't stay here any longer. Maybe she could ask her other aunt if she had a spare room. She stared ahead with determination. "Just a little more," she whispered, "and I'll have saved enough to finally track down that woman." She glanced back at the wall. "And once I find her, I'll make her regret leaving us so heartlessly." Her eyes landed on an old family photo, where a woman's face had been aggressively scribbled out with a marker. Zio then looked at her father's image and prayed, "Dad, please bless me with good fortune." In the kitchen, the aunt was preparing breakfast. "Honey, come and eat," she called to her husband. She looked at him sternly. "Why haven't you said anything?" How long has it been? That very short period for her work has already stretched into 6 months. The man, engrossed in his phone, barely looked up. "She's my niece," he mumbled. "If I don't take care of her, who will I suppose so?" the woman snapped. "But it's not like she's broke. She must have saved up a fortune working all this time." The woman got dressed, cutting the conversation short. "Let's just drop it. I get annoyed just talking about Zio." She slipped on her shoes. "Go to work after you eat. I'm going to the market to buy a few things." The man continued staring at his phone until the front door clicked shut. He then glanced toward the bedroom door. "You can come out now. Your aunt just left." Zio emerged with a bright smile. "Good morning, Uncle," she chirped. "I swear, I wasn't trying to make your wife angry." Her uncle, still glued to his phone, waved it off. "Don't worry about her. She must be going through menopause or something. Don't take it to heart. Now go wash your face and come have some breakfast," he said. Zio headed to the bathroom to wash up. As she leaned over the sink, she suddenly felt her uncle's smiling gaze fixed on her backside. She sensed someone standing right there, watching her. She whipped around. "Second uncle," he put on a surprised act. "Oh, I asked if anyone was in here, but I didn't get an answer." He held up a small item. "I just came to get my dental floss." Zio clutched her chest. "You'd scare me to death, sneaking up on me so quietly like that." That night, my uncle just laughed, promising to be more careful next time. Z explained that this was his thread, reaching out to hand it back. He caught her wrist lightly, saying her hand was still damp and he should hold it instead. Leaning close, he whispered that some things needed a steadier touch than she thought. Even her damp hair smelled fragrant. Z stiffened, deeply uncomfortable in the suffocating atmosphere. Her uncle then reminisced about how he used to carry Z as a child and play with her all the time. He remarked how quickly she'd grown up. Then, with a sickening gaze at her chest, he muttered that puberty was a wonderful thing. His eyes darted to her phone. He'd caught a glimpse of her account balance, around 500,000. A twisted smirk formed on his face. A young girl, coming home so late every night? He sneered, must be up. Z stepped out of the house, clutching her stomach. She carried her life in her bags, a deep hunger gnawing at her. She had to eat. Her eyes drifted to the side, landing on a happy family. The mother cooed at her child, trying to feed him. But the baby just wanted to play. A shadow of disappointment crossed Z's face, but she quickly shook it off. Cheer up, she told herself. You have to focus. Today's goal was simple but brutal. Earn 1,000 yuan. Later, she arrived at the studio for a photo shoot. A system window appeared. Modeling practice has increased by 300 points.
At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, she was already rushing to her next job. Weaving through the crowd, she barely had time to eat.
She arrived at a restaurant, now dressed as a maid to serve the guests. Another notification, part-time maid skill has leveled up by 350 points. By 6 p.m., she was at her third job, asking a man to watch her luggage. Just leave it here, he said. How long will you be making deliveries? Z replied. Until I earn enough. I'll see you later, she said with a quick goodbye. As the men wished her luck, she revved her motorcycle and vanished into the streets. She's a really good kid, the younger man commented. Why does someone like her have to work a delivery job? The master just watched her go. She does more than just this. He revealed, that girl works 3 different jobs, every single day. The young man stood there, completely stunned. The master smiled faintly. I don't know what drives her so hard, he admitted, but I am confident of one thing.
She loves the freedom of riding that motorcycle. It's the only time she gets to relieve her stress. The scene then shifts, transporting us to Lantian Street.
Tanga stood eating, wondering about his next move. Suddenly, a motorcycle screeched to a halt nearby. It was Z, stopping right in front of the crowd.
Tanga pulled out a black compass and clicked it open. The needle spun wildly before locking into place, and sinister red lines shot out from it.
This is a bad sign, Tanga muttered, his eyes narrowing. It was the exact kind of terrible omen his master had warned him about when he was a child. He followed the direction of the red lines and saw they all converged on a single point, the girl who had just arrived on the motorcycle. A fate like this meant one thing: death was coming for her, and it was a destiny beyond the control of any craft. A new card appeared in the system interface, the Black Compass. It could be used to find people, objects, or even demonic spirits. It could also decipher the threads of good and bad fate. Tanga snapped the compass shut. He glanced in the girl's direction. The crowd was too thick. Spotting her again would be difficult. He knew everyone walked their own path of destiny. He couldn't interfere, even if he wanted to. Just then, a notification buzzed on his phone. He looked at it, shocked. Why was the request fee so unbelievably high? An urgent S-Rank request had been issued. You have priority for this mission. Will you accept? Tanga's eyes widened at the rank. A slow smile spread across his face. Today, he said to himself, is a very good day. Meanwhile, at a construction site, panicked shouts echoed. Hurry, they're already here. Everyone screamed, running towards a giant urn. Who's yelling about that? One worker asked. If he's here, then nothing can stop them from being here too. They gathered around a massive, ancient urn. Where are Old Man Juan and the others? Someone asked nervously. Then they saw it. In front of the great urn were the discarded boots and uniforms of their missing co-workers. They were piled next to a trash can. They stared in confusion. Where had the men gone, and why would they leave their work clothes behind? Suddenly, the black water inside the urn began to bubble and churn. They cautiously approached, peering over the edge. Something was rising from the murky depths. A head with long, black hair slowly floated to the surface. Then it erupted from the urn, sending a wave of foul water everywhere. A dark, shadowy figure began to hover before the terrified workers. They looked up, their minds struggling to comprehend what they were seeing. A skeleton with flowing black hair now stood atop the urn. It fixed its empty sockets on them. A moment of silence, then pure chaos. People screamed and fled in every direction. The demon opened its jaw, conjuring a sickly green energy from its mouth. It unleashed the blast, and the light began to infect the fleeing workers. The eyes and mouths of the workers began to glow ominously. A powerful shockwave blasted out from the skeleton, sending the infected bodies flying in all directions. They landed in a heap, and the skeleton created a swirling vortex around them. It lifted the circle of bodies into the air, amplifying the demonic energy. Inside the vortex, their skin began to peel away in a rain of blood. Soon, they were completely consumed by the darkness, their bodies disappearing entirely. All that remained was a smear of blood and their abandoned equipment. Having devoured its victims, the demon descended to the ground. Its eyes burned with a bright orange light. It stood and spread its arms wide. Dark armor began to materialize around its body, piece by piece. Within seconds, it was fully clad. A jagged spine erupted from its back, forming a long, bony tail. Its face changed, twisting into something monstrous. Now, 4 bright eyes glowed from beneath its ghastly mask. Another card appeared: coffin nails, item to suppress spirits, a desiccated corpse, a mummy. Coffin nails were an ancient item used by villages to exorcise evil. They possess the power to seal away malevolent spirits. Any entity affected by them will begin to decay. Do evil deeds will face retribution. The withered corpse, a spirit born from the boundless hatred and rage that consumed human souls. A mummy is its evolution, a being steeped in hatred for over 1,000 years, possessing an indestructible body and a unique skill that can read the very state of a creature's soul. The demon stared down at his own hands, lost in thought. He had no memory of who he was, or why he had been molded into this monstrous form. He watched as a single drop of water landed on his palm, then another, as the sky itself began to weep. In the downpour, 2 grim figures stared down at a broken man. Grabbing his legs, they began to drag his body through the mud. One man pinned his arm down with brutal force. The other raised a hammer, driving a thick nail straight through his hand and into the wooden board beneath. He lifted another nail. With a sickening crunch, it pierced flesh and bone, splattering the ground with crimson. Nailed to the board, the man tried to raise a trembling hand
Toward the cheering crowd, they reveled in the horrific spectacle. And behind them all, a man with long blonde hair laughed with unholy glee.
His strange, menacing aura made him stand out from the mob. Back in the present, the armored demon extended its hand, the memory burning bright.
He stood amidst the carnage he'd wrought, trying to form words that wouldn't come. Finally, he let out a soul-shattering roar. The very nails hammered into him in his past life began to glow, and his entire back erupted in a blazing orange light as he coughed up black blood.
He staggered forward, then collapsed to the earth. As he lay there, a devastating thought struck him. Those copper nails, they were the reason he couldn't absorb the life essence around him. Suddenly, he went still. Something was rapidly approaching. The demon's eyes flared with an eerie light. He activated his foresight, sending out waves of perception. The psychic pulse expanded, mapping the entire construction site in his mind. In his vision, he saw a man named Hanka sprinting toward him. A cold dread filled the demon. Though he didn't know this man, his instincts screamed at him to flee. The demon struggled to his feet. His entire body felt numb, paralyzed. He barely had the strength to even walk. He knew it instantly his power was sealed by those ancient copper nails. He glared into the distance, his will hardening. He couldn't die here, not until he found that person. He vowed that the centuries of pain and suffering he endured
would be returned 1,000-fold to the one who caused it. With a guttural cry, the demon launched himself into the air, his mind fixated on destroying his enemy.
He didn't care if it took 1,000 years or even 10,000. He would find him. He would kill him. As the demon surged forward, a brilliant flash of light from the side blinded him. Zoran's motorcycle slammed into him with incredible force. A new system card appears. Precognition, a unique vision skill possessed by mummies. It allows them to detect the soul and aura color of a target from immense distances. Thrown backwards by the impact, the demon struggled to face the girl who had just crashed into him. He stared ahead, his mind racing. Was this an ambush? He immediately assumed another hunter had come to capture him. He looked past the wreckage and saw the woman lying on the ground, surrounded by her own blood. It seemed his ambusher had suffered a life-threatening injury in her own trap. The demon scanned the area. A person with such a powerful aura had to be nearby. He concluded that this hunter had come specifically for him. In his weakened state, he was no match. He had no other choice. The demon rose and walked toward the girl.
Her eyes fluttered open, but she saw nothing. To an ordinary human, he was completely invisible. He crept closer as she murmured that she must
be seeing things, before her eyes slowly drifted shut. With the girl now unconscious, the demon took a lock of his own hair and pointed it towards her. The tips began to glow with an ethereal green light. He placed a hand on Sio's head, then wrapped his hair completely around her body, pulling her towards him. In that moment, the ancient copper nails hammered into his body finally broke free and fell away. The demon itself vanished from sight. His hair burrowed into the girl's wounds, entering her very body and heart. He fused his essence with hers, creating a new life within her. The girl's eyes snapped open. They were no longer human pitch black, with vertical yellow pupils, like a cat's. The scene shifts, back to the construction site of the demon's terrible massacre. We see the empty jug from which he escaped. And then we see Tonka, arriving at the scene with incredible speed. He stopped short. He was too late. Tonka turned, spotting the lone jug lying next to discarded worker uniforms. He scanned the desolate area. Not a single trace of life remained. He clenched his fist. He should have found this monster sooner, to cause this many casualties in such a short time. Its power was immense. Suddenly, a faint ringing sound echoes, and the scene changes.
We're back at the crash site. Zirin rises to her feet, moving slowly down the road. A terrifying, malevolent aura now radiates from her. Her face has completely transformed. Her eyes glow with that same black and yellow hue, and a strange, bone-like mask now frames her face. A cat appears, walking toward her. Zirin stops.
Looking at the creature, the cat stares back. It has the exact same eyes as the new CEO. But the cat didn't see a girl. It saw the demon's true, monstrous form. They passed each other, but the cat suddenly stopped, growling and baring its fangs. A cunning thought entered its mind. How lucky it was to stumble upon a mummy that appears only once every 100 years. More importantly, the cat noted, it looked incredibly weak. This was a golden opportunity. The cat began to transform, its body shifting and growing. It watched the mummy from above. Now, it would finally learn if the legends were true. The cat knew that if it could devour the mummy, its own spiritual aura would increase beyond measure.
With a mighty roar, the enormous reincarnated cat lunged at the mummy from behind, but her razor-sharp senses had already detected it. She spun around, pointing a single finger at the beast. With a blinding flash, its body was cleaved in half. The beast flew towards the mummy, only to be met with a second strike that split it completely in two.
The creature was stunned. How could this mummy, with such a faint aura, possess such devastating power? It couldn't believe a single finger held such destructive force. The lower half of the beast flew aside, while the front half collapsed onto the asphalt. In its final moments, the monster could only think, if it had known this would be its fate, it would have just kept hunting humans. At least then, it would have had a full stomach. I have returned, the mummy declared. She looked to the heavens, her power now fully restored. Merging with the girl had finally freed her from the curse. Those cursed nails that had sealed her powers were gone. She gazed at the sky with a wicked smile. It was time to test this new vessel. In a much more public place, the mummy coiled down, then exploded from the ground with incredible force, shattering the asphalt and leaving a shockwave in her wake. Soaring through the air, she saw a sprawling city on the horizon, a perfect destination. She descended upon the concrete jungle, weaving past towering skyscrapers. The mummy finally landed on a rooftop, cracking the concrete under her feet as she gazed down at the world below. She saw crowds of people bustling about their lives, little children, women, and men, all clad in strange modern attire and wielding peculiar technology. Looking at it all, she began to wonder just how many centuries had passed while she slumbered in that tomb. The city was a forest of high-rise buildings, and its people were dressed so shamelessly compared to her time. As she watched them, a cold fury began to build. They had to be the descendants of those who caused her such agony in her past life. Her gaze sharpened, and her voice dripped with venom. Your bloodline ends here. A sinister green aura began to gather in her mouth. In an instant, people below clutched their throats, struggling to breathe as an eerie green light erupted from their bodies, shooting straight into the sky. These streams of life force flew towards the mummy, converging into a massive, bright green orb of energy that pulsed above her head. At that very moment, alarms screamed to life in a colossal tower nearby. Screens filled with urgent data. A woman with a commanding presence stood watching the chaos unfold. She was in the heart of the command center, surrounded by monitors. She was utterly furious that a crisis of this magnitude had erupted right after she took charge. This woman's name was Hanlong Ki. She had short black hair and striking, mismatched eyes. Hanlong stared ahead, her voice laced with irritation. Wasn't this Tanga's assignment? Where is he? Biting her nails, Hanlong knew the truth. From his current position, he'll never reach the scene in time. Her anxiety rising, she declared, I have no other choice. We'll have to ask the people from that world to handle this. Just then, a woman in a black suit rushed to her side. Commander Long, she called out breathlessly. According to projections, all residents of the Lanel district will be
wiped out within the next 3 minutes. Tonga is the only geo-rank agent in the entire district. I've already sent him the coordinates.
But I fear he's too far to make a difference. Long turned to her subordinate, her face grim. Immediately inform the Judicial Department. Tell them to contact the Hall of Defenders. I want 2 defenders dispatched to the scene. Now. The agent in the suit stared at Long in disbelief, shocked that she would summon the defenders. Meanwhile, the mummy began to absorb the massive sphere of life force.
She could finally indulge herself. The cursed copper nails that once restricted her were no more.
As she fully absorbed the essence, she turned. A crimson seal materialized in the air, from which a dark, fiery silhouette emerged. 2 figures stepped through, clad in white armor and wearing masks painted with large, unnerving smiles. They were the defenders. One of them glanced at the mummy. So this is it. This is the demonic spirit they called us for. The larger defender scoffed. Are they overreacting? Sending 2 of us for a single target. The other defender raised a hand. Be careful. Reports say our target is a mummy. It's been a few hundred years since one last appeared. And this one's a female. This could be tricky. The big defender stepped forward. I'll go test her myself. Number 7. With that, he charged straight at the mummy. But he froze mid-stride. The mummy's eyes were locked on him, glowing with a terrifyingly bright light. In an instant, she launched from her spot and slammed her knee directly into the approaching defender's face. He was sent flying back towards his partner, who remained completely still. The defender crashed hard into a railing, which was the only thing that stopped him from falling off the roof. The smaller defender hadn't moved an inch. Suddenly, the mummy closed the distance in a flash, ready to strike. But as she looked at him, she paused. You seem much stronger than that brute who just rushed at me. Then, the mummy recoiled. She leaped away from the defender and began to cast her green energy once more. But this time, she was releasing all the essence she had just absorbed. A massive green pillar of light erupted into the sky. Far away, a girl named Zio saw it. Where have I seen that light before? Is someone setting off fireworks? And then, Zio began to awaken. Instead of the mummy's eyes, Zio's own eyes opened. She was terrified. Why was her body so hot? Why couldn't she move? What was happening to her? The mummy's spirit began to panic. Impossible. That girl's consciousness is still intact. Zio looked down at her own hands, her fear growing as she realized she had no control. The mummy raged internally. After all my hard work to escape and regain my power, the defender watched this bizarre scene as the mummy collapsed to the ground. He couldn't understand. Why would she spit out all the souls she just gathered? What is she planning? He called out to his partner. Number 7, your assessment. The defender who'd been hit struggled to his feet. Judging by that impact, her speed and strength are both at the Jane rank. Her speed might be less than number 7's, but her defense number 3 declared he would test it himself. The mummy hissed. She still craved more souls. She roared for all who opposed her to perish. The creature began a battle for Z's body, ordering the girl to stand aside. Z's eyes started twisting into the mummy's own ghastly gaze. In a flash, number 3 charged, closing the distance in an instant. He unleashed a prison of jagged ice trapped within. The mummy calmly assessed the trap and shattered the frozen walls with contemptuous ease. Her gaze locked onto number 3. No one will stop me. As he fell back, number 7 lunged from the shadows, striking her from behind. The blow sent the mummy hurtling toward number 3. Raising his sword high, he unleashed his next attack. A storm of razor-sharp green stones materialized above her. The mummy's eyes widened in fear at the assault. The stones rained down upon her, only to be caught by grasping tendrils of black ink. Vicious spikes of shadow squeezed her relentlessly. The defender could only watch, as she was completely overwhelmed by the onslaught. But the mummy rose, laughing. Ridiculous. She sneered. The defenders realized with dread. The mummy's defense was also of the legendary Gia rank. Her reputation is well earned, the defender admitted grimly. The mummy emerged from the rubble wrapped in a new robe of pure shadow. Your feeble powers will never be enough to defeat me. She glided towards him, hand raised for a killing blow. The preparation is complete. The protector called to number 7. He raised a dark sphere, glowing with a powerful symbol. Suddenly, the mummy found she was completely immobilized beneath her. A vast array of seals and green light blazed to life. It was a hidden technique. The double seal of heaven and earth. The mummy's immense strength began to drain away from her. Her consciousness faded, and she collapsed to her knees. The protector held his hand over the child.
Dark sphere, I can only hold her like this for 2 minutes. He then revealed a chilling fact. I have heard that only those with great hatred,
Or who have committed extreme evil, can become a mummy in a mere few hundred years. The defender was stunned. What had this monster endured to gain such terrifying power? The protector theorized she must have cultivated for 1,000 years. After all, even 12 earthly chains could only bind her for 2 short minutes. The protector glanced aside. This is going to be troublesome. Even though she was unconscious, her body had already entered a state of protective rest. The defenders knew that with the limited offensive power they had, in such a short window of time, there was nothing they could do to harm her. A system card appears, detailing the grim reality. Protective Peace. Protective Rest is a unique defensive ability of the mummy. When activated, the host's body becomes unbelievably strong and resilient. In moments of extreme danger, or upon losing consciousness, it triggers automatically, forming a protective layer that makes the mummy almost completely invulnerable. Another card introduces the defender. From the Spirit City Defender Hall of Lantern. His duty is to maintain the prison, ensure the city's security, and handle issues between the human and spirit worlds. Just then, a transmission came through, asking for a status report. He looked towards an approaching vessel. This isn't our jurisdiction. But the human souls have already been freed. A voice from the ship questioned him. Not your job. How long until those souls can return to their bodies? The defender turned away grimly. Judging by the current situation, they won't be able to return at all. The ship demanded to know what he meant. The protector gripped his sword. We have suppressed the mummy. But unless she is destroyed, these souls can never go back. He gestured to the sealed creature. She's activated her protective peace. As long as that seal is active, it's impossible to kill her. We can only maintain this seal for 2 minutes, the protector explained. When time is up, even if we can fight her, it will take too long. And if those souls don't return to their bodies in time, you know what the consequences will be. The protector gazed up at the souls, swirling hopelessly in the sky. In the command center, Lon chewed her fingernail, watching the drone feed. Is there no other way, she demanded? The defender stared into the distance. There is one other way. Lon and the girl leaned in. What is it? The protector's voice was grim. Exile. Lon looked up, her expression one of pure shock. The girl in the suit gasped. She was talking about the legendary heavenly inverted seal. She'd heard rumors. A mysterious ancient relic held by headquarters. It sealed countless demonic spirits, allowing humanity to survive and dominate. The place it led to was known as the Third World, a realm crawling with legions of demons. The girl looked down. To use it, we have to report this to headquarters. Without the highest approval, not even the commander can authorize its use. But Long's eyes were filled with cold resolve. Begin the banishment. Immediately. The girl was aghast that Lon would give such an order. Commander Long, we have to inform our superiors first. Lon met her gaze, her voice unwavering, filled with absolute certainty. People's lives are on the line. We don't have time for that. She declared, will take full responsibility for this. The protector asked for final confirmation. Commander Lon, are you ordering me to begin the exile without a hint of hesitation? Lon's command rang out. Begin. The defender's hands wove intricate seals. Golden circles of power erupted around him. He chanted an ancient incantation, and sparks of raw energy flew from his fingertips. A brilliant pillar of light erupted from the tower, piercing the very heavens. The sky itself began to burn with the ritual's power. At that very moment, Tanga was approaching. The disaster zone. He held a black compass, its needle spinning wildly. Another great calamity has appeared at the construction site. What's more, it's moving in the same direction. Tanga prepared his red threads. He snapped the black compass shut. This cannot be a coincidence. We watched as Tanga rocketed towards the tower, where a blinding orange light erupted. Then, the reverse portal activated, and Tanga plunged headfirst into the dark sphere. He was completely swallowed by the darkness as the timer ticked on. The woman in the suit stared in disbelief, unable to process his reckless dive. She looked utterly startled, turning to Commander Long, begging her to order the defenders to pull Tanga out. But Long just glanced over and revealed a grim secret. The sacred technique used by the protectors can only exorcise a demonic spirit, she explained. It was a one-way trip, a place with no return. Long's gaze hardened as she admitted that there was no record of anyone ever entering that abyss before him. She confessed she had no idea what catastrophic consequences his actions might unleash. Long declared that even if he somehow survived, she would personally ensure she stabbed him to death for this insubordination. With her hands outstretched, Long began to scream in fury, cursing that little brat, Tonga, for never listening to her. The blonde girl watched, tears welling in her eyes, fearing that Tonga might never come back. Long paced back and forth, waving her hands in a storm of rage and unleashing a string of curses. All the while, the blonde girl could only stare at the screen, inside the void. Tanga was thinking. He remembered a moment while he was eating, when a girl on a motorcycle pulled up beside him. He turned, and was shocked to realize that the possessed vessel was that same beautiful rider from the pedestrian street. Tonga formed the seals with his hands, activating his golden underworld eye. In a flash, he saw the truth. This person's soul had fused with a demonic spirit, making her a half-human, half-demon hybrid. Without a moment's hesitation, Tonga rushed towards her. A grin spread across his face, he knew. This was far beyond his current abilities, but this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance he simply couldn't ignore. Tonga was genuinely excited to explore that other world, to have some fun. And with that thought, he flew directly into the banishment spell. The staff at headquarters were utterly stunned. The defenders were frozen in shock. They couldn't comprehend what this kid was doing. With eyes blazing, Tonga charged forward. The defenders looked up as a brilliant light pierced through the clouds. From the heavens, a celestial beast's face emerged. It opened its great maw, unleashing blinding rays of power that began to purge the vessel below. Z was at the center of it all, sitting quietly. Then, she began to levitate, slowly ascending towards the light. We then see the red threads of fate from a black compass stretch out and bind to her. Tonga was astounded by the demon's power. It was so immense they had to use a full-scale exorcism. Moreover, Tonga couldn't figure out why such a calamity-class evil had attached itself to this specific body. He looked towards Z's fading figure, realizing he had seen her somewhere before. We are then transported to the heavenly inverted world, where the sky suddenly began to crackle with brilliant light. The demons feasting on flesh were startled, realizing the gateway had been opened once again. The demon who was eating looked up with a wicked smile, proclaiming that the long-awaited day had finally come. He leaped to his feet and charged towards the gate, boasting that for the past few years, he had hunted no less than 3 demonic spirits a day. All of his brutal training was in preparation for this very moment. He ran towards the place where the light shone brightest, vowing that once he escaped, he would slaughter an entire city before taking revenge on those old fools. The demon was ecstatic, repeating the word freedom over and over. He stretched his hand towards the light, only for it to be instantly consumed by holy flames. In a heartbeat, his entire body was burned to ash. The demon lamented that freedom was within his grasp, but the seal's destructive power was a truly formidable barrier. His lone surviving eye fell to the ground and immediately began to regenerate. The demon gloated that as long as even one piece of him remained, he could restore his original body. Since he failed this time, he would simply continue his training and try again with his special abilities. The demon swore that he would achieve success, that he would never give up. He roared that one day he would become the one and only demonic spirit to ever escape the underworld. Since then, his regenerating eye flew straight into Tanga's face. Tanga crushed it without a thought, causing the demon in the underworld to scream in pure rage, calling him an abomination. After landing, Tanga scanned his surroundings. This girl has to be around here somewhere. He muttered. He looked around, but saw only a vast, empty wasteland. Tanga couldn't believe she had vanished. What a troublesome woman. He sighed. But just then, a massive, red demon with terrifying tusks and glowing eyes landed right behind him. Tanga turned to face the beast, who sneered, saying he originally came to see what kind of loser was sent here, but he never expected it to be a human. The demon began to drool, telling Tanga that it had been a very long time since his last meal. He sniffed the air, savoring the pleasant, nostalgic smell of a human. Tanga just looked at him, asking what that was all supposed to mean. Then, with a confident smile, Tanga looked the beast in the eye and said, "So you must know where the last uninvited guest went." The scene shifts to Zoe, whose demonic horns were burning away. She awoke in her own body, the horns now completely gone. She shot up, yelling that she was late with a delivery. She frantically looked around, completely lost. She tried to piece together what happened, remembering only that she was on a delivery, and then she bumped into something and blacked out. She recalled seeing fireworks the last time she awoke, and now she was here. Zoe was bewildered. She then remembered the injuries from the accident and checked her body. but found not a single wound. Still, she could feel a phantom pain where the injuries should have been. She began to walk forward, into a world teeming with dangerous demons, with no idea who sent her there. Zoe muttered to herself that she didn't remember any place like this in the Lanhan area. Suddenly, a massive snake demon lunged at her, its jaws wide open, ready to bite her head clean off. We cut back to see the demon who wanted to eat Tonga now tamed, with Tonga riding him like a loyal hound. The beaten-up demon explained that it was useless the moment an ordinary person entered this realm. A blue moon appeared in the sky. The demon lamented that because of her human scent, even if she avoided direct confrontation. Her chances of survival were practically zero. Hordes of demonic spirits could find her at any moment. The demon looked back in fear, warning that their own lives were now on the line, as a massive horde of demons was already chasing them. But Tanga, sitting calmly atop the beast, simply told him not to worry about it. Tanga looked ahead with a confident smile, declaring that if there is a will, there is always a way. But just then, new cards were dealt. And in the face of fate, lightning was about to strike. A new card. Raccoon Dog, Lightning Rod. It possessed extraordinary speed and regenerative abilities. As long as a single organ remains, it can recover to its original form. This demonic spirit was notoriously difficult to handle. The Raccoon Dog wears a tortoise-like shell, providing it with impossibly strong protection and the ability to burrow underground. Just then, Z was ambushed by that very demon. Its massive jaws snapped shut where her head had been, but she dodged at the last second, a faint aura flaring around her. The demon missed, its blow shattering the ground. Z gracefully leaped back, staring at the monster in disbelief. She had no idea how she moved so fast. All she could remember was a blur of motion coming at her. And then she was suddenly out of harm's way. The demon stood before Z, watching her with predatory intent. Z stared back, pure terror gripping her heart. She couldn't understand. What was this monster? Before her, the sight was utterly repulsive. The demon just stood there, clueless to her words. In a panic, Zio turned and fled, unable to process that this beast had just tried to devour her whole. But in an instant, it blocked her path again, and Zio collapsed to her knees. All hope drained from her eyes. The swirling patterns on the demon's back pulled her into a vortex of memories. She saw her mother and her father. She remembered the first time she ever cried. A little girl, fallen from her bike. Her parents rushed to her side, her mother asking if she was hurt. Her mom blamed her dad for not holding on tight enough, but her father just gave a thumbs up, telling her not to cry. He urged her to stand, praising her, because she had pedaled so far all by herself. Her mother glared at him, shouting that he didn't love their daughter at all. But her father just watched, and replied that love has many forms. He knew one day, Zio would have to stand on her own 2 feet. He said that Zio was his most precious treasurer in the entire world. Hearing this, her mother playfully asked if she was only second place, before declaring that she was the one who loved Zio the most. Zio stood, wiping away her tears, as her father declared them both his precious treasures. Her mother scoffed, insisting she loved Zio more. Zio remembered watching them bicker about who adored her the most, and she couldn't help but smile. But those happy days shattered. When her dad fell ill and was hospitalized, Zio recalled visiting him with her mother. That was the second time she cried. From then on, her mother became the family's pillar. By day, she worked relentlessly for the money to cover his staggering medical bills, and by night, she cared for her ailing husband. Zio remembered visiting with her mom, spoon-feeding her father. After 3 long years, a miracle, her dad's condition improved enough to work again. Zio was so relieved. Finally, her mother wouldn't have to carry such a heavy burden alone. While her mother wept with joy, Zio held back her tears. She wanted to prove she was grown up, strong enough to become their shield. But their moment of peace was fleeting. Her father's illness returned, more aggressive than before. And this time, Zio watched as her mother lost the light in her eyes. She became a stern shadow of her former self. The next time Zio saw her mother smile, it was because she had met another man. Her mother told a young Zio to come with her. She claimed if they stayed, the burden of caring for her father would crush them both. But Zio clung to her father's hand, weeping. "Papa needs us," she pleaded, vowing to stay by his side. Through her tears, she begged her father to do something, to stop her mother from leaving. She didn't want their family to break. Zio promised she would work hard, earn the money to cure his illness. That was the 3rd time Zio cried. A year after her mother abandoned them, her father passed away. And Zio swore that would be the last time she ever shed a tear. A deep hatred for her mother took root. especially when she didn't even come to the funeral. Thankfully, her father had many siblings, so she at least had a roof over her head. But as she was passed between relatives, she discovered a harsh truth. The aunts and uncles who once seemed so kind saw her as nothing more than a burden. They decided to send her back to her mother. But when they finally found her mother spoke words that would be forever seared into Zio's memory. The scene shifts back to the present. Monster profile giant salamander. This beast is amphibious, moving with terrifying speed underwater. The eye-like patterns on its back are not for show. They generate powerful illusions, forcing victims to relive their most traumatic memories, completely paralyzing them with despair. Back in the memory, Zio recalled her relatives' gossip. Her mother's new husband had gone bankrupt, forcing them to hide from debt collectors in the slums. Zio saw her mother looked haggard and worn down. She must have been suffering terribly. Seeing those tired, empty eyes, the burning hatred in Zio's heart began to fade, replaced by a deep longing. She didn't want anything from her mother. She just needed to hear her say that she was sorry for abandoning them. Zio yearned for an embrace, for shared tears. Instead, her mother's words were ice. "Go home. I have no money for you." Zio was utterly horrified. Her mother claimed she didn't even remember her face, as if she'd been erased. Then, her mother turned and walked away without a second glance. Zio stared at the ground, shattered and numb. But even then, the tears wouldn't come. The only thing she felt was an agonizing pain, as if 1,000 needles were piercing her heart. And in that moment, she understood a cruel truth about the world of adults. Something more important than love or family exists: money. From that day forward, Zio resolved to work tirelessly to earn a mountain of cash.
She would make so much that woman would one day regret everything. And Zio made a solemn vow. Never again would she shed a single tear.
At just 15 years old, she began working, forging her own strength. It started with washing dishes in some back alley shop, for the sake of money. She endured the scorn of the relatives she lived with. She even learned to fight back whenever lecherous men made a pass at hers. During her long shifts as a waitress, 10 hours a day was normal, with only a single bun for a meal, day in and day out. Her bank account glowed, a number that should bring joy. But a hollow question echoed in her heart. Was this empty victory truly what she'd bled for? Zio wondered, even with all this money, even after making that woman regret everything, what came next? In the end, she was still utterly alone, a child with no family, no friends, and not a single dream to cling to. Zio stared at the salamander's hypnotic patterns, seeing a reflection of her own pointless existence. What was it even living for? If she vanished from this world, she thought, not a single soul would notice or care. Her life and death meant nothing.
As fresh tears streamed down her face, the salamander opened its jaws to devour her, when a thunderous blow crashed down upon its head.
It was Tanga. He'd come for her. He landed gracefully, turning to face a stunned, tearful Zio. She looked up and saw his brilliant, relieved smile. He was just happy she was still alive. His voice cut through her despair. "I'm here to save you." Those words shattered her composure, unleashing her tears. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Tanga watched, confused by her breakdown. When the demon's urgent voice cut in, "Use this chance. Get out of here now." Behind them, the portal of exile pulsed with brilliant light. Tanga turned to the demon. "Is it just me? Or is that passage shrinking?" The demon tried to slip away unnoticed, but Tanga called him out. "Hey, Pigsy, how much time till that gate closes?" Startled, the demon stammered his reply. "About half the time it takes to boil a kettle." Tanga just grinned. "Perfect. That gives me about 2 minutes to play." But at that exact moment, the salamander began to stealthily retreat, trying to escape his notice. It was too late. Tanga's gaze snapped towards the beast, locking onto its mesmerizing patterns. He stared right into the bewitching illusion. The demon watched, a cruel smile spreading across its face. He's fallen for it. Humans who gaze upon those patterns are forced to relive their most agonizing memories. As the salamander opened its jaws for the kill, the demon gloated with certainty. Once his will to fight is shattered, he'll be eaten alive. But in the next instant, smack. Tanga simply backhanded the salamander across the face. The creature reeled in absolute confusion. Its hypnotic power was supposed to be irresistible. Tanga just glared. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Before it could react, his rage flared. A second, more powerful strike sent the beast flying into the distance. "And don't breathe directly in my face," Tanga added. "It's disgusting." The demon's jaw dropped in disbelief. Could it be? This man had no painful memories at all as this impossible thought hit. Tanga turned towards the portal, only to find a massive horde of demons blocking their escape. Tanga cracked his knuckles, a predatory grin spreading across his face. "Stand behind me," he told Zio, "and don't move an inch." His smile widened. "Now, the real fun begins." He raised a hand, and a brilliant light began to glow from within his bones. A crackling, azure light erupted around his fist, with another deliberate pop of his knuckles. His entire arm was engulfed in a storm of blue lightning. "In the real world, I have to hold back," he said. "My power is just too destructive." But here, without his body suppression talisman, he could finally unleash the borrowed lightning. Here, he could go all out. He rose to his full height, his gaze sweeping over the monster horde, as a glowing blue aura enveloped half of his body. His pupil transformed, glowing like a cross. As azure lines of pure power raced across his skin, the transformation was complete. Skill activated borrowed lightning, one of Tanga's 4 great talismans. Upon activation, the lightning talisman enters a state of amplification, allowing the user to release a variety of devastating, high-speed combat techniques. Tanga took his stance, one hand extended forward, the other bracing his wrist. A confident smirk played on his lips as blue lightning danced across his face. The very air around him crackled with a storm of raw energy. 3 swirling vortexes of power materialized at his fingertips, channeling his aura. Tanga unleashed them just as the tide of monsters charged toward him. The bolts streaked toward the horde with impossible speed, manifesting as 3 glowing spheres right before the lead monster. In a flash, they detonated. Arcs of pure electricity chained through the ranks. The first monster collapsed, convulsing violently as the wave of destruction spread through the entire crowd. They were all caught in the blast of the thunder tripod. Tanga casually shook his hand. "Delicious." He turned around, a satisfied smile on his face. With his eyes closed, he savored the moment, then turned to Zio. "Let's go home." Zio could only stare back, her eyes still brimming with tears. Tanga leaned in and remarked offhandedly, "You know, up close, you're actually kind of cute." Before she could process it, he swept her up into his arms. What are you doing?" she cried out in alarm. Tanga simply said, "Hold on tight." He then planted his foot and kicked off the ground, activating borrowed wind. In a single, powerful gust, they launched into the sky. Zio screamed as the ground rushed away beneath them, instinctively clinging to him tighter out of sheer terror. Tanga just whooped, "Whoa, a little tight there." But down below, a lone figure had been watching the entire exchange, a boar-faced demon with a shattered tusk. White fur ringed its neck, and beads of sweat dotted its brow. It had seen everything, and was utterly stunned by what Tanga was capable of. To activate a wind talisman technique, with a mere flick of his foot, it knew that cultivators of talisman arts channeled their aura through a physical medium. They used talismans to manifest their skills and techniques. To master even a single one of these arts was the mark of a true expert. In fact, it was considered an outstanding achievement. Yet, this man had just used both lightning and wind talisman arts, 2 completely different elements, and he did so without any visible talismans at all. This could only mean one thing. Tanga was a saint-level master. Elsewhere, other eyes were watching. On a distant mountain, a demon with long, blonde hair stood at the head of a powerful group. A subordinate with pink hair approached him. "My lord, shall I investigate his past?" "No." The leader's eyes flared with a piercing green light. "All personnel are forbidden from taking 1 step out of Thord." Meanwhile, deep within a dungeon, 2 figures moved through the shadows, their eyes glowing a menacing red. One resembled a ninja, his face hidden by a wide-brimmed hat. The other, a strange, cat-like creature. The darkness was absolute, but far in the distance, a mysterious orange light pulsed. There, atop a shattered peak, rested a strange, glowing orange stone. The memory fades, revealing a headless corpse on the ground, covered in those same circular patterns. Suddenly, the sky rips open. A monstrous, dark orange face peers through the rift. Elsewhere, Commander Hanongki slams her fist in anger. The blonde-haired girl beside her, her hair in a bun, recoils in fear. But just as she begins to speak of Tangki, a portal materializes out of thin air. A hand emerges first, followed by Tangki himself. With Zio Ran in his arms, Zio clung to him for dear life, legs around his waist, one hand on his neck, the other tangled in his hair. She held on so tightly that Tangki's eyes bulged as he gasped for air. Then Zio Ran felt a strange power surge through her, and her eyes began to turn an inky black. The giant monster's mouth gapes open, and Tangki bursts out, carrying Zio Ran. They escape the colossal maw just as it snaps shut. He lands gracefully on the roof of skyscraper number 7. Number 3 and his partner were already on guard. One reached for his weapon, while the other conjured a sphere of jade energy, crackling with ancient symbols. Number 3 spat, "You foolish brat! It took everything we had to seal her away. Why did you bring her back?" Tanga immediately shot back, his voice booming. "I've just done you a massive favor, and this is the thanks I get." But before he could continue, a guttural sound cut through the air. Zio-Ran was convulsing in agony on the ground. In an instant, her eyes snapped open. Their gazes locked. A terrifying transformation began. The whites of her eyes bled into pure black, her irises glowing a menacing orange, her pupils stretched into predatory slits, as demonic horns erupted from her brow, but Tanga simply slapped her across the face. The horns shattered like glass. Number 3 watched, completely stunned. All their power, all their effort to restrain that creature, and this kid ended it with a single slap. Tanga lifted her limp body with one hand, cupping her face with the other, his brow furrowed. "She's human now," he declared. "Take a good look." Cold sweat dripped down Number 3's face. How was this possible? Just moments ago, she was a mummy. But now, she radiated the aura of a human. Suddenly, Number 7 called out to his partner. "This is a matter for humans. We have no right to interfere." Number 3 sighed in frustration. "We wasted our time coming here." But Number 7 was still pondering. How did that brat know? How did he know she was human? Number 3 began to speculate. There is a rare skill, one that allows the user to perceive the very essence of a soul, a secret art tied to the ancient mysteries of Taoism. To master such a power at his age, his background is far from simple. With that, Number 7 and Number 3 vanished. Asyaka screamed, unsure of what to do. Zio-Ran was unconscious, drooling slightly. Just then, the roar of a jet engine ripped through the sky. The commander's angry shout echoed from its speakers. Hanlong Ki was furious. "Tanga, I order you back to HQ within 3 minutes. Disobey, and you know the consequences." Tanga broke into a cold sweat, forcing a smile. "Understood," he shouted back, trying to placate her. "Just calm down, Commander Long. I promise. I'll explain everything later." The scene shifted. Zio-Ran was now restrained on a medical bed, hooked up to a dozen sensors and a breathing mask.
Her body was locked down with heavy iron straps. 2 technicians in hazmat suits monitored her vitals, beyond a large observation window.
And 4 figures watched her intently. A man in a suit, his eye replaced with a cybernetic lens, began his report. "The system confirms all souls have returned to their bodies. We successfully suppressed the mummy in time, and for now, the region is stable. However, there were casualties. More than 100. People died at the construction site." Tanga flinched at the number. Commander Long absorbed the report grimly. "Understood. You are dismissed." She told her subordinate. He replied, "Yes, ma'am," and left. The commander's fury erupted. Over 100 deaths. "Tanga." She grabbed his cheeks, stretching them mercilessly. "You took this mission, and this is the result." Tears welled up in his eyes. "I did everything I could," he cried. The commander's anger subsided slightly. She crossed her arms. "However, had you not intervened, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But don't think for a second you're off the hook." Tanga rubbed the back of his head. It was an A-rank mission. But with everything that happened, it might as well have been an S-rank I rushed over the moment I got the call. But it seems the demon sensed my presence. It fled before I could engage. And for some reason, merged with this girl. But something's not right. Why didn't... Those 2 protectors mentioned that her soul was half human with their skills. They should have seen it instantly. Tanga smirked. "Luckily for her, I have the golden eye of the underworld. Without it, she would have been banished forever." He puffed out his chest, glowing with pride. "I truly am the champion demon hunter of this city." The commander, however, was rolling up her sleeves, ready to beat him senseless. Only her assistant's desperate grip held her back. Seeing this, Tanga's tone became serious again.
Whether she's human or demon now depends entirely on our definition. In the lab, a technician approached with a syringe. He attempted to draw blood.
But the reinforced steel needle bent against her skin. "I'm already using the largest gauge," he exclaimed. "It won't penetrate." Another worker stepped forward. He held up a power drill. "Leave it to me." Meanwhile, the first technician reported his findings. Aside from some abnormal brainwaves and other data needing analysis,
All her other vitals fall within the normal human range. Just then, the drill succeeded. "We have a sample captain requesting analysis immediately." "Proceed," the captain ordered. They placed the sample under a digital microscope. Strange, the captain murmured. It looks like ordinary human blood. But then, something impossible happened.
The blood cells began to violently mutate. The reinforced glass slide shattered into dust. The monitor went black. "What's happening?" the captain demanded. The technician stammered, "The sample. It seems to have mutated from being outside the host body for too long," the captain commanded. "Show me the live feed."
What she saw left her in shock. A single drop. Holds that much power? Commander Lon turned to the other monitor. Report on the brainwave analysis.
The employee replied, "Most readings are normal, Commander. But we've detected several unknown electrical signals, matching the mummy's energy signature. Her body is completely human while she's conscious. But when those signals take over, she transforms into a demon," Tanga realized. "So it's not possession. It's a fusion, down to the cellular level. But how?" Suddenly, the commander called his name. A very, very strange smile spread across her face. A chill ran down Tanga's spine. "Sislan, you can hit me, you can yell at me. Anything but that smile," he thought to himself. "This is terrifying." Commander Lon simply crossed her arms. Her smile grew even sweeter. "The power in a single drop of her blood is astounding. And yet, you knocked her unconscious with a simple slap. You truly are amazing, Tanga." Tanga's face was slick with sweat. "Come on, Sis Long, don't do this." But she continued, her voice dangerously pleasant. "She is now a hybrid of human and demon. And you know the Ghost Company's policy? We do not tolerate the presence of demons, not to mention one who is essentially an S-class ticking time bomb. The rules are clear. Demons are to be sealed in the Protector world. But she is also half human." Tanga's eyes widened as he recoiled from her. "Wait, you're not thinking?" Commander Lon's sweet smile returned. "You catch on so quickly. Until the higher-ups reach a decision, I believe she'll be in the very capable hands of her new guardian." Tanga began to tremble violently. "This isn't funny anymore," he sputtered. "I made a vow to my master before I left the mountain. I'm forbidden from having any relationship with a girl. Even living together is out of the question." Commander Lon's patience wore thin. "Are you telling me I have to take responsibility for her? Don't forget, your very presence here is my decision." She closed the distance, resting an elbow on his shoulder. With a dangerously low voice, she promised to find a way to appease Master Tang Chi. A nervous smile flashed across Tang Chi's face as he agreed to watch over Ziran. The commander then turned to her assistant, Jing Shi, giving a sharp order. "Get the girl out of here, unseen." Jing Shi nodded, immediately making the call to arrange a covert transport. The captain stared Tang Chi down. "Remember, not a word to anyone about this world, and you will stay with her 24/7. He simply replied. "Understood."
As Tang Chi walked away, a heavy thought weighed on him. Jingxi glanced at her commander, who simply said, "I know what you're thinking."
The power he displayed on his missions, that was barely 10% of his true strength. Jingxi's smile faltered. "I'm more worried about the girl," she admitted. "What if he accidentally kills her?" The commander's brow furrowed with concern. Meanwhile, Tang Chi walked a desolate street, sighing under the weight of the difficult days to come.
Unseen threads of fate radiated from Tang Chi, stretching all the way to a mountain temple. Inside, atop a colossal turtle, a man suddenly shuddered.
The red threads had snapped. At that moment, Commander Lon made a call. The mysterious man answered the phone. "Little Moon," he said calmly. "What a surprise." "Cut the jokes," she snapped. "If you don't take this seriously, I won't be responsible for what happens to your precious student." But the man just chuckled. "Let me guess," he mused. "Tang Chi has entered the third world, and is now living with a girl possessed by a mummy." Lon froze, her voice turning serious. "How did you know?" she demanded. He replied, "If I couldn't even foresee this, I never would have let him go. I am, after all, the 17th leader of the great Taoist sect, Li Yinjuan." Enraged, Commander Lon slammed the phone down. Li Yinjuan merely smiled, turning his attention to the great mountain master to discuss Tang Chi's destiny. The red threads of misfortune had been severed. A rare opportunity to glimpse the future had opened. Riding atop the mountain master, Sun, they exited the temple. Gazing at the moonlit sky, Yinjuan declared, "Tang Chi now has a chance. Elsewhere." Ziran lay in the darkness, her body emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Her eyes fluttered open. A strange feeling washed over her as she touched her head. Looking at her hands, a jolt of shock ran through her. Suddenly, she sensed a presence. She whipped her head around to see a demonic figure looming behind her. A chilling wave of déjà vu washed over her. She'd seen this monster before. It was the creature from the crash. The demon lifted a single finger. and Ziran's world shattered as she woke up with a gasp, drenched in a cold sweat. She shot up in bed. Was it all just a dream? Her eyes darted around the unfamiliar room. Where am I? She then noticed her clothes had been changed, and a wave of freshness replaced her memories of filth. All her undergarments were gone. A deep dread crept in. Did she really run into a monster? And whose house was this? Her mind raced, piecing together fragments of the accident. The crash into the demon from her dream, followed by a brilliant flash of light. Like fireworks, she was being hunted by a grotesque monster. When a young man descended from the heavens, vanquishing the beast and carrying Zio to safety. But the rescue dredged up, a terrible memory, making her question reality itself. Was this man truly real, or was he just a desperate illusion? A hero she had conjured in her weakest moment. She remembered his overwhelming strength, his warm, reassuring smile. Zio confessed to herself she had always wanted someone just like him, someone who could truly protect her. Just then, that very same man entered the room, a towel slung low on his hips. "You're awake," he said casually. Zio's face burned. He was real. Her mind raced with a mortifying thought. Did he undress her? No, he couldn't be that kind of person. In a fit of panic, she launched a pillow straight at his face. "What do you think you're doing?" Tenga yelled in annoyance. "Can't you see I'm brushing my teeth?" Zio struck again, aiming for a critical spot, but her attack had absolutely no effect. "Model?" Tenga demanded to know what she was doing. Why was she repaying his kindness with an attack? But Zio's voice trembled with rage. "You're a pervert!" she screamed.
Who allowed you to take off my clothes? Tanka calmly explained that she was soaked to the bone, so he'd simply prepared a bath for her. At that, Zio's face turned an even deeper shade of red.
"Did you bathe me?" she shrieked, horrified. But Tanka replied that his master had taught him that only married couples could ever share a bath together. So obviously, it wasn't me, he stated. With a simple command, he told someone to come out. A monstrous figure emerged from the bathroom, sending Zio diving behind the bed in terror. Tanka revealed this was the one who had washed her. "Why did that thing touch my body?" Zio cried out. At her words, the demon's huge eyes filled with tears as it let out a sorrowful roar. "She might look big," Tanka sighed, "but in human years, she's only a 5-year-old girl." He then turned to Zio and ordered her to apologize, leaving her utterly speechless.
Tanka apologized to the colossal demon, explaining that despite its terrifying size, it was the most docile of its kind. Zio stared in utter shock. Tanka then revealed that the Tang
clan and demons secretly coexist in this world, a truth hidden from ordinary members like her. But the biggest revelation was yet to come. One of those demons was sealed inside Zio's own body. Seeing her total confusion, Tanka sighed in frustration. "This is too much hassle," he muttered, asking the demon to explain everything. Zio cautiously addressed the creature. "My apologies," she began, but the demon waved it off. "It is fine. Ask what you wish to know." Zio's first question was direct. "Why am I in this house?" The demon's response was ominous. "The ghost company commanded Tanka to retrieve you." Zio's mind reeled. The ghost company. The demon explained that their connection was incredibly complex. To understand, she had to hear the story from the very beginning. The demon's voice, ancient and deep, began its tale of how demons have walked this world.
Since the dawn of time? Back then, most wicked demons saw humans as mere food. But centuries later, humanity fought back, led by powerful individuals who founded
organizations they called sects. Each sect vowed to protect the people, and humanity's power grew stronger and stronger. But this power made mortal rulers fearful of the sect's influence. Soon, they were persecuted. It was in this moment of weakness that the demons attacked without warning. A great war erupted. The fractured sects lacked the power to defend themselves. In a final, desperate act, the founder of the secret sect sealed most of the demons within a jade artifact, known forever after as the Supreme Seal. Following this cataclysm, the remaining demons signed a truce, finally admitting defeat. To maintain a fragile peace with humanity, the Ghost Corporation was founded, tasked with managing the demons living in the human world. But the demons knew this was far from the whole story. Zio questioned the entity inside her. It merely smirked, suggesting she ask Tanka instead. Tanga's gaze fell upon Zio, his expression turning serious. It was time for the real work to begin. He ordered Zio to lie on the bed. Confused, she asked what he planned to do. He explained that he had no idea how many times the demon had seized control of her body, but its demonic presence had grown immensely since their last encounter. If left unchecked, Her consciousness would be completely devoured by the beast within. Zio's mind raced. Was he talking about that monstrous creature from her nightmares, ignoring her thoughts? Tanga began weaving intricate signs with his hands. "Are you casting a spell on me?" she asked nervously. Tanga grinned, admitting he rarely got to use this particular technique, and he was eager to get in a little practice. As he completed the incantation, both of them plunged into a deep, spellbound slumber. They had entered Zio's mind. Zio felt a crushing weakness, unable to move a single muscle. This was no dream, she realized with a jolt. Tanga's voice echoed beside her, explaining they were inside her subconscious. Zio was stunned.
How was he here? Could he hear her every thought? Tanga confirmed her fears, explaining that his own consciousness had dived into hers.
He could perceive everything she was thinking and feeling. The reason she was paralyzed, he revealed, was because her subconscious mind was beginning to dissipate.
What happens when it's completely gone? She asked, her voice trembling. Tanga's reply was chilling. Her consciousness would be erased forever. In other
words, death. But he declared he would purge this entity from her mind before she faded away. The mere thought of this battle, he admitted, made his blood boil with excitement. Tanga stepped towards the demon, noting that it seemed to have fully manifested its own consciousness within her. This meant only one thing. A fight was inevitable. The mummy-like creature glared at Tanga, its voice raspy. It may have been a simple awareness before, but now it could clearly sense that
Tanga had been hunting it all along. It knew Tanga had tracked it here, with no intention of letting it escape. Tanga scoffed, telling it to cut these.
Pointless chatter and fight. But the mummy roared, its voice filled with accusation, claiming Tanga must have sent Bowen after it. It thrust a hand forward, demanding to know where Bowen was. It hissed that if Tanga didn't answer, it would consume him whole. This threat only angered Tanga further. He warned the beast that if it kept spouting such nonsense, he would have no choice but to silence it. Instantly, the mummy's fist flew toward Tanga. Before he could react, a brutal knee strike crashed against his skull. The mummy planted its foot, then swung its arm for another crushing blow. It struck again, a clean hit to the face, and Tanga offered no resistance. As he fell backward, his head lolled back. The damage was horrific. Part of his face had caved in from the impact. Suddenly, the mummy froze. Its instincts screamed danger. It looked toward Tanga, a primal fear seizing its core. It had to get away from him, now. It leaped back, whirling around to stare in disbelief. How could this man possess such terrifying power? The mummy could only watch in horror, as Tanga's
shattered face was engulfed in an ethereal flame, regenerating before its very eyes. Tanga fixed the demon with a cold, hard stare. In moments, his face was perfectly restored.
"You shouldn't have hit me in the face," he said calmly, before unleashing a torrent of insults. This guy's a complete psycho, the mummy thought frantically. It couldn't comprehend why Tanga's very presence radiated such an overwhelming sense of menace. Tanga's eyes now glowed a piercing yellow. "I should have known an S-rank would have this much power." Tanga conceded. "You actually managed to hurt me. His attacks are strong," he thought. "But now, it's my turn." The mummy, however, just laughed. "You're strong, but you forget. This is my subconscious." Tanga glanced down and saw a massive shadow engulfing him. He looked up to see a colossal mummy towering over him. It snatched him in its grasp, squeezing tight. "A clone," the mummy explained, "born from my desire for revenge." It boasted that this clone was invincible, and that Tanga would never break free from its grip. The mummy admitted its own consciousness wasn't strong enough to harm Tanga directly. But then it spread its arms wide, declaring it could do more than that. It could create countless copies of itself. All around them, the outlines of new bodies began to form, solidifying into an army of identical mummies. The original stood before its legion, proclaiming that while they weren't as fast, they were every bit as powerful as it was. It stared down at the captured Tanga. "A single blow from one of my copies is enough to pulverize you into dust." With that command, the clones charged. Tanga was their target. The mummy watched, a triumphant look on its face. "You came to the wrong place," it sneered, its voice dripping with absolute certainty. They knew they couldn't win. Suddenly, a startled look flashed across Tanga's face. Reflected in his wide eyes was a terrifying vision. An army of clones was rushing toward them. They were almost upon him. Suddenly, a brilliant blue aura erupted around Tanga. "I'm surprised," he said calmly. "You have quite the army. But it's so old-fashioned and lame." He glared with disdain. Then, within that maelstrom of blue light, Tanga began to shatter the mummy's grip. He broke free, landing gracefully on the ground with a smirk. A blinding light poured from his eyes and mouth. In the next instant, A massive explosion rocked the mindscape. The mummy shielded itself, realizing with dread that this must be Tanga's true spiritual form. He was now a being of pure blue energy, power radiating from his entire body, towering over the horde of mummies. A colossal figure revealed his deception. He had only pretended to be weak, hoping Tanga would unleash some perfect technique. He confessed he even let their futile attacks land, only to realize they were just clones. Tanga glanced away, thoroughly unimpressed. This totally sucks. He had hoped for a good fight, but this was a one-sided slaughter. The mummy stared in terror, screaming for its clones to fall back. Tanga watched as the clones scrambled back to their creator. A single, dark shadow rose where they gathered. Tanga raised his hand and unleashed an incinerating blast. His very body became an inferno, incinerating everything in his path. The mummy watched in disbelief as its army turned to ash. They were utterly destroyed. With a desperate roar, the mummy charged towards Tanga, who simply lay on the ground and struck a casual pose. "You think a pathetic clone like you can kill me?" Tanga scoffed. "You dare call yourself invincible when you're this weak? Allow me to teach you a lesson." He raised a single hand towards the clone, as if to give it a simple flick. In the next instant, the mummy's head flew clean from its shoulders. Tanga smirked. "Now this is what it means to be invincible." He watched contemptuously as the body crumpled to dust. Tanga then strode towards the remains of his enemy. A thought crossed his mind as he began to ponder. His own consciousness was returning. This power felt overwhelmingly strong. That vow the mummy mentioned, it had to be connected to his true enemy. What kind of twisted life could lead to such a miserable fate? At that moment, Zio's eyes fluttered open. She looked down at her body, relieved to find it was okay. Tanga turned to her immediately. "Imagine a vessel," he commanded. Something that concealed the mummy inside Zio stared back, completely lost. I don't understand what you're talking about." "This is your consciousness," Tanga explained. "So only you can create something here. You must forge a vessel to contain that monster. It can be anything," he urged, his form starting to flicker. "But hurry, I have very little time left. I'm starting to burn out." Zio panicked, flailing her arms. "I don't know what to do," she cried. "Should I create a bag, or seal it in a necklace, or a ring maybe?" Tanga roared in frustration, his body nearly transparent now. "I didn't ask you what accessories to buy." Zio's face suddenly hardened with resolve. "I understand," she declared. Tanga, on the verge of fading completely, turned to see her creation, and was utterly disappointed by what he saw. A giant lipstick. The mummy was sealed perfectly inside, unable to move a muscle. Will this stop him? Zio wondered, just as her consciousness faded from that place. The mummy, its mask now crumbled away to reveal a bare skull, could only watch as she disappeared. And then, the scene shifts. "We are transported to a new place," a voice whispers. "I'm so cold." Outside, a freezing rain pours down from a dark sky. "My body feels so heavy," the voice groans, "and there's a sharp pain." He looks down and sees blood, but doesn't know whose it is. A chilling laugh echoes nearby. He follows the sound and sees a man with long hair. "Who are you?" he asks. The figure turns, a twisted smile on his face. "My apologies," he rasps. "It is I, Suo." The man had no eyes, only horrific scars where they should be. And with that nightmare fresh in her mind, Zio awakens, staring directly into Tanga's face. He was right there. Next to her, Zio shrieked, covering her blushing face with her hands. "What do you think you're doing to me?" Tanga looked at her blankly. "You were unconscious and muttering. I was just getting closer to check for any remaining demonic energy." "Even if that's true, get off of me," she screamed. "All this time." Tanga had been hovering right over her as she lay on the bed. Tanga finally stood up. "I've sealed the demon inside you, so you don't have to worry. You'll be fine," he said, before telling her to get some rest. Zio looked at him, confused. "Why are you still wearing that, and what in the world happened to me in the first place?" To put it simply, Tanga began. "A demon escaped, and I chased it. It found you and somehow merged with your body. It used your body to cause a disturbance, and we were taken to the ghost company headquarters. But since you're not an ordinary person, and not quite a demon, they sent you to me." He looked her straight in the eye. "Until we find a way to get rid of that demon, you will live with me." Zio erupted. She was both angry and mortified. "You're holding me captive. I can't just stay in a stranger's house. Especially a man's house," she added. "How do I even know you're telling the truth?" Her mind flashed back to the bathroom. You were going to kiss me. Your face was so close to mine. You wanted to kiss me." Tanga just stood there, completely bewildered. "What is a kiss?" he asked, genuinely confused. Another voice explained that Zia was talking about a kiss on the lips between a man and a woman, a way to show their love for each other. Tanga turned to the little girl who had explained. And how do you know that? She covered her eyes with her hands. I saw it. While watching TV, Tanga scolded her. You're still too young for such strange things. Zia watched with a deadpan expression, before her anger flared again. Stop playing dumb. But Tanga truly had no idea what she was talking about. If you put your lips on someone else's lips, he reasoned, you'll get their saliva in your mouth. That's disgusting. The little demon nearby held her head in her hands. Zio stared suspiciously at Tanga, who stared right back. He wasn't lying, which could only mean he was what some people might call a complete idiot. Tanga sighed, tired of the conversation. You can sleep here, he said, about to offer some wisdom from his master. But Zio interrupted him. And what if I just leave? She challenged. Tanga's face grew serious. A man should never lay a hand on a woman. If you want to leave this place, he continued, I will not stop you. He then looked directly at Zio and said, but if you leave, you should know that the thing we chained up inside you could appear at any moment. Zio stood frozen, listening in shocked silence to every word. He was her only guarantee of safety. Tanga's warning was stern, telling her not to wander off, because this place was crawling with demons.
Tanga declared it wasn't his problem if she was afraid of them. That night, Z stared at the ceiling, utterly lost in thought. What else could she do?
She had nowhere to go, and he had saved her life. Z admitted to herself that Tanga didn't seem like a serious person, but she knew for a fact he was a good man.
A strange thought crossed her mind as she turned over. Why was it so much easier to sleep here than at her own relative's house, and with that, she drifted off.
But in the dead of night, something stirred beneath her blanket. It slithered closer, and a huge black stinger emerged, aimed directly at Z. Z's eyes snapped open. Morning had already broken. She looked down, her mind reeling. Was yesterday even real? She truly had to stay with him now. But what could she do about the entity sealed inside her body? As Z turned to the side, her eyes widened in absolute shock. A scream ripped through the entire building. Tanga and the demon rushed in, covering their ears, completely clueless as to what was happening. Why was she shouting so early? But when they saw her, they were stunned into silence. Z was simply leaning against the window, looking out at the incredible view. I didn't notice this last night, she murmured, mesmerized. She was standing in a place known as the King of Buildings, located in the northern city district. Z held her face in disbelief, whispering that this had to be a dream, frozen like an inanimate rock. This architectural marvel was located in Luzon City, covering over 30,000 square meters, with a total building area exceeding 150,000 square meters. It consisted of 4 ultra-luxury residential towers, the tallest in the country. The top floor was the 121st, reaching a height of over 600 meters. With a unit cost of $250,000 per square meter, it had shattered every record in the nation and was known as number 1. Even the cheapest apartments on the higher floors sold for 6-figure prices. Tanga just watched her, his face a mask of stone. Are you some kind of Agent Z? Asked. He shot her a deadpan look. After everything they went through yesterday, this was the only thing that shocked her. As Z turned, Tanga spoke again. I thought you were screaming because of what's behind you. The demon, standing nearby, chimed in. There is something behind her. Z spun around to face them as a long, sharp tail poked out from under her tank top. She saw it and froze in shock. Tanga glanced at the demon. Looks cool, he commented. Z stared at the menacing stinger, utterly confused. Why was this thing growing out of her backside? Tanga paused. And then the stinger shot towards him like a missile. He dodged with nimble grace as the deadly tip flew past, but it whipped around, lunging for him again. Tanga evaded deftly, leaping into the air as he continued to dodge its assault. He landed softly, and then sprinted towards Z. The demon cried out, Tanga! But he didn't stop. The stinger was right on his heels. He reached her, ducked low, and the weapon nearly pierced Z's head. The stinger halted just inches from her eyes. Tanga observed this all with a smirk. Interesting. A moment later, that same stinger effortlessly sliced through a soda can. As it clattered to the floor, Z realized she could control it. Tanga's eyes lit up. That's amazing. Now I want one for myself, he declared. Z could only shout in disbelief at his excitement. Why are you so happy? Why do I have this tail? Didn't you seal that monster? She demanded. Tanga coolly sized up the situation and ordered the demon, attack her. He truly wanted to test its power. The demon warned Tanga that it could be dangerous, But Tanga just smiled and told the demon to go all out. The demon agreed. Its eyes began to glow, and its hair started to writhe with energy. Z sensed something was wrong. As the demon apologized, "Forgive me." In an instant, its hair rushed towards Z like 1,000 vipers. As the attack closed in, she hesitated, and her tail moved on its own. It deflected every single attack with blinding speed. Z stood perfectly still, completely unharmed. The demon was shocked that her tail had so easily neutralized its power. "That's enough," Tanga commanded. The tail was even stronger than he'd expected. He turned and began walking towards her. He approached Z, explaining that the tail's power was comparable to a B-ranked demon's. "It's not under your control, but it will protect you. In battle. If it senses you're in danger..." Tanga smiled. "It likely attacked me because you were startled. The tail thought you were in danger, so it attacked the strongest one nearby, without warning." Tanga clapped loudly in front of Z, and the tail instantly reacted. "Just watch," he said calmly. He effortlessly caught the stinger as it shot towards his head. Z stood frozen, listening carefully to what he was saying. "Unbelievable," he muttered. "Even after sealing the demon's consciousness, you can still use its abilities." Z's fear turned to rage. "But it's so ugly. People will think I'm a monster in this form." Tanga stepped closer. "You seriously think your tail is ugly?" "Yes," she insisted. Tanga seemed to ponder this. "I don't understand you at all," he said. "In my eyes, that tail is simply amazing." Then he added, "Last time, you had a horn that you could hide." He looked at Z intently. "Concentrate and try to retract your tail." Z was skeptical. "Will that even work?" she asked, but then conceded. "Trying is better than nothing." With that, Z closed her eyes, silently willing her tail to get smaller. Suddenly, she noticed something, and her eyes shot open. Her tail. It had shrunk quite a bit. "It worked," she gasped. Tanga gave her a nod of congratulations. "Now, I need to get to work. You should be smart and stay here," he said, turning to leave. "I've never seen a case like this before. A human and a demon merged together."
All they could do now was watch and see what happened to Z. "Wait, don't leave," Z cried out. Tanga turned back, a little annoyed.
"I have to work," he stated. "Besides, I have no idea how to extract that demon from you." Z smiled, a new resolve in her eyes. "Then I want to work for the ghost company, too." He stared at her with a straight face. "So you just want to die?" Z exploded in anger and frustration, shouting, "Don't you dare underestimate me." But a sudden ping to Tankai's phone shattered the moment. A faint smile crossed his face as he pulled it out, saying he had to cut their talk short for work. But as he glanced at the screen, his expression darkened. It was a message from Lun. The company had decided to temporarily suspend all of his active missions. Lun's orders were clear: just keep an eye on the girl and await further instructions. Tankai stood frozen, the disappointment hitting him hard. The demon spirit asked if he was all right. Staring blankly ahead, Tankai muttered that he was now officially unemployed, showing her the message. Just then, Zio stepped forward. "Perhaps I can help you with that," she offered. But Tankai, consumed by frustration, turned on her. "Just stop." "Don't you get it?" he snapped. "You only make this entire situation worse." He laid the blame squarely on her. "It's because of you that I lost my job." Zio stood her ground, calmly explaining the situation. "Your current mission is to watch over me, to make sure nothing happens. That's why they've suspended your other duties." She pointed out a crucial detail. "You can't take official company missions, but that doesn't stop us from taking on private jobs." Her words cut through his anger, and a slow smile spread across his face. She was right. He then asked what she meant by "we." Zio laid out her plan. She would be in charge of finding clients, but they would battle the demons together. They'd also split the profits. Tankai gets 70%, and she gets 30%. Zio was officially offering Tankai a job. She extended her hand formally. "I'm Zio." He took it, introducing himself as well. Then added a sharp warning. "Look forward to you not creating any unnecessary problems." Zio was taken aback by his bluntness. Tankai then turned and started walking away. "For most people, hunting demons is a life or death struggle." He paused, his voice turning serious. "Don't think that just because you have some talent, you're competent enough for the ghost company." Zio watched him in surprise, listening intently. "This world," he continued, "is 1,000 times more terrifying than you could ever imagine. But to you, it's all just a game." He turned back with a smirk. "Let me remind you, I'm not the best demon."
Catch her in this city for nothing. Zio stood there, stunned. Was this entire speech just his way of showing off in front of her?
He leaned in, a glint in his eye. "For people like us, just sitting around waiting for orders is boring to death. He straightened up. So, if you really have the skills to handle this work, then fine, I'll cooperate with you. Zio's face broke into a triumphant smile. It's a deal. With that, the scene shifts to a foggy, desolate place. A sign warns that this is a restricted area on the outskirts of the city, a place no one should enter. But a group of children
were already deep inside the woods. One of them taunted another. "What's wrong? Are you a coward?" the other boy shot back. "I brought you here because we're friends."
If you're so scared, you can just go home after that challenge. The terrified kid reluctantly agreed to stay. Soon, they arrived at a derelict building.
"This is our secret base," the leader declared. As they approached a large, imposing door, the boy in the red cap flinched. The boy in the orange shirt stepped up to explain the rules.
When I close my eyes, he began. You all hide, then red cap. You count to 100 and find us. If you can't find us, then you can't be a member of our group. The boy nervously agreed to the rules and began counting to 100. When he opened his eyes, he stood alone before the door and cautiously stepped inside, hidden behind a nearby tree. The other boys watched him go. As soon as he was gone, they emerged, laughing. What a total loser. Another jeered. He'll probably wet his pants when he finds out we abandoned him. But the boy with glasses looked worried. Are you sure it's okay to just leave him here alone? The boy in orange scoffed. Don't be such a baby. There's only one road back to the city from here. He'll figure it out. The concerned boy pushed back. But his father is part of the consortium of 4 great firms. If something goes wrong, we could be in serious trouble. The leader in orange snapped back. You've talked way too much today, another boy chimed in. It's just a little prank. Nothing bad is going to happen. The leader finally revealed his motive. His father's company fired my dad. And then he has the nerve to ask to be my friend. He scoffed at the idea. That's never going to happen. Then he joked. He's probably going to pee himself in fear. And the other boy laughed. Even if he does, he'd never admit it happened. Meanwhile, the boy in red crept through the building, the floorboards groaning under his feet. He moved forward, his only light coming from his phone's flashlight. He began to reason with himself. He'd already checked the entire first floor. They must be hiding on the second floor. He couldn't help but think how terrifying this house was. How could anyone use this place as a secret base? Looking around nervously, he prayed that nothing would jump out and scare him. He knew if he wet his pants, they'd tell the entire class. Suddenly, he froze and looked up. He spotted someone. In the distance, a dark silhouette stood watching him. But as he looked closer, a chill ran down his spine. That silhouette didn't look like any of his friends. He stared in shock. It was a little girl. Why are you just standing there? He called out. He watched the silhouette. And then the girl dashed towards him in an instant. She was like a shadow with glowing green eyes. She flew right up to the boy, and he stared up at her, paralyzed with fear. As she loomed over him, a horrifying whisper echoed in the hall. Get out of here. Now. The boy let out a blood-curdling scream and immediately ran, down the corridor, trying to get away from the ghostly girl. He risked a glance back and was shocked to see she had vanished. He began to cry from sheer terror, but the girl's voice suddenly whispered right beside him. Play with me. Before she appeared directly in his path, repeating her terrifying invitation. The scene then cuts. We see a man flicking his fingers, shooting a blast of purple flame at an enemy. But it's not a real battle. It's just a video game Tonkai is playing. He sighed, complaining about being stuck in front of the monitor all day. He called over to Zio, asking if she was finished yet. Zio was busy at her own computer. Tapping away at the keyboard, she announced that everything was ready. Just then, the doorbell rang. Zio glanced back at Tonkai, annoyed that he didn't even acknowledge the sound. She thought to herself that he was acting as if he really lived here, and not her. Zio went to open the door. She looked out and saw a peculiar girl wearing a Pokemon shirt, with hairpins shaped like little eyeballs. She was about to speak when the girl cut her off, explaining she'd brought Zio's things and that her bike was at the auto repair shop. Zio was stunned. Wait, you're that 5-year-old? The girl placed a hand on her chest and nodded with a smile. That's me. She bowed slightly. Forgive me for not introducing myself properly before. She pointed to herself and said, My name is Demon Yaten, but you can just call me Ya. Zio's world tilted on its axis. She stared in utter shock, her mind screaming that this was impossible. This couldn't be real. That giant demon, now a little girl. Yo was absolutely overjoyed. She cheered, excited she could now spend so much more time with Z. But inside Z's head, everything was spinning. This had to be a dream. She couldn't possibly be a child. Her eyes fluttered open as she glanced down at her own chest. Nope. Definitely not a 5-year-old. The girl explained she was wearing human skin, a phrase that sent a shiver down Z's spine. That sounds incredibly creepy, she admitted, sitting on the sofa with Ya while Tanka was lost in his game. It's not as bad as it looks. Ya insisted, explaining she would never wear real skin. She presented a small black sphere she called a spirit bag. When she presses it, it projects a form around her body, making her appear human. Then came the twist. Ya revealed that Tanka was the one who chose this specific look for her. Z stared in disbelief. Tanka picked out this image for her. With a look of pure exhaustion, she hurled her shoes right at him. Z's voice erupted, screaming that Tanka was completely out of line. She couldn't understand how he could possibly give a 5-year-old girl such an outrageous outfit, calling him insane. Tanka simply turned to face her, stating that Z was the one being far too rude. Even in her own home, her rage was a storm he couldn't escape. With every strike and furious shout, Z's accusation echoed through the room. She pointed her finger, a blade of judgment, right at his face, declaring that Tanka was too cowardly to even utter a word. A pervert, that's what you are. Z's voice cut through the air, sharp as frost, reminding him that Ya was only 5. He was the one who had planted that thought in a child too young to understand it. Seo stepped forward and backed Tanka against the wall, her tone dropping to something quiet and dangerous as she asked whether he even realized how wrong his behavior was. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Tanka rose to his feet. He asked her what was wrong. Ya retorted, "You once told me that men only like girls with a certain appeal." Realization dawned on Tanka's face. "Ah," he said, finally understanding. "So you're just desperate for attention." Besides, this spirit bag was an incredibly rare treasure. He couldn't fathom what made these 2 simple pieces of hanging leather so appealing. Z's gaze shifted towards Tanka, and she thought he was a complete fool. Xiao glanced at Tanka, wondering if he was genuinely that dense, or if it was all just an act. Looking forward, she warned Ya that the world wasn't as gentle as she imagined. Xiao's gaze sharpened, telling the girl that while boys would be drawn to her, she could never let them get too close. Ya met her eyes, admitting she understood the warning perfectly. If she were human, she confessed, her appearance would be a fatal flaw, a crippling disadvantage. With her head bowed, she revealed her truth: she was a demon. What humans tried to do to her meant nothing. All that mattered was that people liked her. Xiao watched Ya's hollow confession, knowing it was a lie Ya herself admitted, because if they ever saw her true form, they would recoil from the disgusting monster she really was. At that moment, Xiao gently cupped her face, telling her she was a sweet, kind girl, with a warm smile. She said that even demons like her deserved to be treated with kindness. Those words shattered Ya's defenses, and she began to weep. As Xiao stepped back, she wondered if maybe she had gone too far. She quickly clarified she wasn't scolding her at all, and even apologized. Ya sat up, wiping away her tears as a realization dawned in her eyes. She told Xiao she was just like Tanka, that they were both truly kind people, because they had both said the exact same thing to her. Xiao was stunned, while Tanka listened on. The scene shifts to a sprawling mansion. A frantic caretaker reports a startling discovery. 3 children found alongside the young master. In the shadows, 2 figures confer. One stares out the window, his voice low and commanding. "Report," he orders. The agent confirms they've swept the old estate, but the young master has vanished. His phone's GPS, however, insists he's still within these very walls. Even thermal imaging reveals nothing. Not so much as a mouse. It seems their target is constantly on the move, a ghost in his own home. The man at the window voices a chilling theory. Perhaps this is the work of demons. He gives a direct order. Contact the company. The other is stunned by this command. Post a massive bounty, the order continues, and hire the best demon catcher there is. The father's face contorts with anguish. Just bring my son back to me. Meanwhile, Z finds Tanka, a bored expression on her face. I was scrolling through paranormal forums online. So many people are posting about their encounters, she says. These mystical incidents are ruining their lives. Some of these tales are more horrifying than any novel. Z looks at Tanka, her gaze intense. These are the people who need us. He listens, sizing up her proposal. Tanka cuts to the chase. So, have you found us a job or not? I've shortlisted the most believable cases, Z replies. It's getting late, though I'll vet them first thing in the morning. A flicker of annoyance crosses Tanka's face. I'll go insane at this rate. Stuck at home with nothing to do, he reminds her. I only agreed to this because you promised to find us work. I'm not a patient man, he warns. If you don't have a solid lead by tomorrow, then there's no reason for me to stick around. I still don't get why you're so set on hunting demons with me. So insistent on joining this ghost company. Z meets his gaze, her expression serious.
In my current state, I can't work a normal job, she explains. And you can't just stay home and babysit me forever. This way, I have a chance to earn while you're out catching demons. She frames it as a perfect partnership, beneficial to them both.
But Z's true thoughts were simpler. This company clearly paid well. Judging by their headquarters, she knew Tonka was incredibly strong. If she partnered with him, her financial future would be secure. Tonka breaks her train of thought. Hunting demons isn't safe, he states bluntly. Are you willing to risk everything for a few paychecks? Z doesn't hesitate. That's right. Her eyes burn with determination. No matter what happens, I need that money. Tonka sighs, a resigned look on his face. My master was right about you. His master always said that city girls would do anything for a price. Z bristles at the insult, grumbling under her breath. Fine, if there's no job tomorrow, you can stay put for all I care. She declares that neither of them can afford to back down now. Tonka turns his back. I'm going to bed. I expect good news in the morning. Z watches him leave, convinced her plan will succeed. Later, a cat prowls along the balcony railing. As Z gets ready for bed, her resolve hardens. I have to find a client tomorrow. This, she thinks, might be the very chance the heavens have given her. Had given her a precious memory that had to be reclaimed. Z glanced at the photo on the nightstand, her family smiling back. A silent vow formed in her heart she would see them again. As Z's mother finished dressing, she prayed she'd find a client today. But as she reached for the door, it swung open to reveal Tonka, smiling and waiting for her. He let out a playful whistle, surprised to have business this early in the morning. Z stared in disbelief as Tonka announced their clients were already waiting downstairs. They made their way down to find two men in spectacles. Tonka walked forward with a smirk, sensing they were in for a wild ride. But as he did, Z sensed a dark aura coming from the two men. They opened a car door, stating their boss wished to meet them at his private residence. A cold fear gripped Z's heart. This felt like a one-way trip to their graves. Soon, the car sped off toward the boss's estate. Z and Tonka sat in silence, facing the two men. After a tense stare-down, Tonka leaned in and whispered, Can you feel it? They're demons. Z's eyes widened. She confessed she'd seen two ghostly figures behind them earlier, but thought her mind was playing tricks. Tonka explained his special vision allows him to see demons by the color of their energy. He realized Z was able to see their true forms without any special technique. Interesting, Tonka mused. That demon inside you will certainly help you get into the ghost company. They soon arrived, standing before a set of massive doors. Wow, these gates are huge. Tonka joked, You think a dinosaur lives here? He then turned serious, revealing he'd scanned the entire area with his power. He told her every soul inside was at least A rank. This is overkill, he muttered. Just to bring us in? Tonka then looked at their escorts and asked with a grin. So, when were you planning to make your move at his words? The men's forms began to shift right there on the street. Tonka was stunned. What in the world are you doing? He asked. The men stripped off their clothes and glasses as their eyes began to glow an eerie green. They apologized, explaining their clothes were far too expensive to ruin. They stood before them in their underwear, their bodies covered in scars. Let there be no misunderstandings, one said, his voice deepening. We will explain everything. You've just entered a private area. The other finished his thought, which means we can attack you without breaking any laws. Z stood frozen, utterly, confused by the turn of events. What are they talking about, she asked Tonka. He explained that. Legally registered demons are forbidden from attacking humans, except in extreme cases. Tonka smiled. Looks like they found a clever loophole. In the system, the demons revealed it was their boss's idea. If you can force us to admit defeat within 5 minutes, one declared. Then you may see him. They then glanced at the girl. It's best if you stand back, in an instant. Their hands sharpened into deadly claws, and a wicked green aura exploded around them. As Z scrambled away, the demons transformed into massive, terrifying beasts with flowing manes and fearsome eyes. Tonka, however, just watched with an amused smile. The two beasts charged, and he effortlessly dodged an attack that shattered the ground beneath him. Not bad, he commented. You're pretty fast. The demon lunged again, leaping high into the air. Suddenly, Tonka was caught between the two monsters as they closed in for a pincer attack. Z watched in horror from the sidelines. Seeing the trap, about to spring. Tonka, look out, she screamed. But he remained perfectly still, a calm smile on his face as the beasts drew closer. I thought I could handle you with just my legs, Tanga said softly, but I may have underestimated you. He slowly pulled one hand from his pocket. In that instant, a blinding flash of light erupted. A shockwave tore through the air, sending rocks and debris flying. The force of their clash was so immense that Z was knocked off her feet. She looked up, trying to comprehend the chaos in the air. As Tanga fought back, Zwa was completely stunned. She had no idea what was happening, only that a battle of gods was taking place above her. All she could see was a blur of red light. Crisscrossing the sky, Tanga was effortlessly fighting both demons at once. I'm getting tired of this, he declared. With lightning speed, he grabbed one by its mane, the other by its head, and smashed them together with brutal force. Time for you two to cool off. The demons were dazed. Z could only watch in shock as a battered monster crashed to the ground right beside her. Then another. She turned just in time to hear a massive explosion as something else slammed into the earth behind her. A pillar of smoke and light rose into the air. It was Tanga, pinning the demon to the ground. Tanga sat calmly on the beast's chest. So, he asked, do you admit defeat? The demon clenched its fist, growling. We Quicksilver Wolves will never surrender while victory is still possible. It let out a roar, vowing to continue the battle. Tanga sighed. You're a brave one. I guess I'll have to get serious. As Tanga began to power up his strike, the demons froze. A primal fear washed over the Quicksilver Wolves. Goosebumps erupted on their skin. This one, simple strike radiated enough power to level an entire city, to turn everything to ruin. Before Tanga could move, the Quicksilver Wolf screamed, I admit defeat. Instantly, the demon transformed into a cute, trembling kitten at Tanga's feet. Z was speechless. Not even 5 seconds had passed since the fight began. This bloodthirsty monster was now wagging its tail like a harmless pet. Z couldn't comprehend what she had just witnessed. She glanced at the other wolf, still half buried in the ground, also wagging its tail. He confessed that if his friend surrendered, then so would he. The wolves explained they'd heard tales of his incredible power. They were willing to risk their lives just to last more than 5 minutes against him. If they had succeeded, their race would have been showered with honor and respect. But they were naive fools. They hadn't even lasted 5 seconds. With no choice left, they knelt, stripped of their pride, begging for forgiveness for their reckless actions. Z was taken aback, turning away from the humiliating sight. She then ordered them to at least cover themselves with their underpants. The doors finally swung open, revealing the path forward. Tanga casually remarked that he'd grown bored after just a few exchanges, having already gauged their pitiful strength. Z could only stare in disbelief. Tanga continued, explaining the fight held no challenge for him. He then approached Z, asking her how many strikes she managed to see. She stared back at him, answering truthfully. 1 punch, she said. But Tanga corrected her. He'd actually struck twice. The defeated demon turned to his comrade, asking if he felt something odd. He confirmed he was hit. Yet it felt like he wasn't hit at all. It was as if an invisible wall had materialized to protect their opponent. The demon stared at Tanga, realizing the impossible truth. His comrade admitted he thought he'd imagined it. Even Tanga's clothes were perfectly untouched. The demon lowered his head in awe, whispering that if the rumors were true, then this kid was no mere fighter, but a monster shrouded in mystery. As they walked, Z listened intently to Tanga's every word. She finally had to ask how he achieved such immense power at his young age. Was it your master, she pressed? Did he teach you these unbelievable techniques? Suddenly, the grass rustled, and a bizarre, one-eyed creature of pure blackness crawled onto a nearby rock. Later, as they walked together, Z told Tanga she had a confession to make. Go on, he said. Z flashed a mischievous smile. I never actually found this client, she admitted. Tanga's expression darkened. Then where? He demanded, his voice low. Did this employer come from? Z met his gaze, admitting she had no idea. But she quickly reminded him he had already promised to cooperate if a job came up today. She added that they had no other options. Soon, our heroes arrived at their destination. A voice announced their arrival. The guests are here. They entered an office to find 2 men. One stood with his back to them, while the other watched their every move with intense eyes. Tanga's gaze fell upon a masked man holding a black katana. So you're the one who defeated those demons? The man sneered. He claimed his sword was thirsty, and it longed for a taste of Tanga's blood. Can you hear it? He asked with mock sincerity. Tanga and Z just stared back, thinking this entire display was utterly ridiculous. Tanga, however, played along, looking at the man with feigned surprise. Your sword can really talk. He then leaned in closer to the blade. Say something else, he urged, putting an ear to the steel. Z watched him. as if he were the biggest fool on earth. She cursed him internally. It was painfully obvious this man was just trying to provoke a fight. The masked man boasted that the 2 scars on the Quicksilver wolves were his handiwork. He bragged about defeating them in a mere 2 seconds. A flashback showed him standing victorious over the 2 fallen demons. Just then, a fly buzzed near his head. He drew his katana in a flash. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, slicing the tiny insect into countless pieces. He turned to Tanga with a smirk. "I'm curious," he said, "which is faster, your fist or my blade?" In the next moment, the katana blurred, striking Tanga, who stood perfectly still, his face an unreadable mask. The man charged forward. Flying fish. Dawn, he roared, unleashing a barrage of strikes. But Tanga was gone. He had vanished, only to reappear crashing through the window behind him. He tumbled onto the street below, a cloud of dust rising around him. The swordsman, frozen in place, couldn't comprehend what just happened. Tanga hadn't even seemed to move when he launched his ultimate attack. The man muttered that Tanga was completely unarmed, and then the impact hit him. Tanga began walking slowly, and towards the man crumpled on the floor. The swordsman looked up in shock to see Tanga, his fist clenched, with Z standing calmly by his side. "I despise rude people like you," Tanga stated coldly. "You attacked me without any reason." Just then, the employer began to clap. "Truly," he declared, "you live up to the name of the #1 ghost company." He walked towards the shattered window, still applauding. "To defeat my strongest bodyguard in a single instant, the job is yours." Z stood by, horrified but listening as the employer explained the situation. "My son," he began, "has gone missing in the old mansion." He explained that the ghost company had already sent investigators last night, but they found nothing. "But I know," the man insisted, "I'm absolutely certain my child is still in there." He stood before them, his voice trembling. "If this is a demon's doing, something even the ghost company
couldn't handle, then it must be an incredibly powerful entity." The man broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. "Please," he begged Tanga, "help me find my son." He clasped his hands together, desperate. Money is no object. Tanga's lips curled into a slight smile. An incredibly strong demon. This was getting interesting. Z's eyes sparkled with pure joy at the thought of the reward. For this man, money truly wasn't a problem. Both of them were more than satisfied with this new mission. Tanga stepped forward. "I accept your offer." Z stood proudly beside him. "We will find your son," she declared with confidence. Suddenly, the man tensed, looking past them. Z turned, her eyes widening at the sight of a dark silhouette. As she looked up, her face filled with shock. We then see a boy who had wandered into his father's old property all alone. A monstrous demon loomed over him, its shadow completely enveloping the child. The boy's eyes were utterly blank, devoid of all hope. Back in the present, the boy lay on a bed as his father cried out, "What's happened to my precious son?" The reality was devastating. He's become a vegetable. The father wept, clutching his son. Tanga observed the boy's terrified expression. His curiosity piqued. What could he have possibly seen, he wondered, to end up like this? The father pleaded for his son to wake up. Z looked closer and saw it his true self. His soul. A hideous green demon was hovering above him. It was clear his very spirit was trapped in unimaginable agony. Tanga let out a small, impressed smile. "Well now," he mused, "the mummy's eyes are just as sharp as my own." Z shot him a deadpan look. The father rushed to them. "Is he possessed?" he cried out. "You have to save him." Tanga's expression grew serious. "The boy's soul has been stolen," he explained. "If we don't retrieve it before midnight, he will die." The father collapsed, grabbing Tanga's leg. His mother died so long ago. He wept. "He's all I have left. I'll give you anything," the father screamed, his voice raw with grief. "Just please, help my son Z." And Tanga watched the heartbreaking scene. A moment of silence passing between them. Z's sharp eyes then focused on the boy. She stepped closer. "There's something in his right ear," she announced. Z pointed. "It looks like some kind of red object." The father and Tangkai stared at her, until Tangkai stepped in, motioning for Xiao to move back. He approached the child and instantly began weaving the spirit, dispelling seals. A moment later, a dark energy started seeping from the boy's ear. Suddenly, a blast erupted. Tangkai, ever vigilant, threw up a hand. He deflected the shot, which slammed into the floor, shattering the tiles. Turning, Tangkai noted that while the attack had been aimed at him, the creature still managed to escape. It was a small, one-eyed shadow,
scurrying away into the darkness. Shocked, Tang Kai didn't hesitate. He pursued the entity, leaping straight out, the window landing gracefully. Tang Kai smirked. This shadowy creature was fast. He was starting to enjoy this. The client's bodyguard could only watch, stunned, as Tang Kai darted back and forth, trying to corner the entity. The bodyguard drew his sword, settling into a stance. "This is my second chance," he declared, "to show you my true power." A brilliant circle of light erupted around him. Tang Kai paused, then darted to the side, letting the creature run straight into the golden field. The bodyguard's attack was instantaneous. With a flash of his blade, he sliced the entity into two perfect halves. He glanced at Tang Kai and laughed. "It seems my sword is faster than your techniques." Fury flashed in Tang Kai's eyes. The father and Xiao rushed toward them. "Did you capture it?" Xiao asked. "What even was that thing?" The bodyguard scoffed. "I only lost last time because I was careless. I challenge you again, Tang Kai." Tang Kai's eyes narrowed. That vibrant green spiritual energy. It seemed incredibly familiar. The bodyguard boasted. "Wasn't my move cool, the one I used to finish? That thing off." He continued. "No matter how small or agile the enemy, if it enters my kill radius, its death is absolute." Tang Kai then picked up the remains and frowned. "Why did your attack turn it into a black bean?" He examined it, a realization dawning. "This is the bean acolyte technique." Tang Kai pieced it together. This was a forbidden art, used by a branch of the secret Taoists. But there was a problem. They were supposedly wiped out ages ago. Elsewhere, inside a lavish building, a man sat reading. "One of the beans has been damaged," he murmured. "If they were skilled enough to force my bean acolyte to reveal itself, they must be from the Maoshan sect." The man, dressed in a sharp suit with blonde hair, closed his book. "It seems we'll be meeting very soon." Back with the group, the bodyguard touched his mask. "This face of mine is quite impressive. Don't you think only the truly
powerful can wear such a mask?" He explained, "I'm a freelancer. You must understand how dangerous it is for people like me to reveal our identity." He then declared, "But my sword? It has judged you worthy." He removed his mask, revealing a man with long, crimson hair and fiercely confident red eyes. "I am an independent saber warrior." As Tang Kai and Xiao began to leave, the father called out, "You must find the soul of my beloved son." The saber warrior looked at Tang Kai's back. "Hey, at least have the decency to look at me before you go." Xiao glanced at Tang Kai. "That narcissistic guy," he said. "He's on his own." "Is he a Taoist?" Tang Kai explained. "People like him awakened their spiritual energy naturally, on their own. They possess what you might call superpowers, just like in video games," Tang Kai added. "Everyone has a reserve of spiritual energy. If you stop causing trouble, I might share more information with you." Xiao's eyes lit up with joy. "I promise, I'll be on my best behavior." "Just tell me more." Tang Kai looked down, his expression grim. If this truly is the Fanyang sect's doing, if they're willing to stain their master's honor with such despicable acts, then they need to be taught a harsh lesson. Xiao and Tang Kai moved on, arriving at the eerie forest where the boys had been found. "Tang Kai," Xiao whispered, "why are we coming?" "Here at night, it's only 4 hours until dawn," Tang Kai replied. "Those skilled in hiding, like our target, are most exposed in the darkness." Our heroes approached a derelict building. Tang Kai pushed the door open. "The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can sleep in our own beds." Xiao looked around in disbelief, when suddenly, black bars seemed to cover her vision. A voice screamed in her mind, "Do not go inside." Xiao's eye transformed, taking on the slit pupil appearance of the mummy. It looked just like a cat's. She had no idea who spoke, standing frozen before the building as the phrase echoed again. "Do not go in there." Xiao clutched her head, assuming the demon inside her had awakened. Her vision blurred, and when she came to, the strange eye was gone. She didn't know where she was, but right in front of her was the urn where the mummy had been discovered. As Xiao walked toward it, she realized she was back inside her own subconscious. From a nearby trash can, a hand emerged. A dark silhouette began to pull itself out, and Xiao froze in terror. A desiccated corpse with gleaming copper nails embedded in its body crawled out. Xiao could only watch this nightmare unfold as the corpse stood beside the urn. As it emerged, its copper nails began to burn with an ominous green flame. Xiao was paralyzed, watching in shock. A corpse, with a completely black void where its face should be, pleaded with her.
"Don't go in there," it whispered. "I don't want to be locked up again." The creature repeated its plea, before collapsing to the ground. Xiao watched the whole horrifying scene. The withered corpse with the long hair sat crumpled on the ground. And then it began to shed tears, which streamed over its hands. Suddenly, a voice called Xiao's name. She stood in shock, not understanding why she herself was crying. Tang Kai
Approached her. "Why are you crying?" he asked gently. "If you're afraid to go inside, you don't have to." A tearful Xiao sat on the ground.
"No, it's not that," she sobbed. "I think I was in my subconscious. I saw a dried up body. It had become a faceless child."
Tang Kai stood and listened as Xiao explained everything. "I felt like he'd been trapped in that urn for so long. I could feel his fear, his pain, and
His loneliness. She looked up at him. "I don't know why, but I just felt like I had to cry." Xiao confessed. "Even now, I can't stop the tears." Tang Kai just looked at her, his expression unreadable. He couldn't understand the strange, uneasy feeling that gripped him, seeing Xiao in this state. He turned away. "It's most likely the residual memories of the mummy we sealed inside your body," Tang Kai explained. "Your souls have merged, so it's natural for its memories to surface." Xiao stood up, wiping her tears away. She looked toward Tang Kai. "Wait a minute," she said. He was forbidding me from entering that house." Tang Kai turned back, intrigued, around and asked Z what vision she saw in her subconscious. Z clenched her fists, admitting she wasn't sure if it was the mummy's influence, but a deep, unsettling dread washed over her, just standing on the doorstep. Tanga, however, turned with a confident smirk, wondering how the monster even knew to escape. He boasted that not only was his eyesight superior, but his senses were on an entirely different level. With a determined stride towards the house, he told Z not to worry. After all, he was going with her. Tanga instructed her to get behind him the instant she sensed any danger. Z gazed at his back, remembering all the things Tanga had said to her, how he'd saved her life, how he'd confessed his relief that she was alive. Looking at him now, a small smile touched her lips. She thought to herself, he might be a narcissistic, selfish, petty jerk, but his words somehow always made her feel safe. With a renewed spirit, she ran after Tanga, shouting for him. She called for him to wait, admitting her fear of the dark. Bursting through the door, she pleaded for him to slow down, her heart racing with fright. But Kanga didn't stop. He couldn't. A thirst for battle was practically radiating off him, and he was itching for a real fight. Suddenly, as Z stepped forward, the floor beneath her began to glow ominously. Z sensed immediate danger. It felt like they were being followed, and the very atmosphere of the place had shifted. She yelled for Tanga to come to her. Right now, Tanga turned, confused by her sudden panic. Z looked down at her leg and confirmed her suspicion. "It's just as I thought," she murmured as Tanga approached. Together, they realized they were standing on an island, floating in an endless, dark void. Z was in shock, screaming that they were suspended in midair. In disbelief, she stammered that only moments ago they were on solid ground, entering an abandoned building. Tanga surveyed their impossible situation, agreeing it was impossible to be teleported into the sky so quickly. A grin then spread across his face. They must be trapped in another dimension. With that realization, Z watched as Tanga brought his hands together, clapping them with a resounding boom. "What are you doing?" Z asked, as crackling blue lightning began to coil around his form. Tanga activated the borrowed thunder rune suppression. Standing before Zio, he declared his intent to shatter this entire dimension with his own power. He then charged 3 crimson orbs with lightning and unleashed them into the sky. The triple glacial bolts of euphoria shot upwards. Our heroes leaped back from the blast wave. Tanga and Zio watched as the powerful attack soared into the void and simply vanished without a trace. Tanga stood in stunned silence. Zio stated the obvious. It didn't work. Tanga was taken aback for a moment, before his surprise twisted into pure rage, his eyes glowing with intimidation. Z looked at him, unfazed, and guessed that his pride had taken a direct hit. It was strange, she mused, that his powerful attacks were completely nullified here. Zio then wondered aloud how their client's child could have possibly escaped this place alone. Tanga turned, his focus renewed. "We have to keep moving," he commanded. "That's the only way we'll find the spellcaster who created this dimension and learn how the boy escaped." They soon arrived at a colossal building and ventured inside. As Tanga walked ahead, he couldn't grasp what was happening. He couldn't sense any spiritual or demonic energy at all. Tanga figured this demon must be a true master of concealment. As Z followed, a grotesque hand began to claw its way through the floorboards right near her foot. Tanga asked Z if she felt anything strange on their way here. Z replied that she hadn't felt a thing. At that very moment, the hand was reaching for her ankle. Z realized with dread that if they couldn't find the caster, they would never be able to return. Suddenly, hands lined with sharp teeth swarmed around Zio, grabbing her. They seized her by the head and began to lick her face with grotesque tongues. Zio let out a piercing scream. In an instant, the hands retreated back into the floor. Tanga whipped around. "Why are you screaming so loud?" he demanded. Just then, a long, slender arm shot out right in front of him. It lunged for Tanga, but the man, with an unshaken expression, calmly caught the hand with his own. Tanga turned to inspect the creature's hand, which was drooling with its tongue hanging out. Startled by its repulsive nature, Tanga flung it away. "What the hell is that?" After that bizarre encounter, Tanga and Z stood before a grand staircase as a voice echoed from the darkness. "You're stronger than I thought." It rasped. "It's been a very long time since I've touched a girl, and she was absolutely delicious." Z desperately wiped her face in disgust, while Tanga glared into the shadows, ordering the creature to stop talking and show itself. In response, countless hands began to erupt from the very walls. Tanga was shocked as he and Z watched the horrifying spectacle unfold. A demon began to
pull itself from the wall, telling Tanga to leave the girl to him. "Do that," it hissed, "and maybe I'll spare you." Tanga lowered his head and simply told Zio to step aside.
Immediately, the demon's hands lunged towards him. Tanga noted grimly that the demonic energy radiating from this thing was 5 times stronger than the mummy.
That had possessed Z. The demon, a long, grotesque being, finally emerged fully. He had gold studs on his head, and some of his many hands had eyes embedded in their palms. Tanga looked at him.
With a chilling smile, "This trip wasn't a waste of time after all," he said. "I've finally found a worthy opponent." As Tanga stood before the demon, the creature remarked on his calmness, assuming the ghost company had sent him. Tanga stood his ground, cutting him off.
"Stop stalling. We're in a hurry," Tanga stated flatly. "So let's start this fight right now." The demon looked at Tanga, amused. No need for such
a fuss. It purred. The boss has finally allowed guests inside. It would be a pity if this ended too quickly. The demon then held out a hand, inviting them to play a game. Tanga's eyes narrowed. "You're a real talker," he growled, "and you're starting to piss me off," without warning. A hand began to emerge from Z's own face. More hands erupted from her skin, lunging to completely wrap around Tanga. They captured him in an instant, leaving him stunned. "Don't even try to use brute force," the demon taunted. "You see, wherever I touch something, my hands can grow from that place." The demon explained. He hesitated, knowing that destroying the bindings could harm her. The demon taunted him, saying she would bleed to death. Tanga rushed to Z's side, asking how she was. She stood, touching the grotesque hands sprouting from her cheek, and confirmed she felt no new sensations in her body. A flicker of thought crossed Tanga's face. The demon sneered, advising him to worry about himself first, as Tanga turned to face him. In that moment, the bindings began to crush him. Tighter and tighter Z watched in pure horror, utterly helpless. Tanga was trapped, screaming in agony. Z cried out his name, but the demon only laughed, admitting he had lied about the girl being in danger. "If I had that kind of power," it mocked, "I would have ended you all long ago. Humans are such emotional creatures." As its cruel laughter filled the air, the demon stalked toward Z. But let's not forget the important thing. It hissed. "The longer he's wrapped in my body, the greater the pressure becomes." The pain was so intense, it would soon silence his screams for good. Rage ignited within Z, her hand clenching into a fist. "Now then," the demon snarled, lunging toward her. "Let's deal with you." With a ferocious glare, Z sidestepped, grabbing the parasitic hands on her own face. She ripped them clean in two and tossed them aside. Her eyes locked onto the demon. The flesh where the hands had been began to smolder and burn. The demon stared back in utter shock, unable to understand. Her entire aura had changed in an instant, becoming something primal, monstrous. With a roar, Z charged the demon, aiming to strike. She unleashed a thunderous slap across its face. The impact echoed as Tanga was freed. The demon sent flying into the wall. It crashed with brutal force. Z walked over to the slumped Tanga and said, "I never thought something like that would make you pass out." She faced the darkness ahead, declaring, "While you're unconscious, I will protect you, using the demon power that rests within me." Z took a defensive stance. The demon glared back with pure malice, growling that she was finished and calling her trash. Suddenly, demonic hands erupted from the very walls. I'm quite curious, it mused, to see just how long you can hold out. The entire room was flooded with its grotesque hands. It was as if the chamber itself had become the demon. But Z's resolve had hardened. If I'm really joining the ghost company, she thought, there's no more hiding behind Tanga's back. She knew her body was different now. She could fight demons skillfully, but she could also sense that the monster in front of her possessed demonic energy 5 times stronger than her own. A one-on-one battle was impossible. Z knew she couldn't win.
All I can do, she resolved, is circle around and buy time until Tanga wakes up. Her eyes sharpened with grim confidence.
The demon unleashed its swarming hands. Z braced herself, her mind repeating a single mantra. I can do this. I will succeed. But as she prepared, she became wary. Her tail. Why hadn't it appeared? The shock of the realization hit her just as the hands closed in, forcing her to jump.
A sudden gust of wind sliced through the air, tearing the demonic hands to shreds. Z landed, stunned, not knowing where the attack had come from. A voice spoke from behind her. You were doing pretty well. It was Tanga, placing a hand on her shoulder as he stared down the demon.
But, he continued, it's not really my style to be protected by a girl. Z turned, her face beaming with relief that he was awake. Did you really think this weakling could knock me out? He chuckled. I was just pretending. Z grumbled back that he was a liar. Tanga smiled, seeing her determination to join the ghost company. Let's just consider it a small test, he said. He then questioned her about her tail, which should have appeared in a moment of danger. Z paused, and Tanga's smile widened. Do you know why it didn't show up? He asked. Remember when that disgusting hand grew out of your body, and I asked how you felt?
You said you didn't feel anything strange, Tanga explained. That's when I realized this thing wasn't strong at all.
It was radiating false demonic energy to make itself seem more imposing. Z listened intently as Tanga turned back towards the demon. This is most likely a D rank, he declared, the lowest of the low. Tanga then took a step forward, launching himself into the air with the borrowed wind. The demon watched in awe as Tanga flipped midair, landing perfectly before it with a stern, imposing look on his face. You wanted to see what real spiritual energy looks like? Tanga asked. The demon began to flail its hands in absolute fright. A few seconds later, it was completely beaten down. It thought he was just a dumb kid, but now his very presence made it hard to breathe. The demon couldn't believe that a mere human could possess such overwhelming spiritual energy. I can't take it anymore. It whimpered. I'm going to throw up.
Tanga stood over the pathetic creature as it trembled, and a second later, it collapsed to the ground. Z ran up, surprised.
We tried so hard, she said, and it was just the gatekeeper Tanga side. I wanted to ask him for information, but he fainted. The demon's true, nasty face was revealed. He won't be able to run away even if he wakes up, Tanga added, as he and Z observed the scene. They turned and headed for the stairs. Let's go further, Tanga said. If this demon was guarding this door, it's very likely that its master is upstairs. Just then, the demon woke up. Looking for the boss, it rasped. You really are a stupid kid who doesn't know his place. Tanga's anger flared. He spun around, his eyes blazing. What did you just say? So you were pretending to be dead, Tanga snarled, cracking his knuckles. He turned to Z and said, I have a strong desire to kick this helpless demon's ass, knowing Tanga was easily provoked. He stalked toward the sneering demon, who revealed his true target wasn't Tanga, but his companion. In that instant, shadowy hands erupted from behind Zio, ensnaring her. They coiled around her, dragging her into the darkness. The demon mocked how simple it was to take her, especially when Tanga wasn't watching. Zio reached out desperately as she was pulled away by the spectral hands. A burning rage filled Tanga as he moved toward the demon, his power flaring. But a faint shout echoed from behind him. Tanga glanced back, wondering why Zio was screaming. He looked to where she had been standing, but she was gone. The demon had also vanished into thin air. He shook his head in confusion, unable to comprehend where Zio had disappeared to. Zio herself stared ahead in pure terror. Shadowy hands had left her in a pitch-black corridor. She had no idea where she was. Calling out for Tanga, she cautiously moved forward, as a demonic hand materialized from behind. The scene shifts to a room filled with broken toys. A dark silhouette sits among them, its eyes glowing a menacing red. A disembodied hand appeared beside the figure, reporting it had captured the girl. The hand then asked for its next command. The colossal, shadowy form with burning red eyes turned its attention to Zio. It casually ate something, then declared her freedom was forfeit. She would stay with him forever. Zio wandered the suffocatingly dark corridor alone, Realizing she'd been separated from Tanga, she knew this place was dangerously strange.
She wondered about the purpose of these countless rooms. Looking down, she couldn't grasp why the demon would go to such lengths just to split them up. Zio suspected a sinister plan was in motion.
Suddenly, she felt a presence above her. She glanced up but saw nothing but shadows. Zio dismissed it, thinking her mind was playing tricks on her. But she couldn't shake the feeling that someone had just been staring down at her with intense malice. Then, the faint sound of laughter echoed down the hall, the sound of children running. Zio was stunned. There were children here. She chased after the sound, calling for them to wait. But then she froze, a chilling realization dawning on her. The children passed straight through the walls. They weren't alive. They were souls. The thought that this building was haunted by the spirits of children sent ice through her veins. But then it clicked. They had come here precisely to find a child's soul. She realized clues must lie behind the door the spirits had passed through. She pushed the heavy doors open. Inside was a bedroom with a desk. Zio stepped in, confused by where the spirits had gone. Her eyes were drawn to a bottle on the desk that held something. She peered inside and recoiled in horror. It was the preserved corpse of a wolf. Zio shrieked, stumbling backward and falling to the floor. Why would anyone keep a stuffed dog like this? The sight was grotesque, and the smell was absolutely foul. Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over her. She whipped around in fear and saw the room was now splattered with blood. The scene then cuts back to Tang Kai. Tanga was tearing through the mansion, kicking down every door and roaring Zio's name. He burst into one room, only to find an undead creature sitting on a toilet. He stormed out, frustrated. Where could Zio have gone? He couldn't understand why this place was crawling with so many evil spirits.
He pressed forward, dragging the lesser spirits behind him like dogs on a leash. We then returned to Zio, who was still reeling from shock.
Just a second ago, the room was pristine. Now, it was a nightmarish scene of pure horror, thick with the stench of fear. Zio stood frozen. She couldn't understand the strange stains that now covered every surface. Approaching the bed, she saw the faint silhouette of a person. She covered her mouth, but the metallic tang still hit her. Even a small whiff was unmistakable. Zio concluded with dawning horror that the splashes were blood. She realized her power let her see more than just souls. She could see the stains of tragedies long past. Her gaze fell upon a painting on the wall. It appeared to be a family portrait. She guessed they were the mansion's previous owners. In the portrait, a man was supposed to be there, sitting beside his wife and child. Zio wondered why the father's image had been viciously cut to pieces. She couldn't believe the silhouette on the bed belonged to the child from the painting.
A terrible fear gripped her. This place was a tomb. She realized with absolute certainty that someone had been murdered here.
Her eyes darted around frantically. She saw faint traces of a child's blood on the floor, as if a small body had been dragged across it. She stared at the gruesome trail, wondering where it led. Zio followed the stains, knowing that such obvious clues meant one thing. A trap was likely waiting for her at the end. The trail led her to another room. She pushed the door open to find what looked like a nursery, filled with toys. Zio noticed there were almost no bloodstains here, except for a small pool on the floor. She began piecing it together. The child must have been attacked here, and then dragged into the parents' room, where the true massacre took place. Zio guessed that the child had been brutally killed on that bed. The sheer amount of blood suggested the killer used a weapon like a knife, stabbing the child repeatedly. She couldn't comprehend it. What kind of enemy could be so monstrous as to cruelly murder an innocent child? Then a darker thought emerged. Perhaps the killer wasn't human at all. Her eyes landed on a diary. She picked it up and began to read. The pages were filled with disturbing drawings. One showed a father screaming, raising a knife to his wife. Another depicted the man swinging the knife at a dead dog, with the words "Daddy's secret" scrawled beside it. Zio was horrified. What could possess a father to act like this?
To kill his own pet. She immediately realized the dog in the drawing must be the corpse she found in the bottle. Yet, Zio doubted the father had killed his own child.
It didn't make sense. Why would he hide a key inside the dog's body? Her eyes returned to the drawing. Daddy's key in secret. What was the secret? A sudden urgency seized her. She had to figure this out. Zio searched the room and found a knife in a drawer. It was stained with old, dried blood. This had to be the murder weapon, a crucial piece of evidence. Zio cautiously took the knife, her stomach churning.
Was the key really inside the dog's stomach? She never imagined a demon hunt would involve something so gruesome. But Zio steeled herself. It didn't matter. Model.
If she wanted to work for the ghost company, she had to be ready for anything. Z apologized to the fallen creature. then shattered the flask in a single decisive motion. She approached the dog's body.
"I promise," she whispered. "I will never do something like this again." She hoped this act would guide her to the child's lost soul. With that, Z began the grim task.
Deep inside, she found it. A key. She recoiled, covering her nose, her stomach churning. Tonga would be horrified, she muttered. Holding the key, but what did it open? Her eyes scanned the room, and then she remembered. The safe hidden in the corner. She found it, and the key turned perfectly. Z pulled out the notes. As she began to study them, a chill went down her spine. The pages were filled with hateful scrawls and one repeated phrase. Kill. Z stared at the notebook and started to read. The entry began. Today was the worst day of my life. I lost everything. The workers took it all from the workshop. I just want Li Mei and you to have a secure life. But that's impossible now. It couldn't be worse. They are my angels, but I can do nothing for them. I'm so useless. The best thing that ever happened to me was meeting her and having our baby. I could see in her eyes that her love was completely sincere. I've neglected them. I only cared about providing for my family, but I never asked their opinion. Only she can help me pull myself together. I love you so much. Li Mei, we found a mansion on the city's outskirts. It's a place where the three of us can finally live in peace. With this mansion, we can also fulfill your dream, renting out rooms for free to those in need. I took her advice, and my life became better than ever. The mansion is so close to nature. I've met so many wonderful kids. Yu has visibly brightened up. It would be nice to live the rest of our lives like this. Impossible. It's not happening. Li Mei wouldn't do this. This letter must be a lie. She loves me. It's all a misunderstanding, perhaps. This letter was meant for someone else. She wouldn't even hurt a fly. She couldn't have conspired with a servant to kill me. Most likely, that servant is trying to frame her. I should have kicked him out long ago. It's been a month since he was dismissed, yet her attitude towards me worsens every day. I shouldn't doubt her, but I've been having hallucinations, headaches, nightmares. What if they really had an affair and poisoned me? I started to notice. Yu doesn't look like me at all. The hallucinations torment me more and more. Some black thing is always smiling at me. That witch must have poisoned me. I knew it. That witch was having an affair with the servant. Yu is most likely that bastard's child today. I killed a dog that servant dragged into the house, and that child threw a terrible tantrum. My head almost exploded. Die, finally. They're dead. I killed them both. The old hag at the foot of the mountain gave me this seal. I hope it works. After I burned that witch, I killed the child and placed the seal on her. Now they won't be able to meet, even in spirit form. Her soul will be locked in this damned mansion forever. Finally, I can die in peace. The last pages were stained with blood, and Z was paralyzed by a terrible shock from reading the story. She couldn't contain it. A wave of nausea crashed over her and she threw up. Z wiped her mouth. Oddly, even when she cut open the dog's body, she hadn't felt this nauseous. Z couldn't understand the owner's madness. She began to think he might have been possessed. Then she wondered, how could any man kill his own child and wife? Just then, a noise echoed from the cabinet. Z turned around. She watched as the cabinet door slowly creaked open, releasing a terrifying aura into the room. Z stared into the darkness that now bled from the cabinet. She started walking towards it. Z guessed that it was probably the father, or perhaps the vengeful child, who had opened the closet. Whatever it was, she had a very bad feeling about it. She reached the closet and prepared herself. If her tail doesn't show up, then she could handle this problem on her own. The probability of it being the demon that created this dimension is high. She peered forward, trying to understand what was inside. Z realized she would have to find out for herself and went to open the cabinet. Z stretched out her hand, but then hesitated. She realized everything was going far too smoothly. The child's soul had led her directly to this room, where she found so many clues. And now the cabinet opens on its own, no matter how you looked at it. It felt like Z was being led by the nose. She looked ahead and thought, that demon was able to create real demonic energy. So it's possible the demons here can hide their presence as well. Z muttered that such scenes are often shown in movies. Z knew that she was vulnerable, unlike Tanga. The only reason she was still alive was because she was being careful. But first, Z must not neglect this quality. She looked at the cabinet and realized it was better for her not to open it. Z understood that the most important thing right now was to find Tanga and complete their mission. If she fell for the demon's scheme, not only would she be useless, but she would also become an extra burden that would hinder their mission. After that, Z stood and looked at the cabinet. But then something started to come out of the floor behind her. Z was horrified when she heard someone calling for her help. She turned around and heard the voice again, telling her she was the only one who could help. Z looked ahead and saw a little girl floating in the air. "Don't be afraid of me," the girl said. "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago." Z stood there in shock, realizing this was the child. The girl continued, "I brought you here so that you could learn my story, and so you might believe me. I will do you a favor." The little girl said that in gratitude, she could tell Z the secret of this mansion. The girl was floating in the air and said that if she wasn't mistaken, Z had
Come for the boy in the cap? Z looked at the girl in surprise and asked if she knew where the boy's soul was now. The little girl looked at Z and said that
if Z could tear that strange piece of paper off her body, then she would tell Z everything she knew. Z looked at the girl's spectral body, then looked at the closet. Her own body was in the closet. She looked at the wardrobe that stood ominously behind her. Z walked over to the cabinet and started opening it gradually.
a gasp of horror escaped her. In front of her was the girl's withered body. On her face was a paper talisman, nailed through her forehead.
Z stood there in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how a father could do this to his own daughter. She whispered, "This is simply inhumane." Z looked at the scene and realized, judging from the words in her mother's diary, painted a picture of someone incapable of such schemes. Nothing made sense to Z as she stood there, lost in confusion.
Then a horrific vision flashed before her eyes. The corpse of a young girl, tossed into a trash can, a desperate hand reaching out in its final moments.
As the memories surged, Z's eyes transformed, glowing with a demonic light. She snatched a piece of paper from the girl's spectral body and tore it in half. In that instant, the world began to spin. The little girl's spirit threw back her head as tears of joy streamed down her face. Before Z stood a beautiful soul, thanking her for granting her freedom. The girl explained that now. She could finally meet her parents in paradise. The spirit looked toward Z, calling out to her, but then she saw it. A demon's tail had appeared, and a deep voice from within Z declared, "I am no miss."
The demon possessing Z's body leaned in, introducing himself as Suk. Then, with a flick of his powerful tail, he struck the spirit girl.
The girl stood stunned, not understanding what was happening. Suk turned to her, a cruel smile on his face. "I'm extremely curious. Who had the guts to seal me away again?" Meanwhile, Tanga strolled through a different area, wondering why all these pathetic creatures were so terrified of him. None could give him any useful information. With a yawn, Tanga complained about the barrier on the second floor blocking his path. He had essentially finished his work on the first floor. He sat atop a mountain of defeated demons, sighing. If Sis Long discovered he'd not only left the apartment, but also lost his new job this quickly, he was a dead man. The scene shifts to a dark forest, battered by rain and a raging thunderstorm. A man wearing glasses is seen carrying a baby. The infant's cries echoed as the man approached a massive, decrepit building. He walked down a long corridor, the child's wails piercing the silence. He placed the baby on a dirty diaper on the floor and walked away, closing the door behind him. Through a hole in the wall, countless dark silhouettes with glowing red eyes stared. A giant rat emerged, and at its shriek, a horde of vermin swarmed the child, beginning to chew him alive. The creatures completely covered the infant as he watched himself being eaten alive. We are then transported back to Z, standing before the wounded spirit. Suk informed the girl that she was now free. The spirit looked at him, her eyes wide with a horrifying realization the demon inside Z's body was the very creature the little rat wanted to contain. She stared at Z, who was now just a puppet for the demonic silhouette that followed her every move, completely under its control. As Suk looked on, the spirit's form was cut in half. She whispered that she and Z were very much alike, both of them lonely children. A sudden, incomprehensible pressure filled the air. The spirit warned Suk that the little rat was enraged that he had dispelled her soul. "Listen to me before I disappear," she pleaded. "He can control the very space within this mansion. All of your attacks against him are useless." Suk realized that in this place, the rat couldn't be destroyed. The girl confirmed his fears, telling him that the creature was simply invulnerable here.
A dark space began to open behind the spirit. She frantically explained that there was still a way to overcome him, but shadowy hands shot out from the void.
They began to drag the girl into the darkness. She tried to say more, but a hand covered her mouth, silencing her as she was pulled into the portal. Suk watched it all, realizing the portal was a trap left open for him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped inside. He landed with a thud in a new location, his expression grim. "Who dares hope to imprison me here?" he roared. A voice answered from the distance. "It doesn't matter that you destroyed her."
"I will simply devour the girl's soul," the voice continued, "and then we can all be together." Sook found himself facing a colossal rat, which was stroking the girl's soul.
The rat sneered. "Before she dies, you'll have to play with me for a while." Sook's eyes blazed. "Let go of the girl," he snarled, "or I will beat you so badly you'll spit her back out." The human-faced rat's smile vanished. "I truly despise it when people are rude to me. If you won't be obedient," the rat threatened, "I'll have no choice but to eat you." Sook simply stared back with a cold, maniacal face. He shot forward, a wild smile on his face. "Then give it a try." But as he neared the rat, the creature asked, "Has no one told you about the situation here?" The rat held out its hand. "Here, I am a god." With a simple clench of his fingers, Sook's leg twisted grotesquely to the side. It snapped. Sook stared in shock before collapsing to the ground, grabbing his mangled leg and letting out a scream of pure agony. The rat clasped its hands together. "I'm so very sorry," it said mockingly, "but you left me no choice. Perhaps you'll be more docile next time." A vicious look crossed its face. "Since you don't wish to stay and keep me company, I'll have no choice but to break all of your legs. So you can't leave." "Do you still want to leave now?" it taunted. Looking down at Sook writhing on the floor, it continued, "I didn't make all these demons stay here just to play with me. These demons help me enter people's homes," it explained, "and get whatever I desire." It glanced at a demonic toy near some modern food. Lying on the ground, Sook listened to its twisted monologue. "The boy in the cap who came yesterday? He was just like you. You all feel so lonely," the rat mused. "You'll only find happiness if you stick together." It recalled taking that child's soul. He had food, he had things to play with, but all he wanted was to go home. The rat explained how it absorbed a piece of the boy's soul before finally freeing him. It turned its attention back to Z. "As soon as you entered the space I created, I knew you were here, no matter how well you tried to hide." The rat's gaze lingered on the mummy Z carried. By eating its flesh, one can greatly increase their demonic power. It licked its lips. "Leave your hands and feet for me," it proposed, "and I will let you go." But Z began to stir, slowly getting to her feet, trembling. "If you want my limbs," she said, her voice shaking with rage, "then come and take them." With a stern, unwavering gaze, Z looked forward and activated her power. 4 demonic eyes blazed open. "I was worried," she declared, "that you'd already be dead before you even got the chance to take them." Her mind flashed back to the mummy, remembering how the woman had subconsciously used those same 4 eyes to perceive bloodstains hidden from plain sight. However, that this power didn't work outside the mansion. In other words, its spatial abilities couldn't truly hinder her, though she could still use them inside. The mummy glanced to the side, realizing its overconfidence. It needed to check if any other hidden demons were lurking nearby. The rat looked at Sue and said that there was no need. "There are no other demons here capable of hiding from me," it stated confidently. "Now, I'll ask again. Will you accompany me?" With a cold glare, she declared she only needed one hand to end him. Her arm twisted gruesomely, and the demon mocked. "Is this the hand you meant?" A blood-curdling scream tore from Sue's lips as she collapsed in agony. The rat sneered, telling her to stop her pointless struggle. "Killing you now," it hissed, "is as simple as crushing an ant." The demon urged her to surrender, claiming no one could defeat it in this domain. Sue's gaze hardened with defiance, realizing she would never yield. The demon chuckled. "You endure pain remarkably well. But," it wondered, "can you withstand this?" It squeezed its fingers, and Zio's insides churned violently, forcing her to vomit blood. The crimson spray splattered across the demon's face. Annoyed, it wiped the blood away. How utterly vile. Zio remained on the ground, coughing up more blood, her body trembling. Then, she whispered, "You're finished." The rat leaned in, not quite hearing her words. Zio struggled to her feet, extending a hand dripping with her own blood. "I won't repeat myself to a dead man." Suddenly, the blood droplets on the demon's body began to writhe and crawl, gathering into a single. Ominous sphere, Zio clenched her fist, unleashing her ultimate technique. 6-fold explosion combo. A cataclysmic blast erupted right next to the demon. Through the smoke, Zio watched with keen eyes. As the dust settled, she saw countless souls spiraling out from where the demon once stood. She recognized them instantly. These were the spirits the rat had devoured. Logically, the creature should be dead. But the cursed space remained sealed. The entire mansion was still trapped within its barrier. Zio was in shock. Even after killing it, how could she possibly escape? Just then, a young girl's spirit floated towards her. "You've met the true form of a black demon," she whispered. The spirit explained the creature's origin. It was once a black demon that consumed a human baby and countless rats simultaneously. Zio listened intently, absorbing the horrifying truth. The spirit revealed the child's remains were on the 3rd floor. Finding them was the only way to destroy the demon completely. But before she could say more, the girl was devoured by shadows. The black demon's voice echoed. "Why does everyone try to abandon me suddenly?" Dark figures swarmed from all corners. A cold warning filled the air. "Don't even think about leaving." The strain was too much. Zio coughed up more blood. She realized searching for its true form was a pointless endeavor. "I can't move. My organs are destroyed." She watched in horror as the shadows merged, forming a grotesque monster covered in gnashing teeth. It would be over before she ever found the child. But in that moment of despair, an explosion ripped through the floor below. The demon was caught off guard, and the shockwave sent Zio tumbling. The blast slammed directly into the monster, throwing her backwards. She had no idea what was happening. Why was there a massive explosion? And how did the barrier at the top of the mansion suddenly vanish? A figure descended from the opening. It was Tanga. He glanced around with an ice-cold expression, not even noticing he'd nearly hit someone. He saw Zio's broken form and strode towards her. He knelt beside the exhausted Zio, his voice low. "I finally found you." Her limbs were twisted at unnatural angles.
A terrifying darkness filled his eyes. "Who did this to you from the smoke and rubble?" A voice answered. "That would be me." The creature began to crawl from the crater Tanga had made.
"You came right to me." The enraged demon fused its forms, its voice dripping with malice. "I'll snap your bones and crush your organs." It thrust its hand forward and clenched its fist. But nothing happened. Tanga remained untouched, protected by an invisible battlefield. The demon stared in absolute disbelief, no reaction impossible. It couldn't comprehend how its power had utterly failed. A chilling blue aura erupted around Tanga. He asked again, his voice dangerously calm. "Was it you? Who hurt her?" He turned, and intricate blue lines spread across half his body. His eye began to glow with terrifying power. He simply raised his hand and pointed a single finger at the demon. A devastating bolt of lightning shot forth. The instant it made contact, a massive explosion of light and sound engulfed the monster. It shrieked in agony as electricity ravaged its body. Tanga informed Zio, "It will be paralyzed, continuously struck by lightning for the next 5 minutes." Then he looked back at her. "Now, it's your turn." He called out to the mummy possessing her body, its malevolent eyes glaring forward. The demon's screams echoed as the lightning barrage continued without pause. Tanga turned to the mummy and stated flatly, "Your consciousness has been sealed. You won't be breaking free anytime soon." The possessed Zio demanded to know how. "Tell me how you did this." Sue looked at him urgently. "There's no time to talk." She warned him that the demon behind him was unkillable. "If you want to leave this place," Sue explained, "you have to find the body it's using as its core." Sue pleaded, "You need to hurry in this space. That thing is invincible." Tanga listened carefully to every word. He then said coldly, "You are a demon who has murdered hundreds. Do you truly expect me to believe you?" He stared down at her with an unwavering gaze.
"There is no such thing as a 100% invincible creature. If one did exist, it would be me." With those words, the mummy's presence faded from Sue's eyes.
Zio's consciousness returned, still half possessed. She watched Tanga and gasped. "Once the demon recovers, it will escape." Tanga stood calmly, taking in her words. Zio warned, "If that happens, nothing you do will matter. No matter how strong you are, hurry!" Tanga, before the circle barrier disappears, he finally understood the gravity of the situation. Forming a seal with his hands, he activated a new power, the Eye of the Underworld. His vision pierced through the mansion's walls, seeing everything within. Tangkai focused his energy, his hands a blur as he formed the ancient seals. Suddenly, he sensed a presence directly above him in a flash. He launched himself into the air, at that exact moment, inside Zio's mind. A faint voice whispered, "Thank you, my lady." Zio froze. The mummy had just spoken, calling her a lady. Meanwhile, Tangkai burst through the ceiling half a floor above and landed in a hidden chamber. His eyes fell upon the wretched remains of the demon's original body. He saw the skeleton of a child, lying on a tattered swaddling cloth. Tangkai gazed down at the small form, whispering silently, "Rest in peace." Down below, the demon sensed something was terribly wrong. It began to burn, trapped within a prison of crackling lightning. The souls it had so greedily absorbed were being ripped away. Tangkai descended before it and uttered a single, chilling command. "Return." In an instant, the demon's body crumbled into nothing. Its disembodied head flew upwards, screaming. I was too careless to think he was just an ordinary Taoist. With that, it erupted in an inferno of green flame. The demon cursed its own instincts. They had failed it completely. From the moment they entered the mansion, it knew there was a mummy inside the girl's body. But the man, he was an anomaly it couldn't comprehend. The demon's gaze fell on Tang Kai, seeing him not as a man, but as a terrifying, primordial creature. As its life faded, the demon lay helpless, whispering, his energy. It's so immense. I can't even begin to grasp its nature. And then, it burned away into ashes. Tang Kai watched impassively as a dark sphere of residual energy began to form above him. Was it truly over? But then, they all saw it. The translucent, blue silhouette of a child, floating in the air nearby. Zio's eyes widened with caution. The child's spirit hovered, its form trembling as it began to cry. And from its small body, the girl's soul and all the others the demon had consumed began to emerge. With every sob, the child released another soul, setting them free. Tang Kai observed the scene, murmuring, so the child's soul was with the demon all along. He spoke to the spirit. If you manage to break free from that monster, you should ascend to the heavens now. Tang Kai stood and watched as the baby's spirit cried between the souls of the two children it had once been. The rescued girl finally awoke, her eyes focusing on the crying spirit. I don't want to disappear, the spirit wailed, not until I see my mother. It explained that its own soul had been trapped deep within, unable to control the monster's body. The child confessed that the demon had used its soul and the bodies of rats to grow stronger, leaving the child a prisoner in its own form. Tang Kai and Zio listened, taking in every word. Now that I'm free, the spirit pleaded, I just want to see my mother. After that, I promise I'll return to where I belong. Tang Kai's expression was firm. Everyone has their own path, he stated. I advise you to ascend as quickly as possible. He knew the child was trying to bargain with them, using the captive human souls as leverage. This proved it didn't trust them. Even if we agreed to your terms, Tang Kai explained calmly, those souls will dissipate in just a few hours. We would never find your mother in such a short amount of time. Besides, Tang Kai added, we have no way of knowing if she's even still alive. I will see my mother. In a flash of power, it trapped all the free souls within a shimmering blue barrier. If you don't help me, the spirit threatened. No one leaves this place. Tang Kai simply smiled. You're going to be difficult, he said, almost amused. I've never been good at getting along with others. Zio looked at him, confused. Tang Kai, you destroyed its body, she began. So why didn't its soul disappear? And how does it know spatial techniques? Tang Kai's eyes remained fixed on the child, because that isn't just a child's soul anymore. It's an evil soul. He theorized. After hosting that demon for so long, it assimilated with it. If I'm not mistaken, Tang Kai continued, the big-mouthed demon was a parasite. Zio looked even more confused. A parasite? What's that? Tang Kai pulled out his phone. I don't know the exact specifications, he admitted, but I have a signal now. Let's check. He showed the screen to Zio. It must be this creature here. The phone displayed an image of the demon, along with a detailed description of its abilities. The entry stated that this type of demon can create separate, parallel spaces. They start small, but by absorbing weak souls and devouring other creatures, they can dramatically increase their spatial abilities. A mature one can create a pocket dimension up to 125,000 square meters. The space can only be entered willingly, and the demon is virtually immortal while inside its own dimension. Tang Kai zoomed in, showing her the entry. However, he read, if a target within a 10-meter radius can harm it, the demon will be injured and lose consciousness. The space will then become unstable, opening a path to the outside world. Tang Kai looked up, knowing this changes everything. And the spatial ability the child just used is far stronger in here than it was outside. With that, Tang Kai turned to Zio, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I have a plan, he announced. He stood tall, facing the child's spirit directly. Zio looked worried, but since we're trapped, our attacks won't be able to break its technique, right? If you don't agree to its request, she pressed, we'll be stuck here forever. Tang Kai just smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, he told her. There's definitely a way out. He looked toward the spirit, his eyes gleaming with hidden power. Besides, I haven't even used my full strength yet. Zio was stunned. Why would you hold back? Tang Kai began to walk forward slowly. Because if I had gone all out from the start, you might have died. Zio looked down, ashamed. On our first job, I was no help at all. I just dragged you down. But Tang Kai simply smiled back at her. If you want to get technical about it, he said, you helped me a great deal. You're the one who lured out the parasite and helped destroy its original space. Zio's spirits lifted as she listened to his words of encouragement. Even if you weren't here, Tang Kai explained, I still couldn't have used my full power. If my luck was bad, I would have destroyed the very soul we were hired to save. He now stood directly before the child's spirit, his presence overwhelming. My runic bolt technique has 7 parts. You've already witnessed the first euphoria of incarceration, but most of my techniques are wide-range, destructive attacks.
For that reason, before I left the mountains, I made a promise to my master. I swore I would never use the 2nd through 7th parts of the runic technique.
He stared forward, his gaze absolute. Which means, in a situation like this, my strongest techniques were sealed from the very beginning. He dared to use a mere physical attack. A foolish metal runic technique. Tanga smirked, vowing to unleash a power that only the legendary Master Tangai had ever witnessed. With a sinister grin, the man began weaving hand seals. Brilliant rays of light erupted from his body. He advanced slowly, menacingly, toward the child, the girl, trapped within the barrier. Watched with cautious eyes. She turned to the weeping boy, her voice gentle. Please, let them go, she pleaded. She knew the boy understood, that the man before them
possessed terrifying power. This bravado won't save you, she warned. The boy's tear-streaked face turned to her. I know, he spat, his voice filled with venom.
You're just as pathetic as I am, but at least you had parents who cared. My father abandoned me here, left me for the rats, and then my very soul was devoured by a monster. His words struck her like a physical blow. He continued, his voice cracking with anguish. When my mother realized I was gone, she must have been so worried waiting for me to come home. His eyes hardened with terrifying resolve. That's why anyone who stands in the way of me seeing my mother will die. Instantly, crimson lines spread across his body, consuming his eyes in a demonic glow. The girl stared in absolute horror. She knew this overwhelming malice had twisted him into a true demon. You're already a demon, she whispered. Tears streamed down the boy's face. Don't bother me, he screamed. You couldn't possibly understand my pain. You had a good father. I had nothing. His gaze pierced through her. I've seen the demon's memories. And I know. Your father wasn't a bad person. A shocking revelation hung in the air. I know this, because the monster captured him first. The girl was frozen, processing his words. The pieces of the puzzle began to click into place. The demon. It was brought here by the boy's own father, and after it latched onto her father, he was consumed by paranoia, and in his madness, he killed her. The demon's true goal was to corrupt this place, turning it into a haunted sanctuary, a place no one would ever dare to enter, where it could finally make its nest. The girl listened, her world shattering. As the boy revealed the horrifying truth, the demon forced its first master to take his own life because a grown man's will was too strong to fully break. He could resist its absolute control. So, it moved on, and chose a child, a mind still malleable and easy to corrupt. Her father must have regained his senses at the end, but by then, the demon had already found its new, perfect vessel. The boy. The truth finally revealed. The girl spoke softly. Thank you for telling me everything. She moved towards him and embraced the demon-possessed child. I always knew there had to be a reason. You finally helped me understand. As she held him, a wave of forgotten sorrow, and crashed over her, and she began to weep. But there was another secret she held, one about the boy's mother she could never reveal, because after her father had killed her, she awoke to a horrifying reality. She was no longer flesh and blood, but a soul. A mysterious power bound her to this place. A seal wrapped tight around her former bedroom. There, she found her own lifeless body with a strange talisman placed upon it. Instinctively, she wanted to tear it off. Terror gripped her ghostly form. She knew this strange paper was the key to her imprisonment, but every time she reached for it, an invisible force repelled her. The attempt felt like being struck by lightning. As ages passed in solitude, the girl realized she wasn't just losing her freedom. She was losing her emotions. Fear vanished. Tears dried up. She was even forgetting who she once was. Only a deep, gnawing loneliness remained. But soon, it festered into something else. As she sat alone, crimson lines of malice crept across her face. She felt a forgotten emotion surge. Rage. Just as her mind was consumed by bloodlust, her dark thoughts were shattered by a child's scream. Peering through the window, she thought it was a hallucination. But then, a loud crash echoed from outside. She remembered. She was never able to hear anything beyond these walls. She rose, a sense of dread washing over her as she witnessed a terrible scene. She saw two figures arguing fiercely. A woman's voice cried out, "Are you hiding our son in there? Are you trying to blackmail me? So that I won't report this to the authorities." The woman's voice was defiant. "You should just give up if you do anything to me, I swear. Your karma will strike you down." Their fight grew more intense. "You're insane," the man spat back. "I already told you, what happened to the master and his family has nothing to do with me." But the woman shrieked, "Liar, I saw it. I found the fake letter you wrote to the madam when I was taking out the trash. I grew up with her. I know her better than anyone. I know what kind of person she was." The man was baffled by her accusations, but she pressed on fiercely. The family had very few relatives. "And I know for a fact that you've been eyeing this mansion. Now that they're both gone, do you really think you can just take it for yourself?" She grabbed the spectacled man by his collar. "Stop this nonsense," he snarled, pushing her away. "The master went insane. He killed his own family."
What does that have to do with me? But the woman revealed her trump card. I was following you. Secretly, I saw you go to the witch's house in the city.
And take a cursed incense burner from her. At first, I couldn't believe my own eyes. The man's face contorted, his gaze becoming terrifying. A terrifying glare shot from his eyes. After the master used that thing, he lost his mind. It must have been some kind of shamanistic curse. He violently ripped his arm from her grasp. "Stop making a scene over nothing," he seethed. "Do you honestly believe the police would listen to you?" She stared him down, unafraid. Still trying to make excuses, she pointed towards a nearby tree. "Then explain this. Why did you bury the bodies? Under that tree, right after the master's suicide? Weren't you just trying to hide all the evidence?" Her finger then pointed towards the temple. "You forged the master's handwriting and transferred ownership of this entire mansion to yourself." Her accusations rained down on him. "You even lied to the students' parents. You told them they ran away because they were being hunted." The woman's eyes blazed with righteous fury. "How will you explain yourself when the police finally arrive and find the bodies?" Her head lowered in sorrow. "They treated us so kindly. All this time." She looked up, her voice filled with disgust. "You're not even human." Hearing this, the man's face twisted with rage. He picked up a heavy stone and advanced. A memory surfaced in her mind. A terrifying bloodlust had overwhelmed her consciousness. She recalled deciding then and there to always suppress that darkness within her. After burying the body, the man had entered the mansion, never to be seen again. She remembered him walking toward it, shovel in hand, leaving a crimson trail of blood in his wake. As the man stepped inside, he was startled by the sight of a single rat. His guard immediately raised against the human-faced demon. A monstrous rat appeared, its voice a chilling whisper. "Play with me!" It lunged, and the man scrambled back in pure terror. But there was no escape. He was torn to pieces before her very eyes. The girl realized with horror. Those were the boy's parents. But now, he would never be alone again. She held the boy tightly as his silent tears finally began to fall. Huddled within his protective barrier, Tonga approached them, a beacon of light. An aura of power radiated from his body. As he stood before them, Z recalled a flash of a memory. Children running through the halls. It had to be an illusion technique. She realized the children she'd seen were phantoms, born from this very power the girl once wielded. The boy was finally smiling, safe in the girl's embrace. The scene shifted to a grand feast, filled with joyful people, the young boy among them. He laughed, remembering the little girl. She watched over them all with a gentle smile, then turned her gaze to Tang Kai. She thanked him for finally setting her free. Then, she addressed Z directly as lady, asking her to thank the kind master sealed within her. The girl explained that the mummy could feel everything, every ounce of pain and loneliness she had endured for countless years. Z listened, stunned into silence by the revelation. That was why the mummy wanted to destroy her soul, to end her unbearable suffering. The girl smiled serenely as the boy took her hand, whispering that he was hungry. "Thank you for everything," she said to them all. "I hope we can meet the ones we miss, somewhere in the heavens." And with that, they faded away. Instantly, the island pulsed with an ethereal green glow, and the entire dimension collapsed, throwing them back into reality. Tonga was bewildered. "What just happened?" he muttered. The barrier shattered before he could even make a move. He wondered about the mysterious girl, just as her essence flowed toward the boy's lingering spirit. She left the child's soul behind. Tonga approached the child's soul, carefully sealing it within an orb, stowing it away.
He acknowledged that there was still so much he didn't understand.
Z collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. This is all too confusing, she admitted. Even she couldn't grasp the full truth of what had transpired on that island. Tanga sat beside her. We'll figure it out later, he said gently. Are you in pain? Z lay still, admitting she was hurt. I can't get up. But it's not too bad. Zio looked at Tanga in surprise as he suddenly scooped her into his arms. She immediately began to protest. What are you doing? She grumbled. Why did you just pick me up? Tanga simply asked, Were you planning to crawl home by yourself? Zia looked at him, her mind racing. If vengeful spirits exist, then reincarnation must be real. Right, she asked Tanga as he carried her toward the underworld's exit.
Tanga stared straight ahead. As long as demons walk this earth, he stated grimly, there are no gods in this world. And as far as I know, no underworld, and no reincarnation. Z processed his heavy words. If that's true, she said quietly, then I have one more question for you. Tanga told her to ask. Then why?
Were you so angry when you saw me get hurt? A flicker of rage ignited in Tanga's eyes. Isn't it obvious, he retorted. I made a promise to protect you, and you ended up in this state. He fumed. I'd be a laughingstock if word got out. I couldn't even keep one girl safe. Z listened with a completely straight face. Then she started to grumble. And here I thought you were actually worried about me. Turns out you were just scared of getting a bad reputation. She turned her head away, a deep blush creeping onto her cheeks. Tanga stared at her. Confused. What's wrong with you now? Do you have a fever? Back at the mansion, Tanga explained he had released the child's soul, and a good night's sleep should complete his recovery. The boy's father wept with gratitude, thanking them both profusely. He promised to transfer the payment immediately, adding that he had tended to the young lady's wounds. He then asked Tang Kai if everything was all right, expressing deep regret that Lei was so badly injured during the battle with the demon. Tanga cut him off with a grumble. She just fell down the stairs and broke all her legs, that's all. Z stood beside them, scowling at his terrible excuse. Carrying Zio out of the boy's room, he ordered their car to be brought around. But as they were about to leave, the father stopped them. Wait, he called out, I have another task for you. If you're interested. Tanga turned, a questioning look on his face. The father's expression grew deadly serious. I need your help finding out where this came from. He held out his hand, revealing two halves of a strange, dark bean. Thus begins the tale of the Fang warrior. Long ago, when the war with demons began, humans with extraordinary abilities emerged from the chaos.
Over time, these powerful individuals formed their own Taoist sects. While each had their own formidable techniques, 5 great sects rose to prominence.
They were the secret Taoist magicians, creators, watchers, and brokers. But among them, 2 special and powerful sects stood above all others, the Maoshan and the Fanyan. The Maoshan sect were masters of close-quarters combat, wielding powerful weapons. They commanded the arts of wind, lightning, fire, and metal,
cultivating their spiritual energy to unleash devastating power in battle. The Fanyan sect, in contrast, focused on the art of divination, cultivating their essence.
Driven by a thirst for knowledge, they rarely took part in demon exterminations. For reasons unknown, the Fanyan sect abandoned the front lines. They entered the world of politics, becoming trusted strategists for generations of kings. But the power and prestige they had amassed did not last. The first great war between humans and demons erupted, the devastating Battle of Zulu. The damage was catastrophic, and countless villages were wiped out. The Taoist sects struggled to hold back the endless demonic tide swarming the city. At the very last moment, with the FY Insect sect sending out all their members, the man checked his phone, surveying the chaos unfolding on the battlefield. Unfortunately, he reported, the FY Insect sect had been completely annihilated. The informant approached, confirming this was all the intel they had on the Fangs and their warriors. The boy's father, his back turned, dismissed him coldly. You can go. He looked down, lost in thought. The ghost company's database claimed the Fang insect sect was wiped out long ago. His sharp gaze fell upon Tang Call. Then what is that tiny black bean doing in my... San's ear? Tang Call met his gaze calmly. That is a secret technique of the Fangs. It's called the bean retreat technique. It transforms plants into souls, Tang Call explained. A feat only the most powerful Fang warriors can accomplish. He paused. This technique was never passed down to anyone outside the sect. His meaning was clear. The person using it is definitely a Fang warrior, one who somehow survived. The father's interest was piqued. Pardon my rudeness, but could you tell me, how is this black bean used? Tang Call was blunt. It's used For spying. He looked the father dead in the eye. In simple terms. Someone is following you. The reason, Tang Call continued, is likely tied to your business. He stepped closer. On the way here, Z told me everything that happened at the mansion. Z sat quietly on the sofa as the bodyguard stood guard, listening intently. Let me be clear, Tang Call stated. The owner of this black bean has nothing to do with the loss of your child. However, I'm not interested in your affairs. They are from our group. And they used the bean retreat technique, a smirk played on his lips. To be such an outstanding Fang warrior, yet stoop to something so despicable, I'm going to lure him out. With that declaration, Tang Call picked up Zio and walked towards the exit, the boy's father watching him from the window. A thought struck him. Since Tang Call and Z arrived, he hasn't said a single word to Z. That's not like him at all. He turned his attention to Kay. Are you still awake? He roared at his bodyguard, who was clearly dozing off. The guard jolted awake. Have Tang and Z already left? He looked down, humbled. It's true. There's always someone better than you. I have to train much harder, or I'll become dangerously overconfident. The father scoffed as Kay removed his mask. This guy might be number 1 in town for catching demons. But that's only because Kay isn't a member of the ghost company. Kay sat down decisively. Boss, I want to quit. He looked up with a determined smile. I don't want to be a bodyguard anymore. His intentions were clear. I want to join the ghost company. He was now just a slacker, officially unemployed. The boy's father stared in silence. Do you understand what you are refusing? The scene then shifts to a sprawling night city, bathed in the glow of countless bright lights. A lone man crosses a deserted street. He carries a large case on his back, a voice crackling in his earpiece. Do not underestimate the target. This time, it's like he doesn't exist in this world. Our database couldn't find a single trace of him. The voice continued. The only thing we can confirm is that the target knows how to use spiritual energy. We have a boat waiting in the harbor. After you complete the mission, leave the city immediately. The man listened to the intel pouring into his earpiece. Understood, he replied. He wore a black mask and a headband, his dreadlocks falling over his shoulders. This was the Wanderer mercenary. Gina's. We cut to a man in a sharp suit with a bright tie. Gold teeth gleamed as he smoked a cigar. He's finally making his move. He mused. A butler approached. Sir, our target is the Kwanhai Financial Group's strategist. Ron must be quite extraordinary. The butler hesitated. Can this mercenary we've hired truly be trusted? The man simply laughed. Don't you worry, he's number 1 in the business. His goal is just a strategist. As long as he completes the mission without being noticed. The man leaned in conspiratorially. The man we hired once destroyed an entire terrorist organization. By himself. He violently slaughtered countless people on the street. And the most frightening part, he used only 1 bullet for the entire job. And left no trace. It's simply terrifying. To destroy an entire organization with a single bullet. The man crushed his cigar in an ashtray. After he kills this strategist, I'm very curious how the Kwan Financial Group will continue to deal with me. The scene snaps back to Gina's. He looked up at the towering skyscrapers. My first order, he murmured, and I have never failed before. He stood alone in the street for a successful mission. The most important thing for a killer is intelligence. He then raised a massive cannon and pointed it skyward. This job is a huge test. For me, he fired. A single bullet shot upwards, trailing a thin rope behind it, and I have almost no information about my target. High above, the bullet exploded, changing its trajectory as it split into 3 separate parts. Gina spoke into the silence. I've been watching him for a little over a month. The projectile slammed into the concrete, becoming anchors. Thanks to the bullet rope system, Gina's began his ascent to the rooftop. It's been quite difficult to understand his behavior. Reaching the top, Gina's opened the case he'd been carrying, revealing the sniper rifle within. As he assembled the weapon, he thought, this man is a complete mystery. He moved to the building's edge and took aim. He only ever goes to 2 places, his home and the Kwan Financial Group. The man has no personal life at all. Gina's adjusted his scope. Other than reading, he has no interests or hobbies. He doesn't use electronic devices. He doesn't even have a mobile phone. Gina's took aim at his target, but the most interesting thing is that he only sleeps for 1 hour every day. The man in his crosshairs was sitting at his desk, reading a book. He had blonde hair and piercing green eyes. He glanced at the clock, its hands showing 4 in the morning. Then, he calmly started smoking. Gina's watched it all through his rifle, his finger resting on the trigger, Every fiber of his being screamed that the target knew. This feeling of dread went against all his principles. Jin had no concrete information, but he made the call the target had to die tonight. As his finger tightened on the trigger, the man below calmly exhaled a cloud of smoke. Jin fired. A single bullet shot out, carving a brilliant blue trail through the darkness. It soared towards the high-rise, aimed directly for its mark. The projectile zeroed in on the window, then simply stopped, dissolving into nothingness. He watched the last wisp of its energy evaporate. Through his scope, Jin could only stare, in utter disbelief. His perfect shot had vanished. Then, the man who was smoking simply waved at him with a friendly smile. Jin watched in absolute horror. It wasn't just that the target knew he was there. It was the question of when. When had he been discovered? A chilling sensation washed over Jin, as if a colossal red eye was watching his every move. He wasn't alone. He reached into his sleeve, smoothly drawing a pistol and aiming it to the side. Jin hesitated, noticing strange things he'd missed on his way up. Tiny black entities with glowing red heads were swarming towards him. He realized they must have been hiding in the shadows the entire time. Jin tried to fire back, but there were too many of them. A hellish swarm. He figured they weren't just for surveillance. Jin aimed his weapon, thinking that if they wanted to attack, they would have done it already. With so little information, he decided on a preemptive strike. He unleashed a blast from his cannon. The targets were too small. Judging by their wing beats, their speed had to be immense. He knew that a direct shot had an incredibly low chance of success. He had to box them in first. Jin activated a special bullet technique. His rounds flashed with an ethereal blue light, weaving a grid of energy that flew at the creatures, but they effortlessly dodged the attack, phasing past the net and closing. In on Jin, a shell casing clattered to the ground as the creatures struck. He was slammed backward, the impact sending him reeling, plunging from the rooftop. He realized the horrifying truth: they were faster than his bullets. He aimed his gun upwards. The creatures hadn't delivered a fatal blow, just a warning scratch. It was clear they were toying with him. From his desk, the man spoke through one of his minions, offering a mock apology. "Go home and rest for a few days," the creature's voice echoed. Jin was stunned. Another creature flew right up to his face. "Pass this? Message to your boss." It hissed, "Bother me again, and I will find him myself." With that, the creature before him erupted into a beam of red light. Jin, still in shock, fired his grappling hook at a nearby building and made his escape. In his mind, he replayed the facts. The target was capable of instantly pulverizing a bullet. Jin had no idea what method he used, but he had somehow discovered the time and location of a randomly selected operation. The man had also transformed red beams into living creatures with unbelievable speed and power. Jin knew it was April 23rd, the single most humiliating day of his life. Looking back in the target's direction, he swore an oath one day. He would repay this debt. He would make him pay for this crushing humiliation. Back in the apartment, the man calmly wrote failure on a piece of paper, crossing out Jin's name. He knew nothing else would happen this month. The man held out his hand, deep in thought. He jotted down a simple note: tomorrow will be a good day. A slow smile spread across his face. He was eager to see what tomorrow would bring. This man was Xian, a warrior from Zanyuku. Xian continued to sit at his desk, smoking. A sense of anticipation filled him. He wondered what fate had in store for him tomorrow. The scene then shifts, transporting us to Tankai's location. He kicked the door lightly. "Yatan, open up!" Laughter echoed from inside, and a voice told him to stop. Tankai wondered who Yatan was talking to. A moment later, she opened the door, looking towards him. In her arms, she held Zuo. Zio looked toward Tankai, then launched himself at his master's face with pure joy. "Master, you've finally returned?" Zuo was shocked by the strange sight. "Why did you let him out?" Tankai asked. Yatan explained that Zio couldn't get used to the room and desperately wanted to see him. Tankai stared at him sternly. "I'll give you a serious beating if you keep this up." But Zio Hai just clung to Tankai's back. Overjoyed, Zu sat on the sofa. Yatan noticed her broken arm and shin. Zuo simply looked at Yatan, assuring her that the pain was already gone. Then she asked, "How many demons are in Tankai's apartment?" Yatan looked up, thinking for a moment. She glanced at Zio and answered, "There are about 100 demons here." Zuo's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, as Zio Hai sat on Tankai's back, his pupils shifted, becoming predatory. And while Tankai played and Zuo chatted with Yatan, a massive red circle materialized in the room. From the center of the swirling portal, flames began to lick at the air. Zuo stared at the phenomenon, asking in awe. What is that? Yatan looked at the circle with a calm smile. That is a teleportation gate, connected to another world. Yatan's voice was filled with reverence. All 5 bloodhounds are already here. Zuo was shocked. Another world. What guests? Yatan approached Tangkai. We have visitors, she announced. But to us demons, they are our kings. Yatan gently took Zio high. Who was climbing?
On Tangkai, I feel like something terrible is coming, Zio whispered. What are you doing? He asked. It's best if you don't make a
fuss. Blackie, she said softly. The guests who have arrived are demon kings. They won't harm you. Is that true? Zio asked. Yatan confirmed it was. Zuoz looked around, completely bewildered. I'm so confused, she said, asking once more. Who is coming? Yatan turned to Zuo.
I was just telling you the story of the ghost company. In the human world, only a fraction of all demons remained.
But the brass never told Zuo where most of them went. They went to a place they called their second home, the demon city of Lanton. Yatan stood before. The fiery portal. These beings possess the greatest power in that world, she explained. They are known as the 5 bloodhounds, Yatan, Zio Hai, and the others all knelt and immediately bowed low. Yatan explained they had showered the demons with nothing but love. He insisted they were kings. Who should be the one kneeling? Yatan looked up and declared that seeing them was a tremendous honor. Just then, a dark barrier materialized, and from within its shadowy circle, 5 diminutive kings emerged before them. Z's eyes widened in disbelief. These small beings were the rulers of the demon world. The 4 kings stood, regarding them with varied, unreadable expressions. The 5th floated ominously in the air, a single eye fixed upon them. They were the demon kings of Lanton City, the infamous 5 bloodhounds. Z wondered if she could ever grasp their true forms or measure the sheer depth of their spiritual energy just by looking. Her mind flashed back to a previous battle, against the Quicksilver Wolves, the 2 guards of the boy's father. Back then, she could clearly see their ghostly wolf forms. She could feel their power. But now, sitting on the sofa, staring at the 5 bloodhounds, Z felt nothing. She noted these demonic rulers were just like Tanga. She couldn't sense an ounce of their spiritual power. Looking at them, she realized their energy. It was simply there, like the air itself, a fact that terrified her even more. The tension in the room was suffocating. Tanga, however, just glanced at the 5 bloodhounds with a casual smile, as if it were normal to have demon royalty in his apartment. Well, I'm gonna go play some games and head to bed, he announced. You guys can do whatever you want. Z was frozen on the sofa, utterly baffled. He was speaking to demon kings. She couldn't believe Tanga was treating them so casually. So informally, the lead king simply looked at Tanga and apologized for causing him trouble. Z stared, thinking, these are the kings of the bloodhounds. They seemed completely unimpressive. It was surreal, yet they were demon kings. As Yatan bowed again, the lead king spoke. He acknowledged their recent meeting with Yatan, telling him he could rise. Yatan offered his thanks to the 5 bloodhounds. The leader then looked at her and instructed her to let them go, presenting her with some items. The scene shifts abruptly to a dark industrial factory. A large truck rumbles into the building. 2 men stood nearby, mid-conversation. One asked the other if the cargo had been unloaded yet. The other confirmed everything was in order. The first man lit a cigarette, deciding to check it out himself. They both approached the truck. One of them noted that the cargo seemed emotionally unstable. I'll go check, he declared. He and his blonde-haired partner began walking toward the container. Suddenly, he hesitated. The truck shuddered violently, damaged from the inside. Then, the heavy cargo doors were blasted open. The 2 men stared at what lay within. From the gaping darkness, a shadowy form emerged. A man in bright glasses watched with a twisted smile. Tears of sheer ecstasy streamed down his face. A being was climbing out of the truck. It emerged, opening a mouth filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes held the predatory gleam of a hunter sighting its prey. It tore itself free, ripping the metal door clean off, and charged toward the men who could only watch in stunned horror. It stormed over, rising onto its hind legs to tower over them. Its bright eyes glowed menacingly. Even in the deep shadows, it had long, flowing hair, a multitude of arms, and the powerful body of a tiger. The bespectacled man was still crying, witnessing the whole glorious scene. He whispered that the creature was exactly as described in the ancient records. "It's simply magnificent," he breathed. He looked upon the beast and realized it truly existed. This monster, the being before them, was a demonic deity. The creature glared down at them and demanded to know why it had been abducted. It noted that this was clearly not the central cities. Then, with a flick of its tongue, it sneered that the ghost company meant nothing here. Who would even know? If it simply devoured them right now, the blonde-haired man stepped forward, blocking his partner. He addressed the deity, stating they both possessed snake-like properties. "Technically," he said, "you should call me eldest." He continued, explaining that people now refer to her as the mother of demons. He added that she reproduces countless demons, and her divine rating is below rank A. As he spoke, the man's eyes began to transform, filling with dark, reptilian lines. He warned that if the deity dared to attack, he would fight her to the death. His transformation completed. His eyes turned pitch black, his pupils slitted, and his face became covered in dark, bloody scales. He had become a serpent man. He calmly began to remove his tie. At that moment, the man with the glasses intervened, suggesting they talk things out. A fight here, he argued, would benefit no one. It would be far wiser to negotiate. The man who had transformed reverted to his human form, calmly adjusting his clothes. The man in glasses stepped forward to speak. He explained he had brought the demonic deity here because he required a small favor. He looked at the powerful being with a confident smile, asking for help in giving a new life to a demon. He promised that as soon as she fulfilled his request, she would be freed. Not only that, he would give her enough money to live out the rest of her days, in complete peace. The demonic deity stared down at him, then leaned in close. It pointed a claw at his face and asked if he was out of his mind. It snarled that his request directly violated the truce established with the ghost company, an act for which she would be banished back to the demon city of Lanton, while the man who proposed it would be arrested. The man simply looked back with a smug smile, telling her not to worry. Then he posed a question to the demonic deity. Did she truly know who was standing before her? He revealed himself as the first son of the owner of the Shanggu Financial Group, Li Shang. Li looked at her, his smile widening. He was certain the demonic deity was already well aware that half of the ghost company's entire budget was funded by the 4 great financial groups. The demonic deity stood silently, processing everything Li was saying. He then asked her, did she really think the ghost company could do anything to him? A heavy silence fell between them. Then, with explosive force, the demonic deity launched herself upwards. She had assumed they were just black market demon hunters. Thugs she could easily intimidate, but the situation was far more complicated. They were from a financial group, and she could not afford Ying to get entangled in their dark dealings. The demonic deity knew what she had to do. She would have to lay low, at least until she found her son. With a mighty roar, she shattered the roof and soared into the night sky, tasting freedom once more. Li stared at the portal the demonic deity had vanished through. He roared into the abyss, a desperate gambit. Don't you dare leave, your son is in our hands. He watched the portal, his heart pounding. Seconds later, the demonic deity reappeared, its eyes burning with pure fury. Repeat what you just said, it snarled. A grim smile spread across Li's face, tears welling in his eyes. He knew, in that moment, that Lu Yuan still had a chance to survive. Meanwhile, back in the city, a boy in a fox costume hid in the shadows. He hid behind a wall, listening in. One man asked about the case's progress. The reply was grim. Their target was nowhere to be found. He was a phantom. The man ordered the others to hunt the boy down, because if their master discovered this failure, they would all suffer a fate worse than torture. The boy fled, his bare feet slapping against the cold, hard street. He ran until his legs gave out, collapsing onto the ground in a heap. Lying there, the nightmare flooded back. He saw the strangers invading his home, his mother pushing him from the balcony just as they grabbed her. He was utterly powerless, able to do nothing in that moment but run for his life. He remembered his mother's last words. Her plea about something called the Ghost Company, a group that could help demons like them get identification. But could they truly be trusted? The boy stared into the darkness, tears of despair streaming down his face. He didn't know what to do, or who could possibly save his mother. Elsewhere, we find Tangkai, casually picking his nose. Yatan approached the 5 bloodhounds carrying a box, announcing it was what they'd been waiting for. With agonizing slowness, Yatan began to unveil its contents. He stood before the 5 demons as they watched with bated breath. Z stared from the couch, piecing it together. They had come for a delivery, but for Demon Kings, it had to be something of incredible importance. Z's mind raced. A legendary weapon, perhaps, or an artifact of immense power. Yatan bowed as the 5 bloodhounds ascended the stairs. Z's curiosity was burning. What could possibly be in that box? Moments later, the demons were holding phones, their eyes lit up with glee. One of them groaned, I lost this round again," while another warned. "Number 4, if you don't push forward, once we're in the room, I'll rip your ears off." Another whined, "I want to push, but I'm too scared to be the tank." A different bloodhound chuckled. "Don't you worry, I'm a support unit, I'll back you up." The one-eyed bloodhound glared at them.
Stop bullying me. Number 3, just follow my lead, and this time, we will definitely win. He then turned,
noticing someone had arrived. "Tang-Kai is here. He's come to the ghost company for help." He grinned. "Tang-Kai? I've missed you so much." "Aren't you even going to say hello?" he teased. Tang-Kai, engrossed in a game, jumped. He looked up, a flustered and awkward
smile on his face. No. Everything's fine, one of the hounds noted. Looks like Sister Long won't let him leave the house. The others smirked in agreement.
He pushed the door open, and they all piled in, slamming it shut. Z watched the entire spectacle in stunned silence. She was completely baffled. They came all this way, just to have a gaming session together. She couldn't believe these were the fearsome Demon Kings. Yatan glanced at Z and clarified. "They have many duties. Every single day is demanding," Yatan explained. "Coming here is like a vacation for them." Z was still confused. A vacation? But why Tang-Kai's house, of all places? Yatan sat beside her, because they know his master quite well. Besides, he is an excellent teacher. The 5 bloodhounds adore him. Z looked at Yatan, a thought occurring to her. "I've never been to the 2nd floor. Are there other demons up there?" She recalled what Yatan had said before, that nearly 100 demons were living in Tang-Kai's house. Just how big is this place? Yatan looked at her, explaining. "Upstairs, there are 3 rooms, a regular kitchen, a bedroom for the 5 bloodhounds, and behind that, another one for the rest of the demons, along with Tang-Kai's training room." Z looked at her, stunned, repeating what she'd just heard. Yatan smiled. "That's because
there is an alternate space hidden inside, the one they mentioned. Mr. Ji Lang created it just for Tang-Kai." She looked at him with an embarrassed blush, holding Z high by her ears. "I'm so happy I want to see him again." "He's just so incredibly beautiful," Z asked. "Who is Ji Lang's another friend of Tang-Kai's?" Yatan's expression grew dreamy as she described him. "Lord Ji Lang's spatial techniques are the strongest among all demonkind. The entire parallel space of the demon city was created by him alone." Yaden also added that he is the leader of Shiyi City, located within the great demon city of Lanyan. "He's a provincial leader," she said. Z stared at Yatan. He created a parallel space. All by himself? Z then asked. "Just how big is this demon city of Lanyan?" Yatan replied. "It's a parallel space, so it's roughly as large as the entire human world." Z sat there, processing this in absolute shock. She threw her head back. Yatan noticed her distress. "What's wrong?" Z slumped into the sofa. "It's just so much information. My brain can't keep up." She sighed. The existence of demons was shocking enough. But now you're telling me there are 2 other massive worlds out there. My mind is about to explode. Z looked up and saw Tang-Kai walking toward them. "Those guys talk way too much," he said, his tone serious now. "There is something important I need to discuss with you, Z." Tang-Kai stood before her with a slight smile. "Consider this the basic knowledge you'll need to join the Ghost Company." At that moment, we cut to the Ghost Company's branch headquarters. Han Ling stood at a table, her gaze sharp, her multicolored eyes shifted, sensing a presence behind her. She turned. "You finally arrived." Before her stood a man with cat-like ears, dressed in an exquisite kimono. He bowed low. "Miss Han, what are your orders?" This was the leader of the Shiyi Demon City, the legendary Ji Lang. Han's expression was grave. "The number of incidents across the various cities is spiraling out of control," she told him. "We must do something about it," Han added. Han knew the public would eventually discover Lan's existence, so he proposed a new plan to forge a special demonic tool with her help. Looking forward, he suggested they discuss the details once the secret division's leader, Li Yuan, arrived. Lan glanced at Henny, a question in her eyes. "If Master Li has descended the mountain,
Does that mean something major is about to happen? The scene then shifts, revealing Lee himself, lounging and speaking to Sue. He mused that while this journey saved energy, their pace was agonizingly slow. The ancient turtle spirit retorted that his old bones couldn't fly any faster. Sun believed Lee's summons by the Phantom Division meant only one thing: a massive event was unfolding. Lee, sprawled on Sun's shell, noted that no one had seen him. He figured this was a perfect chance to visit Moons. Sun immediately asked if Lee meant he wanted to see Tansy. Lee simply echoed his words, confidently stating he'd be back soon. It wasn't as if he would be gone forever. We then see the turtle spirit soaring through the sky on a massive aircraft. The scene cuts to a young boy, cloaked in a fox costume. He collapsed to the ground, whispering that humans could never be trusted. As he struggled to his feet, he remembered his mother's downfall, caused by her naive faith in people. The boy lamented that registered demons like them are forbidden from attacking humans, even when their own lives are at stake. He clenched his fist in frustration. It was clear the Phantom Division's contract was a sham. They didn't care about the fate of demons at all. The boy realized that the only person who could save his mother now was himself. He opened his eyes, shimmering with unshed tears, revealing demonic sclera and piercing, green vertical pupils. He rose slowly, his voice laced with venom. If a single hair on her head is harmed, I will slaughter them all. With that vow, the boy stood tall. He stared ahead with menacing eyes. But his resolve wavered when he saw a girl before him, casually shopping and eating ice cream. Zai noticed his stare. The ice cream was instantly forgotten. The boy looked at her, his eyes wide with fear, before Z's gaze drifted upward to a security camera watching them. The camera swiveled, focusing directly on her. In a flash, Z dropped her bag, grabbed the boy's hand, and pulled him into a run. "Follow me," she urged. The camera lingered on the abandoned package on the ground. Around the corner, Zai explained the danger they were in. Getting caught on those cameras would be a disaster. The boy, bewildered, asked who she was. Zai looked at him, surprised. "Didn't your parents tell you?" She explained that over 1 million cameras are installed citywide by the Phantom Division. Even a demon spirit can't escape their detection. The boy stood frozen, absorbing every word. Z warned that the moment the system identified him as a demon, he'd be forcibly sent back to the demon city of Lanton. The boy then asked if she was also a demon. Zai released his hand, remarking that he was incredibly lucky to have run into her. She revealed her identity. She was from the Phantom Division. The boy's eyes widened in horror, and he instinctively recoiled from her. He sprinted away from Z, shouting that if she was from the division, she should drop the act of trying to help him. He yelled that he didn't care. Z watched him, realizing the boy must have a terrible misunderstanding about the Phantom Division. She asked him to take her to his parents. The boy glared at her, his voice cracking with rage. "I only have a mother. And she was taken away by people just like you." Z was stunned. "Captured by humans?" she questioned, urging the boy to tell her everything. The time, the place, every detail of the incident. She promised to report it to headquarters immediately, but the boy just screamed at her to stop pretending, convinced she was only there to capture him. He spat that he wasn't a fool like his mother, who believed every word a human said. He stood his ground, defiant. He warned Zai not to assume he was afraid just because she was from the Phantom Division, calling her nothing more than a pathetic human. He then told her not to underestimate him just because he was a demon. Zai listened, understanding now the deep-seated distrust he held for her organization. She declared she wouldn't call for backup. Instead, she stood before him, her voice ringing with authority. "I, Jing Zi, swear on my position as deputy commander of the Phantom Division that I will absolutely save your mother." The boy stared at her, utterly shocked. "Let's go," Zai said. "We'll stop by your house first." As she turned toward the alley, the boy called out, "Wait, why are you helping me?" Z paused, admitting she didn't know why he harbored such a misconception about the Phantom Division. She then said there was something he needed to understand. Beyond keeping the peace, their primary mission was to protect demons. Z looked at the boy, and he saw in her gaze an undeniable truth. That look told him she wasn't lying. His demonic eyes faded back to normal. But then, he saw Z glowing with a green light. "What are you doing?" he asked warily. He looked again and saw her sitting astride a motorcycle that had materialized from thin air. He stood there in complete shock. "Where did that motorcycle come from?" he yelled. "A second ago, there was nothing there." A nearby cat yawned, oblivious. Suddenly, the motorcycle roared to life, speeding right in its direction. The cat calmly continued its stroll, until the bike shot past, making it jump and hiss in terror. As they sped through the streets, Z asked the boy again why he hated the Phantom Division so much. The boy clung to her, explaining that many of the treaty's terms were completely unfair to demons. Z guessed his mother didn't fight back, When she was taken, he confirmed it was true. Z said that was for the best, because if she had resisted, the boy would now be in immense trouble too. She glanced ahead. You might think the rules are unfair, she began. But have you ever considered this? In this world, there are not only countless bad humans, but also a horde of wicked demons. As they continued to ride, Zai explained that without these strict treaties,
countless evil demons would exploit every loophole for their own selfish gain. Those demons, she finished, pose an enormous threat to her people.
unable to fight back. The boy listened, hanging on C's every word. She explained how hard it was, keeping the world from knowing about the demons lurking in the shadows. The moment humanity discovers them, chaos will erupt. She believed most people would never accept coexistence with demons. C warned that what happened to his mother could happen to anyone. She needed him to remember that half of their purpose is to protect. The boy listened in stunned silence. C confessed that this mission was the very reason she loved her job. She asked him to trust her and believe in what they were doing. She swore she would save his mom. After a moment, the boy broke the silence, shouting, "Turn left!" C yelled for him to hold on tight. She yanked the bike into a hard turn, leaving a trail of burning rubber in their wake. "Did you find them?" she asked. "The ones who took your mother?" The boy shook his head. "I can't sense anyone," he replied. "But my nose, it's always been sharp. My mother's scent, it came from that direction." C told him to brace himself. "Hold on tighter, I'm speeding up." The boy looked at her with newfound conviction. "I believe you," he said. 100%. If you save her, I'll repay you, I swear." A small smile touched C's lips. That's all I needed to hear. The motorcycle roared to life, surging forward. Soon, they arrived at a derelict factory. The boy jumped off the bike. The smell. "She's in this factory." C scanned the area. "We're on the edge of town. This is one of those places where demon hunters cut their deals?" The boy's eyes began to glow as he stepped forward. "Stay behind me," he declared. "I'll protect you this time." He promised he wouldn't hurt any humans. "We'll escape the second I have my mom." As he neared the door, C gently placed a hand on his head. "No matter what happens, no violence." She stepped in front of him, her voice firm. "I promised you I would save your mother, and I will, whatever it takes." C began to undo her hair, a serious look on her face. They may see a simple clerk now, but I used to be one of the department's top agents, tasked with capturing demons. Her long blonde hair fell freely, as a magnificent sword materialized from the very air around her. Her gaze hardened as she looked ahead. "Whatever happens, I'm right beside you." The boy gave her a confident smile. "I understand completely." With her blade in hand, C advanced toward the factory. "Let's go save your mother. Together." They began to move towards the silent structure. "I can smell her," the boy insisted. "She's inside." C paused. "Are you sure? Because I can't sense anyone else in this building." Scanning her surroundings, she noted a different scent. Diesel fuel. A lot of it. The odor was so strong, it meant a truck had been here very recently. C's eyes drifted upward, spotting the gaping hole in the ceiling left by the demon god. She figured the boy's mother must have escaped through there. But then she saw the boy crouched on the ground, carefully tracing an invisible trail. He scouted the entire area, and then pointed. "Her scent. It's coming from below ground." He placed his hand on the floor. "There has to be a secret passage here." C knelt beside him. "Move back a little," she instructed, her gaze focused on the spot. "Get as far back as you can. You don't want to get hurt." The boy did as he was told, retreating to a safe distance, watching to see what C would do. She stretched out her hand, and a shimmering green mist materialized before her. C lowered herself to the ground, and the emerald mist seeped into the concrete, revealing the faint outline of a hidden door. She and the boy peered at the secret entrance. "So there really was something here," C observed. "This passage. It was built for a freight elevator." They stared down into the darkness. "Let's see what's down there." The scene shifts, following them down into the abyss. A soft thud echoes as they land. C glanced at the boy. That was a pretty long drop. "How are you holding up?" she asked. But the boy's attention was fixed ahead. "Someone's there," he whispered, and from the shadows, a dark silhouette emerged. A voice echoed in the darkness. "I've been waiting for a long time. I was starting to get bored." The man regarded them with an emotionless expression. His hands remained casually in his pockets. He was dressed in an impeccable suit, not a hair out of place. "I have to admit," he said calmly, I didn't think anyone would make it here. Alive. Especially not this quickly. C met his gaze without flinching. I'm from the ghost company. Hand over the boy's mother. She leveled her sword at him. Refuse, and I'll arrest you. For complicity in a demonic abduction. The man slowly pulled out a cigarette and prepared to light it. He smirked. Arrest me, all by yourself. With just that one sword, he scoffed. I answer only to the young master. His eyes turned cold. And my master's orders were to eliminate all intruders. Suddenly, from his very shadow, identical copies began to emerge. He shot C a menacing glare. If you can survive until I finish this cigarette, I might just consider letting you live.
At his signal, 2 copies surged forward. They charged at C, who stood protectively in front of the boy, as they lunged to attack.
Her blade ignited with that same green mist. C's eyes, filled with confidence, locked onto the original. She swung her sword in a graceful arc, a single blow striking down both attackers. She was a blur of motion, cutting down every copy that stood in her way. Her strikes were precise, deadly, and she moved instantly toward the original, who was still standing there, casually smoking. C closed the distance and launched a powerful kick. The man's arrogant smirk vanished, replaced by pure shock. But her foot slammed, not into him, but the iron door beside him. The impact sent a shockwave, knocking the cigarette from his lips. C stood over her foe. The man who moments ago promised death now lay unconscious on the ground. A tooth was missing, and his face was bruised. C looked down at him coolly. Smoking is bad for your health. She turned to the boy. Don't pick up bad habits from this uncle. The boy stood frozen in awe at the end of the hall, surrounded by the defeated copies. He quickly nodded. I won't. As they continued deeper into the facility, C realized she'd completely forgotten to ask what his name was. The boy looked up at her. You can call me Kai. And so C and Kai pushed forward, on their mission to find Kai's mother. But they were being watched. A mysterious figure observing them through a monitor. Suddenly, scales began to creep across his skin, as his body twisted and transformed into that of a snake. They stepped into a vast, open space filled with all kinds of strange equipment. The boy suddenly froze. I smell my mother's scent, he whispered.
Sai looked at Kai, who pointed ahead. She's in there. In the room right in front of us. Without a word, they moved towards it. Sai looked at the boy, telling him to stay close. There are guards, she warned. And I'm sure there are more inside. This could be dangerous.
The boy promised to listen, but in a blur of motion and dust, he was gone. Sai barely had time to register what happened before a scaled man snatched him away. C's hand shot out, enveloped in a strange green mist. It stretched an impossible distance and seized Kai. The man hesitated, turning back to see the incredible sight. He saw Sai's arm stretched out, firmly grasping the boy. The man leaped back. I was just told we lost a child, he snarled. I can't believe he would walk right back to us. Green venom dripped from his claws. A mere human. And yet she can extend her arm so far. His eyes narrowed on Sai and Kai. This is quite unexpected. Sai glanced at her own hand, still shrouded in that mysterious green aura. She faced him down. On behalf of the ghost company, I order you to surrender and return Kai's mother. But the man just scoffed. I don't care who you are. Then he lunged forward with blinding speed until the young master finishes his research. You're not leaving here alive. Sai drew her sword, preparing for battle. She settled into her stance. The man threw a crushing punch, but Sai's sword met his hand with a sharp clang of steel, deftly parrying the blow. Again and again, he attacked, but Sai fought back with flawless grace, her blade a silver shield. He aimed a deadly strike for her head, but she raised her sword and blocked it perfectly. Sparks flew as they exchanged countless blows, dodging with inhuman speed. The man took a decisive step forward. In response, Sai swung her sword in a powerful vertical slash. The man watched the entire exchange with cold, snake-like eyes. He skillfully dodged her direct attack. The force of her blade slammed into the floor, sending a massive shockwave hurtling toward him. It was a heaven slash attack. The man stared at Sai in pure shock. Unbelievable. She attacked the very moment my feet touched the ground. He continued to stare. Analyzing her, he realized she had the reaction time of a monster. No ordinary human could possibly react that quickly. He replayed the attack in his mind. With that level of spiritual energy infused in her sword, she could have struck me while I was still in the air. But for some reason, she deliberately missed. She hit the ground instead. He leaped back as the floor where the shockwave hit completely collapsed. A deep abyss had formed below. He landed gracefully, How annoying, he mused, to be so completely underestimated. Sai raised her sword. She ran a finger along its tip. This sword is known as the Black Iris, she said calmly. It's forged from black meteorite iron. Her voice held a chilling certainty. It doesn't matter what kind of armor you're wearing. The Black Iris can cut through absolutely anything. Holding her sword steady, her gaze was firm. I don't want to hurt you, let alone take your life. She leveled the blade at the man. I suggest you stop fighting now. It will be easier for both of us. The man just smiled, unzipping his suit to reveal crimson armor underneath. Black meteorite iron. So the legends were true. He chuckled. I never expected to see it here, with my own 2 eyes. This armor, he boasted, is considered one of the strongest among all demons. With that, he ripped his suit off, standing before her. He was covered in magnificent, snake-like armor with a gleaming red chest. He glared viciously in her direction. Now I'm truly curious. Which is stronger? Your legendary sword or my impenetrable armor? Sai stared at him in embarrassed surprise, then turned away, covering her face as she laughed. Hey, we're in the middle of a battle right now, she shouted, completely flustered. Why did you suddenly take off all your clothes? Put your suit back on this instant, she demanded. Shielding her eyes, she turned back to face the man, who simply stood there in a defensive pose. He spread his arms wide. Show me the true power of your blade. Sai looked at him and drew her sword, realizing this would not end peacefully. I suppose you won't give up until I beat you. She sighed. As she prepared her attack, a powerful wind began to swirl around her, making her hair stand on end. She drew her sword fully. In that case, I can only pray this blade doesn't kill you. Then, Sai began to spin, becoming a blur of motion. She shot towards the man with incredible speed. What kind of ridiculous show is this? He scoffed. Then, the girl leaped high into the air. Her sword sliced through the air, her eyes filled with serious intent. Devil trap. Flower cut. In an instant, a flurry of powerful sword attacks rained down on him. There was a huge impact. The spot where the man stood was instantly covered in a thick cloud of dust. Sai and the boy watched the fog and waited. With absolute confidence, C started braiding her hair. I hope he wasn't hurt too badly by that. She turned to the boy with a smile. Come on, Kai. Let's go inside. It should be safe now. Kai watched C walk towards the dust cloud and nodded, his eyes wide in disbelief. He couldn't believe how incredible she was. He recalled how she had made a motorcycle appear from nowhere, then found this secret passage. Not only was she an amazing fighter, but she could stretch her arm like a weapon. Who was she suddenly? Kai's body went rigid. His vision began to blur. Panic set in as the world spun around him. He fell to his knees, calling out her name. Sishi spun around. Kai, what's wrong? As she looked toward the boy, a man's cold voice echoed from the thick fog. It's because the boy is poisoned. The man emerged from the dust cloud. Your blade is sharp, but the spiritual energy you created with it cannot harm me. Sai stood there in complete shock, unable to understand how this was even possible. He was completely unharmed. Her confidence shattered, and her eyes filled with fear. The man simply looked at her and said, Don't be so surprised, because I, too, have been poisoned. The man's voice was a cold whisper. By now, your vision is blurring. Soon, you will feel a crushing pressure in your chest. Your body will grow numb until you've lost all ability to fight. He sneered. You didn't feel a thing when my venomous sting pierced your skin. Did you when I grabbed the child back in the room? It took but a moment to inject the toxin into your body. The man held up his hand, revealing a needle shimmering with a sickly green liquid. Z's condition worsened as she gasped. That's a dirty trick, model. He stood over them, his voice chillingly calm. The poison he used, he explained, was the slowest, least lethal type. He crept towards the girl and the child, now collapsed on the ground. She wouldn't die from this, he assured her. His mission was simple: keep everyone from leaving the lab. When the experiment was over, he promised he would let her go. He then raised a monstrous arm, a wicked sting poised to strike. He stared down at Sai, explaining he would inject a second toxin, one that would wipe her memory clean of this night. Sai fought to her feet, her vision blurring, her world fading, her eyes locked on the man's polo shirt. Suddenly, a thick green mist erupted, blanketing everything in its path. The man reeled back, shocked. Where could they have gone? He scanned the area, wary. His head dropped in disbelief. For the first time ever, his prey had escaped. Who was this girl? As the man stood frozen, something small darted past his leg. It was Sai and Kai, making a desperate run for it.
Clutching Kai in her arms, Sai fled, her body screaming in protest. She could feel consciousness slipping away. But she had to reach that place. She had to. She knew he was the only one who could save the child's mother. The scene shifts. We're with Zio, who's being asked about her newfound abilities.
Tang Kai stood before her, praising her. She did well at the old house, he admitted. Without her, the mission would have taken much longer. Zio sat on the sofa, listening to him intently. Tang Kai explained it was all thanks to that thing inside her body, a power that could see what he could not. Zio stared at him in surprise. Tang Kai used an example, saying if it weren't for her, he never would have known that Fian warriors still existed in this world. He sat down beside her, explaining that he had sealed the mummy's consciousness, but it had somehow manifested again. Clearly, this wasn't as simple as he thought, but Tang Kai waved it off, as long as Zio was with him. He declared she was safe. He leaned back, hands behind his head, a grin on his face. They just needed a better plan for the mummy sealed inside Zio's body. He looked up, his tone shifting. If Zio truly wanted to join the ghost company, she needed some flair of her own. He began to explain the demonic categories. There were 4 main types: spirit, fairy, monster, and god. Spirits, he explained, are born from the obsessions and resentments of the dead. They are invisible to ordinary people, moving only at night or in the deepest shadows. Fairies are born when plants, and even non-living things absorb spiritual energy over countless years. They can move freely, day or night. Monsters, he continued, are born from animals that have cultivated their own spiritual power. They too can roam day and night. And finally, gods, beings that predate humanity itself, possessing immense destructive power. After listening to his lecture, Zio processed it all. So there were different classes of demons. She understood that part. But then she asked, what exactly was spiritual energy? She remembered him saying that she had it too. Tang Kai explained that all living things possess spiritual energy. He told her to think of it as a mysterious, latent force. In humans, it's called spiritual energy. In demons, it's known as demonic energy. All people, he said, are born with this power. But for most, it remains dormant, locked away inside a chest. Then one day, for a select few, that chest suddenly bursts open, endowing them with superhuman abilities. This is the awakening of spiritual energy, a power that flows through the body and grants immense strength. Tang Kai clarified that for most people, this power never activates unless they undergo cultivation training. However, a very small percentage are born with their spiritual energy already unlocked. Zio sat, hanging on his every word. Tang Kai propped his feet on the table, saying they were basically people with superpowers, straight out of the movies. He glanced in Zio's direction. We call them wanderers, he said. The name clicked for Zio. She remembered the red-haired man, Kai, who had called himself a wanderer. Tang Kai explained that wanderers don't usually join the ghost company. Some prefer to work as elite bodyguards. But most, he said, hide their abilities, terrified of being labeled an outcast. He looked her in the eyes. Capturing spirits is an important and secret job. Headquarters won't let just anyone join. So if a non-Taoist like Zio wants into the ghost company, she needs a letter of recommendation from an existing Taoist. He smiled. Don't worry about it, he said. My master can recommend you. He then cheekily pointed to himself. My master. He opened his eyes, only to find that Zio had fallen fast asleep. Right on his shoulder? Tang Kai froze, completely stunned. He stared at her, his mind blank. In a flash, Yatan whipped out her phone and started snapping pictures. Tang Kai immediately started grumbling, but Yatan just kept clicking away with a mischievous smile. He demanded to know what she was doing. Yatan just giggled, declaring them a great couple before running off to bed. Tang Kai was left looking after her, completely exasperated. He sat there in the silence, fuming, while Zio slept peacefully. His gaze drifted forward as a strange, unfamiliar feeling washed over him. He looked down at Zio. It was the same feeling he had earlier, when he saw her crying in the old house. He recalled the entire incident, thinking to himself that he'd never felt anything like this before. No wonder Master told me to stay away from women, he muttered under his breath. He glanced at Zio again, startled. This was weird, very weird. Thump thump. Tang Kai's heart began to hammer in his chest. He scowled, realizing his heart was pounding like a war drum, like a madman, then shrugged his shoulder, letting Z collapse onto the sofa. She remained completely lost to the world as Tonga stared down at her, a grim expression on his face. He muttered to himself about a sudden Kai deficiency. Clutching his heart in shock, He thought this couldn't be possible. Not when he always practiced inner alchemy. He should be in perfect health. As this confusion swirled, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Tanga's eyes snapped towards the sound. Who could possibly be visiting at this ungodly hour? He strode to the door and swung it open, his face an unreadable mask as he saw who was there. It was Z. Tanga hesitated, calling her name in surprise. She stumbled forward, collapsing against him. She managed to whisper his name before her eyes fluttered shut and she passed out in his arms. Holding the unconscious Z, he demanded to know what happened. Had Sis Long forced her to drink again? Tanga looked past her, his confusion deepening. He couldn't make sense of the scene at all. Lying in the hallway was a boy in a fox costume. The scene then shifts, taking us to the factory where Z and Kai had fought. A voice from outside reports to their leader. "Sir, the intruder was from the ghost company, and they managed to escape." The voice insisted they couldn't stay in this factory a moment longer. The armored man replied that he had already informed Experimental Base 2. "We need to leave immediately." Following this, we see two men standing before a colossal structure. Chained within was a powerful demonic deity. A message suddenly flashed across a nearby monitor. Engine match successful. Lai spread his arms wide, a vicious, triumphant laugh echoing through the chamber. The armored man watched him with a stoic expression. Lai fell to his knees, raising his head to the captive deity, a twisted mix of tears and smiles on his face as he spoke. He had finally found a way to bring Lu Yuan back to life. We then see another part of the facility, where a girl is suspended inside a tank of mysterious liquid. She had long black hair, a complex helmet on her head, and was connected to an array of devices. The scene shifts again, to the ghost building on April 25th. Zio informed Tanga that Z had been unconscious for 2 full days. He asked nervously if they should take her to a hospital. Tanga checked her vitals and said her pulse was perfectly normal. "She's just unconscious," Tanga explained. "Her body isn't harmed." Zio argued that since she was from the ghost company, Tanga should have reported this to his superiors. Tanga shot Zio a displeased look. "Z is completely out of her mind," he grumbled, assuming she came to him, precisely because she didn't want her own people to know about her condition. Just then, Z's eyes fluttered open. Zio and Tanga rushed to her side, relieved that she had finally regained consciousness. As they filled her in, Z realized with dawning horror that 2 days had passed. This meant the kidnapper had surely escaped by now. Tanga then asked Zai if she truly had the nerve to go after them without notifying Sisla. Z explained that Kai didn't trust the ghost company, so she had promised him that she would save his mother herself. It was an absolute emergency. Tanga listened carefully before declaring he would definitely help her. For him, this was not a difficult task, but he warned it would take some time to locate his mother. From the sofa, Kai spoke up. "I have a great sense of smell. I can try to find her." Tanga and the others stood behind Kai, skeptical. Could he really find her just by her scent? Z realized that must be how he found the base before. Kai leaped onto the balcony railing, standing with his eyes closed. Z was shocked, shouting for him to be extremely careful, but Kai stood perfectly still, his eyes shut tight, as if searching for a hidden trail on the wind. His mother, the chained demonic deity, was emitting her unique scent, which was seeping into the Hamud ventilation system and out into the streets. The faint trail drifted towards the ghost tower, where Kai finally caught it. A moment later, he shouted, "I found her." He turned back to our heroes and told them to come down, calling him Little Fox. Tanga told Kai to go eat dinner, promising he would be back soon. He then formed a series of hand seals, activating the rune suppression technique Borrowed Wind meanwhile. Lai gazed at Yuan, who remained sealed away. He then turned and walked towards the restrained demonic deity. "Consul," Lai commanded, "conduct a success rate analysis." The console began its calculations, and a synthetic voice announced, "Data transfer of the genetic brain structure, 30%. Success rate is low. Carrier is 65% secure in transmitting genetic data. High success rate. The carrier is in danger. Transfer of genetic brain structure data is 100%. Success rate 99.9%. The host's chance of survival is extremely low." Lai listened to everything the console reported, his expression unchanging. Then he gave the final command. "Enable data transfer to maximum level." His subordinate in the back warned his master, "The ghost company knows we've kidnapped a demon with an identity card." Lai glanced in the man's direction, who continued, "If they find out we're using her in an experiment, then your father might be dragged into this." Lai looked back at the demonic deity and told the man he had been talking too much lately. A chilling smile touched his lips as he added, "Even if I'm forced to go against the entire ghost company, or hunt down tens of thousands more demons, I will still bring Lu Yuan back." The man looked at Lai, with caution, thinking to himself that he truly didn't understand the love between a man and a woman. With the order given, the consul initiated the process, and a green liquid began to flow through the tubes connected to the demonic deity. The powerful being began to writhe in pain as the liquid flowed towards Yuan, who
was submerged in water. The scene then flashes back 2 years. We see a man holding a beaten girl by the head. This girl had beautiful, crimson
eyes and a short, dark hairstyle. She was bruised, with blood trickling from her lip. 2 men flanked her, one of them pinning her against the wall as he said, "If you don't pay us back, we'll have to sell you to a nightclub to make up for your debt." Just then, another man walked up, taking in the entire situation. The man holding the girl's head sneered that it was a shame she didn't use her appearance to earn a living. He leaned closer to her and said that he just didn't understand. "You spent all your money on treating your father," he taunted, "but he still died anyway." The man then asked why she would borrow money from them when she already knew he wouldn't be cured. As he spoke, the man turned and saw 2 new figures approaching them. He shouted at the newcomer, "What are you looking at?" He told him to mind his own business. Lai simply smiled and held up his hands, telling those men to
"Pay him no mind," he said, dismissing the man as a pathetic passerby. With a smirk, Lee told them to continue, admitting he rather enjoyed the show.
He loved watching people beg for forgiveness. The thugs froze, hanging on his every word. Lee mused that today was his lucky day to witness such a fine spectacle. His thoughts paused as his gaze fell upon the girl. Something was wrong. Her expression hadn't changed at all since this began. Her face was completely drained of life. An imbecile. Perhaps the thug's leader grinned, hearing Lee call himself a simple spectator. He lunged, striking Lee across the face. "Don't think I won't hurt you just because you have a bodyguard," his guard tensed, preparing to intervene. But Lee simply adjusted his glasses, raising a hand to stop him. The man stood tall, glaring down at Lee, who only smiled back. He touched his cheek, a thoughtful look on his face. "So this is pain," he murmured. "What a truly magnificent feeling." In the next instant, he lifted his leg from the ground. His foot swung in a devastating arc, slamming into the man's face with brutal force. Blood erupted from his nose as he was sent flying a great distance.
"Boss," another man screamed, rushing to the side of his fallen leader. He cradled the unconscious man in his arms.
He glared at Lee, shouting, "You're dead! We're serious people." Just then, a gold coin flickered through the air, landing at his feet. The man stared at the gleaming coin on the floor. Lee smiled, almost apologetically. "My apologies. I think I heard his skull crack. He'll likely spend his life as a vegetable. You can exchange this gold coin at the bank for 30 million, Lee explained coolly. "Consider it payment for his hospital expenses." The man's eyes widened as he finally looked closer at the coin. He recognized the emblem, a Quan-Hai gold coin. He immediately scrambled to lift his boss, bowing frantically. "Forgive me, I didn't recognize you. Sir, please, pretend nothing happened here." Another goon piped up, "The girl is all yours." But Lee's voice cut through the air. "This money also covers everything she owed you." He placed a hand on his bodyguard's shoulder. "That little sidekick you taught me was quite cool," he said with a grin. "Tonight, I'll take you somewhere fun, all the while." The girl remained on the ground, her face a complete blank. She finally rose to her feet and apologized, then thanked him for repaying her debt. "I have nothing to offer, Jimmy, except myself." Her voice was soft. "You can ask me to do anything." She then looked up, her red eyes burning with desperation. Lee's smile widened. How entertaining, he thought to himself. "Anything. You say the scene changes, and we are transported to the Shanghai Hotel." The girl stood in the bathroom, wrapped only in a towel, staring at her reflection before stepping out. Lee was waiting, sitting in a chair. "Come here," he commanded. As she approached, he reminded her of her earlier words. "You said you were willing to do anything." He sat back in his chair. "Take off your towel." The girl obeyed, and as Lee's eyes scanned her body, he noticed she had absolutely no emotions, not even when she stood completely bare before him. She just stared back with a serene, empty face. He stood and walked towards her, grabbing her arm. He pushed her down onto the bed. And then he froze in absolute horror. Her! The scene changes, focusing on the scars that adorned Lou's back. That night, she had borrowed money from loan sharks, all to save her drunken father, growing up without a mother, with only an alcoholic, for a father. Lee wondered if that brutal past had forged her into the person she was today. In his eyes, The reflection of her wounded back was all he could see. He hadn't realized it, but a special feeling.
For her had taken root in his heart from that very moment. Watching her now, sleeping on the bed, Lee knew one thing for sure. He wanted to protect her. He found himself growing more and more drawn to her. He took
her shopping, lavishing beautiful things upon her. He watched as Lou tried on a pretty dress, while a bodyguard trailed behind them, carrying all her bags. Lee had also taken her on Amidel. A memory surfaced. A voyage across the world. Lee recalled how she showed no interest in anything. He thought back to the ship, where she admired the view with him. Lou wore a beautiful red dress, but her face was like a soulless puppet. Lee knew then she was different from any woman he had ever encountered. Those other women would do anything, pretend to be anything, just to get what they wanted. But Lou, she was a complete enigma. The luxuries that drove other women wild held no appeal for her. No diamonds, no world travel, no beautiful gifts. Absolutely nothing could stir her heart. Lee stood there, admitting it was the first time a woman had made him feel so utterly worthless. He became obsessed with finding something, anything, that would interest her, no matter the cost. But even after a year, Lou remained a beautiful, empty doll. He recalled the day he finally gave up. He told her to forget it, that he'd had enough. He couldn't drag her along anymore and decided to let her go. In that moment, everything changed. Lou rushed forward, grabbing his hand. He turned to see tears streaming down her face as she confessed he was the only one she had. "Don't leave me," she pleaded. Seeing her so defenseless, so heartbroken, it was a lightning strike to his soul. In that instant, Lee knew he had unconsciously fallen in love with her. As he turned to face her, an incredible wave of emotion washed over him. The primal desire to protect her erupted like a volcano. Watching her tears fall, his mind spiraled out of control. He pulled her into an embrace, promising her everything. "I'll never leave you," he vowed, but on one condition. Awkwardly, he asked her to become his girlfriend. To his shock, Lou pushed him away. He was stunned by her reaction. Lou turned from him, closing her eyes in what looked like embarrassment. But then she faced him with a dazzling smile. "Let's start dating. Tomorrow," she said. In the next moment, a truck appeared from nowhere, barreling towards her. "I've already lost her once," Lee growled. He glared at the demonic being writhing in pain from his experiment. This time, he vowed, "Nothing will stop me from saving Lou." Just then, a massive explosion rocked the entire facility. Lee's bodyguard flinched at the blast. He looked up, and his blood ran cold. A ghostly figure was looming right above him. How did they find this place so fast? In an instant, the area was engulfed in smoke and chaos. The bodyguard launched himself out of the elevator, a blur of motion streaking towards the blast. His mind raced. The walls of this fortress were designed to repel rocket strikes. He couldn't
fathom what could have possibly breached them. The bodyguard stared ahead, his eyes locking onto a massive, gaping hole where a plume of smoke billowed. From that smoke, Tang-Kai emerged.
His voice was cold as steel. Who kidnapped the child's mother? Tang-Kai's ultimatum echoed in the ruined hall. "Bring her back now, or I'll beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize the remains." Just then, the bodyguard appeared behind Tang-Kai, his blade poised to strike. Tang-Kai didn't even flinch. "Get it over with," he said calmly. "I have dinner waiting at home, elsewhere," Lee ordered. "Get this man out of my sight." A box opened, revealing a captive. "I've found the truck driver," Lee announced. He concocted a story, trying to escape responsibility for his actions. The man, bruised and bloodied, averted his gaze. "You will soon be reborn," he was told. "You'll need human blood to stabilize your new form." A chilling smile spread across Lee's face. "Enjoy your rebirth." At that moment, a massive sphere of demonic energy began to form. Tang-Kai stood his ground, watching it coalesce. Suddenly, the bodyguard extended his hand, aiming to inject a lethal toxin. But as he tried to plunge the stinger into Tang-Kai's neck, it shattered. The bodyguard stared in disbelief. His stinger. It broke before it even made contact with Tang-Kai's skin. An invisible green aura radiated from Tang-Kai's body. A perfect silent defense. Tang-Kai glanced back and, with a casual flick of his palm, slapped the bodyguard across the face. The assassin was sent sprawling, shock written all over him. "What exactly?" Tang-Kai drawled. "Did you think you were going to do to me?" The bodyguard crumpled on the floor, reeled. His plan was to incapacitate Tang-Kai with a single strike. He never imagined he'd be so utterly humiliated before he could even act. The bodyguard stared up at Tang-Kai, a horrifying realization dawning on him. This wasn't just a top-class demon. This kid was terrifyingly powerful. Tang-Kai loomed over him, his expression dripping with disdain. "Was it you?" he asked. Who took the boy's mother? The bodyguard knew a direct confrontation was suicide. He had to drain his opponent's energy first. A foul green mist began to seep from his mouth. Tang Kai instinctively covered his nose, a look of pure disgust on his face. What is that rancid smell? He glared at the bodyguard. Did you just fart instantly? The entire room was shrouded in the venomous green fog. The bodyguard leaped back, spraying the deadly mist everywhere. He thought to himself, I didn't want to take this kid's life. But he's no ordinary foe. The bodyguard hissed.
You leave me no choice but to unleash my strongest poison. He retreated further, releasing a massive cloud of toxic gas that consumed the space.
The bodyguard knew its effects well. Mere contact would cause the victim's skin to swell, their body hardening into a paralyzed statue. He gloated internally. A single breath will make his organs rot from the inside out. The agony was said to be worse than swallowing molten iron. If this poison isn't neutralized, he thought, not even a god could save him. The gas would flood the room in seconds, leaving no path for escape. The bodyguard sneered. Once he's lost the will to fight, I'll remove the poison from his system and then lock him away forever. But as he flooded the chamber with his ultimate weapon, he froze. He watched in horror as the gas began to swirl into a vortex, being pulled out of the room. The bodyguard couldn't comprehend it. Why was his poison fog being sucked away? The mist vanished, revealing Tang Kai, completely unharmed. If you want to fight, Tang Kai said, his voice dripping with annoyance, then fight properly. Stop with these pathetic parlor tricks. Tang Kai had used the borrowed wind seal suppression technique. He stared down the bodyguard. I practice inner alchemy. Your little poison cloud was nothing to me. But just then, Tang Kai's face twisted, and he gagged, wiping his mouth. He stared dumbfounded at the bodyguard. What was in that stuff? A laxative? Tang Kai's anger flared. If you want to fight, then fight me head on. He then pointed menacingly. Because if I have to run to the toilet, I swear I'll be using your face as toilet.
Paper, the bodyguard was stunned. His ultimate poisonous storm had done nothing more than give Tang Kai an upset stomach.
He stared in terror. He can control the wind. He must be one of the secret Taoists. With that realization, the bodyguard decided to unleash his full power. He crouched, and two demonic snakes erupted from his back. They slithered upwards, their maws opening to reveal rows of razor-sharp fangs. He aimed them at Tang Kai and charged forward with a terrifying roar. He closed the distance in a heartbeat and leaped into the air. The snakes' mouths began to gather crackling green energy. Then, they unleashed a barrage of ranged attacks. Tang Kai stood his ground, his expression perfectly calm as the storm of venomous needles flew towards him. He remained motionless, a statue in the face of the onslaught. As the attacks closed in, a green needle aimed straight for Tang Kai's eye, but just before impact, it bent impossibly. Every single projectile that reached him simply curved around his body, completely harmless. The attacks that missed, however, tore through the concrete floor like paper, but they couldn't touch Tang Kai. The bodyguard watched, his mind shattering. He couldn't believe it. These stingers could pierce through an armored vehicle, yet they couldn't even leave a scratch on this man. In that moment of shock, Tang Kai vanished. He reappeared in an instant, swinging his elbow with devastating force. The bodyguard didn't even have time to register his movement. The blow connected with bone-crushing impact, smashing him into the ground and leaving a crater in his wake. Tang Kai landed gracefully. He looked down at his opponent with a cold, silent gaze. I hope he didn't die from that, Tang Kai thought absently. He stared at the man's mangled body, half buried in the rubble. From a remote location, Lee watched the entire battle unfold on a digital screen. He picked up the phone. Is Z asleep? Lee's eyes remained glued to the monitor. I have a situation. I need your help. Urgently. He watched as Tang Kai turned his head slowly and stared directly into the camera. The sooner Z arrived, the better. Z was at his desk, speaking with Lee on the phone. I understand, he said calmly. I'm on my way. He glanced at a notebook. The date, 4/23, was marked bad luck but had been crossed out. Next to it, a new entry simply read, Good luck. A faint smile touched Z's lips. He wondered just what kind of good event fate had in store for him tonight.
We returned to that moment. Lee, with tears of his own, held Lou close. I promise I'll never leave you, he said, but on one condition.
Become my girlfriend. Lou pulled away, a bashful look on her face. But as she stood there, a wicked smile began to form. Inside, she was triumphant. She had waited an entire year for this moment, for Lee to finally fall completely in love with her. She turned back and said, Tomorrow will be our first day. Then, the truck came. The man behind the wheel was seething with rage, his eyes locked on Lou. He was glad he'd finally found this girl. Because of her, his life had become a living hell. His only wish was to see her die. He remembered a time when he and Lou were happy. But now, he was Lee's captive, beaten and bloodied, chained up. He was forced to watch as Lee stood beside the demonic creature, a massive sphere of energy pulsating overhead. Lee observed the process intently. Suddenly, the system panel began to scream. Incubated life form in critical danger. The warning repeated over and over. Green liquid hoses connected to the sphere started to snap. Inside, the girl's form convulsed. The system's warnings grew more frantic. Then, from within the sphere, a grotesque black hand dripping with green ooze burst forth. Elsewhere, Tanga observed the bodyguard. An A-rank demon, he mused. His employer must be someone extremely important and wealthy. As he walked, a grin spread across his face. Looks like a very big catch has started today. He strode forward. When suddenly the ground before him erupted, rocks and leaves flew everywhere as something immense clawed its way out. Tanga stumbled back, finding himself face to face with a colossal snake. It stared him down before diving back into the earth. The ground shook violently where the serpent disappeared. Tanga was slammed to the ground, smoke rising around him. He pushed himself up. A bit careless, he admitted with a smirk, but not bad. He looked ahead as the snake reappeared before him. Listen well, the snake hissed. As long as I can move, you will not take a single step through that door. It towered over him, impossibly large, its intense green eyes glowing with menace. But Tanga simply rose to his feet and began walking forward. I'd love to keep playing with you, he said, his expression hardening. But my goal is to save someone. So I need to finish this quickly with a sudden burst of power. He launched himself into the air. Besides, he yelled, I'm getting hungry. He flew towards the snake like a cannonball, landing a massive punch to its face. The creature didn't even flinch. Tanga was shocked. Not a single scratch before he could react. The snake slammed its head into his stomach, sending him flying. He crashed through a solid rock wall. The snake's tail whipped through the air, striking him again and again, burying him in rubble. The beast loomed over him. I am a hook snake, it declared, a high-class demon. My armor's defensive power is the best of the best. It glared down at the buried Tanga. There is no way you can ever harm me. He rose to his feet, admitting the snake's defense was interesting, even strong. The serpent, now on high alert, watched as Tanga declared from above. A few days ago, I ran into 2 quicksilver vipers. Tanga reasoned that if they were lower class A, then this snake had to be at least middle class. The serpent stood frozen, listening intently to Tanga's analysis. Suddenly, Tanga was engulfed in a brilliant radiance, unleashing the borrowed gold seal suppression technique. Glowing with an intense light, he told the snake it would be rude not to fight seriously. With that, Tanga stood tall and activated his next technique, the borrowed gold. Mystified form, he swung his leg, his sneaker flying off his foot. On the slipper was the mark of a powerful seal. This was the mystified form, a secret spirit alchemy of the Taoist fold, created with spiritual energy. It could stick to any object, living or not, and turn it into a weapon of pure destruction. Tanga then snatched his sneaker from the air. A chilling smile spread across his face as he advanced on the serpent. As he closed the distance, the snake hissed, Are you really using a slipper as your weapon? The beast glared at Tanga, warning him to stop looking down on it. In response, Tanga swung, striking the snake square in the face. The moment the slipper made contact, the snake felt an impact like a giant meteorite slamming into its skull. The sheer force of the blow sent the creature crashing to the ground. The 2 combatants crashed to the ground. A massive plume of smoke erupted from the impact. Tankai's strike was devastating. He calmly walked through the dust and stood atop one, looking down at the fallen snake. He clenched his hand into a fist, a smirk playing on his lips as he spoke. I'm not looking down on you, Tanga explained casually. It's just, you'd die instantly if I stuck this golden seal directly to your body. In that moment, the protective barrier around the snake shattered completely. Tanga stood on the boat and demanded to know who had kidnapped the small child's mother. Show yourself, he commanded the villain. With a vicious glare, Tanga warned, I'm in a terrible mood right now. Then, the scene shifts, and we hear a voice announce that a bike is locked. Please take your personal belongings. Z sat on the bike, noting he was a little late. With a slight smile, he looked off into the distance. Hoping the other person was all right, he gazed ahead, thinking about how he was looking forward to this wonderful meeting. Z then began to explain the ranking system for demons. Based on their degree of danger, there are 5 classes, from strongest to weakest. Rank S, Rank A, Rank B, Rank C, and Rank D. Each rank is further divided into 3 levels: top, middle, and bottom.
Rank D is essentially an ordinary person, so it has no further classification. The level of danger is the threat a demon poses to the human world.
But since every demon has different abilities, some can defeat those of a higher rank. For example, a C-class demon is normally less of a threat, but one with the ability to control, evolve, and create barriers could increase its lethality enough to defeat a B-class host, like the mummy that invaded its space. However, outside of its own domain, its power is far weaker. Defeating a higher-ranked demon is only possible under very specific circumstances. After that, we cut to Tanga's house, where a massive feast is laid out on the table. Z and Yaden were ecstatic at the sight of all the cooked food. Yaten even stood up to take pictures of all the dishes. They asked Z if she prepared it all herself. Z replied that it was nothing special, saying they could learn to cook like that too if they practiced. Z explained she used to live with relatives and had to do everything herself, including the cooking. She laughed, saying the dishes tasted as great as they looked. Yatan ate it with incredible speed, exclaiming how delicious it was. She declared she could eat 20 more servings instead of a certain Chris tonight. Z then looked to the side.
She asked Kai why he wasn't eating. He sat with an empty plate and asked nervously if Tanga could really save his mother. He worried that the enemy had too many people.
Z and Yatan shared a reassuring smile and told him not to worry. Yatan explained that the Ghost Company's demon hunters are also ranked. They are divided into 4 ranks, from strongest to weakest. Rank A, Rank B, Rank C, and Rank D, Yatan continued, adding that there are 3 more
categories for each rank: higher, middle, and lower. Yaten revealed that there are only 10 A-rank officers in the entire state of Luzon.
3 of them are top rank. Yatan said that it would normally take at least 5 A-class officers to defeat an S-class demon, but a higher-ranking officer can handle one on their own. She stated that, out of the 3 top-ranked officers, Tanga is the strongest, with the most captured demons under his belt. She recalled Tanga's confident smile. Yaten grinned and said Tanga was the best. In her mind, there wasn't a demon in the world that could possibly defeat him. Kai's face lit up with happiness. "Wow, that's so cool," he exclaimed. It turned out Tanga was even more amazing than he thought. Kai smiled, now certain that his mother would be back very soon. Then, Z and Yen shared a thought. They knew Tanga was incredibly strong, but he was also too easy to provoke. And because he was so powerful, he probably didn't like to think through his tasks. Z hoped everything would go smoothly this time, and that he would save the child's mother. Still, Z pondered, and admitted she had a bad feeling about this. We are then transported back to Tanga's location. A gaping hole was torn in the building where he'd flown up, smoke still rising from it. Tanga stood before a demonic den, recalling that the boy's mother was captured for some kind of experiment. He saw a single demon tied to a lab table. They had tried to save it, but its demonic energy was already fading fast. Tanga's eyes then darted to the side. He saw a man, tied up and covered in blood. Tanga knew instantly that the man's life essence had been completely drained away. He walked forward and saw a demon's corpse lying before him. He then called out to Lee, who was holding a revolver in his hand. Tanga stood before him.
What happened here, he demanded, asking about the demon on the lab table, the abducted mother. Tanga grew tense as he saw Lee, both crying and laughing.
This guy, Tanga thought, has completely lost his mind. The scene then rewinds a few minutes. A black hand emerged from a sphere dripping with green liquid. Lee leaped back just as the sphere burst, spilling its contents everywhere. He stumbled back into a container holding a girl and saw her reflection in his glasses. In that reflection, countless other girls were seen falling. Lee could only sit and watch in horror. A system panel coldly stated, "Successful incubation. Subject's vital signs are at 99%, but the brain is still in an unconscious state." The room was littered with the bodies of fallen girls. The system panel flickered to life. Subject vital signs and consciousness integration 1% complete. A critical warning flashed: incubation object in danger. Do you wish to save it? Just then, a demonic hand seized the girl, but Lee simply rose, a calm smile playing on his lips as he commanded, "Save her." On the cold laboratory table, the procedure began. They worked frantically to rescue the demonic being. Lee gazed forward, a smirk on his face, calling out to Lu. His eyes scanned the room. A chamber filled with corpses. From the carnage, a single girl struggled to her feet. She turned, her voice laced with a strange familiarity. "I never knew you were so infatuated with me." Lee, her body was covered in eerie markings, her hair pitch black, demonic ears perched atop her head. Nearby, a man, bound and bloodied, trembled in absolute terror. The girl stalked toward him, her steps slow and deliberate.
She pointed a single finger. "What are you doing here?" she cooed. "Did you think you could run me down with a truck?" As she spoke, her fingertip began to pulse with a sickly green light.
The man's face was a mask of pure fear. Suddenly, his eyes went vacant, his head slumping forward. The girl sneered. "I'll just pluck that soul right out of you." And she devoured it whole. Licking her fingers, she mused. So this is what a soul tastes like. Her tongue darted out, a wide, wicked grin spreading across her face, delicious. She threw her head back, arms outstretched in ecstasy. "I want more," she roared. At her command, spectral forms began to rise from the bodies littering the floor. They swirled towards her, a feast of spirits which she consumed in an instant. She strode forward, bending down with newfound power. After eating so many souls, "It feels like I have an infinite well of strength." She flexed her hands. "And this male body, it feels incredible. I feel so powerful." She glanced over, her black eyes and sharp teeth glinting. "It's just you and me now, Master?" She then turned her gaze to Lee, who was watching her intently. He sat calmly. "You were just born," he stated. "How could you possibly know who I am? Or who you are?" The girl smiled, a knowing and dangerous look in her eyes. "Because I am Liu An," she declared. "And wouldn't it be more fun if I told you the truth?" Right before I drain you dry, Lee's expression remained neutral. Yet he listened. "The truth is," she began, "I was the one who hired those thugs to attack you during our first meeting." Liu An's confession hung in the air. "I've been watching you for a very long time. I know you're the son of a tycoon," she continued, "blessed with everything except love." A cruel smile touched her lips. "Isn't it hilarious? You have it all, but your mother died when you were just a boy." Spreading her hands wide, Zhu changed the subject. "The 4 major financial groups each control their own market. His father's neglect was born from his brother's shining success." The monstrous Lu sneered, claiming she knew his every weakness. But her research missed one crucial detail: the profound lack of love in his life. She then revealed her true nature. A wanderer's, with the power to read minds. Her entire life was a lie. A con artist preying on fools like him. Lee stared back, his world shattering. He couldn't process her cruel words. A wicked smile played on her lips. To think he actually believed he'd found true love. With her. She mocked him. Revealing the man she'd hit with the truck had felt the exact same way. Cupping her hands, she delivered another verbal blow. His calm, frivolous nature made him pathetically easy to deceive. With a chilling smile, she promised that knowing the truth would let him die in peace. She jabbed a finger towards his forehead, his face a mask of disbelief. But then, her demeanor shifted. Her eyes cleared as she whispered, "Is to you?" She grabbed her head, letting out a piercing scream of agony. Lee reached into his pocket, his voice cracking. "Is this some kind of sick joke?" he roared in fury. Tears streamed down his face as he screamed that this wasn't her. He pulled out his weapon and fired. The blast tore through her, and from the wound erupted the very soul she had just consumed. Lee watched, stunned, as her form collapsed, spraying green blood everywhere. He stared at the corpse, his senses on high alert. He cautiously approached the body, and froze. It was the real Lu, the one he had come to love, lying there with her fading breath. She whispered, "Master." The scene shifts as Zio explains the system of attribute ranks. Attributes are classified from strongest to weakest. S rank, then A, B, C, and D. There are 6 categories in total strength: speed, defense, destructive power, stamina, and development. Zio used the mummy as an example strength: a rank, speed, a rank, defense, top tier A rank, destructive power, B, stamina, A, and development, B rank. Next, she showed Tanga, whose ranks were all listed as unknown. Lai rushed back to Lu's side, unable to accept it. This can't be real. It must be some kind of dark magic. He gripped his head, realizing he'd slain a monster. That was spouting utter nonsense. Tears streamed from behind his glasses. Lu whispered to her master that her time was short, begging him to listen. She looked towards her host, apologizing for all the lies. "This was never my intention," she confessed. Lee listened, clutching his head in torment. As she revealed her secret, a split personality, one that was born for the sole purpose of protecting her. A memory surfaced. Someone dropped a handful of coins, and the impact sent her sprawling. As she hit the pavement, a man's voice sneered, "All day! And this is all you've earned?" He snarled that it wasn't even enough to buy him a snack. His rage exploded. He ordered her to stay still as he unbuckled his belt. The leather struck her again and again, but she just lay there, bleeding. The blows were so vicious they tore her clothes, leaving crimson welts on her back. After venting his fury, the man turned away. "You get no food tonight," he spat, and if she didn't bring back enough money tomorrow, he swore he would beat her to a pulp. The little girl simply looked away, her tired eyes beginning to overflow with tears. She explained that, as an adult, she learned about her condition, a split personality, born from childhood trauma, a defense mechanism. It is triggered by an unhealthy environment, by separation, by a complete lack of support. But the girl believed there was more to it. She believed it was the result of prolonged emotional suppression, an inability to face the crushing reality of her life. Her brain was forced to activate its own defense mechanisms, and so, to protect the fragile girl within, her mind created a different personality. And after all that suffering, she appeared. She remembered turning towards her father's room, where he slept soundly. As she watched him, her eyes burned with a cold, simmering rage. By the time she came to her senses, she was long gone. Her father was nothing but a distant memory. And it was then
She learned her other self had made a promise, a vow that it would protect her, and never let anyone harm her again.
For 2 years, this voice in her head promised her everything. It promised to make her the richest woman in the world. But Lou had no idea what her other self meant by wealth. It meant seducing men and draining them of all their money. She bled countless men dry for jewels and riches, always coming out on top. Her other personality could read people's minds. That was how it could so easily make any man fall desperately in love with her. Lou explained that her other self was brilliant, adopting a new persona for every target it cheated. This other personality was just too strong. The real Lou became a mere puppet, controlled by its every whim. She confessed that she hated it when men touched hers, and she hated herself even more for her powerlessness. She no longer had the strength to fight back. When they touched her, it was as if she was bound by invisible chains, unable to move. Her other self showed her that ghosts were real. But there was no god she could turn to for salvation. The crushing despair made her want to die. But then, she met Lee, and he showed her that a god truly did exist in this world. Regardless of his true intentions, he was the only one who never touched her, the only one who was content just to be by her side. She remembered their journeys together.
Across the entire world with him. He was a genuinely kind person. She desperately wanted to tell him the truth, but she couldn't break free from her other self's control.
The words were trapped inside her mind, leaving her to act as a mere puppet. But that day, Lee hugged her. For the very first time, she felt warmth instead of disgust. As he held her and stroked her hair, she thought it might be her other self's ability at work, because she could feel it. A deep emptiness inside his heart. It was the very same emptiness that she felt, too. And maybe that was why he'd caught her. Attention. She didn't understand love. But at that moment, she knew Lee had been wounded so many times. Yet he still became the hero who saved her. Lying on the floor, she told her master that his feelings were a result of her alter ego's ability. Her other self knew everything about him, including his overwhelming desire to possess. And just like that, he walked right into the trap. Lee stood frozen, absorbing every heartbreaking word. She called herself a liar, a ruthless soul hiding within her. Lou said she was no longer worthy to be by his side. Lee could only stand there, tears streaming down his face as her words cut him deep. He confessed he still loved her, more than anything. He asked if her other half was truly what caused all this pain. Lou smiled, a faint, final smile, and whispered that God must truly exist. Her gaze met his, and she opened her mouth to speak of their next life, but her words faded into silence. And she was gone. A heart-shattering cry tore from Lee's throat. He stared at her lifeless body on the cold ground, his world crumbling, the reflection of his glasses. Her still form was a cruel reminder. A raw scream of agony ripped from his soul, a revolver trembling in his grip. Tanga watched Lee, who sat, broken, weapon in hand. He noted the demon on the floor, its wounds wide and gaping. The bullet was unique, custom-made. Tanga recognized the craftsmanship. This kind of ammunition could only come from the Armory Company, the exclusive supplier for the Ghost Company's officers. He cautiously approached Lee. "Who are you?" he asked. Lee looked up, his eyes filled with despair. He countered, asking if Tanga was with the Ghost Company. If so, then surely he must know. Something about reincarnation. Tanga's senses sharpened. "As far as I know," he said carefully, "reincarnation doesn't exist." He stared at Lee, a puzzle in his eyes. Now, will you answer my question? The words hit Lee like a physical blow. He stared in disbelief. No reincarnation, that couldn't be. It couldn't be true. A strange, broken smile spread across Lee's face, tears still falling. He whispered that he failed to protect Lu Yuan, that he was the one who killed her. And then, he began to laugh, a chilling, psychotic sound that echoed in the lab. Tanga watched, his expression hardening. This man was completely unhinged. He turned to leave. The ghost company can clean up this mess, he muttered. His eyes fell on the lab table, on the demon Todd lying there. She was supposed to be the child's mother, Tanga noted. But it was no longer important. His mission was to bring her back. But as he approached the table, a system panel flashed red rescue operation failed. No signs of life. Tanga froze in front of the lab table. He was completely screwed. Then, a realization dawned. A series of complex hand seals formed in an instant. Eye of the underworld, he commanded. His eye blazed with an ethereal light. A faint smile touched his lips as he held the seals. This might just work. Tanga slipped his hands into his pockets, ready to report back to the ghost company. But at that exact moment, Lee raised the revolver and pointed it at his own head. Tanga whipped around at the sound of the gunshot, his mind reeling, trying to process the scene before him. He looked toward Lee and saw him collapsing, a fresh wound blooming on his chest from his own weapon. Lee's world went hazy, his senses fading. And then he saw it, a sun-drenched beach on a beautiful island. He was confused, until he heard Lu's voice call his name. Lee looked, his eyes still wet with tears, and saw her. A joyful, radiant girl. See, she said, God really does exist. They joined hands, walking along the shore, smiling, finally at peace. Lu and Lee were gone from the world. Lee's body had collapsed next to Lu's, blood pooling on the floor. At that moment, a small stinger emerged from his own hand, injecting a powerful poison into his system. His bodyguards had dosed him. I never imagined, one of them said, that Master would kill himself for a woman. My stinger can create powerful illusions, he explained. At least Master will die in a beautiful dream. The bodyguard then approached Misha. Tanga confronted the bodyguard. What about your master, he demanded. The bodyguard replied flatly. My master is dead, he then asked. Do you still wish to fight? He walked right past Tanga, who turned and called out to him. Tanga gave the man a hard, piercing stare. The bodyguard stopped. He picked up his master's body. Now you can find me guilty, he said, his voice cold. Just let me carry my master home. Suddenly, the bodyguard stiffened. He looked up and saw Zayu standing before him. My apologies for being late, Zayu said calmly, holding a strange bottle in his hand. Mo, the bodyguard, looked ahead. As they passed Zayu, Mo remembered the first day Zayu joined the company. He'd always known there was something deeply wrong with this man. Zayu was smiling, knowing full well the master was dead, yet Mo acted as if nothing had happened. You've done well, Zayu told Mo. I'll take care of everything from here. Mo thought to himself that Zayu never did anything useful. Yet every time he saw him, a shiver ran down his spine. It was a sinister energy, a dark aura that seemed to radiate from Zayu himself. Tanga glared at the newcomer. And who are you supposed to be? He demanded. The man smiled politely. My name is Shen Yu, he said. Now, could I trouble you to keep what happened here? A secret, Tanga scoffed. Salted fish. Tanga couldn't believe any parent would give their child such a name, since Qian Yu meant salted fish in Chinese. He looked Zayu up and down. I'm an advisor for Quan's company, Zayu explained. If any rumors about tonight's events were to leak, it could seriously damage the company's reputation. Tanga raised an eyebrow. And what if I refuse? Zayu's smile widened. Everyone has a price. Name yours, and you'll remain silent. Besides, Zayu added, we had the same teacher. Won't you give your junior a break? Tanga's mind raced, connecting the dots. You're the bean dispeller. Zayu's smile was unwavering. Correct, he confirmed. I am the successor of the Feian sect. Tanga's lips curled into a grin. Well, this is perfect, Tanga said, a dangerous glint in his eye. I just received an order with your name on it. He cracked his knuckles. Answer 3 questions for me, and I'll consider not telling the ghost company about what you've done here. Tanga's gaze sharpened, pinning Zayu in place. First question, why did you put a bean spirit in the ear of the Wang Group CEO's son? Second, the Feian sect was destroyed. Who is your teacher? And for my final question, Tanga continued, I've heard that Feian warriors are masters of internal alchemy and astrology, and that they are exceptional fighters. Is that true? Zayu listened intently, his calm demeanor never slipping. Tanga stared him down, and slowly began to clench his fist. Because I'd like to see it for myself. Zayu finally spoke. The first question has a very simple answer, Sim. But conflicts of interest are impossible to avoid. Zhu lit a cigarette. As an advisor to the Quan Group, my duty is to maximize my boss's profits. I monitor the Wang Group, of course, but also the others, he explained. With the help of this black bean perfume, to avoid detection, I placed one of these spirits inside young Master Wang's body. His father is a busy man, but he adores his son, so he takes him everywhere, even to the most critical meetings and negotiations. Zhu then addressed the second question. I can only say that our sect was indeed destroyed, but as for its origins, that I cannot reveal. He moved on to the final point. With a slight smile, Zhu looked at him. I know a little about fighting. Whether I'm any good at it? Well, that's hard to say. Tenkai's expression hardened. Our old master did not create these arts for such devious schemes. For his honor, Tenkai declared, I will punish you myself. He began to pull his phone from his pocket. I have other matters to attend to at home. So, if I defeat you in 2 minutes, the ghost company will come to deal with you. Tenkai held up his phone, the screen glowing. He set the timer for 2 minutes flat. Last these 2 minutes, he challenged, and I won't tell a soul about what happened here. Do you accept? Or not? Zhao simply smirked. You've forgotten something, he said calmly. There is an ironclad rule members of the same sect are forbidden from fighting one another. If you refuse my challenge, Tenkai retorted, I'll just notify the ghost company. My job will be done. But Zhu only smiled wider. Everything has a cause and a consequence, he mused. Fate has brought us to this moment. The mung bean spirit that found me was the cause. And your encounter with me is the consequence. Tenkai scowled, clearly unimpressed. I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Zhao's gaze seemed to pierce through him. I received a prediction a few days ago. It said that today would be a fortuitous day for me.
To achieve the desired result, I must let things take their natural course. Therefore, I accept your challenge. Zhu's eyes narrowed. However, thinking you can beat me in 2 minutes is quite arrogant. Are you underestimating the Fengyi sect that much Tenkai placed his phone on the floor? Enough talk, he snapped. We'll find out in the heat of battle. If you can still stand and speak to me 2 minutes from now. Then not only will I keep the ghost company out of this, but I will do anything you ask, so long as it is within my power. Tenkai stood tall. I can make predictions too, he said mockingly. And let me tell you, Zhu. He cracked his knuckles, a confident smirk on his face. Tonight is a fateful night for you. He raised his middle finger with a grin and pressed start on the timer. The moment he did, Tenkai exploded forward. He launched himself into the air. Zhu, with eyes still closed, brought his hands together in a seal. As he opened them, ancient symbols blazed within his pupils. Jay, Zhao whispered. He looked up at Tenkai, who was descending for a devastating strike. Star orbit, he commanded. Zhu extended his palm. He met Tenkai's punch head-on. As their fists connected, a brilliant ring of light erupted from the point of impact. Tenkai's face was a mask of grim determination. He drew back his other hand for another strike, but Zhu simply vanished. Tenkai froze, his attack hitting empty air. He stared ahead, baffled. He was certain his fist had hit Zhu's palm. He hadn't seen him move at all. Yet somehow, Zhu was now standing a great distance away. How did he cross that space in an instant? Tenkai scanned his surroundings, suddenly realizing the world had gone dark, as if they were adrift in the void of space. A dome of absolute darkness had enveloped them. He stared at Zhu, his mind racing. This was a manual seal, a domain expansion cast by his opponent. He looked at Zhu, who stood perfectly still within the void. Tenkai understood now. Inside this dome, Zhu could teleport freely. His true capabilities were far greater than he had ever imagined. Tenkai narrowed his eyes. If he observed closely enough, he might just find a weakness. But Z simply smiled and waved his hand. This simple gesture put Tenkai on high alert. He couldn't grasp what was happening. In the next instant, Z lunged forward, swinging his arm. A split second later, he was right beside Tenkai. A sharp slap echoed as Z's hand connected with Tankai's face. Just as quickly, Z reappeared in his original spot. Tenkai stared in his direction. He realized it wasn't teleportation. Z could simply rewrite his own location at will. Z then lifted his leg, aiming a powerful strike. Tenkai saw him appear directly above. The axe kick was about to descend, with lightning-fast reflexes. Tenkai thrust out his hand, deflecting Z's devastating attack. After that clash, Tenkai was certain Z could also teleport. He stared at his opponent with shocked eyes. Immediately, a storm of punches rained down from all directions, injuring Tenkai. He leaped back to create distance. Z watched him, a smirk on his face. After all those punches and kicks, he taunted, "You don't even have a single scratch." Z surmised that Tonka possessed the legendary golden light mantra. Z's smile widened. He never expected a young man like him to have mastered such a profound technique. He admitted that he had truly underestimated Tonka. In response, a crimson aura began to envelop Tonka. He smirked back. "You're the one who underestimated me." Suddenly, intricate lines spread across his body. His eyes transformed seal suppression borrowed thunder. He roared. Z looked at Tonka, his face a mask of pure shock. He couldn't believe it. This boy knew 2 different runic seal techniques.
Crackling blue lightning erupted from Tanka's body. Z stared, dumbfounded. Mastering just one runic sealing art is a lifetime achievement for a secret talisman master.
But you're summoning thunder directly. Without a runic seal as a medium, Z couldn't comprehend how Tonka had reached such a realm of cultivation. He looked on as Tonka became a swirling sphere of pure lightning. "My entire body is now wrapped in thunder magic," Tonka declared.
"I'd like to see how you approach me now." Z's shock slowly turned into a grin. The Mao sect is truly full of monsters. He laughed. "I really want to."
"Divine your fate," Tonka scoffed. "Stop talking nonsense. Your predictions are completely worthless. All this proves is that today is my lucky day. If I hadn't gone easy on you, you'd already be dead." Tonka's gaze sharpened. "Did you really think you could defeat me just by jumping around?" Z's smile returned. "It seems you've forgotten our little deal. I win if I last for 2 minutes." A jolt of realization hit Tonka. It was true. He couldn't get close, but Z could use his powers to simply avoid him. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Tonka looked down. There was no other choice. "I hope I don't get into trouble for this." Z saw the shift in his aura and hesitated. He recognized the technique forming. A triple glacial bolt.
Tonka raised his hand, and 3 spheres of crackling lightning materialized above him. "You're just full of surprises," Z muttered, his eyes wide. He couldn't believe Tonka knew.
The destructive art of runic bolts. Z then taunted him. "Are you even sure you can hit me instantly?" Dozens of copies of Z flickered into existence. They moved rapidly across the entire field. Tonka just smiled. "Why would you assume this technique was meant for you?" With a roar, Tonka launched the 3 runic bolts straight up. From outside the barrier, a storm began to gather, as raw lightning converged inside the field. Then, a cataclysmic explosion. Arcs of lightning shattered the dome, erupting outwards and reaching for the sky. The scene then shifts to a young boy. "We're finished," he mutters. "If we risk going against him?" The child was in his room, absorbed in a mobile game. He spotted 4 enemies hiding in the bushes and yelled in frustration. They were playing dirty. He gave the screen a fierce glare. "You dare underestimate this, Junior." He then began furiously tapping his phone. "Killing wave carnage. Unstoppable total annihilation." Matchless, he shouted, unleashing his skills. But then, he paused. He looked up, sensing something. He ran out onto his balcony and stared at the sky in pure amazement. He saw brilliant lightning in the distance. "Mom," he yelled. "There's a super cool lightning bolt shooting out of the ground into the sky." His mother joined him on the balcony. "It's just lightning," she said dismissively. The child watched as the lightning vanished. He looked back at his game, only to see he'd been killed. His mother glared at him with immense displeasure. We then see the boy's desk, and his mother's shadow looming over him. She started yelling. She had told him to do his homework, but he was playing games instead back at the battlefield. Z looked up at the sky. What a beautiful sight. His voice was grim. If that had been aimed at me, I'd either be dead or severely injured. Tonka looked over at him. "Don't worry, I'm not that ruthless," he said. "I just needed to get rid of that dome." He smiled coldly. "Now let's see how you plan to dodge anything." With that, Tonka shot towards Z. Z clasped his hands together and uttered a command. In his eyes, Tonka's reflection appeared. Suddenly, Tonka froze in midair. He felt his body being pulled by invisible threads. He looked down, bewildered, trying to find their source. He looked up and saw a glowing seal. He was bound like a puppet. He glared in Z's direction. It didn't matter what technique this was. He thought he still had the golden light mantra to protect him. "What else can you possibly do?" he challenged. At that moment, Z rushed towards him and he instinctively dodged. Tonka was wary. His opponent was somehow faster than him now, but the blow never landed. He couldn't understand Z's incredible speed. Tonka threw a flurry of punches, but Z dodged them with ease. A chilling suspicion crept into his mind. It was because of the seal. He was being controlled. Z met his gaze, and Tonka's reflection was trapped in his eyes.
Z spoke calmly. In the next second, you will use this technique. And suddenly, Tonka could see exactly what he was about to do. Z raised his hand.
I'm very curious, he said. I wonder what kind of technique you'll use. He then smiled. I'd better not. Let my guard down. Just then, the timer's needle ticked past the 1-minute mark. Z suddenly leaped back, taking a drag from a strange pipe. He exhaled, filling the entire space with a thick cloud of smoke. Tonka covered his nose, assuming it was some kind of poison. He raised his guard, looking around, but it was a trick to escape. He saw Z leap high into the air, putting distance between them. Z landed safely, far away, standing opposite Tonka once more. Tonka glared at him. Zou claimed his only option was to flee and hide. Tangkai demanded he fight head-on, but Zhu flatly refused. A flicker of rage ignited in Tangkai's eyes. Zhu retaliated, hurling a crimson shuriken. Tangkai stood his ground, weaving the hand seal for the glacial bolt. He then aimed a single finger forward. The bolt met the shuriken, causing an explosion of beans. Zhu had used the bean retreat technique. But as the bean clone rushed Tangkai, it was struck by lightning. Misha simply raised a hand, knocking it out cold. Tangkai watched in surprise, recognizing the move, the infamous bean retreat technique. He realized Zhu was far more cunning than he appeared. He knew this trick wouldn't work on him directly. Tangkai suspected it was all a ploy to redirect his own attack. That explained his confidence in facing the glacial bolt. Suddenly, it all clicked into place. Zhu spoke, confirming his suspicions. He said a simple glacial bolt would be problematic. Zhu stared him down, laying out his entire strategy. To use the bolt, to form a seal, and expand it to its absolute limit. Zhu explained that once trapped, he would shrink the seal, forcing a close quarters battle. Tangkai listened, his expression hardening. His face soured. How did you know, he demanded, that I was going to use that bolt? He guessed the binding threads could predict his movements. A smirk crossed his face. But can they anticipate an attack's trajectory? Zhu's eyes widened in shock as an ice bolt materialized. Directly above his head, as Zhu stared in disbelief, Tangkai formed a new seal. Split bolt, he commanded. A torrent of lightning began to crackle in the air. He then unleashed the double glacial swamp. A massive eel made of pure lightning took shape. Tangkai wove another set of seals, preparing his final move, the shadow eel arrow. The spectral beast shot towards Zhu. Looking up in shock, Zhu saw Tangkai descending upon him. You're caught! Blood sprayed violently through the air. The phone screen, now splattered in red, showed 27 seconds remaining. Tangkai was on high alert, and he was wounded. Zeu gripped his arm, his own hand now encased in golden claws, dripping with Tangkai's blood. He sneered, saying he wasn't particularly talented, that he could only learn a single rune technique. As he held Tangkai's arm, golden particles swirled. He effortlessly controlled Tangkai's 2 lightning eels. The truth was revealed. He had mastered the golden rune technique all along. At his command, the eels turned on their creator. Zhu held him fast. He mocked that breaking the double glacial bolt was trivial. Shoving him away, Zhu scoffed that he was nothing compared to Misha. He pointed out Tangkai's weakness, his reliance on mediums and hand seals. Zhu then began to slowly pull off his glove, revealing his secret. These gloves were his medium, for the golden rune technique, with the seal embedded inside. Tangkai wiped the blood from his own cheek. The scratch was a clear message. Tangkai admitted he'd been holding back, a courtesy for someone from the same sect. But Zhu's expression turned ice cold. There's no need for that, he declared. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura exploded from Tangkai, flooding the room. Zhu instantly became guarded as a colossal skeleton materialized. The spectral giant loomed over him. In that moment, Zhu knew Tangkai was a monster. He looked back at him and saw a face twisted with pure rage. His eyes burned with an eerie blue light. Zhu leaped back instinctively. He couldn't believe it. He was certain the triple bolt was Tangkai's limit. He never dreamed Tangkai possessed this level of power. Staring at the transformed fighter, he whispered in disbelief. The 4-fold glacial bolt dark purple markings snaked across Tangkai's body, his eyes now glowing with a blinding white light. This was the god of shadow, thunderstorm technique. Tangkai's aura surged, threatening to shatter the very space around them. Zhu retreated again, his mind reeling. How could someone so young possess such power? He glanced at the glove, stained with Tangkai's blood. He had to read it before it went cold. Without hesitation, Zhu stuffed the bloody glove into his mouth. He activated the blood divination technique. Closing his eyes, he began to see blood divination, a secret art of the Fangyan sect's Taoists. By tasting a blood sample, it reveals a person's life grid, showing fragments of their past and future, the secrets of their very destiny. Zhu's eyes snapped open, a twisted smile on his face. Thanks to this life grid, I can finally help myself. But as he stepped back, Tang Kai was already upon him. The speed was unbelievable. Zhu dodged a strike from his right, but then realized another Tang Kai was attacking from the very same direction, and another appeared on his left. He was being attacked from 2 directions at once. He knew the quadruple bolt was a fast technique. He was confident he could survive the remaining seconds. Then, as he moved, another Tang Kai appeared directly behind him. 3 different attack vectors in a fraction of a second. Zhu's confidence shattered. This was bad. This was very, very bad. Suddenly, 6 copies of Tang Kai surrounded him. In his Thunder God state, he was impossibly fast. It was useless to even try and predict him. There was no predicting this onslaught. In the blink of an eye, the copies closed in. Then, the real Tang Kai swung his fist. A devastating blow connected with Zhu's head. The impact was so immense, the ground beneath them fractured, and purple lightning arced from Tang Kai's body. The force launched Zhu skyward. He shot straight through the building's ceiling, leaving a trail of crackling purple energy in his wake. He soared so high he was silhouetted against the moon itself, a streak of violet lightning trailing blood. But then, impossibly, he stopped midair. He looked down, a chilling smile spreading across his face. This frightening strength, this life grid. It's my lifelong dream. He declared that his ambition would finally be realized. As a smaller soul flew up from below, Zhu called Tang Kai his benefactor. But Tang Kai simply spun, delivering a vicious kick that sent him plummeting back to Earth. Zhu crashed down with the force of a meteor, obliterating everything. Only rubble remained of their battlefield. And where Tang Kai landed, there was only light. Ray landed, his eyes scanning the horizon. The oppressive presence that had loomed over him was finally gone. Tangle figured it was because Z had finally passed out. He smirked. They were lucky, completely cut off from the rest of the world here. If his master ever found out about this, he'd be in a world of trouble. Tangle looked on, admitting to himself he might have overdone it. But Z was protected by the golden light mantra. He had to be alive. A smile crept across Tanga's face. Excellent. He watched as Z struggled to his feet, realizing this was the only person who had ever truly wounded him. Until now, everyone in the sect was nothing more than an advisor. He stared at Z, a newfound respect in his eyes, a truly worthy opponent. Tanga admitted that he had severely underestimated him. He never dreamed that Z could wield the Golden Rune technique with such mastery. The Golden Mantra is a formidable defense, he thought, but it's not invincible against the Golden Rune technique. He eyed the shimmering barrier on Z's back. It was clear he had poured every last drop of his spiritual energy into it. Tanga had to give him credit for protecting his most vital points. You're in deep trouble now, Tanga sneered. Forgive my rudeness, but this is the end. Suddenly, Z's golden mantra pulsed with shimmering particles of light. Z clenched his hand into a fist. Tanga's senses screamed with alarm. You fool, he roared. Your energy is gone. What are you trying to do? Tanga mocked him. After a blow like that, your body won't thank you for moving. Fire coursed through Z's back and neck, yet he pushed himself up. He coughed, blood spilling from his lips. Tanga's face twisted in confusion. Why did this display of sheer will only make him feel excited? As Z finally staggered to his feet, Tanga warned him, If you die here, I'll be sent back to the mountains. A flicker of nervousness crossed his face. Are you trying to blackmail me? Tanga snapped. There are plenty of other jobs. You shouldn't be so loyal to your boss. Z stood tall. The golden mantra vanished, revealing a back covered in grievous wounds. What happened here no longer matters, Z said, his voice steady. The only reason I fought so hard was because of you. Z gave him a knowing smile. A cold dread washed over Tang Kai. That expression. It reminded him of being toyed with as a child. 2 minutes are up, Z declared with a triumphant grin. You lose. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing echoed from the ruins. I almost forgot about that, Tanga muttered. Z explained the terms of their deal. If he could stand after 2 minutes, Tanga would do anything he asked. Tanga turned to face him. You can tell the ghost company everything that happened here, Z commanded. He had just one request. Approaching Tang Kai with a confident smile, he asked to become his official partner. The proposal caught Tang Kai completely off guard. As Zhuo stepped in close, Tang Kai warned him to back off. Tang Kai reminded Zhuo of their initial agreement. He had specifically told him not to mention anything to the ghost company. But now, Zhuo was suggesting the exact opposite, asking him to report everything. and even become partners. Tang Kai bluntly asked if he had a concussion. Zhuo just stared back, insisting he was perfectly fine. He claimed the ghost.
Company was looking for a team of demon hunters. Zhuo offered his help, saying Tang Kai could keep all the profits. Tang Kai's gaze narrowed.
He couldn't believe it. An advisor going head-to-head with demons, all for a massive paycheck. The entire situation reeked of suspicion. Why would he offer his help for free? He pointed out that Zhuo didn't even work for the company, so how could they cooperate? Zhuo simply smiled. Saying that wasn't a problem. Becoming an officer of the company would be easy for him. With an unnerving grin, he revealed that the entrance exam, held only once every 3 years, was about to begin. Tang Kai's face soured. This guy had clearly lost his mind. Zhuo sensed he'd put Tang Kai in an awkward position, so he proposed a different kind of deal. He offered to use his blood for divination, to reveal the truth that had bothered Tang Kai for years. In exchange, he would be allowed to join the team. Tang Kai pointed a finger at him, telling him to stop, spouting nonsense. He sneered, telling him to save those cheap tricks for naive fools. He declared that even if he hid everything from the ghost company, the truth would eventually come out. With a glare, Tang Kai told him to worry more about how he would report back. To his own boss, Zhuo waved it off, saying he wouldn't waste time on that. Since his lady was expecting a baby, he smiled, guessing that Tang Kai didn't believe in the power of the Fuxi sex divination. Zhuo looked at him and began to speak. Tang Kai would be 20 this year, and had lived in Liuan for 2 years. Before that, they lived together in Kunwei, about 200 kilometers away. Zhuo then revealed that Tang Kai was the true heir of the Maoshan sect until he was 18 years old. He lived on Mount Fulu, and recently, he brought a doomed girl into his home. Despite her difficult fate, he was able to solve her problem. Tang Kai stood there, paralyzed with shock. How could Zhuo possibly know all of this? He finally admitted that the Fuxi warriors were as incredible as his master always said. Zhuo looked at him with a knowing smile. Haven't you had any doubts over the years, he asked. Zhuo questioned how he could master 2 different techniques, achieve such a high level of cultivation, and remain ignorant about his own birth. Tang Kai was still reeling from the shock. Zhuo then said he would divulge one last piece of information. He began to speak of Tang Kai's birth, but suddenly started coughing up blood. Tang Kai grabbed him, demanding to know what was wrong. But Zhuo insisted he would be fine, after a few days of rest, leaning on him for support. Zhuo whispered the secret into Tang Kai's ear. He was stunned. Zhuo murmured that their meeting was truly destined. He mentioned that he lived on the top floor of Tang Kai's building. In an instant, Tang Kai used the borrowed wind technique, jumping into the air with Zhuo in his arms. He wondered if what Zhuo had said, that incredible secret, could possibly be true. With a burst of power, he shot toward the building, leaving a bright trail across the sky. But from a distance, someone was watching. A voice noted that Tang Kai was indeed an amazing person. It was 2 demons. One resembled an eye with tentacles and sharp bones. The other, a winged humanoid. One of them stared ahead, now understanding why their master had ordered them to keep an eye on Tang Kai. The demon remarked that he was the ghost company's best officer for a reason. They had been warned that with his abilities, not even their entire 11th Earth branch could hope to defeat him. The winged demon assumed that this display was only a fraction of his true power. The eye-like demon turned to leave, urging the other to move if Tang Kai discovered them. They would be dead in an instant. But then, the winged demon stopped. Its eyes glowed with a brilliant light as it said, "Wait, I feel something different here." Just then, tentacles began to rise from the ruins where Tang Kai and Zhuo had fought. A figure emerged. It was Tao. He looked up with a wicked smile. He rose to his feet, staring into the distance. "I never knew I had the ability to be reborn," he mused. He examined his hand, feeling that his strength had increased significantly. He chuckled. Getting shot right after coming back to life, it was a blessing in disguise. He looked ahead with a cruel expression, realizing Lu Yuan's weak personality had vanished as well. He grinned, thinking he should thank that rich fool. Before, he was merely a sub-personality inside Lu Yuan, but now, he was the sole master of this body. He clenched his hand into a fist, vowing that he would seal that girl's identity inside his body forever. He mused that he always thought the main personality was female, but in the end, he had become a male monster. This feeling is actually quite pleasant. He smirked. Suddenly, he grew alert and spun around. 2 demons were standing right behind him, Tao glared at them and demanded to know who they were. The demon explained that Tao was a demon created from the obsession of a human mother.
At the moment, he was only a rank B, but he possessed an incredibly high potential for growth. The demon continued, stating that
he had 9 lives, and his power increased with each rebirth. Based on his cultivation capability, by his final life, he could even reach the legendary S rank. Tao was shocked. He looked back at them, demanding again to know who they were. Like demon introduced himself as a C rank Godai demon. Next to him was Ratier, a B rank demon. Godai explained that his own skill was intelligence. He could see all living organisms within a 100-kilometer radius. Ratier's skills, on the other hand, were eavesdropping on demonic energy and analysis. Goat-Eye elaborated that Ratier could not only hear voices from afar, but could also identify the strengths and weaknesses of any organism nearby. He explained that their original target was supposed to be a human, but they had stumbled upon him by pure chance. It just so happened that their 11th Earth, our branch is shorthanded, so we want to recruit you. Goat's Eye insisted they were revealing everything to earn his trust, confessing that he'd just been reborn as a demon in need of a sanctuary. T spread his hands wide, a mocking smirk on his face. You want my trust with just a few empty words? He scoffed. How utterly foolish. His eyes flashed with menace. And what happens if I refuse? Ratzer met his gaze calmly. You already know who we are, and what we're capable of. So, you'll become our enemy? T erupted into laughter, finding the threat absurd. Hilarious. If what you say is true, then with your B and C ranks, you're nothing more than disposable scouts. T's smile sharpened. So where are the ones who can actually defeat me? I'm itching to test my strength. In that instant, Ratzer vanished. T's senses screamed danger as he looked ahead, where Ratzer now stood, extending a hand dripping with demonic blood. He held his hand out, slowly turning. Even mere scouts, he declared, are enough to kill you. The camera revealed Ratzer standing behind T's headless body. A chilling smile formed on T's dismembered head as it began to devour a soul. A green spiritual energy erupted from its mouth, rising high before shattering into countless fragments. Light returned to T's eyes as they snapped open. Impressive, Ratzer noted. Your rate of rebirth is much faster than we anticipated. He folded his arms, looking down at the talking head. Agree to join us, and we'll put your head back where it belongs. But if you don't, and continue to resist, I will cast your head into the ocean. T's eyes widened in alarm. I understand. He conceded, and with that, they reattached his head. The flesh began to heal instantly. Ratzer turned away. As soon as you've recovered, we will take you to our king. You'll be able to join Earth Branch 11 after you pass the trial. Suddenly, Goat's Eye screamed, Ratzer, get away! T had launched a surprise attack from behind, but Ratzer calmly raised a hand, stopping the blow cold. Perhaps, he mused, we don't need to introduce you to our king after all. In the next moment, demonic spikes erupted from the ground. T effortlessly lifted Ratzer into the air, his hand crushing his throat. 2 mere scouts managed to kill me twice, he growled. Your boss must be quite the powerhouse. T addressed the light as he stepped on Goat's Eye. A cruel smile played on his lips. Tell me, he commanded, what rank have I been assigned in your system?
Blood trickled from Ratzer's mouth as he choked out the words. Triple S rank. He clarified. S rank is still higher, but at this level, you can be considered
a true monster. T smirked. Fine, I'll join you, but you still haven't told me your boss's name. Ratzer finally revealed, our boss's name is Bowen. T tilted his head. That doesn't sound very monstrous. The scene shifts. Tonga has returned. What happened out there, and what's with your face? Tonga beckoned the little fox closer. Kai approached, its eyes wet with tears. I'm sorry, Tonga said gently. By the time I arrived, your mother was already dead. But don't be sad, Tonga continued. I found something in her stomach. He reached into his pocket and began to pull an object out. I scanned it with my underworld eye, he explained. Your mother's essence is inside. He added, fortunately, she knew the art of reincarnation. You must protect her until she emerges from this shell. Tonga held out the precious shell to Kai, who took it and began to sob. It smells like my mother. Kai whimpered. It looked up at Tonga, full of gratitude, I swear. I will protect her with my life. Later, Z approached Tanga. I can reheat the food for you, she offered. But Tonga refused. I'm not hungry. He turned away, saying, I'm just going to bed. Z turned to the little fox. Don't worry, Kai, she said softly. I'll ask the general staff to appoint me as your guard. So please, don't cry. We will help you take care of your mom. Z's thoughts drifted. This was the first time she had ever seen him look so serious, and she was overwhelmingly curious about what could have happened. Meanwhile, Tonga entered his room and closed the door, leaning against it with a heavy heart. A fresh scratch marked his cheek as his thoughts turned to his master. The scene then transports us to Z's apartment, where he hung up his blood-stained clothes. He stood in the shower, washing away the crimson stains of battle. The water ran down his body, revealing a massive, jagged scar across his torso.
After washing up, he retrieved his uniform, dressed, and tied his hair into a neat pigtail. Once prepared, he walked over to a small memorial table.
He bowed deeply. Master, Z reported to the photograph. I met our benefactor today. He continued, saying he
possesses the fate of an emperor. A faint smile touched his lips. If I serve him well, I will finally be able to fulfill your last wish.
He gazed at the picture, where 3 candles burned brightly. The scene then cuts back to Tanga's room. He was lying in bed, trying to sleep, but his mind wouldn't rest. He sat up abruptly, shaking his head. This is so damn annoying, he muttered. There's no way he was lying to me. Tanga's face was grim as he replayed the earlier confrontation in his mind. That man had no reason to lie, but if his words were true, why did Master lie about my birth? Tonga sank onto the sofa, tormented by the question. Worrying about it won't change anything, he decided. Tomorrow, I'll get a clear answer from that guy on the top floor. He then collapsed back onto the bed. It's too much to think about right now. He sighed, forcing his eyes shut. As Tonga drifted into a troubled sleep, the scene transports us to a place where someone was fishing peacefully. A dragonfly landed on the rod as a boy called out. Master, he called out several
times before the man finally turned. What is it now? The boy was dragging a massive, defeated boar. Master, he asked, can we eat this?
Lee shouted in frustration. Take it back to the mountain. Immediately, the boy looked confused. But why? It looks very tasty. If you eat this boar, Lee explained patiently, who will take care of its piglets when the parent dies? The young will surely perish as well. The boy sat down beside him. Master. He started, but the master told him to leave. The boy looked at him with innocent eyes. Were my parents also on a mountain? Lee hesitated, and finally turned to face him. I found you near the Taoist temple, when you were very small, Lee said softly. I assume your parents must have been facing some kind of difficulty. The scene shifted. A young man looked at his master. Lee, they left me with him, he said. Lee replied that he had tried to find them, but with no success. The boy looked down, his face a mask of disappointment. I understand, he murmured. Lee softened, telling him not to be upset. Life is far more complicated than you know. Perhaps your parents were forced to give you away, Lee suggested gently. Besides, haven't you been happy here with me? The boy's face lit up. He looked at his master, his eyes shining. The moment you took me in, you became my father. Lee paused, then smiled warmly. You foolish child, he said. I raised you. Of course I am your father. The boy beamed. From now on, I will call you Papa. Nonsense, Lee chuckled. Just call me Master. The scene then shifts to a modern building, following a long, glowing blue line of energy. A voice spoke with determination. The full picture of the project is finally complete. I will do everything in my power to help. Then, he asked, am I permitted to participate in the research and development of demonic weapons? The conversation was coming from the commander's office. A voice replied, Don't you worry, I will handle the management myself, a woman said. Long looked at a man named Lan. You're the best manipulator in the demon spatial world. Lan gave a slight bow. You flatter me, Long instructed him. Go to the weapons company later. They are in charge of R&D. The weapons company was primarily responsible for developing demonic tools. They also maintained the online systems for demon hunting and managed test data. Lan's eyes lit up with a smile. I've always wanted to see their work, he said. Long replied. They will be happy to have you. She then announced, the project will be called Spiritual Reality. From behind them, a voice repeated the name. Spiritual Reality, a very fitting name. Lan turned to see the great Master Lee walking down the hall. It has been a very long time. My little busty dragon, Lee said with a smirk. Lan was shocked to see his master here. Lee smiled. The ghost company is in a big mess this time, isn't it? He walked past Lan, who quickly bowed in respect. Grandy, the title for a leader of the 4 great sects. There is no one else here, Lee said, waving a hand dismissively. Let's dispense with the formalities. Lan straightened up with a smile.
As you wish.
No caste, no order, Lee said with finality. He then approached Long. Is this little busty dragon your master? Long's face flushed with anger. She whipped out her pistols. I told you not to call me that. In a flash, she opened fire on Master Lee. Have some decency, she screamed. But Lee just stood there, unconcerned, as the bullets flying toward him froze in midair. He raised a hand. Now. Keep it down.
With a flick of his wrist, he turned his hand, the bullet still hovering before him. Has the situation truly gotten so out of control? Long stared in disbelief.
This incident isn't just a threat to the ghost company, she said, her voice grave. It could threaten the entire human world. Lan watched them, completely stunned. Lee let the bullets clatter to the floor. He looked directly at Long. Tell me, what could be so dangerous that it puts the entire world at risk? She met his gaze. It's about the third world. Within the Paradise Seal. She began. There are some details I must add. But before she could continue, Lan shouted, Commander, that's enough. Lee glanced over as Lan turned to leave. I do not have the authority to be present for a conversation about the Paradise Seal. He bowed respectfully. I ask that you stop here. The weapons company needs my assistance, so I will head there now. Long met his gaze, telling him not to worry about the rules, as she could help. But Lee just smiled, clarifying his point. He wasn't talking about that. The rules were absolutely vital for demons living in the human world. He then departed, announcing the arrival of a nobleman, someone he was certain was able to resolve this entire crisis. Long watched him go, sighing that there was too much to worry about. Things were much simpler back at the Taoist temple. Lee told her to stop grumbling. There was something he needed to show her. He explained, as the top brass was already waiting for a report. With that, they descended into the Earth's depths. 98 meters underground. A system panel activated, scanning their identities. Ghost. Slaying Company Branch Commander. Han Longqi. Identity confirmed. Secret Talisman Leader. Li Yuan. Confirmed. The elevator doors slid open, revealing the two shadows within. As they emerged, the system bathed the area in light. Long and Lee walked towards a massive field, etched with countless glowing characters. Lee asked Long
what this place was. Long clasped her hands formally. This was the core of the Paradise Seal. Its energy forged from the spirit of the
Secret Sex founder. She explained that the company's real-time monitoring showed its energy levels had always remained perfectly stable. Lee listened intently to her every word. Long turned to him, her expression serious. 3 days after Tang Kai's invasion of the inverted heavenly world, the energy level dropped by 0.001%, although it quickly returned to normal. Long explained that Lee was the only one with the authority to inspect the Paradise Seal. That's why the higher-ups had ordered her to bring him here. Lee smiled faintly. Something felt wrong. The power of their founding. Master was infinite. Its core energy should have remained absolute. He gazed forward, certain of one thing. This incident had nothing to do with little Tang Kai. The Heavenly Seal was made to contain demons. Tang Kai only escaped because he was identified as human. And at that same moment, the girl was also registered as a person, allowing her to leave with him. Lee knew that a divine tool like the Paradise Seal wouldn't fluctuate. Because of them, he declared he wouldn't know the cause until he saw it for himself. Lee strode forward, telling her to stay back. As a human, the seal's raw power could still harm her. Lee stood before the Grand Seal, forming a hand sign. In response, the artifact began to shimmer with ethereal particles of light. He raised a hand, his fingertips glowing brightly. As he drew a circle in the air, instantly, immense pillars began to erupt from the seal itself. The pillars shot upwards, striking the ceiling, and the entire chamber began to blaze with overwhelming energy. Long could only watch in awe. She shielded her eyes, overwhelmed by the monstrous spiritual pressure. It felt hard to breathe, even from so far away. This was her first time witnessing the legendary Paradise Seal. A sigil blazed to life on the pillar, and Lee began his ascent. He moved straight for the seal, forming a sign with his hands, activating the underworld eye. His vision flared, then dimmed. Lee yelled out to Long. It was time to notify the royal leader, the commander-in-chief of all demon hunters. Long stared back, asking what was wrong. Lee's gaze was fixed on the seal. He revealed that something was trying to break through. From the heavenly inverted world, it had already created a small crack, but thankfully, the seal had repaired itself. Long was in utter shock. She couldn't believe a demon could even scratch it. Lee turned to her with grim determination. He ordered her to tell the royal leader to notify the ghost company. All 12 states needed to be on high alert. He himself would stay behind to reinforce the sacred barrier. With that, the scene shifts to the heavenly upside-down world. We're transported to a place where glowing particles float in the air. A headless demon stood before them, a figure of silent power. He walked to the edge of a cliff and took a seat. He declared that the target had taken the bait, and his allies were already waiting outside. He then rose, his voice booming. The time had come. He vowed to free everyone from this place within 2 days. The other demons knelt before him in reverence. He promised them he would not fail.
Elsewhere, under a brilliant sun, a massive skyscraper pierces the sky. On its top floor rests a lush garden, filled with exotic plants. In the center, a table is set.
2 chairs sit on either side. In one, a man named Zion Kix smokes a pipe. He is a Fian warrior, and he senses an arrival. He's here, he says, just as Tanga approaches. Zion spreads his arms in a welcoming gesture, inviting Tanga to sit, but Tanga is clearly annoyed. Did you leave the door open for me, he asks. Drawing closer, he tilts his head, his hands deep in his pockets, his expression a mask of suspicion. Just as Tanga is about to speak, a phone call shatters the silence. Zion holds up a hand, asking for a moment to answer.
He picks up the phone to hear his director, frantically searching for him. Zion calmly replies that he is sorry.
But he will no longer be working for the Quano Group. He adds a warning they should not try to contact him again. With a flick, Zion tosses the phone, ordering his demon to dispose of it. Finally finished, he turns back to Tanga. He explains that they rarely use such devices. The boss only ever contacted him for emergencies. He only had 2 numbers saved, his boss's and his son's.
With a slight smile, his hands folded on his knees, he says the phone is now useless, because from this day forward, they will be partners.
Tanga is unimpressed. What do you need me for? He asks, his voice laced with irritation. Zion explains there's something people chase their entire lives for, and with Tanga's help, he believes he can finally obtain it. He adds that he knows why Tanga is really here. Zion's foresight ability, however, only grants him fragments of information. He cannot give a complete picture of Tanga's past. Perhaps I'll see more in the next vision, he offers. Tanga's patience snaps. I'll give you a drop of my blood. Make your predictions right now. Zion closes his eyes and shakes his head. I cannot. He rises from his chair, explaining that his partner has been repeating one word since last night. If you want more information, first, you need trust. Tanga and Zion stand face to face. Zion insists they must become true partners. Tanga's brow furrows as a drop of sweat trickles down his face. He admits to himself that this Fian insect is impressive. Tanga turns to leave. The wound from my attack yesterday won't heal for another couple of days, he says over his shoulder. You should rest. If it gets bad, go to the hospital. When you're healed, I'll contact you if there's a mission. Zion simply smiles at his retreating back. Tanga thinks to himself, since his master hid his past, he has no choice but to trust this man and uncover the truth himself. Later, the moon illuminates a desolate old building. A lone man stumbles towards it. He rubs his head, wondering aloud, what am I doing here, exhausted? He decides he'll have to spend the night. He takes a swig from a bottle. Suddenly, 2 bell-shaped objects materialize in the air and begin to spin. The man freezes in fear. I really went too far this time, he mutters. The objects spin directly above him, growing larger until he's trapped between them. He reaches out and touches one. Interesting. They feel real. He never finishes the thought. Blood suddenly pours from his eyes. The bottle falls from his grasp and shatters. Blood gushes from his ears, mouth, and nose. He begins to shake uncontrollably, screaming in agony as the 2 objects slam together, crushing him. A hand beckons, and the objects float towards it. It's the hand of a demon. He smiles grimly. Even isolated areas have people. It seems we'll have to continue our search. Suddenly, a voice echoes from above. I like the way you solve problems down here. The demon is startled. And, in the next second, his face flushes with rage. A rat-eared demon is flying towards him. In his arms, he holds a goat-eyed demon, while another figure clings to his leg. It's a girl. She waves her hand casually. Don't get too excited. I'm your new team member. The rat demon seethes. You disgrace us, I can't believe. You were beaten by a newcomer, a mere cat spirit, and you actually reported it to His Majesty. The girl, Tay, just smirks, and you're a big fan of talking. Shorty, I'm wondering just how strong you really are, she taunts. You want to fight? The demon just scoffs in reply. If His Majesty hadn't said he wanted to see you, I would have already killed you. Tai thinks to herself that she's growing more and more interested in this Majesty. The demons begin to enter a room inside the building. Several others are already gathered there. One stands in the center, small, wearing a yellow suit. He almost resembles a robot. A second looks human. but with dog-like features and long hair tied back. The third is a girl. One demon with long pink hair sneered that His Majesty was already expecting this so-called cat spirit. Another scoffed. This cat looks like a complete weakling. I can't believe he's actually a rank A. A third demon seemed intrigued, saying that finally, they had a decent spirit on their hands. She scanned the group, her voice laced with disappointment. There are only 7 of you. The main character raised his head, sensing a murderous gaze from high above. There's no need to hide, he called out. An insect-like demon materialized above them. You're thinking too much, it rasped. I'm merely getting a better view of the situation. If you fail this test, I will personally eliminate you. The cat spirit just grinned, a dangerous glint in his eyes. I'm starting to like this place, he purred. The first demon turned to another. Don't keep His Majesty waiting. The one with rat-like ears nodded. He pressed his hands together, focusing his power, ensuring no one was listening in. The pink-haired demon girl clasped her hands in adoration. We're so lucky to have Rat's ear. She sighed. Otherwise, we'd rarely hear His Majesty's enchanting voice. Rat's ear reported, I sense no electronic devices within a 1-kilometer radius. No living beings, save for a few rats, and no trace of anyone with spiritual energy. The first demon announced, Your Majesty, you may speak. In his hands, he held a platter, covered by a cloth, concealing something important. The demon dramatically whipped off the cloth. Our hero thought to himself, these monsters are so mysterious. Finally, their boss will appear. He was trembling with anticipation. But when he saw their leader, he thought it had to be some kind of joke. As the fabric fluttered away, the demon in yellow held a simple toy robot frog. Suddenly, the toy began to speak. A pleasure to meet you. Due to my special status, please forgive me for not appearing in person. My name is Bowen. I hope you'll join us. The cat spirit's initial reaction was fury. The creature I was so interested in didn't even bother to show up. And he speaks to me through a child's toy. But then, a grin spread across his face. But now, I'm pleased. This shows you are exceptionally cautious. I need a place to stay. And I like how you operate. His Majesty's voice crackled. So, you wish to join? The cat spirit stepped closer. What must I do to prove my worth? His Majesty replied. Allow me to introduce you to our team's director. The one to my right. To His Majesty's right stood a spirit with his arms crossed, radiating power. His name is Panu, by human standards. He is the highest rank of a C-class spirit. The cat. Spirit's smile widened. The highest rank. He must be quite strong. Do you want me to fight him? The toy frog's voice was cold. Precisely. If you can kill Panu, your place on this team is guaranteed. But if you die, we promise a dignified funeral. Panu leaped down to face him. Let's begin. His Majesty has said all that needs to be said. Panu's eyes blazed with an orange light. I heard you reached rank A after reincarnating. I am looking forward to this. Our hero looked surprised. He frowned slightly and asked, Are there really only 7 of you? Panu scoffed. What? The cat spirit raised his hand, pointing his finger. In that case, what is this red dot? Panu was stunned. How could someone bypass Rat's ear's detection? As Panu turned his head and screamed, Rat's ear! Check again! The cat spirit's hand shot forward, piercing straight through his stomach. Panu never saw it coming. The demon girl sighed, covering her face. Slightly naive guys can be cute, but our director is far too gullible. Panu roared. The cat spirit sneered back. In a duel, you should use your brain, dog. I intentionally missed your heart, so I could play with you a little longer. He went to pull his hand out, but suddenly found it was stuck. He was shocked. Panu's voice was low and menacing. To call this a fight was flattery. A battle can only happen between equals. And you are not worthy to fight me. The very air around Panu grew heavy. He grabbed the cat spirit's trapped arm. A sickening impulse shot through it, and the limb began to deform. But, as food, Panu growled, you will do just fine. The cat spirit watched in horror as the flesh began to rot and peel from his arm, exposing the bone beneath. The demon girl explained, everything the director touches rots and is absorbed into him. She covered her mouth. And I thought we were getting a new team member. What a pity. Without hesitation, he severed his own arm. He was thrown back as green blood erupted from the stump, leaving a piece of himself behind. It was still stuck in Panu's body. He cut off his own limb. Panu roared as he absorbed the severed hand. Did you really think you could escape? He lunged at the cat spirit. Our hero scrambled back, but Panu was too fast. He grabbed his leg. Turn into a pile of bones and become my food, he kicked away. But Panu's grip was like iron. He had thought that he could win, since they were both the same rank. He never knew a highest rank even existed. It turns out he was in the lowest category. I can't believe the difference between us. Is this massive? It was like watching a ferocious werewolf toying with a helpless kitten. At that moment, his consciousness began to fade. In the face of the terrifying Panu, only one word screamed through the chaos in his mind.
Panu yanked his leg harder. I heard you have 9 lives. Then I'll just have to crush your body completely before I consume you. He swung his left hand.
His claws just millimeters from our hero's face. He had only recently become a demon, and he lacked real combat experience. But on the razor's edge of life and death, his instincts took over. His eyes widened. Panu's strike connected with incredible force. Panu seemed annoyed that he'd torn the leg off, before he could fully absorb it. Our hero coughed. Your power. It was so impressive, it almost made me forget that I picked up a few new abilities myself. His face began to liquefy. If I play this right, his voice echoed, you won't lay a single finger on me. He dissolved into a puddle of liquid and shot away from Panu's grasp. The demon roared in fury. His hands began to glow with a sickening green light. Is that all you can do? How naive if you're trying to escape. Then this game is already over. The insect-like demon above began to draw its sword. Minister, this is a job for me. But the insect demon was suddenly surprised. The liquid on the ground spoke again. Who said? I was running away. It all flowed into a single spot, beginning to reform. I'm having more fun than ever before. The cat spirit's arm and leg began to regenerate before their eyes. Why didn't I realize this sooner when I resurrected from that bullet wound? I tried to climb out of the...
I was torn to shreds, and from that I gained liquefaction. The second time, rat's ears sliced off my head. So I learned restoration to put it back together. Then, in the heat of fighting both rat's ear and goat's eye, I died yet again. Upon returning to life, I began to wonder, how could I truly elevate my combat abilities as I'd hoped? I learned to forge my own limbs into any weapon imaginable. But the power that truly shocked me was my newfound mastery over liquefaction. The pink-haired demon girl was intrigued.
Is that rat's ear's power? What an incredible ability. Rat's ear mused to himself. At first, I thought we could harness its potential. Make it our second great offensive weapon. However, I gravely underestimated the situation. It is far too cunning, far too ambitious. If we let it join us, it will eventually become a dire threat. She grins, continuing to boast about its powers. Every time it resurrects, it gains a new ability, and now it can test those powers on a formidable opponent like Panu. Panu's voice boomed. Enough of this chatter. What does any of this have to do with our battle? She just smiled with chilling madness. It has everything to do with it. Because our fight is about to become far more exciting. Panu glanced at T, who had just morphed his hand into a blade. Panu scoffed. Is this the weapon you spoke of? You hope to defeat me with? This, T replied. At this very moment, my strength is no match for yours. But what new power do you think I'll gain when I return next time? A crazed smile spread across its face as it drove its own weaponized hand straight through its head. As the body crumpled to the floor, Panu muttered, It's gone. The demon with the gongs roared. Such arrogance, I just want to flatten it with my gong, minister. Let's cast aside our morals and etiquette and devour it while it's still dead, the minister calmly replied. Such a low and desperate act is beneath me. As T's body lay still, a green mass of energy began to seep from its mouth, rushing upwards into the air, then splitting into countless identical copies. Panu grew wary. T's main body warped and twisted, lunging towards him. You know that if I touch you. Panu warned. You will be absorbed. So your new ability is painfully obvious. Panu roared. That power is mine, merely twisted into a cheap imitation. His power flared, and violet lightning crackled across his form. Horns sprouted above his eyes. But you are still a pathetic weakling. I will show you the true chasm between our ranks. A pillar of white energy suddenly erupted from the ground before Panu's body swelled in size, his horns glowing a brilliant gold. Yellow growths sprouted from his hands, and a tail with a razor-sharp tip whipped behind him. I am still far beyond your reach, he declared. T attacked Panu from behind, attempting to engulf him completely. T's own body transformed, growing, larger and larger. A massive cloud of smoke and energy erupted, and at its center, a colossal sphere pulsed with the fury of their battle. When the smoke finally cleared, the vessel that channeled, His Majesty's voice was about to topple over. The yellow demon rushed to catch it, steadying the device. The overlord's voice called out, "Rat's ear!" Rat's ear replied. It gained the absorption ability and is now trying to use it against the minister. And the minister, in turn, is trying to absorb it back. The clash has created a dome of pure energy. Their powers are too intertwined. I cannot determine who has the upper hand. Tagui, the demon with gongs, stared at the dome with excitement. He turned to the transmitter.
Your Majesty. The minister. The Lord's voice replied. Tagui, you worry too much. Panu is my most trusted commander. How could I sacrifice his life? Give him a moment. He will end this. The dome of energy glowed, overflowing with power. And then it exploded. The insect demon recoiled in shock. A deep crater now scarred the earth, smoke pouring from its depths. Panu stood there, enraged. You insignificant little rat. Are you convinced now? He held T's body in his hands, now crushed into a pathetic little ball. T, the son of the mother of demons, currently a middle-rank power. A cough echoed from the nearby building. It lay on the floor, sputtering. Panu reverted to his normal form. I've exhausted my spiritual energy, he admitted. I won't be able to fight for some time, unless I use my rebirth ability again. Panu turned and addressed the transmitter. Your Majesty, just give the order, and I will destroy it, the Lord's voice replied. I am sorry that you were forced into the role of a test subject. Panu bowed. There is no need for an apology. My lord. The Lord then spoke to T. I have finally witnessed your potential. Your ability to be reborn will be of great use to us in the
future. T, you are worthy of joining our ranks. I guarantee you will gain immense combat experience with us. And I will grant you shelter. Panu commanded, move, and thank His Majesty for allowing you to join to... Still lying on the floor, replied, understood, Your Majesty. But inside, it seethed with anger and humiliation. He silently vowed, the day I gain enough power, I will kill every single one of you. I still have 4 lives left. I will become the strongest in the world, meanwhile. Tanka was casually picking his nose with his little finger. Ziran and Yan sat nearby, playing a video game on their consoles. Tanka called out, Ziran, and said, I have something to tell you. Tanka asked, your wounds are almost fully healed. Right. Ziran turned to him and replied, yes, I'm ready for a mission right now. Tanka shook his head. Forget about missions for a while. We need to handle an important matter first. Ziran looked at him with a puzzled expression. Tanka continued, you want to join the ghost company, don't you get to bed? Early, tomorrow. I will personally teach you how to use your spiritual energy. Gaten threw her hands in the air and shouted, you're so lucky Tanka has never taught anyone before. Ziran was stunned, asking hesitantly. Really? Tanka smirked. Have I ever lied to you? He turned and waved over his shoulder. I'm heading to bed. You two should turn in soon. After this round. Of course. Gaten grabbed Ziran's hand, pulling her up in excitement. Tanka thought to himself, if master or sister. Long found out what I did yesterday. They'd obliterate me. I need to lay low for now. If Ziran can become a demon catcher, my life will be a lot easier. I just hope no powerful demons show up in the next few days. Otherwise, I'm in deep trouble. But there's no way that would happen, no, right? At that moment, atop a skyscraper, Xiang Qiqiu sat in the lotus position, exhaling slowly. Tanka is truly astonishing, he mused. My ability to perform alchemy has returned, but my internal organs will need another week to fully recover. I hope no one disturbs me. In any case, I should try using a prediction. Xiang. Qiqiu gazed at his hand as a vision appeared. A tiger trapped in a pit. This means that in 5 days, being in this city will become dangerous. This is an unfortunate omen for the people of Lushan. Xiang Qiqiu lit his pipe. But it doesn't matter, he said calmly. He's in the city. After all, there shouldn't be any problems. 5 days from now. I'm looking forward to it. At the same time, in an abandoned building, bow your heads. His Majesty will now give you an order. T knelt down, its irritation barely concealed. All the demons were gathered before His Majesty's transmitter, on their knees with their heads bowed low. The Lord's voice began to speak. Our target is the leader of the secret Taoists, Li. Ying was completely cornered. Now they would proceed to the second phase. The new target, his beloved ward, Tanga, the highest-ranking officer in the Ghost Company. The Overlord's gaze turned to Ruan, a demon girl with vibrant pink hair, her entire being lit up with pure joy. She was ecstatic, Riwan exclaimed. Have I finally been blessed with a mission? The overlord instructed her to take an item. A toy frog's mouth creaked open, revealing a small, glowing sphere. But what was this thing? Riwan took the orb and swallowed it without hesitation. A gentle smile formed as she placed her hands on her stomach. Your Majesty, she whispered, I will treasure this.
I will protect it with my life. The overlord nodded. Good. Deliver this to the designated coordinates. Then, he addressed another. Taegui, I instruct you to find a new place for our meeting.
The rest of you, be ready. That is all for today. Thank you for your work. As he stood up, all the demons turned their attention to Tae. He finally asked, Wait, since I'm part of the team now? Shouldn't I know what the point of all this is? His Majesty replied. I intended for Panu to tell you, but since you are so eager, I will initiate you myself. She tensed, her focus sharpening like a blade. The Overlord continued. The reason we are doing all this is the extermination of humanity. I ask Panu to take care of our new comrade. Answer any questions he has. That is all. With that, His Majesty disconnected from the transmitter. Riwan joyfully threw her hands in the air, beaming with happiness. We can finally move on to the next phase. Yeah, she eagerly approached Panu and asked him.
Just how strong is His Majesty Panu's expression turned serious? It's best not to bring that up. Besides, I don't know myself. He then warned her, as long as you behave.
I won't have to touch you. She just smiled and scratched the back of her head, replying, You really do have the air of a general. Tae approached Riwan, saying he had questions. He asked what the ball in her stomach was for. Hearing this, Taegi became enraged. Don't just tell the newcomer everything, he snapped. Riwan simply replied, Everything is fine. His Majesty chose him as our comrade. Taegi just scoffed. I don't want to be his comrade. Riwan turned to Tae and told him not to.
Take Taegui's words to heart, Tae shot back. Well, I won't take some short guy seriously. This made Taegi even angrier. Who did you call Shorty?
Riwan ignored him. As we were saying, the ball in my stomach is incredibly valuable. It is called the Song Hubel. It took our other branch, the First Earthly, a long time. To find it, it is capable of awakening an ancient demon sleeping deep within the Earth's crust. Tae was stunned. An S-rank ancient demon. Ryuan corrected him. Or, more precisely, the highest rank. Tae smiled, raising a hand to his mouth. Is it really so strong? Will it listen to our boss when it awakens? Ryuan brought a finger to her lips. We want to unleash pure chaos, to weaken the enemy's defenses, or perhaps defeat them completely. Tae was surprised. Is all of this for just one person? Is he truly that strong? Ryuan pondered for a moment. If you believe the rumors, not even our combined strength could defeat him. However, he is nothing compared to His Majesty. Ryuan smiled sweetly. Anyway, there's something very important I need to tell you. Tae's face became covered with sweat. He was utterly shocked. He looked away, finding himself in a void of complete emptiness, dotted with ominous red lights on the ground. Suddenly, someone pushed him from behind. Tae was startled and looked forward. The pink-haired girl stood before him. My apologies, she said. Thinking about bad memories released my demonic energy without me even realizing it. Tai stared at her with a displeased look as she began to reveal a secret. She warned that this information must never be shared, under any circumstances. His Majesty's life, she said, is far more important than any of our lives. If anyone dares to stand in his way, I will devour them without a second thought. After saying this, she glared viciously in his direction. 3 lines materialized within her eyes. The girl looked at him and said that she really liked having him on their team. I just hope you don't become the one who gets in the way. With that, she turned and walked away. That one on the road definitely needs to have fun in the city. His Majesty assigned me this mission. After all, it should be celebrated. Tae stood still, his mind racing as he began to think. His appearance was unknown. His strength was immeasurable. And he even used a program to change his voice. His Majesty's identity was perfectly hidden. Even knowing his name was Bogun gave him nothing. He stood there, realizing that all of these powerful demons followed him without question. Their ultimate plan was to exterminate the entire human race. He clenched his fist, a fire igniting within him. It's been a long time since I've been this excited. And since I am now a demon, I will become the strongest demon in this world. He looked ahead, a confident smile spreading across his face. Then, Tae thought to himself that Tanga would definitely be on the line for the kill. He stared forward and declared that he would step over their corpses and become the king of this world. Just then, a man looked at him and said, Your demonic energy is very weak, but I can smell a hint of it, along with a strong bloodlust. The man stared at him. I strongly recommend you don't do anything stupid. His Majesty sees everything. The man continued. The only reason I've kept you around is because you'd be more useful alive than dead, after which he told him not to get burned. Tay stepped back in fright and asked, Where did you come from, and who are you? Just then, a girl appeared from behind the man. That's Rat's ear, she said. We're disguised as humans right now. It's much easier to move around the city than in our true forms. Tay looked surprised. You look like real people. Then he realized everyone else who was there was also disguised. At that moment, everyone turned to him and asked why he was taking so long, and if he was going to go. Then, everyone was introduced to him. The guy with yellow hair and red eyes was Minister Panu. The guy with the green hair and eyes was the guy from the rooftop. Phasm, the boy with glasses and braces was Tae Gui, and the guy with the tank on his back was Ying Z. The girl held out her hand to Tae and said that they had saved another one, just in case, after which she said that he could take it. The girl held out a ball covered in hieroglyphs. The human weapons company made it, she said. The demons really need it to be legally in the human world. It took His Majesty a lot of effort to get these for us. The girl said that these balls were called spiritual bags. If you put it on your chest, she explained, it will envelop your whole body and transform you into a human. The man pressed the object to his chest. It began to glow intensely, as dark tendrils of power snaked across his body. The girl beside him spoke up. That spiritual bag? It's a woman's design. She then asked if it would cause him any problems. In a flash, T's form shifted. Transforming into a girl with lilac, eyes and purple clothing, she looked at her new hands. This won't be a problem. In fact, being a woman might make some things easier. She raised a hand, confirming everything was fine. All right, she declared. Let's head to the city. With that, the crowd of people made their way towards the city. A cheerful girl raised her hand in excitement. Tonight, I'm eating barbecue until I burst. These 8 demons heading to the city were all from the 11th Earthly Branch. Raider looked away, feeling like something was missing. The crowd began chanting for barbecue. Meanwhile, Goat's Eye was fast asleep on the street. He finally woke up, wondering how long he'd been out. He looked around, only to find the room completely empty. He couldn't understand where everyone had vanished. He couldn't believe His Majesty had already finished the meeting. Then, the bitter realization dawned on him. He was the weakest of the group. Of course, they hadn't forgotten him. But he felt deeply offended. He was a member of the team, too. The scene then transports us to the city, where we find a yawning cat. Inside the house, Tangkai told Zio to get a move on. She still didn't understand the point of a morning shower. Zio said that she was on her way. She joined Tangkai, and Yat wished them both the best of luck. Zio thought for a moment, realizing this was the first time Tangkai had ever taken her upstairs. She was thrilled to finally see his training grounds for herself. We then cut to Zio, who was standing and staring ahead. She couldn't understand what kind of door she was looking at. Tangkai had opened it, and a powerful light was pouring. Out from within, Zio guessed this had to be Tangkai's training ground. He started walking through, telling her to follow him. Zio was surprised. As Tangkai's form gradually disappeared, she hesitantly stuck her own hand out. And it began to vanish too. Zio said it felt like walking through a stream of icy water. She passed through the blue portal, emerging into a spacious green clearing. Amazed, Zio asked, "Is this a dimensional door?" She then asked Tangkai why they were outside the city. He walked ahead, explaining that this was an independent space. He said it took a long time to get the kids' permission for it. In the end, they sent Gang to create this playground in secret. Tangkai turned around, admitting he owed them a great debt. To repay it, he had hidden a house for them in the human world, one they could use at any time. Zio turned around and noticed the door had disappeared. Tangkai stood before Zio, explaining this place was 5,458 square kilometers, about the size of a city. He said that only he and the people he brings can enter. Zio was weary. Creating an independent space the size of a city with one's own power was incredibly difficult. Zio wondered just how strong this Gang person was. Tangkai explained that everything in her sight could recover on its own. "Here," he said, "I'll show you." He threw his slipper into the air. He began to chant, "Seals of borrowed gold, pulverize body and spirit." He caught the slipper, swung it with incredible force, and threw it into the ground. The impact unleashed devastating consequences. Zio stood there with a displeased look, saying that the effect of throwing a normal slipper was unimaginable. She laughed to herself, remembering this was Tang Kai. Zio had already accepted that there was no limit to his abilities. Suddenly, the stones from the destruction began to fly. Zio looked to the side and watched as they restored the ground, flying back to where they came from. Tang Kai. He flashed a grin. Pretty cool playground, right? Looking over at Zio, he declared, and now?
I will teach you how to awaken your spiritual energy. Zio's eyes burned with determination. I'm ready. Where do we start? Tenkai paused, thinking deeply. First,
I need to invent a training method for you. A knot of dread formed in Zio's stomach. For some reason, she had a very bad feeling about this. 1 hour later, Zio was sprawled on the grass, watching the minutes crawl by. He's one of the strongest people I know, she thought. So what is taking so long? A fire of impatience was building within her. I need to become an officer, and fast. She couldn't keep living on Tang Kai's charity. She was living under his roof, and she couldn't stand being a burden any longer. Zio had made a promise to him before she officially became an officer of the Ghost Company. She would refuse any payment for their missions. That money would serve as her tuition for his lessons. Yet, as she lay there, doubt began to creep in. She felt like she only got in Tang Kai's way during their missions. She wasn't nearly good enough to complete one on her own. So even if she refused the money, how could she ever repay him?
for the food on the table and the roof over her head, Zio's eyes snapped open, blazing with new resolve. No matter what, I will become an officer then.
I'll finally be able to earn my own way and repay Tang Kai. I refused to be indebted to him just then. A painful memory surfaced. The silhouette of a woman. A voice whispering about the regret of leaving her and her father. Zio looked up, her determination solid as steel. Just as Tang Kai's face lit up. "I've figured it out," he shouted. Zio jumped to her feet. "Are you finally going to start teaching me?" Tang Kai's grin was mischievous. "Nope, not me. But I know the perfect person who can." Zio was speechless. So he wasn't even trying to figure out how to teach me himself. Tang Kai simply smiled. "You know," he said casually, "it just occurred to me. My own master never taught me how to use spiritual energy. I figured it out on my own. After a trip to the toilet." He looked her dead in the eye. "To be honest, I have no idea how to teach energy awakening." Zio's face fell with utter disappointment. "Of course," she sighed. "That's just like you." But still, she wondered who Tang Kai could possibly have in mind. Suddenly, a beautiful white rose appeared before her. It was Zan Yushu. He stood before Zio, presenting the flower. "My name is Zan Yushu," he said with a gentle smile. "I'm a friend of Tang Kai's." He looked at her kindly. "I heard you wished to learn how to use spiritual energy. So, I am here to teach you." In the background, Tang Kai watched the entire scene unfold. Zio managed a small smile, thinking to herself, if he's Tang Kai's friend, he must be just as incredible. "My name is Zhang Zio," she replied. As Zio ran off, she paused to thank Z for stepping in to teach her. She looked at him, admitting he seemed like a cultured and polite gentleman. And yet, for some reason, he gave her goosebumps. She couldn't shake the feeling of fear that emanated from his very aura. Just then, Tanga's voice cut through the air. He yelled at them to stop dawdling, insisting they hurry up and begin their practice immediately. Tanga then casually leaned against the doorframe. He announced he was going to play a few rounds of a game while Z handled the training. Z shot Tanga a look of pure annoyance, thinking to himself, what a pathetic excuse for a teacher, ditching his own student to play games. Z then turned his attention back to Zio, motioning for her to sit.
With that simple gesture, her training officially began. Beneath a tree, its leaves rustling in the wind, Z and Zio sat facing each other.
He looked at her intently, deciding it was best to first explain the concept of spiritual energy in detail. Zio leaned in, ready to absorb every word. To put it simply, he began. It's a type of energy that flows within us, much like our own blood. For ordinary people, it's tied directly to their life force and health.
Zio recalled what Tanga had told her, that everyone possesses this energy, but it remains sealed within them.
It can only be unlocked through natural activation or dedicated training. Z smiled, confirming Tanga was correct. But even in its sealed state, a small stream of this energy constantly flows through the body. He clarified that this raw spiritual energy is essentially powerless on its own. Its only function is to sustain life. He suggested they call it dormant spiritual energy, or as it's more commonly known, the soul. Zio listened, completely captivated. Z continued, explaining that in the 17th century, a philosopher proposed a theory called animism. It suggested everything on Earth. Even a stone or a wood chip has a spiritual essence. While it was merely a philosophical guess, the same principle could be applied to this dormant spiritual energy. He then asked Zio to hand him a flower. Zio passed it over. Her curiosity piqued. Z held up the blossom, declaring it would be their example. This flower, he explained, could grow for a long time in the ground. But if he were to absorb its dormant spiritual energy, it would wither in an instant. As he spoke, he began to draw its life force into his palm. The flower immediately began to decay. Within seconds, it was completely dried out, its petals crumbling to dust. Zio watched in amazement. He clarified that this only works on plants. People cannot absorb each other's spiritual energy. Z smiled at her, sensing she was starting to understand. He added that people can awaken their useful energy without any training. This potential for awakening, he revealed, exists in all things on Earth. Even a simple plant could activate its energy and transform into a spirit. Zio's eyes lit up with understanding. She remembered Tanga's lesson about different types of spirits. When living things awaken, she recited, they become fairies. Z praised her, impressed with how quickly she grasped the concept. A small smile touched Zio's lips as she said he was embarrassing her. Z's expression turned serious again. Before they could begin activating her power, he needed to explain the process. He told her there were only 4 distinct stages. Zio focused, committing the steps to memory. Z stood up, his voice filled with authority. Activation, control, refinement, and creation. Activation, he began, is the first step awakening one's sealed spiritual energy. It means gaining the ability to call upon that power at will. Control is the second stage, mastering the flow of that energy and cultivating it. This is primarily achieved through deep meditation. Upgrading, or refinement, involves developing unique abilities from that cultivated power. Finally, creation is the ultimate stage, enhancing those abilities through relentless training. Z suggested they begin with the first stage activation. He revealed there was a shortcut to awaken her spiritual energy. Sitting down beside her, he explained he could transfer a small portion of his own power to her. He warned her that because their energy concentrations were vastly different, her dormant spiritual energy would instinctively fight back against his. Z moved behind her, instructing her to close her eyes and clear her mind of all thoughts. This, he explained, would allow her energy to flow more freely. Zio felt a wave of unease, feeling like she was in some kind of martial arts movie. She couldn't help but wonder if any of this would actually work. Z then placed his hand on her back. Remember, he urged gently, empty your mind. Just feel the flow of spiritual energy. Zio took a deep breath, her face set with determination. I'll do my best, she promised. With that, Z announced he was beginning the transfer. A faint glow began to emanate from his hand. As his energy flowed into Zio's body, his eyes shot open in shock. He could feel it, an incredibly bright, overwhelming power overflowing from within her. Suddenly, her energy erupted outwards, slamming into him with immense force. The blast sent him flying backward. Zio whipped her head around, startled, and cried out his name. Z landed hard, his mind racing. There was no mistaking it. That was demonic energy. But how? She was just an ordinary human. How could such a powerful demon reside inside her? He clutched his chest. His old wounds hadn't fully healed, and Zio's demonic outburst had struck him hard. He looked at her, realizing she was far more than she appeared. The backlash from her power had even cut his lip. Zio rushed over to his side as he wiped away the blood. Did I do that? She asked, her voice trembling. Z forced a smile, telling her not to worry. He lied, claiming his old wounds from a battle with Tanga had just acted up. He joked that Tanga was always careless with his strength, trying to ease her guilt. Zio urged him not to hold a grudge. Z's smile faded as he looked at her seriously. I have a question for you, too, he said. Can you explain why there is demonic energy sealed inside of you? Zio stared at him, cursing Tanga in her mind for not explaining the full situation. She then told Z everything about the mummy and how its energy had entered her. Z listened intently, his expression grim. He'd heard rumors that the demon was an S-rank entity. He told Zio that it seems he and Tanga were fated to meet her. Zio managed a weak smile. It doesn't feel like a very good fate, she replied. Z smiled back, but his mind was elsewhere. A mummy's spirit? He realized that if she successfully activated her own spiritual energy, she might gain access to the demon's power as well. The thought sent a thrill of excitement through him. With the mummy's power, Tanga could become the king of this world. Zhu then turned to Z, calling her name. Tia, he said, as if revealing a hidden blessing. He explained that Z was both human and spirit, A unique existence. Zhu revealed it would be far easier for her to channel spiritual energy than any ordinary person. Zwaz stunned. Is that true? She looked at him, a flicker of hope in her eyes. How long would it take a normal person to do that? Zhu smiled gently. Ordinary people can't, he stated simply. It requires immense natural talent and an exceptional teacher. Even with all that, Zhu continued, it would take 3 long years. A confident smile played on Z's lips. So, as a human and a spirit, can I do it in 6 months? Zhu met her gaze, his own smile widening. You can do it in just 3 days. Z was utterly shocked. Could she truly handle such rapid growth? But first, Zhu said, his tone turning serious, we must clarify something. Z looked at him, confused. Why did the mummy reawaken inside my body? Z herself had wondered the same thing. She and Tanga had sealed it away. But in that chaotic battle at the mansion, it had seized her body once more. She remembered the strange events in that mansion. But the most shocking part was the change in his behavior. He had even thanked her for everything she'd done. Z recalled the face of that poor boy, also whispering his thanks. It was like meeting a complete stranger. Z looked into the distance, her mind racing. I need to know, she declared, what is happening to me. She turned back to Zhu, her gaze intense. Do you have any way to solve this? I do, Zhu confirmed. But to see the truth, I require a single drop of your blood for foresight. Z was surprised by the small price. Without hesitation, she offered it to him. She didn't waste a second. He got straight to the point, so she did too, immediately raising her hand to bite her finger. As she drew a drop of blood, she thought to herself, this man was also a Taoist monk, but he seemed far more reliable. Compared to him, the battle-hungry Tanga was a complete idiot. Zhu then closed his eyes, placing her finger in his mouth. He was beginning the blood divination technique. Z watched him, but then noticed something strange. Why? Are you crying? She asked. Tears streamed down Zhu's face as he looked up. His gaze locked onto hers. There are 2 demons inside you. The words hit Z like a physical blow. 2 demons. She thought they had only sealed one, meaning another was still at large. No, Zhu clarified. The original consciousness of that child is still inside you. Z's mind flashed back. To the mansion. To the boy who had warned her away. Don't come near me. I don't want to be sealed away again. Z considered Zhu's words. Could he be talking about the faceless boy from her subconscious, Zhu explained. Through blood divination, I can see fragments of memory. That is how I recognized the child's presence. He looked directly at Z. His name is Suuk. He became a mummy. After being betrayed by a close friend, Zhu's face was grim. I cannot see all the details clearly. But the friend's name was Bowen. Z stared in disbelief. The mummy was a victim of betrayal. In any case, Zhu continued, what you truly sealed was the overwhelming resentment of Yuka the mummy. He explained that somehow, she and Tanga had managed to separate that resentment from his original soul. Z lowered her head, absorbing the shocking truth. And in that old mansion, Zhu concluded, something triggered him to try and reclaim your body. He then offered a slight smile, wiping his tears. Forgive my reaction. When using blood divination, I can feel glimpses of human emotion. The tears, they were involuntary. Z looked at him, a new fear dawning. Does this mean the mummy will take control of my body again? Do not worry, Zhu reassured her. If he truly wanted to, you would have been possessed long ago. His expression turned serious again. Based on my reading, he is currently hiding in your subconscious. He has no desire to reveal himself, though I don't know the exact reason. Hiding, Z thought. Why would he be hiding? A guess formed in her mind. Perhaps he witnessed Tankai's true power, and now he's afraid of being sealed again. Tia, Zhu said gently, there is no need to worry. Life is destined to die. Sooner or later, this will all be resolved. He paused, then added, I was also able to see some of your memories very clearly. The older the memories, the richer the visions become. Zhu's voice was soft, yet every word carried weight. I can see even more. For example, you had a happy life before your father fell. Gravely ill when you were just a child. Z stood frozen, listening to him narrate her painful past. Suk's mother couldn't bear the hardship, and abandoned you both for a wealthy man. You were left utterly alone when your father finally passed from his illness. Z's expression hardened, her fists clenching. You had countless relatives, but every single one of them turned their backs on you. Z's anger began to boil. In the end, your mother had to take you away. Zhu couldn't finish his sentence. Shut up! Z roared. A dark energy erupted from her body. Black markings spread across her face as horns began to sprout from her head. Zhu simply smiled. My apologies for being so rude, he said calmly. I said all of that on purpose, so you could learn to activate your power quickly. Z looked down at her transformed hands, stunned. Why? Have I turned into the mummy? Zhu's smile was that of a proud teacher. If my guess is correct, even when using the mummy's power, your own consciousness will not be overwritten. Z stood in her powerful new form, listening intently. It seems the mummy's power is indeed fueled by anger. He looked at her, his eyes gleaming. From this moment on, the lesson officially begins. The scene then shifts, transporting us to a vast, silent aquarium. Countless fish swam in the deep blue tanks. A mysterious girl watched them, her focus absolute. Just then, a figure named Panu approached her from behind. Shin just received a secret assignment. Panu reported, His Majesty requires you to act tonight. The girl didn't turn, her pupils shimmering like tiny stars. I understand, she replied softly. Panu turned to depart. Don't stay too long, he warned. We'll be waiting for you outside. As he walked away, Panu glanced back at the girl. She continued to watch the fish, her thoughts on her comrades. Her entire appearance seemed to shift subtly. Just be patient a little longer, she whispered to the fish. With that, she began to walk through the aquarium's halls. A beautiful cage filled with captive creatures. And with that, their training officially began, though not as Zio expected. She was surprised to find herself back in her mummy form. This isn't the case at all, Zan explained. I deliberately angered you to trigger this transformation. He then asked a crucial question. Tell me, Zio, did you feel anything unusual as you changed? She looked down at her wrapped body, searching for an answer. Only a blinding rage, an overwhelming bloodlust. I see, Zan replied. But did you feel anything physical, not just emotional? Zio paused, turning her focus inward. Now that you mention it, yes, I felt a scorching hot current shoot through my entire body the moment it happened. It felt, she explained, like boiling blood was rushing through my veins. Zan looked at her, his expression serious. That feeling, that hot flow you sensed, is the demonic energy of the spirit that resides within you. Zio stared at her body in amazement. Just as you said, I can feel my blood rushing now. Zan was surprised. He expected her to sense the energy flow, but this was different. Her sensitivity was far more acute than any ordinary person's. It was almost certainly due to the mummy's power. This is good, Zan said. Now, try to feel that energy and release it from your body. Close your eyes and begin to meditate. This may take some time, but I suspect you'll have no problem with it. Zio looked at him with fierce determination. I understand. I will do as you say, Zan added. When you can do this in your human form, you'll be able to activate your demonic energy at will. Zio closed her eyes, her hands clasped before her as she sank deep into meditation. The two of them stood facing each other in silence. In an instant, the world around her went completely dark. Zan Yushu's presence vanished entirely. She was completely focused on the sensations within. She could feel every current of power that flowed through her, the rush of her own blood, and the raw demonic energy intertwined with it. Then, she began to sense the energy around her body, like vibrant red threads. Zan watched, his expression one of pure shock. He couldn't believe it. Not only had she deactivated the form in less than 10 seconds, she had also instantly learned how to consciously activate it. Zio's eyes snapped open. Her horns were gone. Her eyes were back to normal. The menacing red threads had been replaced by a bright, pure aura. She was overcome with joy at her own success. Zan smiled, thinking to himself, with the right training, she will become a truly great fighter. He looked at her and offered his congratulations. You've not only learned how to borrow the mummy's powers, but you've also instantly mastered deactivation and reverted to human form. You have passed a critical stage of your training. Zio, she was positively beaming with happiness and pride. I've never felt this good before, she said, to have something work out for the first time. Excellent, Zan told her. Now we will teach you control. Zio agreed, her spirit already soaring. Meanwhile, at the port of Lucin, a mysterious girl raised her hand to the moon, clutching a spiritual bag. She stood on the precipice, staring out into the dark waters. Together with His Majesty, she whispered, we will change the world. Then, she dove into the ocean, disappearing beneath the waves. She pushed off, swimming deeper into the abyss. I am coming, she thought, for the S-Rank Ancient Demon's awakening. Do not let us down. We cut to the center bar, where a group of demons were drinking loudly. One of them, Gui, jumped onto Godai's back. Someone claps him on the shoulder. Don't be such a downer. Gui jokes that in their excitement. They'd almost forgotten him. He laughs, raising a glass. Let's celebrate the start of Phase 2 drink-up tea. However, sits apart from the revelry. He glances sideways at the minister. Why the long face? Today is a momentous day, he says. Kay simply smiles. Shared hardship forges the strongest bonds. Let's drink to that. The minister looks away. I don't drink. Then let's just talk, T suggests. If you have something to say, speak plainly and don't delay. T looks around the bustling establishment. Can we really gather in a human bar like this without issue? He asks. His Majesty owns this bar, the minister reveals. It is our designated meeting point. T is stunned. To own a place like this, His Majesty must be unbelievably wealthy. This is nothing, the minister scoffs. The territory where Raywan is headed also belongs to him, His Majesty's domain. The scene shifts to Raywan, arriving at her destination. Before her stands a massive oil station, looming over the dark water. Back at the bar, T is speechless. His Majesty even owns an oil rig. The sheer scale of his wealth was unimaginable. If the ancient creature awakens, it will surely destroy the entire platform. The minister nods grimly. That is a hidden asset on His Majesty's property. Our job is merely to leak the existence of the ancient demon. When that happens, he explains, the ghost company will begin its investigation. Ultimately, they'll blame the humans drilling for oil. This meant the ghost company would remain completely blind to their true plans. T processed everything Panu had said. Bowen is no fool. He smiled faintly. Since His Majesty's plan is so flawless. Then you should be pleased. Is there anything else? Panu looked up. His Majesty is meticulous and never makes small mistakes. That could jeopardize the plan. But there is one thing I don't understand. There were only 3 song hells to begin with, Panu said. The minister of the First Earth Branch worked tirelessly to acquire these valuable artifacts. We are using the second one this time. The first was used long ago by another branch, on His Majesty's direct order. No one knows why. T absorbed every word, the plot thickening with each revelation. The entire city was thrown into chaos. But the ghost company couldn't trace it back to us. Still, I am deeply concerned by His Majesty's actions.
Panu's gaze sharpened toward T. Why did he awaken that demonic mummy? The scene cuts abruptly to Tonkai's apartment. Aren't you going? Someone asks.
To check on Zio's progress. Yatan approached Tonka, who was lost in a game. He mentioned that Zio hadn't touched any food since noon. Glancing out the window, Tonka was stunned.
He couldn't believe how late it had gotten, then he remembered. They couldn't leave the training dimension without him. With a jolt, Tonka opened the door
and walked awkwardly into the dimension. My bad, he apologized. I got way too into my game and completely forgot you guys were in here. But then his gaze fell upon the scene before him, and he froze. Tonka stared in disbelief at Zu and Zio, deep in meditation. You're still practicing, he whispered. Now that's some serious dedication. Tonka tilted his head, wondering why Zio was so unnaturally still. Just then, Zu's eyes opened. Tonka, you're back, he said with a calm smile. Tanka immediately poked Zio's cheek, trying to get a reaction. Hey, what's wrong with you? She didn't even flinch at his teasing. Zu stood up, explaining. She's not just meditating. She's mastered activation and is now cultivating control. She has entered a profound meditative state. Tonka was floored. All of this? In just one day? I knew bringing you here was a brilliant idea, Tanka declared. Forming a hand seal, he activated his underworld eye. All right, he announced. Time to check on her progress. His gaze focused on Zio, and he saw particles of pure light dancing around her. Her spiritual energy. It wasn't the usual blue. It was glowing with a golden hue. She's already learned to store energy inside her body. Tonka noted, amazed. That's how she's keeping it stable. He looked on in awe. His own master had told him that achieving such a feat required years of relentless training, even for the most gifted prodigies. Zu just smiled. Zio is both human and demon.
Her senses are far sharper than any ordinary person's. It will only take her a few days to complete her development. A wide grin spread across Tonka's face.
This is incredible, he cheered. Honestly, I don't know the first thing about cultivating spiritual energy. He then looked over at Zu. So what exactly is she doing right now? She's mastered the counting breaths technique, Zu explained calmly, and entered a state of deep meditation.
Counting breaths is the fastest path to cultivating spiritual energy in our sect. In this state, Zio has no sense of smell, touch, or taste.
In short, she is in a void. Nothing from the outside world can disturb her. Tanka just stared, his mind completely blown. So, when will she awaken her abilities? He asked.
Ziyu glanced at Zio. I'd estimate about 3 days. Tanka's smile returned. That's way faster than I ever expected.
Zio is truly amazing. With the counting breaths technique, Zhu added, she can survive for days without food or water. It's best we don't disturb her.
Tanka stepped forward, his expression sincere. There are no supervisors here at the moment. He placed a hand on Zhu's shoulder.
You've been a massive help. I'm really glad I met you. He then offered, let's go. I'll treat you to a meal. Zayu looked down, a faint smile playing on his lips. From your friendly mood, he mused. One would never guess we are master and servant. Tanka's face scrunched up in confusion as Zhu chuckled. Hey, if you want to stay on my good side, you better drop the formalities. Zhu just watched him.
As Tanka stormed out of the training dimension, Zhu murmured, understood. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. We see Zio, still lost in her meditative state. Tanka and Zhu watched over her. Are you sure this method actually works? Tanka fretted. Why hasn't she woken up yet?
This isn't some kind of cultivation deviation. Is it Zhu simply looked at Zio and told him to be patient? Just then, her eyes fluttered open. A relieved smile bloomed on Tanka's face. She's finally awake. Zio sat up, seeing Zhu and Tanka before her. Tanka? When did you get here? She asked, blinking. Is it time for dinner already? Tanka chuckled, looking down at her. What dinner are you talking about? You've been out for 3 whole days. Zio's jaw dropped in shock. To her, it felt like she had only meditated for a moment. She quickly scrambled to her feet. So, did I do it? Did I master cultivation? Zhu looked at her evenly. I'm not entirely sure. To know the true answer, he said, we must test your abilities. Try to release all the spiritual energy you've accumulated in your body. That will give us our answer. Okay. I'll try, Zio said, taking a deep breath. She began to concentrate, releasing the motes of light that swirled around her. A sudden pressure filled the air. An overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy erupted from her body, illuminating the entire dimension. Tanka watched, completely stunned by the sheer volume of power. A grin stretched across his face. I wonder what kind of ability she unlocked. I can't wait to see it. I have to know Zio became a blinding sun of raw spiritual energy. Just look at her, Tanka exclaimed. That is an unbelievably powerful ability. Zio may not be a natural genius, Zhu commented, but the true power of spiritual energy lies within the mind, and its strength. He looked on, impressed. And Zio possesses a will forged from unbreakable steel. Tanka's interest was more than just piqued. Zio's torrent of energy suddenly ceased. She hesitated, then looked at Tanka and Zhu. Did something happen? They just stared back. And Tanka finally spoke. Let's try out your new ability. Zio looked down at her hands. You mean, I really learned a cultivation ability? Just like that, Zhu smiled. That's right. You've mastered refinement. You should now be able to instinctively use your ability whenever you need it. Zio looked at them, spreading her hands wide. But I don't feel anything different, she said. Well, let me give it a try. Tanka watched impatiently. Hurry up and show us. Zio began to concentrate. Closing her eyes, she stood on one leg, stretched her arms to the sky, and shouted. Fly Tanka's face was a perfect picture of ridiculous disbelief. Become bigger, she yelled next. Transform, with each command. Tanka's expression grew darker and more dissatisfied. Finally, Zio collapsed to her knees. Why? She wailed. I feel like I've been scammed. Tanka stared at her, a vein pulsing on his forehead. I knew I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. Stop messing around and show us for real. Zhu just watched the entire scene with an amused smile. Zio looked up, her voice small. But I really don't feel anything. She slumped. Maybe I'm just not talented enough. Zhu smiled warmly. Once you learn cultivation, you gain an ability. Your raw power is completely irrelevant to that fact.
What I'm saying is, you have an incredibly heightened sensitivity. The possibility that it didn't work is completely out of the question.
Sue explained their only path forward. Zio just needed time to awaken her power. As she absorbed his words, a sudden growl from her stomach shattered the silence. Zio realized she was just hungry. Zhu suggested they discuss strategy after eating, but Tanka just scoffed, calling the whole thing pathetic. The scene shifts to a vast city. Now that our heroes have returned from the training dimension, Zhu stood by the window, staring into the distance, while Tanka lingered behind him.
Tanka approached, and Zhu asked how he was holding up, with a scowl. Tanka gazed out the window. Nothing's changed, he grumbled.
He complained that she kept pestering him about being stinky, so he had to take a bath with Yatan. Despite his griping, Tonga still thanked Zhu for his hard work. "Don't mention it," Zhu replied. "We're partners. This is my responsibility, too." Tonga looked ahead, admitting they had only known each other for a few days, but he already thought Zhu was a good guy. He said being an advisor for Kwan's group didn't seem like Zhu's style at all.
"You're not chasing money like the rest of us," Tonga stated. He asked if everything Zhu did was for that person he'd mentioned before. "Who are they? What's your real goal?"
Zayu met his gaze and apologized. He couldn't tell Tonga about them, not yet. He promised to explain everything once they had earned his complete trust. Tonga simply waved it off. It doesn't matter. He declared that as long as this person wasn't planning anything evil, Tonga would help. After all, he hated being indebted to anyone. Meanwhile, Zio sat in the bathroom, her eyes filled with resolve. Yatan told her not to push it.
Her ability would awaken soon enough, but Zio turned away, determined. "I have to get stronger, so I'm not a burden to you and Tonga on our next mission."
Suddenly, Ziohai jumped onto her back, cheering. "I have a very good feeling. You're incredibly strong. I can feel it." As Zio picked her up, she realized Ziohai could sense what was inside her. The power of the mummy. Instantly, Zio's guard went up. Just as a scream came from the bathroom, Tonga and Zhu rushed in, not understanding what had just happened. Tonga guessed that Zio's abilities had finally awakened. Yatan emerged from the bathroom, holding Ziohai in her arms. She explained that Zio had suddenly disappeared from the bath. "She was just playing around," Yatan said. And then she was gone. Tonga and Zhu knew this had to be her new power. Yatan remarked that Zio's ability was very interesting, before hesitating, remembering Zio wasn't wearing any clothes. Tonga stared into the empty space, unable to detect a single drop of her spiritual energy. Even with his underworld eye, he couldn't believe she was truly gone. Then, Tonga stood up with a grin, declaring he understood everything. "Zio must have an instantaneous movement ability," he exclaimed. He guessed she probably sensed her power while bathing and, without realizing it, teleported somewhere else. Tonga smiled. "That ability is seriously cool." Zayu looked over, unconvinced. "That's unlikely," he stated. "When an ability awakens, its holder instinctively understands what it is." He reasoned she was taking a bath and wouldn't want to appear somewhere else, regardless of the circumstances. Zhu smiled. But if she were the same kind of person as Tonga, she wouldn't care about the details and could easily do it. Tonga glared at him. "What, you think I'd run naked on the street?" he demanded. "Just tell us where she is." To that, Zhu replied that only Miss Jiang knew the answer to that question. "If Sister Long finds out I lost her," Tonga groaned, "I'll definitely be in deep trouble." Just then, a voice echoed through the apartment. "I'm here." They were all shocked and spun around. They saw a transparent Zio, who had gotten out of the tub. The guys immediately ran to her. Just then, Zio woke up and looked toward them. Tonga said, "She's finally awake." He remarked that Zio's ability to become invisible was just like Blackie's.
Yatin looked at her, overjoyed that she was all right. They asked what had happened, confused why she'd managed it but hadn't
said a word. Yatan and Blackie had been worried sick about Zio. Then, Zio reached out her hand and explained that those weren't superpowers. She admitted it was incredibly cool to have the ability to be invisible. Tonga agreed that it was cool, but then said he hated abilities like that. He thought she had more than one ability. And Zio paused for a moment. With a smile, Zhu asked her to explain more about how she felt when, using her ability, Zio looked towards Yatan and said she was very sorry for making them worry. Yatan insisted there was nothing wrong, saying the main thing was that everything was fine. Zio thought for a moment and said that while playing with Blackie, she suddenly felt dizzy and decided to go out for a breath of fresh air. But she lost consciousness on the way to get a towel. And when she woke up, she was invisible.
"I wanted to change my uniform, but I couldn't," she explained. Zhu stood there, listening intently. Zio said that she felt the spiritual energy flowing out of her body.
So she tried to control it. She explained that she was able to reverse the process a bit, becoming half-transparent instead of immediately visible again. Zio looked down, saying that she fainted anyway when she saw them. Zhu looked at her, understanding everything. He knew what Zio's ability was. He smiled at her and said, "Your ability is borrowing." After that, we cut to an oil rig where Ryuan held a glowing ball underwater. She was near it, and then it started to glow. It broke up into small pieces, after which Ryuan looked up with a smile and told him to wake up. It was located on the remains of an ancient creature. Then the nearby stones began to glow. After that, we are transported back to our heroes. Zio looked at him and asked what borrowing was. Zhu was standing next to Tanga, and Tanga finally understood why he couldn't sense her presence, even with the underworld eye. He remembered that it was the same with Blackie. Zhu looked at her with a smile and explained that this ability was transmitted through touch. Tanga said that he liked it very much. Yatan also stood in shock, exclaiming that it was just amazing. Zio looked at them and asked if she could borrow other people's abilities thanks to it. At that, Zhu suggested that Tanga give his hand to Zio. Tanga smiled and asked if she could accept his ability as well. After that, Tanga sat up on the bed. He placed a hand on Zio's arm, causing a blush to creep onto her face. Tanga watched with anticipation, asking if she felt his power, but Zio yanked her hand back, sheepishly admitting she felt nothing. Tanga's smile vanished. He assumed her borrowing ability must be selective, but then a sly grin appeared as he called Sayo Yatan over. Yatan was confused. While Tanga and Blackie watched intently, at Tanga's urging, Yatan touched Zio, and in that instant, a shockwave of energy erupted. Our hero watched, stunned, as Zio's hair began to float, crackling with an intense emerald aura.
Yatan realized she could control her hair like it was her own ability. A triumphant grin spread across Tanga's face as he declared her power. Only works on demons.
Zio stared in bewilderment before her eyes rolled back and she collapsed. Tanga caught her just in time.
Zhu calmly explained that she had simply exhausted her spiritual energy after awakening such an incredible power. When Zio finally awoke, she was lying in bed, feeling dizzy. Zhu confirmed his theory was correct. She could only copy abilities from demons.
And what's more, Zhu deduced she could potentially borrow several abilities at once. He explained that the power transfers through physical touch, and its duration depends entirely on Zio's own spiritual reserves. Tanga grinned, summing it up simply: if Zio wanted a power, she just had to touch the demon who possessed it. Zhu added that her fainting was a direct result of energy depletion. But with proper breathing exercises, she could expand her reserves. Zio listened intently, absorbing every word. Zhu stated they needed to test her limits and that it would require relentless training. He explained that to find out how many skills she could use, and for how long, she would need to train without stopping. Zhu then began to theorize about the nature of awakened abilities, explaining that at first, an invisibility skill might only make someone look transparent. It takes tremendous time and effort to achieve mastery of a newfound power. For example, a new fire user might only conjure a tiny flame, but with training, that flame could become a raging inferno capable of incinerating enemies. Zhu explained that this is why cultivating one's power is so vital, recalling when they first discovered her invisibility while she played with Blackie. Based on everything, he concluded her true power was borrowing, and her failure with Tanga was the final clue that confirmed it all. Tanga dramatically covered his ears. All right, we get it, he groaned. No more long lectures. Blackie just marveled at Zhu's intelligence. But then, Zio's expression shifted as a strange, unsettling sensation washed over her. She rose and walked to the window, prompting a concerned Yaten to ask Zhu what was wrong. Zio pressed against the glass, her face pale. I feel something terrifying, she whispered, her senses on high alert. She declared she could sense an overwhelmingly powerful demon somewhere in the distance. Tanga's face twisted in frustration as he clutched his head. Of all the rotten timing, he seethed. He craved a battle with a strong opponent, but couldn't risk it right now. If he made a move, Commander Long would find out everything. Zhu turned to Zio, his voice calm and reassuring, telling her not to worry. A threat that large would surely be handled by someone else. He told her to get some rest and that he would see her tomorrow. Zio thanked him as he left, but as Zhu walked away, his mind was racing. The tiger had walked right into a trap. He recalled the hexagram of great failure, wondering if Destiny's cruel hand was about to fall today. He grimly anticipated Tanga's next move. The scene then shifts to a massive oil rig at sea, where chaos has erupted. Close all watertight doors, secure everything on board. Men shouted orders into the raging storm. A man clung desperately to a railing as a monstrous, unnatural wave surged toward them. This wasn't in any forecast. Suddenly, a colossal shadow fell over the rig, knocking him to the deck. From the churning depths, a creature of unimaginable size emerged. The man's face contorted in pure terror, and a blood-curdling scream tore from his throat as the beast rose from the sea. The monster let out a deep, guttural rumble, then turned its massive head away from the rig and began moving toward the coast. Watching from a hidden location, Riwan shook her head. She hadn't even needed to provoke the beast to send it straight toward Lusa.
What a strange coincidence, she mused with a sly smile. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Ghost Company, alarms began to scream.
Commander Long was walking with Kai, remarking on how quiet it had been lately when a red alert flashed across every screen. A demon of immeasurable size had been detected, 90 kilometers off the coast of Lusa. The report suggested offshore drilling had awakened it from its slumber on the ocean floor. The system couldn't even assess the threat, as it had surpassed the highest S rank. Long and Kai stared in disbelief. Kai guessed it was a mid-S rank demon, but Long's orders were swift and decisive.
Alert every commander in the coastal region. Issue a public warning for an approaching super tsunami, and begin evacuating all civilians immediately.
Her voice was like steel. I want everyone on that shoreline evacuated within 2 hours. Kai nodded sharply and sprinted off to carry out the orders. As she ran, she worried about her commander. Long hadn't slept for 3 straight days. No matter what happened, she would have to face this nightmare head-on. Lon commanded the system to calculate the target's speed. She demanded to know how long it would take to reach the city and what trajectory it was following. The system's voice was cold 45 kilometers per hour. It would take the demons 7 hours and 45 minutes to reach their location. The horrifying data flashed across the screen. Lon knew that even an A-rank officer would be useless against a demon on the open water. She calculated that the monster would reach the shore in 2 hours, but a full evacuation would take at least 3. The city's outskirts would be the first to fall. Lon understood they had no choice left but to fight or disarm it. She looked ahead, her mind racing. They needed to call for help. Notify the Hell Punishment Judicial Department, she ordered. Have them contact the Hall of Defenders. Tell them to deploy immediately.
The scene shifts to the colossal demon striding across the waves. Suddenly, a crimson circle, blazing with ancient hieroglyphs. Tears open the sky above it.
It hovered directly over the monster's path toward Luzon. A voice, filtered through a mask, echoed from the portal. We are the protectors from the Protector's Hall, the voice declared. One of the 4 demon cities of El. We are responsible for protecting the city and for handling emergency situations created by demons in the human world. The view changes to a figure reverently holding a container. Inside rests a bronze protector's mask. The voice continues. Our greatest power is the secret method of the Paradise Seal. Each state has 12 defenders, divided into pairs to form 6 teams. All are selected and named personally by the ruler of the state. To hold the title of defender is to have a unique status, respected in both the city and the human world. And every defender is required to wear a bronze mask.
We see 2 warriors. One presents the mask to another who is on one knee. The defender accepts it, putting on the mask and rising with newfound purpose.
Beyond their role as the ruler's advisors, the protectors were known for possessing immense power, greater than anyone else in Lantern City. From the crimson seal above, figures began to descend. An entire army of defenders emerged, their eyes immediately locking onto the demon below. They floated high above the creature's head. Why have they gathered all of us one, Protector wondered, until his gaze fell upon the beast, and he understood.
A demon of this size must have been slumbering for a very long time. A senior defender turned to another. Test its strength.
Do not get carried away, another warned. Rage will only complicate our task. The commander then pointed. Number 9, test him. He then added with a smirk. But be gentle. Number 9 acknowledged the order. And in the next instant, a searing green ray of energy flew from his hand. The beam curved through the air and struck the demon, tearing a massive hole straight through its body. The impact was so powerful that the water itself exploded upwards. The protector descended to the surface, questioning who could have awakened such a monster. Return to your hibernation, he commanded the beast. I promise you will not be disturbed again. But the protector realized the beast had no self-awareness. He asked for its forgiveness in advance, raising a shield emblazoned with a face, whose eyes began to glow. He slammed the shield into the demon, and green chains of light erupted, binding it as it roared in confusion. While the beast stood stunned, the other defenders descended. It seems that even... One of them observed grimly. Number 9 can't fully restrain it. He turned to the others. Restraining attacks are completely useless against this demon. Another shouted. How long must we hold it to seal it with the earth branch of the divine stocks? If someone provides assistance, it will take about a minute, he replied. The humans ordered us to calm or exorcise this demon. But judging from the current situation, our only option is to banish it. Number 9 strained to hold the beast, but it was already starting to shrink and struggle violently. Number 9, what is your status? A commander asked. It's getting worse, he grunted. All right, Number 3 will distribute the tasks. Everyone assemble. The first army gathered. Listen up. Here is the plan of action, he commanded. Number 11, use your ability to buy us all time. Number 10, provide cover. Number 5, immobilize its left arm. Number 4, you take the right. Number 9. When number 11 is finished, use your shield to pin it in place. Do not let it move. Channel your demonic energy through it. This will strengthen the restraints. The rest of you, by the numbers, maintain the formation. Together, we will complete the seal of the 12 earthly branches. He stared down the demon. This will be the final blow. We only need to hold it for 1 minute to banish it from this world. He looked at his team with confidence and shouted, "Begin!" The defenders moved as one. From afar, the battlefield was a storm of brilliant green rays. One warrior drew their weapon. They flew past the demon's eyes as it thrashed against the green barriers. Another tried to stop her, but a defender standing nearby intervened. "Don't touch her with your filthy paws," he warned, unleashing green threads that restrained the beast with his own power. This was the Demon City Defender. Lantern Suya. A sphere of flame was tied to his spiritual rope. He wrapped it around the beast's arm as his partner pinned it with green constructs. Her technique was called drop in the flow. As they tied up the demon, one protector remarked that it was surprisingly strong. "Number 11 should have finished his task by now." He yelled, then turned. "Number 4, go!" The defender swept across the demon's shoulders, leaving a green line in his wake. He leaped high from the demon's back and plunged his sword downward. This was the Demon City Defender, Lantern Suri.
From the place where his sword struck, massive tree roots began to grow. This was the rising hibiscus technique. The roots reached all the way down to the water, anchoring the beast.
He sealed the demon's colossal hand, rendering it immobile. The defender yelled to numbers 4 and 5 to hold their positions. He warned that the beast was immense. He needed more time to dominate the situation completely. "I've almost put it to sleep," he declared, just as his focus snapped forward. Beside the demon, a cerulean rift tore open. It pulsed with energy, particles surging toward the creature. Then,
An emerald beam shot forth, aimed straight for the demon's head. It was an ability unleashed by the man restraining it. The Demon City Defender,
Lantern's own number 11. "Don't worry," a voice called out. "We've got your back." The lead defender held the monstrous threat, taunting it. Flying straight would be too easy. He mused as he circled around the energy beam. "Stop showing off," his comrade warned. "You'll get us all killed if a single hair falls from my head." Another defender stood by, calm and collected. "Relax. This stone Goliath's attacks are strangely sluggish. We're in no real danger." Then he turned and said, "Ask number 10 for support." Number 11 glanced over, shouting, "Number 10, a little help here." In response, his ally drew a fearsome black mace. The two of them prepared to use it, in tandem, to protect the binding array. Dark blue energy erupted from the mace, reinforcing the beam with immense power. The creature could only watch as the beam intensified, locking onto it. "Thanks. Number 10, the seal is complete." He announced that the demon would be unconscious. For a mere 10 seconds, the defender boasted that it was no trouble at all, but his partner shot back, "Says the one who let me do all the dirty work." The demon stared blankly at them all, before its eyes finally closed, its massive head slumping forward. That was the cue for number 9. The protector rose, looking down upon the scene. "It's time," he declared, as he raised a peculiar shield. An eerie face etched upon it began to glow crimson. The protector uttered the activation phrase, "Blue Ghost, Tripod." From the sky, massive plates materialized around the demon. They slammed into the ground one by one, sealing the creature within a gigantic cube. The scene then shifts, and we see a drone slicing through the air at incredible speed. It parted the very water with its wake. Meanwhile, in a command center, Lon nervously bit her nails. She clenched her mage hand into a tight fist. "System, ETA on the drone's arrival," she demanded. The synthesized voice replied, "Estimated flight. Time to destination 3 minutes." Lon's gaze fell. If the defenders failed, the consequences would be absolutely irreversible. She knew Luson was far too populated. Evacuating everyone in a mere 8 hours was impossible. And beyond just the potential deaths, if the world discovered demons were real, human society would collapse into chaos. Lon envisioned the horrific scene, a giant demon rampaging through the city, crushing everything. People screaming, running in terror. Just then, C burst into the room, calling Lon's name. A bright smile was on her face. "I have some very good news," she announced. A moment later, a voice from the doorway asked for permission to enter. Lon looked up and gave a nod. Lon stepped inside, explaining he'd heard about the situation from C. "I have an idea," he said, "one that could buy us more time. We don't have to give up yet." Lon's eyes narrowed. "Are you hinting that the spiritual reality project is finished?" Lon met her gaze. "It's not finished. But it can be completed within 8 hours." Lon explained his part was done. The weapons company just needed to handle the final details. However, Lon noted, given the project's staggering size, Even its initial activation would be close enough to the city to be seen. "I've already spoken to Jingzai about this," he added.
She mentioned someone in the ghost company. A user with the ability to create an impenetrable fog. Lan's eyes lit up with his plan. This could help us immensely. He looked forward with determination. If we can redirect that dense fog towards the demon, we might be able to hide it completely from public view.
Lan considered it. That could actually work. She turned, a spark of hope in her eyes. "Thank you, Lan." Then she called out to C. "If I recall, the person who wields the mist, isn't he a top officer under Jiangxia?" C confirmed this was correct. But she had a question. "Contact them immediately." Lan commanded. "Tell him to drop everything and get to Lan's position now." Hesitated, looking down. "But why haven't we just ordered the protector to eliminate the demon?" she asked. "If it's such a massive threat, why not just destroy it?" Lan turned her gaze toward C, her expression serious. "Did you not notice anything?" "It based on the witness reports from the oil rig," Lan explained. "This demon never attacked anyone. That means we can't be certain if it's friend or foe." She continued. "All life is sacred. We don't have the right to decide who lives and who dies." Lan's gaze was firm. "The ghost company's primary mission is to protect humanity. But we are also responsible for maintaining the peace between humans and demons." C looked at her, understanding dawning in her eyes. Lan observed this exchange with a satisfied smile. "I'll contact Jiangxia's unit immediately," C said, now filled with purpose. "I feel so much better now that we have a solid plan." Lan watched as C made the call, praying they could complete the spiritual reality project in time. But she knew they had another, more drastic plan. Their ace in the hole. Her gaze drifted away. If it came down to it, that schoolboy, Tonga, wouldn't come to that. She hoped her defenders could neutralize the threat without further escalation. The scene shifts back to the captured demon, encased in its cube. One defender looked to his comrade. "Tom, it's our turn now." At his word, one of the defenders gripped the hilt of his sword. As he began to unsheath it, a brilliant green mist billowed forth. The defender drew his blade fully. It was covered in glowing emerald lines that fed the swirling fog. He held the orb of mist before him, then pointed his blade to the ground, becoming enveloped in green light. Suddenly, another defender looked up. "Hello there." Hovering above them was the drone, lowering its metallic tentacles. It lashed out, striking one of the protectors. He began to seize and twitch, as if being shocked by a massive current. The other protectors witnessed this and yelled, "Return in an instant." They shrouded the entire area in that dense green mist. The lead protector thanked his ally. "I can already feel the surge in my demonic energy." These were the protectors of Lantern Demon City, Su and Suo. Suo went through several fluid motions and gripped his sword tightly. He raised it high into the air. "This is Suo's attack," he declared. The other protectors watched, stunned by the display. They knew that now, number. With that stunning display, the defenders watched in awe. "Number 3 is overwhelmingly strong," one shouted. Another, leaning on his mace, chimed in. He grumbled that if number 3 shared some of that power, he could pull off some incredible feats himself. Above them, 2 more defenders hovered in the air. They watched as the clouds began to pulse with a brilliant green light. A colossal structure descended from the heavens, heading straight for the mysterious cube. It slammed down with a deafening roar and a blinding explosion. The defenders were speechless. "Number 3? He's incredible. The wielder of the mace." Watched it all unfold and boasted to an admiring number 11. "Hey, I can channel that much power too." I'm not joking in that moment. A massive building, the Black Jade Tower, manifested where the cube had been. "It's our turn," one of the defenders declared. They moved as one, their hands forming the seal of the protector. The seal of the heavenly twigs of paradise. Instantly, dark spheres materialized in the air, each marked with an ancient character that meant seal. These orbs spread across the district, forming a ring of runes around the Jade Palace. A massive containment seal was complete. A defender looked up, shouting, "Number 3, get that thing out of here. Now I'm dying for a strong drink when this is over." Looking on, Tut declared his confidence. "With the triple seal active, I highly doubt that demon can move an inch for the next 10 minutes. But deep within the prison, the trapped demon had other plans. The defenders' senses screamed danger. Suddenly, one of them yelled, "Number 7, get back!" The defender watching from above saw it too late. Something was terribly wrong. In a flash, A piercing green ray shot out. It was the demon. The city defender, Lanthan Sutingu, was hit. A part of his body, including his leg, was instantly vaporized by the beam. One of the defenders began to plummet from the sky as more deadly green rays erupted from the Jade Palace, bathing the entire structure in Seiki in a sickly light. The two airborne defenders stared at each other in shock. One wondered aloud, why did the attack stop? The other commanded. Number 9. Catch him.
You're the closest to number 7. Number 9 responded immediately. I'm on it. The protector looked down at the Jade Palace's failing seal.
He couldn't believe it. Their ultimate triple seal had failed against this monster. A chilling thought entered his mind. Their mission was already a failure. A gaping hole tore through the seal where the Jade Palace stood, and the tower began to crumble. The demon had broken free. It stared ahead menacingly. The defender reasoned that as long as they didn't provoke it, it wouldn't attack. But he knew that sound. The demon was preparing another strike in their direction. All defenders, assemble now, he commanded. In streaks of green light, they converged at a single point, leaving glowing trails behind them. They gathered around their fallen comrade as another defender arrived. 7, hang in there. Number 6 will patch you up, one of them urged. Don't worry, the healer said. I've sealed the bleeding. You won't die. He then drew his sword, channeling a green thread of energy toward his patient. The threads latched onto the injured defender, wrapping around his body. The others recoiled, covering the girl's eyes. He's such a pervert. Cover up. Number 7 and number 11 are still here in moments. The defender's leg had completely regenerated. He stood half naked, glowing with power and dignity. What haven't you seen? We all grew up together, he retorted. The defender behind him facepalmed. Number 7, just put on a cloak. It's awkward for us too. He covered himself up. There. Are you satisfied? Just then, the defenders noticed a drone hovering in their direction. The drone's system announced, report the situation. The protector looked at it grimly. We were unable to subdue the demon. The expulsion attempt was also a complete failure, he added. The drone's program processed the information. Understood. The defenders added, we're not confident we can neutralize it, but we can continue our assault to buy some time for the Ghost Company. The main character called out to number 3. I've realized something from its attack. Its defensive and offensive power clearly surpasses the pinnacle of the top rank. Even if we fight with everything we have, we won't be able to delay it. This demon is far stronger than we can imagine. The defender concluded gravely. I fear we would need a wizard-class fighter just to even the odds against it. Lon, watching through the drone, listened to their report. Thank you for your hard work, she said. We'll figure something out from here. She then addressed them directly. You can return now. As she spoke, a portal seal appeared in the sky. We're leaving, the protectors announced before vanishing into the light. Lon watched them depart, then turned. Cece. A subordinate rushed to her side. It seems we have to play our ace, Lon declared. A monitor showed a timer and a map, tracking the demon's path toward the city center. Lon watched, resolute. The defenders managed to buy us some time. What's the status on the civilian evacuation, she asked. Cece replied. I was just informed that everything is proceeding smoothly. The operation should be complete in approximately 2 hours. Fortunately, the coast is mainly docks and factories, with very few residents, so evacuating them wasn't difficult. But what about the urban areas? We haven't started evacuating them yet, Cece asked. Lon sighed. The mummy incident has already put the public on edge. Add to that hundreds of missing construction workers, and half the population fainting for no reason. Lon looked at the screen. For now, the media and their fake news are barely keeping the situation under control. But if we evacuate the entire city, the resulting panic would completely shatter the people's trust in the Ghost Company. We don't have to stop this ancient demon at all costs before it reaches the city. I understand, Cece said, immediately beginning to contact Tannoy. Lon stopped her. Wait, his power is on par with the giant destroyer. Wait until all coastal areas are clear. You cannot call Tenka until then, Lon commanded. Cece smiled faintly. You are right. Unfortunately, the reconciliation code forbids masters from using their powers in the human world. Lan admitted that in any other situation. He could have helped with his spatial manipulation. But Lun insisted Lon had already done more than enough. Ordering him to leave? Let them handle it. Lon argued that while parts of the code were incredibly unfair, they still maintained the fragile peace between humans and demons. They had no right to interfere in the affairs of Ellen City. Lon just smiled, agreeing it was true. He told Commander Long not to worry so much. After all, neither side wanted to see the other cornered. Lon was just glad they had Tang Kai. Long scoffed, saying he was more of a problem than a solution. Suddenly, a scream erupted from Tang Kai's apartment. Z stood there, face burning, shouting his name. Honestly, she grumbled. Can't you change somewhere else, Tang-kai? Pulling on his pants. Shot back that these were his clothes. Z snapped at him to at least give her a warning first. She told him to stop flashing his underwear for no reason. Tang-kai simply threw on his t-shirt. Women are so difficult. He sighed, wondering why she even cared. But Zai just stood there, continuing her tirade. Once he was dressed, she finally asked him, "Where are you going in the middle of the night?" He turned, a knowing smile on his face. He reminded her she was the one who said to wait for Sister Long's call. Tang-kai guessed a truly powerful demon must have appeared. Just then, his phone buzzed. Zai rushed over, demanding to know what was happening. Tang-kai answered the call. "Sister Long, you have a job for me?" Long's voice was grim. "I do. But first, I need to know if the mummy is still sealed inside that girl." "Don't worry," Tang-kai assured her. "It's secure. Sayo has already learned to control her spiritual energy, and can even use the mummy's abilities." Long was stunned. She learned to control it in such a short time. "This isn't a joke, Tang-kai." He admitted it was a difficult situation, but told her to relax. "I gave my word," he said firmly. "Seo will be completely safe." Tang-kai smiled, adding that he understood the risks. He knew what would happen if the mummy broke free during a mission. "We almost lost half of land's population last time. I would never joke about that," he finished. Zai stood silently, the weight of his words crashing down on her. She hadn't done anything wrong, yet she was a danger to so many. She knew that in the eyes of the ghost company, she was a ticking time bomb, a threat to the entire city. Tang-kai glanced at the troubled girl beside him. "Hold on, Long," he said into the phone. "I'll do it on one condition. You have to let Z participate in this year's state championship." Zai's head snapped up in disbelief. Long's face soured on the other end. After a tense silence, she agreed. "I'll ask the higher-ups. It shouldn't be a problem. But it will have to wait until this mission is over." "Bring her to HQ to meet the committee," Long instructed. "They'll make the final decision there." "It's as good as done if you vouch for us," Tang-kai said with a confident grin. "Now then, time to go say hello to that demon." Z called out his name. "Why did you do that for me?" she asked. He turned with that same easy smile. "My master always said, you have to be responsible for your words. I made you a promise. Besides, if we didn't seize this chance now, Sister Long would probably never agree to it later." Zai stared at him, her eyes wide with surprise. She looked down, a happy smile gracing her lips. He kept his word. He was someone she could truly trust. Far away, a monstrous presence descended upon the land. The grazing animals nearby froze, sensing the approaching doom. A shockwave erupted, sending them flying. They never knew what hit them. The demon took a single step, the very earth groaning beneath its foot. It paused, surveying the landscape. Then it raised a hand, conjuring a sphere of blinding, fiery energy, and unleashed a devastating beam from its core. The beam tore across the distance, aimed straight for Tang-kai. His eyes widened as the torrent of fire rushed toward him. He instantly realized this thing wasn't here to play games. "All right then," Tang-kai declared. "No more holding back." He thrust his hand to the side. Borrowed gold. Mystical form, soul seal. His arm was instantly engulfed in a blinding golden light, leaving a trail of fire as it moved. He swung his hand forward. He met the beam head-on with a deafening roar. His attack shattered the demon's power, splitting it into two smaller beams that shot off into the sky and the ground. The impact created colossal destruction. The force was so immense, it sent golden rings of power surging up the demon's arm, causing its body to crack and crumble. Tang-kai shot straight through the creature, obliterating most of its torso. He landed, looking back at the monster. How could this super-strong ancient demon be defeated so easily? With a single blow, the strange stones embedded in the demon's body clattered to the ground. Tang-kai watched as the demon's remains burned on the ground. "Whoops," he muttered. "Guess I got a little carried away." Just then, a drone buzzed up behind him. Long's voice blared from its speaker. "Tang-kai?" He flinched, his cool demeanor vanishing instantly. Her voice was pure fury. "What did I tell you?" I said, "Wait for my instructions." Tang-kai turned to the drone with an awkward grimace. It attacked me first. I was just instinctively defending myself. I swear I didn't hit it first." Long continued to rage. "And how am I supposed to explain this crater to the public?" Tang-kai looked around awkwardly at the devastation. "We could tell them it was a meteorite." That only made her angrier. "I'm already regretting calling you for this mission." Just then, Tang-kai's eyes darted to the side. The demon's remains were beginning to regenerate. A wicked smile spread across his face. "Heh, I knew an ancient demon couldn't be that much of a weakling." "Tang-kai, follow what Long commanded. Do not attack without my command." But then, She gasped. Her system program lit up with a notification.
Information updated. The target has accelerated. Current speed 300 kilometers per hour. The system calculated its trajectory. Estimated time of arrival in the city. 43 minutes. Sai Long barked into her comms. Release a thick fog over the city, now. Contact the weapons company. I need a status report on the spiritual reality barrier. If they don't finish it within half an hour...
In an hour, we'll have no other options but to send Tong Kai. But if we do that, we can no longer conceal the existence of demons. From ordinary people, Loon turned away, a somber look on his face. But then, a spark of inspiration hit him. He rushed forward. Just give me 10 minutes.
With a grave look, Lon extended her hand, ordering Z to watch him. If a master dares to use his true power in the human world,
he faces the ultimate judgment of heaven itself. Z raced after him as Lan Long watched in terror. If Master Lan truly uses space manipulation to fight those demons, he'll bring down the heaven's fury upon us all. A golden dragon soared through the sky, carrying a legendary figure. This was the second defense, left behind by the great Taoist founder, Guan Zhenzi. He created 2 legendary guardians, the all-consuming hovering reptile, and the all-seeing Shui. Upon the reptile's back rode a dark figure, trailed by a monstrous tiger-like beast. The hovering reptile transformed into a heavenly seal, imprisoning most of the demon within. Shui, in turn, became the sphere of heaven's wrath, a sentinel, forever watching over humanity. The realm of heaven's wrath was born to observe the 11 masters of Lanting City. They all swore an oath, never to use spiritual energy in the mortal realm. To violate that curse meant facing the wrath of heaven. Just then, back in the present city, a brilliant pillar of light erupted from a building, piercing the very sky. Regardless of where they are, a master who breaks their oath is punished instantly, but only the oathbreaker suffers the divine penalty. Spurred by this sight, Z ran frantically after Lan. "Master Lan, where are you going?" she cried out.
He simply looked ahead and apologized. There was no time for explanation. Z realized their path led to a single destination, a weapons company.
They arrived before the company's imposing gates. "Z," Lan commanded, "open it." Looking at the building, Zai knew her guess was right. With a hum, the massive doors slid open. Lan and Z stepped inside. Suddenly, a voice echoed as a young girl leaped onto Master Lan. "Ich. We did it! We cut the spiritual reality time in half." "Praise me." Her eyes then landed on Z, and she offered a cheerful greeting. The master smiled warmly. "Zomi, you've done an incredible job, but the plan has changed. We need to accelerate everything. Tenfold." Zomi's smile never wavered. "Since you're here, I imagine you already know how. I have complete faith in you." Master, this energetic girl was the manager of the My Almai Arms Company's procurement department. She had 2 long pigtails and brilliant blue eyes. Turning to her own teacher, she waited for orders. Lan's expression was serious. "We have an emergency. The reality time. We need to shrink it by 10 times." Z quickly bowed in respect. "Master G," Lan explained, "this mission wasn't supposed to last an hour, but Tanga has been assigned to it. That changes everything." A short man turned to face them. "We can try. We can attempt to compress the spiritual reality, down to 5 minutes. Then Tanga can fight without any restrictions." This was the minister of the arms company, Ji Ruan, a master of his craft. He stood before his creation, the spiritual reality device. However, Master Lan, Ji warned, the system is highly unstable at the moment. "We can't be completely certain we can maintain control," Ji continued. "If we can manage that, then there shouldn't be any other issues." Lan just smiled. "Don't you worry about that." He assured Ji, "I can control it without using my demonic energy. However, I'm not familiar enough, with human technology. I'll need your help." "Ji," Lan declared, "I will observe the changes within the spiritual reality. All you two need to do is calibrate the delicate balance of this spiritual realm. If the energy finds equilibrium, we'll need to alter the temporary wards. But if it remains unstable, you must reduce the power level." Gao smiled. "A plan forming. That should do it." He told Zomi to adjust the energy supply, while he would personally stabilize the spiritual core. The energy drain was too much, and Master Ji finally drifted off. Just then, Zomi appeared, a cheerful smile on her face. "Looks like the old master is napping again," she said. Turning to Master Lan, she asked for a moment's patience. After all, at over 150 years old, his stamina was bound to waver. We then see Zomi's fingers flying across the glowing system screen. Zie's arm was encased in reinforced armor, while Master Ji settled onto a stool, his own hands busy at a terminal. "Energy flow is stable. Zomi reported. All levels are green. Master G then called out to Master Lan, confirming, all preliminary settings are complete. Lan gave a firm nod. Then let us begin. In that instant, the spiritual reality device pulsed before them, unleashing overwhelming waves of power. Z turned to Master Lan, her voice tense. If we can't neutralize the demon in 20 minutes, it's all over for us. But Lan cut her off, his expression calm. Do not worry. If it comes to that, I will personally use space manipulation to ensure the mission's success. He offered her a gentle smile, but Z's eyes widened in disbelief. My life, Master Lan stated calmly, in exchange for the lives of countless others, is a worthy trade. Even if I face execution from the wrath of heaven itself, he declared. It is a small price to pay for humanity. Zai stared back, her resolve hardening. Your life is just as important. We will complete this mission in time and handle this together. You won't have to. Sacrifice yourself for anyone. Lan's smile returned, this time filled with warmth. Be that as it may, we will overcome this. Together. Changing the subject, Lan called to Z with a smile. Commander Long needs you to notify Jiangxia. Explain the entire situation to him. Zai blinked, then realized she had nearly forgotten. Right, she exclaimed. I'll call him immediately and get him up to speed. The scene then shifts, high above the sprawling cityscape. On a rooftop, a lone figure spoke into his phone. Z, is it time to begin? He asked, listening intently to the voice on the other end. Understood. The call ended. This was Jiangxia, a B5 ranked officer of the Ghost Company. With his striking blonde hair and eyes, he began to slowly unbutton his jacket. He revealed intricate markings that snaked across his neck and chest. A faint scar near his mouth gave him a hardened look as he surveyed the strange atmosphere below. Suddenly, the markings flared with an ethereal blue light. His eyes ignited with the same brilliant blue, as wisps of smoke escaped his lips. In the next moment, a thick fog began to descend, blanketing the entire city in its mysterious shroud. Meanwhile, far away, Tang Ke was facing the ancient demon. He sat impatiently on a rock, a drone hovering nearby. He was waiting for instructions from Commander Long. He couldn't figure out the reason for the delay, and his patience was wearing thin, glaring at the demon. He wondered, does that thing even have a brain? He figured it didn't. It's not that I can't beat him. He just ran away from our last fight. And even if I could finish him now, I should just send him back where he belongs. But Tang Ke couldn't grasp why the ancient demon was marching directly toward the city center. He stared into the distance and realized that as long as he made no move, the demon wouldn't either. But where was the giant heading? The question burned in his mind. Then he saw it, a city shimmering on the horizon, leaping onto the demon's massive form. Tang Ke urgently reported to Commander Long. The city is in sight, he added, awaiting your command. From the control room, Long watched the monitor. Hold your position a little longer, she ordered. She then contacted Zai. What's the status? But Z was in the weapons company, her eyes locked on the pulsing spiritual reality device. Z, report! Long's voice demanded. Her gaze was completely captivated by the brilliant light. Snapping out of it, she finally replied to Long. We did it. It's a success. Before them hovered a perfect cube, the spiritual reality, shining with immense power. Long confirmed, I'm sending the drone with the project to Tang Ke now, back in the lab. Z turned to Master Lan. Why didn't we use this sooner? Because the risk was astronomical. Lan replied gravely. Zai looked at him, stunned. If there had been even a single miscalculation. He explained, the entire Ghost Company could have been annihilated. You're always so cautious. Master Lan, Z sighed. He met her gaze. And did we have a contingency plan if this failed? He stared ahead, his voice low. In the worst-case scenario, I would have activated space manipulation to divert the catastrophic energy in a different direction. Humanity would have been spared. Z's frustration flared up again. Master Lan, I've told you before, your life is also very important. The scene shifts back to Tang Ke, perched on the demon, looking bored. Suddenly, the drone zipped towards him, dropping a small, glowing cube into his hand. He caught it easily. What is this thing that is the spiritual reality? The drone's mechanical voice explained. A demonic class, device freshly developed by the weapons company. It generates a parallel space, its potential area reaching 4,000 square kilometers. But to speed up the deployment, its duration has been compressed to 5 minutes. Tang Ke examined the cube, feeling the power within. The drone continued. Therefore, your mission is to eliminate the target within that 5-minute window. Activation is simple press the round button. A wide grin spread across Tang-Kei's face. He held the device in his hands, buzzing with excitement. "This is amazing," he exclaimed. "So, it's like a portable training dimension." Without another moment's hesitation, Tang-Ke slammed the activation button. Instantly, a shimmering cube of light materialized around the demon's head where he stood. It began to expand rapidly, swallowing the entire demon in its glow. The light surged outwards, engulfing everything in its path, including the people walkings. Through the city below, anyone caught within the cube's walls dissolved into motes of pure light. The city and all its inhabitants simply began to deconstruct. The cube grew so vast, its expansion was visible even from Earth's orbit. Inside, Tang-Ke grinned, forming a hand seal as he addressed his trapped opponent. "Looks like it's just you and me now," he told the demon. "I wonder," Tang-Ke mused, "can I take you down in a single blow with my 5-fold glacial lightning?" As he spoke, blue markings blazed across his skin, crackling with intense lightning. Meanwhile, the real demon's massive foot crushed a forest with each step as it marched toward the city. But then, it paused. Looking around in confusion, that's when Tang-Ke leaped from its head, landing right in front of it. He gave the beast a mocking grin. "It's pointless to struggle. You're already caught in my trap." With that, Tang-Ke casually covered his ears. "Man, you're noisy," he complained. Then his hands flew through a series of complex seals. "Don't worry," he told the demon with a smirk. "I've got just the thing to quiet that troubled heart of yours." A blue sphere began to materialize around Tang-Ke, crackling with raw lightning as the demon watched in disbelief. The orb swelled larger and larger, until it seemed to take on a demonic face of its own. Becoming so immense it devoured the demon whole. Its power obliterated everything nearby. This was the 5-fold glacial lightning storm heart pills. Tang-Ke simply shook his head and stared forward. He sneered, saying that now the demon was crushed to sand, he'd love to see it try and reform. He then glanced at the massive crater. He had created it with his destructive quintile glacier bolt technique. Looking ahead, he wondered, what was that red light pulsed from within a sphere? It stared directly at him. Then, the sand inside the crater began to swirl and rise, clinging to the sphere. Tang-Ke watched intently. He surmised this sphere must be the ancient demon's core, as sand encased it, rebuilding its form. Tang-Ke looked on unimpressed. He scoffed that it wasn't even a scratch, despite a direct hit from a 5-fold glacier bolt. Could the ancient demon truly regenerate from this? In response, black tentacles erupted from the core, which began to glow with a brilliant blue light. Tang-Ke's face soured with annoyance. "Just showing off," he muttered. He questioned if this was some kind of cheap magic trick. Inside the black sphere, a dark silhouette sat motionless. Suddenly, it pulsed with blue energy. Bright lines traced its form as it slowly began to awaken, spreading its arms and legs wide. A blinding blue light erupted, illuminating the entire area. The sphere surrounding the core glowed intensely, and the ground trembled. Everything nearby was utterly annihilated. Tang-Ke watched the spectacle, his hair blown back by the force, and realized the demon had merely transformed. Had he underestimated it? Before him now stood a colossal white demon, crackling with blue lightning, its eyes burning with an azure glow. Its body was skeletal, with every sinew visible on its limbs. This was Yi Shen, known as Shen Shen in ancient times. A superior supreme S-rank entity. Shen stood opposite Tang-Ke, its gaze fixed forward. Yellow lines materialized in its eyes, converging into a single, piercing pupil. It hovered confidently in the air. Particles of light trailed from its gaze as it finally saw him. Tang-Ke met its stare with a grin, taunting that it liked to play for time. But he conceded that at least Shen didn't look like a weakling. He then raised his hand toward the sky. In response, the mountain behind him began to crumble, and a colossal pillar of rock erupted from within. Tang-Ke glanced back, seeing the massive pillar hurtling towards him. He smiled. So, Shen could control the earth without even moving. As Shen swung his arm, the pillar shot towards Tang-Ke like a missile. He met the pillar head-on, completely shattering it into a rain of stone fragments. The debris crashed to the earth. Tang-Ke landed hard on the ground, his face and body now covered in dark purple markings. He had activated the Shadow Thunder God quadruple, glacial bolt seal. Tang-Ke smirked, declaring he had waited a very long time for this. He had finally found a worthy opponent. He rose from the ground, cracking his knuckles as dark purple lightning danced around him. "Time to see what you're made of." "Shen," he declared. He took his stance as Shen unleashed a beam of blue energy. Tang-Ke dodged with a smile, thrilled by the challenge. Shen watched him intently, waving a hand dismissively. Tang-Ke told him to be on guard, then wondered aloud if Shen could even keep up with him now. He instantly vanished, leaving only a trail of purple lightning. He shot toward Shen, raising his hand to strike. From every direction, fists rained down on Shen.
Shane's pupils darted wildly, tracking every single attack simultaneously. Tanka couldn't believe it. Shen had repelled all of his blows.
Tanka grinned, promising that the next one would hit much harder. He swung again, aiming to obliterate him, but Shen simply stared back. This time, the blow connected with Shen's head, so powerful that its bone-like armor began to shatter. Tanka's face turned serious. Had he overdone it? A piece of Shen's head crumbled to the ground, but Shen remained standing and began to swing its arms for a devastating counterattack. Striking Tanka, the blow sent him flying backward, tearing a trench through the earth. The impact was so immense it launched him deep into the forest. Shen pursued, leaving a blue streak in its wake. It looked down at him with a smile, remarking on his impressive transformation. Tanka was shocked that Shen was fast enough to keep up with his quadruple bolt. He realized Shen's mastery over the earth was beyond all expectation.
Pushing off a tree, Tanka admitted he was stronger than any opponent he'd ever faced. That's why he would savor these minutes of glorious battle.
As he looked up, Shen pointed to the side. A massive fist erupted from the ground, aiming to crush Tanka from below. He turned, seeing the attack. Trying that again, he mocked, firing a purple beam that shattered the stone hand into countless pebbles. But while he was distracted, Shen attacked with its foot. The kick sent Tanka flying straight into the air. Shen planted its foot on the ground, concentrating its power. Several tentacles shot out from the earth. They headed straight towards the airborne Tanka. He was still reeling, wondering when Shen would ever let up. He hesitated, unsure what to do next. He was bound in midair, trapped within a sphere of earth and stones that Shen had just created. Shen then flew up, looking at the prison.
Shen raised its hand and clenched its fist. Countless sharp stones pierced the sphere from all sides. From within, Tanka's voice echoed. Is that all?
Shen stared forward as Tanka continued. To make our battle more interesting, allow me to give you a warning. He revealed that he was now wearing a golden mantra, making the attacks feel like nothing more than a slight tickle. He demanded to see a more serious technique. In response, the shattered sphere began to glow with a brilliant fire. Shen clenched both fists and swung them, emitting a blinding light as rays circled around him. Then, Tanka burst from the sphere, wreathed in his own crackling blue lightning. He looked at Shen with a wide smile and said, "Now this is more like it." "Is that all you can do?" Tanka demanded, ordering Shen to stop holding back. At his command, a blazing ray of fire shot towards him. Tanka simply smiled. This, he declared, was far more impressive than the pebble he'd shattered earlier. Spreading his hands wide, he admitted that combining wind and fire into a tornado was a truly creative technique. Tanka mused that while it looked good, the real question was its power. He then extended his hands, ready to receive the attack head-on. Fiery energy engulfed his body, and suddenly, his golden mantra began to crack. In the next moment, it shattered into 1,000 brilliant fragments. Tanga's face soured with dissatisfaction. "You broke my mantra," he stated flatly, without his protective cloak. Tanka watched as the fire tornado surged forward, its clothes instantly incinerated. The vortex of flame tore ahead, annihilating everything in its path. The firestorm Shen had unleashed roared towards the city, a wave of pure destruction.
It tore through countless homes before slamming into the roof of a skyscraper. Shen hovered in the air, gazing down at the city, only to hesitate when he spotted Tanka.
Tanka stood amidst the billowing smoke. "A decent attack," he admitted. "You destroyed my golden mantra, it's true, but that was merely my outer shell." His clothes disintegrated, revealing a naked body that glowed with an inner light. "My very skin and bones are forged from golden runes," he proclaimed. "I almost feel sorry for you. You never stood a chance of harming me." Tanka smirked, his confidence absolute. "These runes are 3 times stronger than the mantra you just broke. I have no clue how you understand human speech," he continued. "But if this is all you have, then I suppose our game is over." Shen's rage boiled over at the insult. Deep within his body, his core began to glow, forging a devastating beam of fire that shot directly towards Tanka. The man looked up, seeing a massive golden beam hurtling his way. "Now this looks quite powerful," Tanka noted. The beam slammed into its target, unleashing a cataclysm of destruction in the city's heart. It vaporized everything nearby. The very air shimmered as dust and debris were blasted upwards. The golden ray left nothing but a vast, glowing crater in its wake.
Shen stood, staring into the abyss he'd created. But then, he heard laughter. Tanka guessed that Shen had exhausted nearly all his demonic energy. In that case, he declared, "I've gotten everything I wanted." A chilling smile spread across his face. "It's time we put an end to this." He shot upwards into the sky,
Shen could only watch. A 4-fold tome can't defeat me, Tanga stated. But a 6-fold or 7-fold bolt would destroy this incomplete body of yours. He now stood before. Tanga noted that in his shrunken form, the demon had become stronger, more cunning. He'd even weathered a 4-fold lightning strike. Beating him in 5 minutes was no longer a certainty. A new strategy formed in Tanga's mind. He would pretend to struggle. He would force the demon to burn through all his demonic energy. A battle of attrition was smarter than a direct clash, with a smirk. Tanga looked him over. Fighting you in the nude is strange, he remarked. But he sensed the demon had an ace up his sleeve, which meant it was time to reveal one of his own. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Tanga called forth his power. Borrowed gold brilliant. Divine energy began to radiate from his body as Shen watched. The demon hesitated as Tanga's transformation began, then decided to lunge forward. But Tanga met his gaze with a look of utter disappointment. How rude, Tanga chided. I waited patiently for your little power-up, and you attack me during mine. He raised a hand now encased in golden claws, clenching it into a fist. He met the demon's strike, and with a sickening crack, the creature's arm shattered into countless pieces. Shen recoiled. Pure shock etched on his face. Tanga's transformation continued. Dark armor with vicious claws encasing his limbs. The armor spread across his chest and head as his hair grew long and wild. This was his true power, the seal suppression technique. Borrowed gold. The form of golden rune armor. Tanga stood magnificent, expecting a look of awe from his foe. But Shen, clutching his ruined arm, was already turning. In a flash, he bolted. Tanga watched him go, making a crucial observation. The demon's regeneration was far slower in this human form. The Earth's ozone is a powerful suppressor, Tanga mused. Running away is the smart choice. With that, Tanga shot after him. But our time is running out. This little game of yours is over. As he closed the distance, Shen dove towards the street. He lowered his hand, his finger touching the pavement. He drew a symbol Tanga didn't recognize. Instantly, the demon's arm regenerated completely. To regrow a limb just by touching the ground, Tanga realized this could be a problem. Just then, a traffic light shifted from red to green, and the two combatants blurred past it. Shen suddenly leaped into the air, stopping mid-flight. His body began to pulse with a brilliant blue light. His armor shifted from gold to a menacing black as streams of blue energy erupted from him. As Tanga soared towards him, the demon prepared a powerful strike, but Tanga merely smiled. I knew this would happen. Demons always burned through their core energy for a last-ditch effort. This was it, the demon's final form, giving everything he had left. The creature charged, striking with all its might, but Tanga dodged effortlessly. The demon then dove towards the earth again. Tanga watched, confused, as the demon plunged its hands into the ground and began to dig. He was burying himself. A moment later, he erupted from the ground on the other side, launching another surprise attack. Tanga dodged again with ease, sending the demon crashing into a building. Haven't you had enough? Tanga taunted. But the demon leaped out again, aiming a blow directly at his head. A flash of crimson light exploded on impact. The entire area was bathed in a brilliant red glow. Tanga stood unharmed. You've already burned through most of your demonic energy, he stated calmly. Your speed is pathetic now. Using the ground and buildings to hide your location was a clever trick, Tanga admitted. But you overestimated this final form. Even at your supposed peak, he declared, your attacks are utterly useless against me. They're far too easy to predict. Tanga's eyes began to glow, of the underworld. He saw the demon's true path, then shifted slightly, knowing he was coming from the right. Just as the demon appeared, ready to strike, he was met with Tanga's waiting palm. Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. The impact sent him flying, his final form shattering away as he smashed through building after building, leaving a trail of destruction. In the sky, Tanga stood untouched. As Shen careened through the air, he caught a glimpse of Tanga, who had already appeared above him, moving with impossible speed.
Tanga raised his fist for a final, devastating blow from above. He slammed the demon down, straight into the cold, hard earth.
I put all my strength into that, Tanga noted, and I only broke a single rib. He looked down at the crater. Your final form's durability is impressive. Tanga then folded his hands together. Unfortunately for you, I don't have any more time to continue our little duel. He brought his palms together, invoking his ultimate technique. Seal of the borrowed gold. Old fists of the initial armor in the sky, colossal fists of golden energy materialized. A grim smile touched Tanga's lips. This is the most fun I've had since I moved a mountain. He looked down at his foe. My clock is ticking. Whether you live or die now is entirely up to fate.
Shen looked up in horror as a gigantic fist descended upon him. It slammed him into the ground, followed by another and another, driving him deeper with each soul-crushing blow.
Miles away, the cube that had sealed the civilians began to shrink. Lan and the others saw it. The spiritual reality is ending.
Pinpoint Tanga's coordinates, now Lung commanded. A drone was immediately dispatched. Back at the crater, Tanga landed softly, looking toward the demon's remains.
He was still breathing. The demon was clinging to life with the last dregs of his demonic energy. Even if you use the earth, Tanga said, you'll never regain your original form. The demon was a mangled wreck, missing arms and legs. Yet, he lay on the ground, extending a broken hand towards Tanga before it fell limp. Tanga watched, confused, as the exhausted creature began to crawl. Even in this state, why are you still trying to reach the city? Tanga wondered, unable to grasp the creature's obsession. Just then, a drone flew towards him, its program announcing suspicious life form detected. A new form had been revealed. Answer me, Lung demanded. Where did you get that armor? And why the long hair? She couldn't believe her eyes. Are you the same ancient demon that was just lying here, missing its arms and legs, Lung warned? If so, I'll be watching you, especially while you're weak. I'm still calling in the defenders, she declared. You'll be exiled to the third world throughout her tirade. Tanga remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead. Did you hear me? Lung asked, her patience wearing thin. At that moment, the crippled demon began trying to crawl toward the city. Tanga finally looked at it. Sister Lung, he said calmly, don't call the defenders just yet. He gestured to the demon. He's in no condition to fight, which makes this the perfect moment. Tanga walked forward. He reached the demon and held out his hands. There's something I need to clarify. Aiming at the creature's head, he invoked a powerful art, the trance seal of following another's path. Light enveloped the demon's head as Tanga dove into its consciousness. I'm very curious, his voice echoed in the void, about the secrets you're hiding. He looked around. Tell me, Tanga's voice commanded. Why are you so desperate to reach the city? He stood before the demon's mental avatar as it raised its hand. Now, pick up your jaw. We are inside your consciousness, Tanga explained. Even if you can't speak, you can communicate with your thoughts. If your goal isn't malicious, I might be able to help you, he offered. But if you have evil intentions, or if you refuse to talk, then forgive me, Tanga's tone hardened, because you'll be redirected to another world, a place from which you can never return. The demon's eyes widened in shock. It took a hesitant step forward, and suddenly, the scene shifted. We are transported back in time.
A great tribe of people journeyed across the land. In an ancient age, groups of nomads emigrated, searching for a place to call home.
They crossed treacherous mountains and swam mighty rivers, their journey endless, until one day, they stumbled upon an oasis, a hidden jewel in the heart of the desert. It was a paradise, with an endless supply of water, abundant fruit, and wildlife. Green grass stretched as far as the eye could see. It was the perfect home for the weary travelers.
They quickly set up camp and began to build a new life. As time passed, they noticed something strange. The closer they got to the tall mountains in the oasis's center,
the more delicious and vibrant the fruits and vegetables grew. And soon after, they discovered something even more miraculous. One night, the mountains began to glow with a crimson light. The people gathered in awe, watching the spectacle. They believed their bountiful harvests were a blessing. From these glowing, red mountains, they saw them as divine protectors. To honor them, they built a grand altar, leaving offerings of food. These mountains, which they named Yanshin, became their god of creation. Crowds would gather before the altar, worshipping the sacred peaks day and night.
Whether it was due to their worship or some natural transformation, no one knew. But over time, the mountains grew smaller and smaller, until they were but hills.
Then one day, thunder ripped across the sky and the very earth began to tremble. The terrified people ran for cover amidst the chaos and confusion. The clan leader remembered Yanshen. He rallied his people, leading them to the mountains to pray for protection. But what he saw at the foot of the peaks left him utterly shocked. The mountains of Yanshin were gone. In their place stood a being of pure red light, formed in the shape of a man. They saw a small demon-like child. Awed, everyone bowed low, calling him the deity of the mountains. The being, Shen, descended to the ground, standing before the clan leader. The man hesitated. Shen then collapsed. The humanized mountain god fell the moment it landed, for it did not yet know how to walk. The leader stared in utter disbelief. Behind him, his people dropped to their knees and began to worship their newfound god. The leader of the clan finally rushed toward the fallen demon. As the man approached, Shen noticed something. He watched as the human used his legs to run. When the leader finally reached him, He too fell to his knees in reverence. The deity, Shen, rose to its feet as the man watched in awe. A god had just learned to walk. It moved forward, step by step, wandering aimlessly, leaving the sanctuary of the oasis. It was met by the endless desert. As it looked back, the deity felt the life-giving aura of its birthplace begin to fade. If it abandoned the oasis, this sacred place would turn to dust. An instinct deep within its core knew. It had to stay and protect this sanctuary. The people continued their worship, but the newborn deity felt nothing. It had no desires, only an immense curiosity for the world around it. It watched the humans huddle around a fire, sharing a meal. It tried to mimic them, only to realize it possessed no mouth, nor the need for sustenance. It tried to sleep as mortals do, but that too was a failure. A god has no need for rest. So it began to copy the creatures of the wild instead. It moved like the worms, chirped like the birds, and ran like the beasts. After exploring every corner of the oasis, the deity fell into a profound contemplation. Humans, animals, plants. It could not grasp their essence, so it simply relaxed, feeling the oasis itself. The sanctuary felt like an extension of its own body. If something was wrong, the deity felt it instantly. It saw how humans hunted like beasts, how plants drank not just water, but the remains of the dead.
Everything followed a cycle: birth, growth, death, and rebirth. It watched this universal truth play out within the oasis for an entire year.
The mountain deity had finally comprehended the supreme law that governed all life. Its own form had matured from that of a child to an adult as it sat upon its throne. But even after understanding the laws of nature and the cycle of life, one thing remained a complete mystery, beyond mere instinct. There was something else driving all creatures to live and reproduce. An invisible force that connected them all. That force was emotion. These feelings had no physical form, yet they existed in every living thing. And the deity, in its perfect solitude, could not understand them. An unknown sensation began to stir within its core, a feeling it couldn't name. It was the crushing weight that mortals called loneliness.
Time passed. Shen walked beneath a tree full of chattering monkeys, observing them. Having finally felt loneliness, it began to understand. Every creature it saw had a family, a kin. But Shen was the only one of its kind, utterly and completely alone.
He channeled his very essence into his tail, grasping it firmly and tearing it from his body. He cast it away, and where it landed, a miraculous transformation began. From this severed part, a being like himself was born. The people would come to call this creature the mountain spirit. Shen gazed forward, a stranger to human feelings. Yet, seeing another of his kind did little to quell the ancient loneliness in his heart. Yu struggled to stand, only to stumble and fall to the ground. When Shen saw her struggle, a realization dawned on him. He approached her, extending a hand to help her rise. Yu looked upon his offered hand and reached out to take it. From that moment, something new began to blossom between them. In the days that followed, the mountain deity taught the new spirit how to walk. He shared all his knowledge, and soon she soared through the skies like a bird. He then revealed to her the 10,000 wonders of his oasis. From the smallest reptiles to the fiercest predators, he showed her everything. One day, they stood upon a cliff, observing the humans below. Yu watched, her eyes wide with curiosity. She saw them laughing, saw a couple walking hand in hand. Her gaze shifted to the deity's hand, and she instinctively reached out to take it.
But the deity turned away, walking in another direction. Yu looked at her own hand, then at his retreating form, and ran to his side.
As she learned about the world, the mountain deity finally mastered his energy to protect this oasis. Yu picked a flower, and the deity infused it with his powers, connecting them both through it. Together, they watched the sun. From that day forward, Yu's spirit began to teach the deity what it meant to feel. She took his hand, and this time he didn't pull away. For over 100 years, they were inseparable. But such peaceful days were not destined to last. After this, a shadow fell upon their world. The desert climate grew harsher, the heat becoming unbearable. And slowly, this blight began to creep into their sanctuary. The oasis suffered, plants withered, animals perished, and the riverbed turned to dust. Life was draining away. To protect you, Shen began to pour out his own divine energy. The dying plants miraculously turned green once more, but it was a temporary fix, as the source of water in the oasis had long since vanished. Sooner or later, everything would wither again. The mountain spirit. Yu watched this with dawning horror. She could feel the immense strain on the deity. For over 100 years, they had protected this world together. In that moment, she made her decision. Shen hesitated, sensing her sudden resolve. He looked toward Spirit Yu, though words were never spoken between them. The mountain deity could feel it in his soul. The mountain spirit was saying goodbye. Tears of brilliant red fire streamed from her eyes. The deity rushed to her side, his hand outstretched, but Yu's eyes glowed with crimson light as she unleashed a blinding beam of pure life force. Every last trace of energy surged from her body to resurrect the dying world.
Her power shot into the heavens, turning the clouds dark and heavy. Then, a torrential rain began to fall, a downpour infused with all of Yu's essence.
For 3 days and 3 nights, the life-giving rain poured down. Thanks to her sacrifice, the oasis was reborn. The plants regained their vitality and the springs returned. This was more than enough for all life to overcome the great drought. The plants began to grow again. But unfortunately, the mountain deity
had cultivated for over 10,000 years to achieve his human form. The mountain spirit, however, was only his transformed tail. For her, spending so much energy
was the same as suicide. Yet, she felt no regret. In her final moments, she protected the oasis, which was dearer to the deity than his own life. He was by her side, holding her as she faded. For the great deity, death was a natural and inevitable part of existence. Throughout his long life, he had witnessed the end of countless creatures. He did not understand grief, but as the mountain spirit, Yu began to turn to stone before his very eyes. Something shifted within him. She wasn't truly gone. A final drop of her energy remained in her body. This realization awakened a feeling completely alien to him. This feeling was pain. Shen stood, experiencing for the first time a heartbreaking agony. It felt like a monstrous insect was clawing its way out of his body, squeezing his throat and stealing his breath. Shen looked forward. As the mountain spirit Yu turned to stone, he felt that ancient loneliness return 100-fold. Only now did he finally understand the true meaning of his feelings. It was to give everything without demanding anything in return, just as he had for the oasis. Shen stood under the downpour, gazing at Yu's petrified spirit. Though the mountain deity knew that last drop of energy remained, he also knew she could never return to her previous form.
Shen made his decision. He knew it was impossible to bring her back, but he resolved to continue protecting the oasis and what was left of her life.
He sacrificed his own divine core, enveloping the mountain spirit Yu within its power. His core hovered above the oasis. Then it petrified, transforming into a colossal mountain that stood guard. This mountain was alive, protecting the oasis and the spirit within. A huge mountain now stood in that place, so high it pierced the clouds. The people of the oasis depicted this very story on their walls. Their tale was passed from generation to generation. Descendants invented writing, and to immortalize their memories, they placed a stele at the foot of the mountain and carved the name Mount Yanshin. But times changed. Humanity began to evolve at a blinding pace. Modern people had long forgotten their ancestors. They shattered the ancient statues and discovered mineral deposits within the Yanshin Mountains. And so, industrial mining began. The deity's core, mistaken for a useless stone, was simply thrown into the sea along with the other debris. Tanka stood listening to this story with a pained expression. He grabbed his head, saying he was essentially a demon now. He didn't know why he had awoken. Tang looked at him, explaining his goal was never the city. He was searching for his relative. Then Tanka remembered. There was still a huge mountain in the oasis. If he remembered correctly, a massive mountain stood just east of the city. Tan's thoughts began to race. The demon's goal was east of the city. It was only passing through to get there. Tan realized that if the demon could only speak, he would have understood immediately instead of being beaten half to death. Tanga then asked if the spirit didn't know how to shrink its form. He noted the spirit's incredible speed, saying it could just fly there directly. Tanga guessed it didn't shrink down to conserve its immense energy. He looked at the spirit and admitted that now he knew the truth. It was a good spirit, and he was wrong to have attacked so viciously. Tanga declared that words couldn't fix what he'd done. Instead, he made an offer he would take the spirit to the Great Mountain and personally guarantee its safety. From now on, no one would ever disturb it again. Just then, the drone touched Tanga's head, trying to get his attention, but he suddenly collapsed, unconscious. Lun, watching through the drone, was baffled. Tanga's head then snapped up, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. What was he planning? He picked up the demon's body, declaring that his destination was never the city. What do you mean? Lun demanded. Tanga told the deity to hold on tight as he prepared to leave. With a powerful leap, he launched himself into the sky, a drone flying in hot pursuit.
Tanga, where are you going? Lun yelled. I don't have much time, I can't explain everything now, he replied, his voice strained.
He explained that his goal had always been beyond the city. where he was searching for his own relative. The city just happened to be on the way. After 5 intense minutes, Lun and her team stared at the data. Based on this, she said, we can finally resolve many of these issues. She realized most of these beings were not hostile. The spirit wouldn't have attacked if the night watchman hadn't provoked it first.
Tanga, Lun ordered, proceed to your destination. If you truly find your relative there, we will
cordon off the entire area. Zai stood watching the screen, her heart aching for the ancient spirit who might finally see its family again. She turned and saw Master Lan weeping. He was shaken that the deity had sacrificed its own body to protect another. After sleeping for 10,000 years, its first act upon waking was to search for its kin. Lan was overwhelmed by such pure devotion. He couldn't imagine the hardships it must have faced. Zai looked at him. Master, please don't, or you'll make me cry too. But it was too late. Tears streamed down her face. Let's pray, she sobbed. Let's pray the deity can finally reunite with its relative. Tanga, flying high above, knew they were close to their destination. As they descended, the deity saw a colossal mountain loom into view. But Tanga stared ahead, horrified. What happened here? The mountain. It's not supposed to look like this. Lun watched the city on her screen, remembering a report. Minerals had been discovered here, and the High Corporation had bought the mining rights. They'd excavated half the mountain before the resources dwindled, and the work stopped. Lun felt a chill. What will happen when the ancient spirit sees this? Will it be consumed by rage? Will it seek revenge on humanity for what they've done? Tanga landed softly at their destination. Even though they've carved up this place, he said, the mountain deity will surely feel if its relatives are still alive. Tanga glanced at the deity beside him and saw the light in its eyes had gone out. The deity slowly raised a trembling hand, pointing forward.
Tanga supported the weakened deity as they moved closer. There, they saw a figure, petrified in grief. As they touched it, the stone form shattered into 1,000 pieces.
I think it was already dead, Lun whispered, watching the feed. She couldn't understand. How could this happen when they were so close to reuniting? Zai watched through tear-filled eyes. The deity stared at the dust and rubble, its entire world collapsing. Tanga looked on in silent horror as Shen reached into its own chest. It pulled out its glowing core, which began to fall toward the shattered stones. The deity's body then crumbled completely, turning to dust, as Tanga watched helplessly. Witnessed this scene, utterly perplexed. A connection so pure existed between them, only to be revealed as a bond of blood. Was this friendship? Or something more profound? A deep friendship? Or love? Luan asked, do you know what that orb in the sky was? Li wondered if the demon planned to regain its colossal form, to unleash its vengeance upon the world. But Tangay, seeing everything, reassured her, don't worry, it's not what you think. Using the eye of the underworld, he explained, that while his kinsman's body had shattered into countless fragments, its essence still lingered, bound to this very mountain. Tangay theorized that she had merged with this place, a long, long time ago. Just then, the core pulsed, releasing streams of raw power. Tangay watched, a newfound respect dawning. This demon was a worthy adversary. From this day forward, no human would dare disturb their peace. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Tangay leaped into the air, hovering beside the drone, and looked down. He watched as the mountain itself sent pillars of earth descending toward the core. The pillars began to encircle it, and as they converged, the silhouette of little Yui appeared, seated peacefully. A single flower bloomed beside her, quickly followed by an entire field of blossoms. When she opened her eyes, she gasped in awe. Before her stood the magnificent deity of the mountain. She rose to her feet amidst the sea of flowers, gazing up at him. Shen extended his hand, offering to take hers. He then guided her through the beautiful field as they gazed into the horizon. In that moment, a missing part of the mountain materialized, completing the landscape. We then see lush greenery and vibrant flowers burst forth across the mountain, which now radiated immense, pure energy. It filled the entire space, causing the mountain to shine with its former glory. Tangay watched it all unfold from the air. He then turned to Sister Long, a serious request on his mind. He wanted to purchase this entire tract of land. He told her to use every penny he had, and if that wasn't enough, to take his reward money from all his completed missions. Tangia looked back at the sacred ground. We need to fence this place off, he declared, and declare it a protected nature reserve.
A place where no human could ever set foot again. Li simply looked at him and smiled. You don't need to worry, I had the same idea. She mentioned that their investigation wasn't even complete yet.
Unauthorized energy experiments, conducted by the heir of the He Corporation, no less. Lu An added that because of their transgressions, they wouldn't dare object to surrendering the land for a nature reserve. She gazed forward with resolve. Humans must show the utmost respect. The mountain Chod Tan looked away, saying he hoped that was the case. He was entrusting the aftermath to Long turned, calling out to Z. She ordered her to contact the Quanhui Corporation immediately. Zai stood frozen, her gaze lost in the distance. Long called her name again, finally pulling her back to reality. Zai quickly bowed. The commander asked if everything was all right with her. Z apologized, admitting she had been lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Her eyes fell to the ground. I just wondered, if I were in the ancient spirit's place, would I have done the same thing? The sacred ground she defended was desecrated by humans, and her only relative was murdered. Would she meekly sacrifice her own freedom, without a shred of angers, to continue guarding that very place after a 10,000-year slumber? She finally sees her loved one. But he no longer even possesses a body, for Z.
Such an outcome was simply too cruel. The deity and the spirit sought neither glory nor profit. Yet humans used that sacred place for their own greed.
And they knew no limits. Han listened intently to every word she spoke. Z looked down, confessing she felt ashamed to even be born human. Just then, Master Han placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, calling her name. He said that humans distinguish between good and evil, and so do demons. Zai looked up at her master. He explained that they too expend their power to maintain the delicate balance between the human and demon worlds. Master Han believed this outcome was not cruel in the slightest. It didn't matter if they had the freedom of a human form, or if this place continued to prosper. He gazed upwards. For two souls to be together, even after death, that in itself is true happiness. Moreover, they both retained a fragment of their energy. He wants them to cherish one another and live happily for all eternity. Z looked towards her master, admitting she hadn't heard his last phrase. Master Han turned, with a gentle smile, and apologized for mumbling. He then told Commander Long with a smile that the spiritual reality would soon collapse. The weapons company would then be able to retrieve it on their own. However, he added, this humble servant has but one request. Master Han said that he did not know how appropriate it was. Commander Long looked at him, telling him to speak his mind without hesitation. Master Han revealed he wanted to stay here for one more day and take a walk outside. Long saw no problem with his request, but she would have to report it to management. Master Han smiled warmly. He expressed his deepest gratitude, and with that, Tang Ka began his journey home. But his reflection was being watched through the lenses of Goat's Eye. Goat's Eye warned his minister to forget any ideas about harming Tang Ka. He looked at him grimly, reminding him that this man had managed to catch and wound the ancient spirit. Not once, but twice. If he could seal it, how long could he possibly keep the title of number one staring ahead? He declared to his men that this individual, Tang Ka, was abnormally, terrifyingly strong. Later, in the brilliant city, Goat's Eye began his debrief. First, they must report the situation. Without causing panic in the hearts of the fighters, he stated that according to their data, the ancient demon they awakened was impossibly massive. Its combat power was off the charts. All 12 of their defenders, working together as a team, were unable to even touch it. However, one man named Tang Ka used all his strength and managed to defeat it. Then, for some unknown reason, their battle paused. Before they neared the city, the ghost company dispatched a drone with a package. After flying a little further, they vanished from radar, only to reappear 5 minutes later. He said that Tang Ka and the ancient demon had both changed into human form, and that both were incredibly handsome. The demon had been beaten half to death, left without an arm or a leg. They then traveled to a huge mountain, where, before dying, the spirit became the second half of the peak, merging with the other. But the most important detail was this. They had only disappeared for 5 minutes. In that time, the ancient demon was utterly defeated, while the man named Tang Ka wasn't harmed at all. After that, Goat's Eye turned to his fighters, having told them everything. After a moment of tense silence, a man named Panu walked forward, ordering everyone to retreat. Panu looked ahead with a stern expression, suggesting they report all of this to His Majesty and inform him that they were initiating Plan B. After this, we see crowds of people in the city's center. A man approached another, putting a hand on his shoulder. Did you see her? He asked. That girl in the white cloak? She was gorgeous. The other man said he didn't know why, but he had a feeling it was actually a guy. And indeed, the beautiful girl the two men were admiring was not a girl at all, but Master Lan. He was dressed in beautiful white clothes, with long, perfectly groomed hair. Lan thought to himself that it was simply wonderful, that the world of people became more interesting. The more he saw of it, he looked down and wondered if she could see this beautiful picture, too. We watch as Lan stood amidst the bustling crowd. The scene then shifts to another place, showing a stone covered in ancient hieroglyphs. Followed by a bridge that arched over a river, Lan mused that everything was just as he thought. Nowadays, people don't like such old, out-of-the-way places. Lan thought to himself that it was even better this way, much calmer and quieter. He stood on the bridge, gazing down. He noted that while the surrounding buildings had changed, whenever he came here, this place always felt incredibly dear and close to him, because it was here that he met her. In this very place, they met and came to know one another. Master Lan said all this with a nostalgic smile, looking into the distance. It was only after those happy days, he whispered, that we had to be separated. After this, teardrops began to fall onto the bridge. We see Master Lan's eyes, filled with sorrow. Then, petals of sakura began to drift on the wind. Lan turned around, his eyes wet with tears, thinking that the scent was so similar to pink plum petals. He stood on the bridge, and soon he was completely surrounded by a swirl of petals. And then, Lan began to hear voices, as if someone was desperately calling out his name. A voice cried, "You deserve to die, I'm too late again." At that moment, a man in a black kimono with white hair ran towards the bridge. He shouted that he'd just been reading a collection of poems and was so carried away. He completely forgot about the time. He looked ahead and saw a crowd of people, and Lan, who stood on the bridge, gazing into the distance. The man rushed up to him and asked if he was terribly angry. Lan turned in his direction with a radiant smile and said, "How could that be possible?" He continued. It was about time. The plum blossoms fell like soft snow, and he couldn't tear his eyes from the sight. They shared a knowing smile as the world around them glowed brightly in the sun. People ambled past as fish swam in the river beneath the bridge. Lan murmured that if the man had stayed away just a little longer, he would have missed this perfect, beautiful moment. But the man beside him simply replied, "There's nothing wrong with that, because what could possibly be more beautiful than you?" Lan turned away, flustered. "Stop saying such embarrassing things in front of everyone." The man just called his name, urging him not to worry about others. With a gentle smile, he gazed forward and said, "Flowers do not bloom merely to be picked and admired." He turned back to Lan. "I read a verse today, and I desperately wanted to share it with you." "What kind of verse moved you so deeply?" Lan asked. The man with white hair and piercing green eyes began to recite a poem. "Oh, heavens, I want us to know each other and cherish our lives together, forever. Only when the mountains are leveled, the rivers run dry, when thunder roars in winter and snow
falls in summer, when the sky collapses to the earth, only then will we ever be parted." He looked at Lan with a soft smile, who seemed lost.
"Do you understand its meaning?" he asked, stepping closer. "It's about us. In this life, we will always be together, sharing everything." Lan watched his retreating figure, his trail disappearing under a cascade of falling plum petals. Then, the memory fades. We are in the present, where Master Lan watches the petals fall.
But the man from his memories is gone. A deep sadness clouds his face as he clenches his fist, his gaze lost in the distance.
We are transported to an inverted, heavenly realm. The same white-haired man stands, gazing into the void. A figure approaches from behind. "The head of the detachment is here." The detachment leader turned, his expression cold. "If you have business, then speak." He was a man with blonde hair, green eyes, and feline ears. This was Yulin Wu Jiangshua, leader of His Majesty Buzan's personal guard. The Wu Zhang, the demon bowed his head. "I have received a report. The plan to neutralize Tang Kai's combat power with a pill has failed. We must proceed to plan 2. Shou listened, his face unreadable. "I understand." The demon looked down, uneasy. "I joined the detachment late. When something like this happens, I feel the need to confirm things myself. My soul is unsettled." He then explained he had made sure of the report. He then asked about the flow of time between their world and the human realm. Shou replied coldly, "For us demons, time in the human world flows 20 times slower. One day here is equivalent to 120 days there." The demon nodded, understanding. He was about to leave. As he walked away, he mused. "Our master ordered us to depart in 3 days. That means an entire year will have passed in the human world." He looked back, saying, a full year for the most powerful treasures from the secret workshop, and the legendary heavenly seals to emerge. The demon added, I hope our servants on the outside don't make any more mistakes. Otherwise, His Majesty's grand plan will fail. Before he could finish his sentence, Sho turned. An oppressive, evil aura exploded from him. You? He growled, his pupils shifting ominously. Sho had unleashed the seal of the forest's eye. The creation of blades. The demon stared in horror, frozen in place. In the next instant, a devastating blow landed, and he was sliced into countless pieces. Sho had mercilessly cut him down in a storm of fury. He glared at the remains. No one is permitted to question His Majesty's plans. Blades of light swirled within Sho's eyes. You will carry out his will perfectly, or you will be finished. But then, green particles began to coalesce in the air, and the demon was resurrected. He looked terrified. I am old. I didn't realize how rash my thoughts were. Please, Sho, moderate your anger. This demon was Wang Kai Jang. Sho stared him down. You can use your magic to survive me, but trying it on His Majesty is not advised. Kai trembled. I understand completely. His body began to dissolve into shimmering particles. I will take my leave now. The scene shifts back to Tang Kai's apartment. Zio stared in disbelief. Where did you get all this? Tang Kai stood before her, clad in magnificent armor, his hair long and flowing. Zio hesitated, her eyes darting to his white hair, then to the mole by his eye. Tang Kai struck a heroic pose. I am not to blame. The true culprit is the star of misfortune, which draws treasures into the hands of the ghost company. He declared this was all for his achievements in dealing with the spirits of the first Tang Kai. Zio just stared back, deadpan. There's that impenetrable naivety again. Tang Kai looked around. Ah, Yan Yan. And Little Black went to bed early. Zio found herself thinking that in this form, he was quite the macho man. But then, he transformed back, standing before her completely naked. Well then, Tang Kai announced, I'll go wash up and head to bed, too. Zio was utterly shocked by his behavior. As he started to climb the stairs, she squeezed her eyes shut. Even if this is your home, as long as I'm here, you are not allowed to show off your bare butt. He paused on the stairs, confused. What's the problem? You seem to have forgotten you're naked under your own clothes. I'll be more considerate next time. Zio stood there, covering her face. She thought to herself, it's a relief that he's okay. Removing her hands, a small smile appeared, the last time he saved the little fox. His face was covered in scratches, but this time, after facing such a powerful demon, he was completely unharmed. Zio realized she had worried for nothing. Now we can finally sleep in peace. She sighed. Just then, her phone buzzed. It was a message from Zio. I can't contact Tang Kai, Miss Moon. Invites you two to see her tomorrow. She has something important to discuss. The next day arrived. Yan Yan woke up, rubbing her eyes, and saw, Tang Kai, when did you get back? And where are you and Zio going so early? Zio smiled warmly. We're heading to the ghost company. Tang Kai stood beside her, looking serious. Yan Yan's face lit up. That's so cool. Zio always wanted to work there. Maybe they'll finally agree. Z vowed to do her best. Yatan smiled, certain that with Tonka by her side, victory was guaranteed. As they stepped outside, a familiar voice called out, wishing them farewell. Tonka's brow furrowed. Before them stood Z, holding a sign that read, Good luck. Tanka stared, demanding to know how he got there so fast. Z just grinned, that all-knowing look in his eyes. He breezily explained it was no big deal. First, he congratulated Tonka on his epic victory against the ancient spirit. Then, turning to Z, he added, And I have some fantastic news for you, too. Tanka's suspicion grew. Do you have hidden cameras in my house or something? Z simply chuckled, claiming he was just a fortune teller. If Z gets accepted into the ghost company, he declared, the three of you can finally form a proper team. But Tonka wasn't having it. Why are you so obsessed with us teaming up? He snapped. Z glanced at Tanka, intrigued by the idea. That was his cue. Tonka grabbed her hand and bolted. See you later, Z called after them. We need to get out of here, Tonka panted. Talk to that guy for too long and he'll melt your brain. Their escape led them to a new destination, a towering skyscraper. Z stared in awe. I always imagined the ghost company would be in some mystical realm, or at least a more dramatic location. A headquarters this lavish, right in the city center. Isn't that a bit flashy? Tonka just smirked. You'll see, he said cryptically. They walked inside, greeted by two receptionists. But this wasn't what it seemed. The sign read, Lucan Commercial Bank. The place was bustling. Z whispered. I heard you need at least 10 million just to get an account here. Tonka didn't respond. Just stay quiet and follow me. He stepped up to a terminal and inserted his card. A system message appeared, prompting for an operation. Another requested his ID. A number was dispensed. Number 13, please proceed to VIP room 15. At the door, Tonka leaned in for a retinal scan. He grumbled about how this whole process wore him out every single time. Authentication successful. The system chimed. The door slid open.
Inside, a man waited. He wore a sharp suit, his black hair tipped with blonde. His hands rested on a golden skull. He adjusted his glasses, a professional smile on his face. Welcome back, Mr. Tonka. We've been expecting you. His gaze then shifted to Z.
You must be Ms. Z. He approached her politely. May I have your phone? It will be returned. No personal devices are permitted inside. Z reluctantly handed it over. Thank you for your cooperation, he said, gesturing to a sofa. Please wait here. Do not wander.
She and Tonka sat down. The man stood before them as the golden skull ascended. Suddenly, glowing lines activated across the floor.
Z's breath hitched as she looked up, witnessing a platform descending from the ceiling. The man smiled warmly. Welcome, he said, to the Ghost Company. A section of the wall retracted, revealing the true entrance. As the platform descended, Z saw it all humans and demons, side by side. The place was teeming with them. A receptionist handed a card to a demon. Here is your soul storage and identification card. Humans and demons mingled everywhere. At another counter, a girl chided a demon chewing on something metallic. Please don't eat the equipment. I see you're registered for a job change consultation. Please proceed to counter 5 and wait your turn. Elsewhere, an official addressed another demon. Your taxes from last year are overdue. Please settle the payment as soon as possible. Only then can you return to your previous employment. The demon looked utterly bewildered. Taxes. The official smiled patiently. Everything is detailed in the tax return you're holding. The demon stared down at the document in his hands and began to read. His expression twisted from confusion to rage. He crumpled the papers, his voice booming. This charade of being human is exhausting. Endless work, slaving away for money just to eat if I mess up. I don't just get scolded. After a long day, I have to fake a smile and pretend to like my colleagues. He was trembling with frustration. I'm drowning in debt. Where am I supposed to get money for taxes? Tears streamed down his face. I once dreamed of conquering this world. He began to thrash about, his true nature surfacing. I want to be a monster. I demand world domination, he shrieked, baring his fangs. You despicable humans will be my food. In an instant, magical restraints shot out, binding him completely. Men in suits were at his side. One of them sighed, unimpressed. Just a C-class demon. What was he even thinking? Throwing a tantrum like this? He's been neutralized, another agent reported. The situation is clear, someone commented. If he really lived by the law of the jungle, he wouldn't last a single day. As they led the demon away, he sobbed. They're right. Humans are right. I'll abandon my old ways. And become a new demon, back with Tonka and Z. Their guide smiled apologetically. Did that amuse you? These minor frictions happen from time to time. But there's no need for alarm. Our high-class security is always on duty. Z, unfazed, asked. So why are all these demons gathered here? Tonka, meanwhile, was casually picking his nose. Their guide gestured around them. This is the Demon Affairs Management floor. It functions much like a human municipal office. To put it simply, if a demon wishes to exist in the human world, they must assimilate and live by human laws. He smiled again. Of course, if they don't like it here. They are always free to move to the demon city of Lante, a place inhabited entirely by their own kind. Even demons wanting to live in the human world wasn't a problem. The man explained that as long as a demon committed no crimes and drew no complaints, they could earn a pass to the Ghost Company, and even an identity card. Z listened, absorbing every word. The man continued, saying that as long as both sides followed the agreement, humans and demons could coexist peacefully. He gazed forward, remarking that no one wanted a return to the bloody era of mutual extermination. As Z looked on, the elevator doors slid open. The man instructed them to head straight down the corridor to find Commander Han's office at the very end. Z turned back, thanking the man for guiding them before hurrying after Tang Kai. The man stood still, pondering how the demon's aura was completely suppressed. He mused that it made sense, with a human and demon spirit sharing a single vessel. If she truly passed this trial, he would be a judge in the next competition. Then, with a chilling smile, the man's head twisted a full 180 degrees. He thought to himself that he couldn't wait to see what Z was truly capable of. His gaze followed Tang Kai, knowing an S-class demon mummy, dwelled strangely within that girl. Z glanced around, remarking how interesting the ghost company was. Tang Kai simply said that this was their world before stepping into Commander Long's office. He announced that he'd brought Z here, then looked at his superior with a grin, asking for his next instructions. Z shot Tang Kai a sharp look, thinking how this man feared neither gods nor the formidable Commander Long. The commander looked directly at Z. She stated that due to an error from their ghost company, Z was trapped within the Fantan seal. For that, Ong offered a sincere apology. Cutting straight to the point, she said, "I called you here for 2 reasons. The first concerns the Fantan seal." She looked at them both. "How long were you inside? Even an approximation will do." Z looked away, admitting she couldn't be sure, since she'd been unconscious for part of it. Tang Kai, however, grinned and said he knew exactly. "We were in there for about 10 minutes? Long's professional demeanor shattered in surprise. She stared at him. "Are you certain 10 minutes, Tang Kai?" Nodded, completely confident. "I was having fun timing it, actually." He added that he'd saved Z Ran at the very last second. He also mentioned another person. A blue-haired individual was inside when the Fantan seal closed, which usually takes 10 minutes. Long began to
bite her nail, deep in thought. This information contradicted all their previous intelligence. The scene then shifts to a man named Li, peacefully fishing.
A young Commander Long ran up to him. "The great Master Li, leader of the secret Taoists, is just chilling out here fishing?" She chided that this was unacceptable, telling him to wake up and come with her immediately. She had questions? Long glared fiercely in his direction. Li turned with a warm smile and asked, "Is that you?" Little Moon, he noted how long it had been, asking if she had missed her teacher. In response, she instantly launched a flying kick at him, shouting that he better not call her Little Moon again. Li just smiled at her fiery spirit, remarking that she was still as energetic as ever, which made him happy. With a simple outreach of his hand, Moon flew right past him, about to splash into the water, but was suddenly
caught by a gust of wind. Li raised a single finger, advising her to curb that temper, or she'd make too many enemies at the ghost company. Moon could only stare in shock. Li lifted her up by her shoulders, musing on how much she had grown.
Without him noticing, he recalled when she first came to the mountain, barely knee-high, always asking him to lift her up.
She broke free, grabbing his head and driving her knee into it. "I'm not a child anymore," she yelled. Moon landed hard, clutching her knee in pain, while Li
looked on. "You seem to have forgotten your teacher possesses the golden mantra," he said calmly. He sighed. "It feels like a lifetime ago." Li closed his eyes, reminiscing, "That perky, adorable little girl who followed me everywhere. Now she only exists in my memory." Long glared at him and warned that if he kept messing around, he'd be in for it. Li just smiled and suggested they discuss official business. He guessed she had traveled so
far to check how many members had left their sect this year. After all, under the ghost company, the world had been peaceful for years. Moon sat opposite
her teacher, stating that the more peaceful things become, the more vigilant they must be. "But actually," she said, "there is one other matter
I had to discuss with you personally." Li's smile was knowing. "I know what this is about." He said, "You're
here to ask about the Fantan seal." He acknowledged that in recent years, the ghost company had used it often to exile demons. Long sat and listened, intently. Li continued that it served as an exemplary punishment, and he understood its purpose. Otherwise, the demons in hiding would never behave themselves. He looked into the distance, guessing that the company's management was worried about relying too heavily on the Fantan seal. Looking back at her, he said, "Regarding the seal, there is only one thing I can tell you. For demons, 1 day inside is 120 days in the human world." He then admitted that was the extent of his knowledge. Li began to rise. "If you're planning to investigate the Fantan seal, I suggest you abandon that idea. It is the strongest and most secret treasure of our sect's original founders," he said with a faint smile. Walking away, he told her to come back and visit the mountain more often when time allowed. Li added that he hoped her next visit wouldn't be for work. Moon remained seated. "Master, I don't understand," she said. "If the
patriarch was so powerful, why didn't he just eliminate all the demons dangerous to humanity?" She couldn't grasp why he resorted to locking them
away in the Fantan seal." Li paused.
telling her not to assume that of all living beings born into this world, it is humans who have the right to decide who lives and who dies. As Loon watched Tonka walk away, she listened to his parting words. That the patriarch had his own grand reasons for everything. After all, how could anyone defeat a being who could see the future if Celestials ever truly existed? He was surely one of them. Loon turned back to face Tonka and Zio. Tonka immediately asked what was wrong. With a heavy sigh, Loon simply said nothing happened. She explained she just needed to confirm something for herself. Her mind raced, realizing the truth. Time itself flows differently between the human world and the world inside the seal. Lun couldn't fathom why the patriarch would do such a thing on purpose. With a confident smile, Tonka looked at her. He said the Fangshan seal was designed to trap demons inside. So once he was in, he was determined to find a way out. Of course, there was a risk, but he ultimately succeeded. Tonka stood proudly, a smug grin spreading across his face. Besides, he couldn't just stand by and watch someone die in there. Zio shot him a look, her face a mask of disapproval. She knew the real reason Tonka went in. He just wanted the thrill of fighting powerful demons, not to play the hero. Lun cut them off. "Let's end this discussion," she declared. "I've called you both here for a reason I'm sure you've already guessed." Her gaze sharpened. "I am going to grant Zio Ran the right to compete in the state championship," she continued, explaining that Tonka had guaranteed the mummy inside Zio was stable, and she trusted his word. Furthermore, Tanka's own teacher vouched for Zio's potential. With a recommendation from the head of the secret Taoists, the higher-ups wouldn't dare object. Lun then turned to Tonka, reminding him that he also participated in the novice exam. She was about to explain the rules, but Tonka cut in, saying he understood. The contestant must complete a specific task entirely on their own. Lun nodded, impressed. She had heard that Zio Ran learned to use demon breath in a remarkably short time, and could even control the mummy sealed within her. An order had come down to find a missing person. A perfect test for Zio's skills. The mission was simple: find the target and bring them back to headquarters in one piece. Zio's eyes lit up with excitement. She promised to do her absolute best to complete the assignment. But Lun's expression turned grim. "The missing person," she announced, "is the Ghost Company's legendary top employee from the past generation, Wang Deok." Zio froze, the words echoing in her ears. Had she misheard? Was she, a novice, expected to bring back the greatest agent of the previous generation? She glanced at the commander, assuming this legend must be even stronger than Tonka. If a man like that left of his own free will, how could she possibly have the power to bring him back? Zio pleaded with Lun, asking why such a powerful man had gone missing in the first place. "He vanished from a nursing home," Lun stated flatly. The people there concluded he simply ran away on his own. Everyone had assumed he was dead, but his body was never found. Lun looked forward, her voice steady and confident. "There is no need to panic. Although he was once the best in the Ghost Company, he is now just an old man who suffers from Alzheimer's." An old man who escaped on his own. Zio's mind immediately jumped to scenes from movies and anime. A familiar trope played in her head. The older the character, the more devastating their hidden power. She pictured a formidable, ancient master. Lun interrupted her thoughts. "I have one more thing to add. The assignment is for 3 days, and during that time, you are forbidden from staying at Tonka's house. Solve your own housing problem," Lun commanded. "Furthermore, you are not allowed to ask for help from anyone, not even ordinary demons. For materials regarding the search, you can ask me," Lun stated. "But if you violate a single one of these conditions, the assignment will be considered a failure." Zio looked at her with unwavering determination and said she understood. Tonka watched, impressed by her resolve. "You may leave," Lun told her. Then she turned to Tonka. "You will stay. I need to have a word with you." The scene shifts, flashing back 2 days, to a massive building surrounded by trees. This was Zhao's nursing home. Inside, we see a frail old man sitting at a table, struggling to eat. His hand trembled so violently that the food on his spoon fell before it ever reached his mouth. This was him, the once legendary ghost hunter, Wang Deok. He just stared at the spilled food on the table. A young caretaker approached. "Mr. Wang," she offered gently. "Let me feed you." Wang looked up, his eyes clouded with confusion. "Who are you?" Holding a tray of grapes? The girl smiled warmly. "I'm Seo Q. It seems you've forgotten me again." She gestured to the food. "I brought your favorite. Once you finish eating, you can have these grapes." But Wang's eyes were fixed on the fruit. "Don't want food," he mumbled. "Want grapes." She placed the grapes on the table. "You'll get them after you eat." The girl picked up his plate and held the spoon to his lips. "If you eat everything quickly, you'll get grapes for dessert." Wang's expression hardened. "Want grapes?" Right now. In a sudden burst of anger,
He swiped his hand across the table, sending the food flying. The girl stared back, shocked. "I want grapes! Now!" he roared furiously. Then, just as quickly, his tone changed. "Hurry up!" He began to push himself up from the table. "Are you going somewhere?" the girl asked, concerned. "Want to sleep," Wang mumbled. "Going to sleep now."
"All right, I'll take you to your room." She took his arm and guided him down the hall. Van asked again, "Who are you? I've never seen you here."
"I'm Seo Q," she replied softly. A sad look crossed her face as she thought to herself. Mr. Wang's Alzheimer's had gotten so much worse. No one would ever believe this was once the greatest ghost hunter alive.
Could have fallen into such a pitiful state. She studied his face, a thought echoing in her mind. He had no wife, no children.
He had devoted his entire life to serving the people, holding nothing back. He was, without a doubt, a true hero. The girl couldn't understand why the heavens had been so cruel to such a man. They passed a room where another old man sat watching a television. The screen was filled with the horrors of war. Gunshots rang out, explosions, and blood. The man watching stood up abruptly, a look of pure horror on his face. Just then, Wang froze in his tracks. The girl beside him noticed. "Why did you stop?" A sense of dread filled her. Wang looked up, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The girl watched, confused and alarmed by what was happening. She looked at Wang, trying to
call out his name. The next moment, she was standing over his collapsed body. His face was a mask of terror, his eyes wide, as if he'd just witnessed something
unspeakable. The scene shifts to a man's face, half covered in blood. Reflected in his terrified eyes is another man's visage. Then, we are transported to a battlefield littered with bodies lying in pools of blood. We flash back to the nursing home, where Wang lay on a bed, his mind in turmoil. A blue light on his head glowed faintly. Slowly, his hand began to twitch, and he opened his eyes. He stared ahead, completely disoriented. Where was he? What had happened? He saw the medical equipment surrounding him and assumed he was in a hospital. He began to push himself up, muttering to himself. What was he? An old, useless fool who understood nothing. He searched his fragmented memories, trying to grasp his own identity. Who was he? How did he end up here? And then, a memory sparked. His eyes sharpened with a sudden, confident gleam. He was the commander of the Mountain Tiger Special Forces Unit, of the 12th Military District of Lushan, the greatest soldier of the Ghost Company. Wang Day, he gripped his head, the confusion returning. Why was he in a hospital? He remembered standing before his superiors, them asking if he was being a bullet. Wang had replied that it was a quiet time, and they wanted to suspend him. But the man in charge had other news. According to the medical examination, Mr. Wang was showing the early stages of Alzheimer's disease. It would be safer for him, and for everyone else, if he were sent for treatment, instead of just being suspended. The uniformed officer looked at him with pity. "I'm sorry," he said. "Mr. Wang, you have no right to object. This is for your own good." He added that Wang had done more than enough, served his country his entire life. It was time for him to retire. "Mr. Wang clutched his face, the cruel reality crashing down. Senile dementia, and a forced early retirement. He began to realize what he had become in the eyes of the world. Just a useless old man. A burden who constantly needed the help of others. As this thought sank in, he looked down, and was startled. He felt a strange dampness. Getting to his feet, he looked down and saw a wet spot spreading on the bedsheets. He stared at it, and collapsed back onto the bed.
Overwhelmed with despair, Wang couldn't comprehend what was happening to his own body. He thought to himself, never in his life did he imagine
he would see himself wetting the bed like a child. He looked up, and a broken laugh escaped his lips. "An old soldier?" he choked out. "Who survived hundreds of battles, once the best of the best. The pride of the Ghost Company, and I've wet the bed." He declared that this pathetic sight would make even the dead laugh. He began laughing again, a wild, despairing sound. He held his head as tears streamed down his face. "An old man like me," he whispered. "I should have died a long time ago." He thought of his fallen comrades. "I'm sorry," he cried. "I don't have the strength to protect anyone anymore." But then, an unknown voice echoed in the room. "Wang Day is not old yet, and you can still fight." Wang looked up in shock. "Who's there?" he demanded. The voice replied, "Your designation is number 12. You will find..." The voice knew his true identity. It posed a question that struck his very soul. Do you wish to be a hero once more? Wang's head sank low. What kind of hero? He murmured, his gaze falling. I just wanted to do some good for people. As those words escaped, his head snapped up, and a brilliant light erupted from within him, a blazing aura of pure power. Excellent, the voice echoed in his mind. Your spiritual energy has reawakened. If you follow my plan, you will return to the Ghost Company, a hero reborn. The voice revealed this place for what it was, a so-called retirement home, run by his former organization. Security here would be impenetrable. To escape quickly, without using his powers, there was only one path, a strategy as brilliant as it was insane. He would have to fake his own death. Wang rose, a plan already forming. The morgue. It has a reinforced vault door, and it's located near the back of the mountain. There will be fewer guards there. Wang's gaze sharpened. I don't know who you are, but my mind is clear now. Try to outsmart me. And you will regret it. The voice simply replied, We will meet when you get out. There is no need for further explanation. You already know what must be done. With that, Wang began to channel his power. He took a deep breath. My iron. Wrap it around my heart. Layer upon layer. His unique ability coiled around the vital organ. This way, not even ICU machines can detect a heartbeat. Some of the metal will line my blood vessels, making it impossible to find a pulse. There would be no signs of life for them to find. He then reached out a hand towards the machines. Instantly, the monitors went haywire, blaring alarms. The meter flatlined, his pulse was gone. The sensor on his head glowed red, beeping frantically. An urgent voice cried out through the nursing home comms. No life signs from Mr. Wang in Ward 23. Get the doctor, prepare for resuscitation, now. We're thrown into the chaos of the emergency center. Every device showed the same grim reality Mr. Wang was flatlining. All data indicates 0 vital signs, a nurse shouted. Another staff member recalled his unique power. Wait, Mr. Wang can control any electrical device. Use the old methods. Check him manually. The team desperately tried to save him, but a stethoscope revealed only silence. A manual check found no pulse at all. There were absolutely no signs of life. They began chest compressions, a frantic last-ditch effort. The head doctor refused to give up, until finally, a colleague stopped him. Superintendent Shang, enough. You've done everything you could. Mr. Wang is gone. The doctor announced solemnly to the room. He was over 90 years old. He died a quiet, peaceful death. We see Wang lying motionless, surrounded by the silence of death. The instruments confirmed the end of a legend. The doctor removed her mask, leaning in for a final look. And so, the hero of an entire generation walked out of his life. They stood before him, bidding him rest in heavenly peace. Because he was a legend, the scene shifts, and a hushed voice whispers, These are the remains of the company's greatest fighter. The ghost, Mr. Wang. Another voice chimes in. I heard he had no relatives. How pathetic. As they moved on, they discussed how to inform the ghost company. The man in charge declared they would give him a funeral worthy of a legend. But then, we see a massive safe door slowly creaking open. Z walked into a stark room, facing a man in a suit and mask. She asked, Was Mr. Wang's body originally stored here? The man confirmed it. He was here, but for only one night. The next morning, when someone from the ghost company arrived, they discovered the corpse was gone. He explained, We placed the body right here, on this metal table. The agent from Ghost Company has already inspected everything. As they approached the table, the man stated the official conclusion. Mr. Wang wasn't dead at all, he said. He simply escaped. The man admitted that no one understood how or why. They stared at the empty table. The man gestured to the vault door. After all, how could an old man possibly open that? He then revealed that all the surveillance footage from that day had also vanished. He glanced at Zio, warning her, Don't even bother looking for clues here. Mr. Wang was an elite soldier in his youth, and though he's old now, his counterintelligence skills are legendary. Z listened intently, absorbing every word. The man continued, Everything indicates he's no longer a frail old man, who has forgotten how to wield his spiritual energy. He is once again a threat. He looked directly at Zio. Even if you find him, you have no way to capture him. He was the best fighter of his time. This is no joke. Z turned away. I didn't come here to look for clues, she stated calmly. I just wanted to understand Mr. Wang a little better. I've never been to a place like this nursing home before, she confessed. Moving forward, she explained. For this mission, I need to find his motive for escaping. And I think I have a clue. I've examined his personnel file, she said. And I've walked these halls. Z paused. I believe I understand something now. The man stared at her, surprised. You do? What is it? Zio explained. His file showed he was an incredibly proud man. He was once a titan who defended our country, a hero who saved countless lives. He had legendary combat merits. But now, he was getting old, unable to care for himself, needing constant help from others. Z looked into the empty room. If his mind truly returned to him, then this nursing home would have become a cage of unbearable shame. A memory flashed through Z's mind, holding her father's hand, tears in her eyes. She looked down, lost in a fragment of her childhood. Looking up, her eyes held a new resolve. Sometimes, she said, a man's pride is far stronger than his desire to live. She turned, opening the doors and striding into the long hallway. Thank you for your help. I'll search for leads elsewhere. The moment she was gone, the man made a call. Commander Han, the newbie candidate has just left. A voice on the other end, Moon, asked. What is your assessment? The man replied. She definitely has talent. She's empathetic, observant, and has a sharp mind. On the surface, she shows immense potential to join the Ghost Company. But, the man added, to deviate from the topic, isn't a mission this big too much for a rookie? A nice girl like her, facing a legend like Wang. The man sighed. She'll have to deal with it, Moon asked. But what will she do if it comes down to a direct battle with him? Her contact replied. Don't worry about that. She has someone to protect her. Understood, the man said. We then see Z leaving the nursing home, lost in thought, before disappearing. Mister. Wang took a shower
and packed all his personal belongings. His ability to control metal and electronics complicates everything. Just then, her phone buzzed with a new message.
It was from her contact. New materials on the case. Zio opened the file and saw it was a complete, detailed history of Wang's entire life. At that moment, hiding behind a corner, a hooded figure watched her every move. It was Tanga. The scene flashes back to Tanga speaking with Lun, just after Z left the office. So, she got the assignment, Tanga asked. Lun replied. I asked you to stay behind to give you the same job. She looked at him coolly. I'm assigning you to this case as well. Lun continued. Besides, there are no other missions that could possibly interest you right now. So you'll be taking this assignment, too. Tanga smiled faintly. I was the one who brought her in. She's more than reliable. I believe you, Lun said, her gaze unwavering. But it's my duty to the main headquarters to ensure you go on this mission. Consider it a hindrance. And your job to keep an eye on Z-Ran's secret. Lun's expression turned serious. This mission is not as simple as I told her. According to our latest intelligence, our target has already recovered his sanity and his former strength. Her words hung in the air. Considering Old Man Wang's character, even if Z-Ran finds him, bringing him back to headquarters peacefully will be impossible, Lun stated. The only way to bring him in is by force. Tang stood and listened, his expression unreadable. If they begin to fight, Lun warned, Zio may not be able to match his control. And things could spiral out of control. We have to guarantee she won't be in any real danger. I don't care what method you use. But if you are able to subdue Old Man Wang, the mission will be considered a success. If she is in mortal danger, you are authorized to intervene and save her. She stared Tanga down, her voice like ice. But if you intervene, Z-Ran will lose her right to participate in the competition, forever. Tanga's face hardened with displeasure as he pulled up his hood. Lun explained, the higher-ups were against her taking this exam in the first place. This is the only chance I can give her. This task will determine if she is even worthy to be considered a candidate. Tanga looked at Lun and said with conviction, Zio won't have any problem with this assignment. The scene shifts back to the present, where Tanga watches Z as she opens her phone, and her eyes flew open in utter disbelief. The scene shifts. Water streams down a heavily scarred leg. It is Wang, standing under a shower, alive and reborn. His body is a roadmap of 1,000 battles, and across his back, a massive tattoo, a fierce tiger devouring a demon. He steps out, heading for the personal storage room. Wang approaches locker A-192. Wang Deok. He opens it and pulls out his old gear. First, the familiar pants, then the jacket. He walks forward, his face set like stone. He's dressed in his old green uniform with 2 distinct patches, wearing heavy combat boots. His gaze burns with a renewed purpose. I'll just go kill 100 demons, he thinks to himself. Then they'll all remember that a legendary blade never truly ages. We are transported to a derelict factory. In seat, a man's severed head lies on the blood-soaked floor. His body is being devoured by grotesque demons. A voice cuts through the darkness from behind them. Pathetic bugs, unable to face the light. You prefer to hide in the shadows, living your miserable existence? With a lightning-fast motion, a red demon's head is sent flying, impaled to the wall by a sharp shard of metal. The remaining green demon stares in shock at its fallen comrade. It whirls around, roaring. "Who are you?" Wang stands there, his expression radiating absolute confidence. "The name's Wang Diok," he declared, "from the Ghost Company." The demon recoils, stunned by the legendary name. The next instant, a brilliant spray of blood paints the air. Wang dealt with the demons effortlessly, but his body was still old, and the short skirmish left him gasping for breath. He leaned against a wall, steadying himself. "I won't give up," he wheezed, "not while there's still gunpowder in the barrel." He moved on, leaving the green demon's corpse behind him, riddled with countless metal spikes. Suddenly, he became wary. A voice echoed from above. Wang snapped his head up. "Who's there?" from the rafters. A small boy leapt down. He was wearing an oversized jacket and had long, flowing hair. He simply looked at Wang and smiled warmly. Wang stared back, confused. Where did this kid come from? Is this another demon in disguise, he wondered? The boy, still smiling, spoke. "I'm not a demon." And his voice was the exact same one Wang heard back in the hospital. Wang was shocked to see him in the flesh. "I'm just someone who admires you very much," the boy explained. Wang narrowed his eyes, trying to process the impossible. "You can read my mind?" "And speak telepathically," Wang demanded. "Were you the one who told me to escape?" The boy beamed, his smile widening. "That was me," he said, nodding enthusiastically. Wang was incredulous. To think, I was encouraged to escape by a mere child. The kid just kept on smiling at him. Then, with a joyful shout of, "My hero, my idol," he leaped toward him. But in an instant, a solid wall of metal shot up from the floor. The boy slammed headfirst into it. Thud. The boy crumpled to the ground. Wang stood over him, his expression ice cold. This boy came out of nowhere. He thought, "What is your purpose?" he demanded aloud. "Why are you trying to get close to me?" "And why the telepathy?" he added sternly. "Stop speaking into my mind." The boy sat up, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Clutching his bruised head, he looked up with a pout. "I'm just an ordinary kid who was worried about his hero." A flash of pure anger crossed Wang's face. Is this boy a fool? Wang thought. Or is he toying with me? In the next moment, iron bars erupted from the floor, trapping the child in a cage. Wang infused the bars with a trace of his spiritual energy. "The cage will release you on its own after a while," he said. He turned to leave. "I don't have time to play games with you. Go home to your mother and father," he ordered dismissively. The boy's gaze followed him, his expression changing. "I don't have any parents," the child said softly. Wang paused for a heartbeat. His back still turned. He closed his eyes. "Then go wherever you wish. Just don't follow me." Wang glanced over his shoulder and was stunned to see the boy, freed from his iron cage, following with a curious smile. The bars were completely untouched. Wang wondered how he'd escaped, and what his true abilities were. The boy just chirped. "It's a secret." A vein pulsed on Wang's forehead. "Why are you so determined to follow me?" he grumbled. The boy smiled brightly. "Before I disappear, I want to be your assistant. I want to know what it feels like to be a hero, just once. Let me help you defeat the wicked. And then I promise, I'll leave right away." Wang's gaze sharpened. "What do you mean? Disappear? Are you sick?" The boy just smiled, placing a finger to his lips. "That's a secret, too." But Wang had run out of patience. He began to crack his knuckles, his anger simmering once again. This kid really needs to be taught a lesson, he thought. The boy, however, simply walked on ahead, smiling. But then, Wang's expression changed. He threw out an arm. "Stay behind me," he ordered, shielding the boy. They both stared into the distance. Something was coming. Sinister purple particles began to swirl from a nearby building. From that dark energy, a horrifying demon clawed its way into existence. It was massive. A grotesque hump distorted its back, and it clutched a limp human body in one hand. Dark green stripes covered its corrupted flesh as it sneered at Wang. It tossed the man aside like garbage. A smirk touched Wang's lips. Amazing. The bugs are learning to swarm. The demon let out a deafening roar and charged. Wang stood his ground, perfectly calm. Raising a hand, he gathered ambient metal particles, forging them into a gleaming knife right in his palm. He gave the blade an expert twirl as the beast thundered closer. He braced himself, sensing its aura. This demon's energy is far more powerful than those last two C-class monsters. Looks like I'll get to play for a little while. Wang turned to warn the boy to stay back. But when he looked, the boy was gone. Wang's face twisted in fury. That kid. But then, a voice came from high above. The boy was perched on a rooftop, waving down. Go ahead, he yelled. When the hell did you get up there? Wang grumbled. Turning back to the fight,
A confident smirk spread across his face. Even better. Now I can fight without any distractions. The demon closed the distance in a flash.
it slashed with its monstrous claws, but Wang met the strike with his knife. The demon's raw power was immense, and it knocked the blade from his hand. But as the knife flew away, a trail of spiritual energy followed it. The weapon curved through the air and snapped right back into Wang's waiting grasp. The onlookers were frozen in shock. Wang coiled his power, unleashing a brutal uppercut that sent the demon flying. The blow was absolutely devastating. The creature crashed back to earth. Wang followed up with a relentless barrage of strikes. He stood tall, his gaze fixed confidently
Upon the fallen demon, fresh wounds now littered its monstrous body. Van realized that ordinary weapons could barely scratch this thing.
The demon retaliated, its body swelling with grotesque bubbles. They burst, spraying a corrosive green liquid across the entire room. The acidic slime shot towards Van, but he instantly erected a metal wall for cover. The demon's flesh began to knit back together. Van watched it, a slight smile on his face. Impressive that he thought the ability to heal itself. In moments, every wound had vanished.
As the demon stood before him, reborn, its menacing, light green eyes glared at Van. He summoned several metal orbs, remarking how they were perfect.
For carving up carcasses, 3-kilogram battle machetes? Wang grinned, spinning at high speed. They'll tear your body to shreds. I wonder if you can withstand this, he taunted. A storm of blades shot towards the demon. It cowered, shielding its head with its arms as the machetes slammed into it. Wang paused, analyzing the result. The demon's defense had somehow increased. He noticed its skin had become slick, causing his attacks to glance right off. That slime didn't just heal wounds. It also created a spectacular protective coating. The demon then lunged at Van with shocking speed. Wang smirked. By becoming slippery, you've also doubled your pace. Not bad at all. He beckoned to the creature. Show me what else you've got. But suddenly, Van froze. The demon was closing in, ready to strike. A vacant haze clouded his eyes. The Alzheimer's returned. Who am I? He mumbled. What should I eat? The demon lunged, but Van remained completely still. A deafening roar snapped him out of his daze. But it was too late. He slipped on the slime and crashed to the floor. He shielded himself with his arms, crying out, "What is this demon? Please don't eat me." The creature brought its fist down with earth-shattering force. The ground trembled as rock and debris flew everywhere. Van was knocked unconscious. The demon loomed over his fallen body, stretching out its arm, and grabbing him, it lifted him into the air, staring him down. The demon opened its maw, about to bite Van's head clean off, when a young boy's voice echoed through the room. "Wake up!" The boy's desperate screams made the demon hesitate. In that instant, Van's eyes snapped open. A threatening, cold-blooded glare replaced his fear. "You," he whispered. "You're the one who reduced me to this pathetic state. I think I smell something burning." He delivered a crushing blow that sent the demon flying sideways. "Where did all that ferocity go?" "It's far too late for you to escape," Wang declared. His metal belt split into 2 whips, crackling with spiritual energy. The demon lay stunned in a pool of its own slime. Suddenly, metal walls erupted around it, trapping it completely. The walls then compressed, forming a sphere shaped like a skull. "Meteoric iron dungeon seal," Wang announced. The sphere began to hum with contained power. "You want to get out," he mocked. "Save your strength. This buckle is forged from meteoric iron. Only an S-rank demon could ever hope to break it." Wang then turned his attention elsewhere. He raised the unconscious man with his iron tendrils, declaring, "He needs to get to the nearest hospital." Next, he surrounded the boy with a protective barrier. "No matter how strong you are, stay out of this and wait for me outside." Van stretched out his hand, gathering a terrifying amount of spiritual energy. "I'm not playing around anymore," he warned the boy. A black sphere of pure power began to form in his palm. The boy's eyes widened with awe. "I know that technique," he exclaimed. "It's a ball of meteoric iron, formed and vibrated with high frequencies. It's accelerated to the speed of sound, with catastrophic destructive power. This is Van's deadliest art." The boy watched, breathless, as Wang prepared the seal of the supersonic meteoric iron bullet. With a flick of his wrist, Wang sent the bullet hurtling towards the demon. It shot forward with the speed of light. At that moment, the prison shattered. The demon turned, only to see a blinding flash of energy racing towards it. The bullet struck home and tore straight through. The force was so overwhelming that the demon was completely disintegrated. The factory around them suffered immense damage. When the dust settled, Wang emerged from the rubble. "I just wanted to test my power," he sighed.
but I overdid it.
If my strength was what it used to be, there'd be nothing left but a crater. He stood up and gazed at the destruction. Just then, the boy burst from the ruins, running towards him with a huge smile. "You're a hero," he shouted. That deadly move was like a bomb. "I never thought I'd get to see that technique with my own eyes," the boy gushed. "I love you to death." As he ran, a metal wall suddenly appeared in front of him. He crashed right into it, falling to the ground with a thud. Holding his head, he looked up as Van turned away. "You can follow me," Van said coldly, "but you will not speak. I despise talkative clingers more than anything. Once the next demon is dealt with, you will leave." The boy smiled and stood up, saluting.
I promise I'll be obedient and won't say a word, glanced at him. Considering. He realized his sickness had
returned, but the boy's voice had managed to snap him out of it. Even if it was a coincidence, he thought, there's no harm in letting him tag along for now. Van looked toward the horizon. He hadn't expected the illness to resurface so quickly. He knew then that he didn't have much time left. Little time left. He would rather die in glorious battle than fade into a useless half-wit. After that thought, they pressed forward, the boy pointing him toward the right. But Van immediately cut him off. He knew what practice had shown. He interrupted, stating firmly, "I won't be visiting old friends. The memories would be too much." Van's hand went to his neck. "If I can't even handle a mere demon-class threat," he muttered, "how could I possibly face them now?" His fingers traced a dark spot on his neck. The scene then shifts, finding Z staring at her phone. She looked into the distance, her mind replaying the hell Van had endured. On the screen, an old file. A photo and a title that sent a chill down her spine. 3 Deadly Battles at Sea. It spoke of a special task force from the 12th Lucent Military District. 12 souls on a secret mission, codenamed Gap. 11 were killed in action. Only the squad leader, Wang Deok, miraculously survived. The memory cuts back to that time. A man approaches a crowd. A voice barks out, asking if Seven is done playing games. This is a real fight, not a playground. Seven turns and shouts back, "I'm coming!" He walks up to a soldier, clapping a hand on his shoulder with a grin. Didn't see that coming. "Did you?" he asks, then wonders aloud what their boss's name is. With a smirk, he calls out, "Wang Deok." The young squad leader stood there, gazing intently ahead. The scene shifts again, to the squad standing outside their tents.
Van approaches a soldier named S. Tired of taking a picture before every mission's camera in hand, looks back at him.
A group photo is mandatory, he insists. It's a keepsake. He tells them to imagine it. Years from now, old and gray, showing these pictures to their grandchildren. Seven chimes in, it's not just a picture. It's a memory of our time together. But Van's expression turns deadly serious. "Fighting isn't a game," Wang declared, his voice cutting through the chatter. "If something goes wrong, this photo will be the last thing we leave behind." The mission this time, he explained, was to ensure absolute secrecy. Young Wang continued, "We will have no backup. No electronic devices are permitted." The 3 soldiers turned, their full attention on him. Wang's voice was low and steady. "The 12 of us will be facing an entire enemy group alone." Van stood before them, his gaze unflinching. "This time," he announced, "our chances of returning alive are only 1 in 10. A beat of silence. Then, loud laughter erupted throughout the camp. He roared back, "Special Mountain Tiger Formation Squad, assemble." In an instant, the soldiers scrambled into formation. Wang commanded silence. He stood before them, a pillar of strength. "Our motto," he yelled. "Without fear, without obstacles, forward to victory. Our lives for our country, our lives for our commander." The squad snapped into a salute, smiling. V looked at them, a faint smile playing on his lips as he thought, what a bunch of idiots. He then ordered a full equipment check. "Take only what is absolutely necessary," he commanded. "Prepare to move out, immediately." The squad executed his orders without hesitation. The scene shifts to the moonlit night. A voice explains. According to intel, this location houses a critical enemy control center and secret weapons. Our missions sabotage their new weapon and capture their enemy operation plans. The view pans over the dark ocean, toward the hostile shore. Tracks in the sand show where something massive emerged from the depths. Then, figures begin to rise from the waves, their eyes filled with deadly intent.
We cut to a forest encampment. We hear whispers. I heard they're coming tonight. Another officer hisses back. Don't leak classified intel.
If the brass finds out, you'll be court-martialed for sure. 3 enemy soldiers are huddled around a single lantern, talking. One of them speaks up. They brought a ton of people to the northern shore. We're not blind. Another urges him to keep it down. We're on duty, you idiot. If the enemy hears you, we'll be the first ones they take out. A soldier with dark hair, flask in hand, scoffs. Are you drunk? They can't hear us over a stealth plane or from a sub. He laughs. Unless a shell lands right on our heads. We're fine. Famous last words. A foot smashes into his head from the shadows. He collapses backward, blood spraying in the dim light, his life extinguished in an instant. The other two soldiers barely have time to react. One of them feels cold steel slice across his throat. A figure had appeared from behind, delivering two silent, fatal blows. The last soldier looks over, seeing his friend has also been silently executed. The assassin who struck first cuts his throat too, moving forward with glowing red eyes.
Splatters of blood paint the darkness. Back at the water's edge, Wang's team listens. All the enemy sentries on the shore heard were the usual cries of the wild.
Then, the squad began to emerge from the water, moving like shadows toward the shore. One of them peered out from behind the tall grass. Once clear, they advanced, meeting up with their point man. Wang ordered, 7, report the situation. 7 looked up from his work. All surrounding posts have been cleared out. The man who had just dispatched the sentries was 7. He sat casually on a mountain of fresh corpses, smiling. Did you miss it, Chief, he boasted. I took down all 3 of them in just 5 seconds. He mused. If I hadn't switched my grip, I could have been even faster. Wang's face was a mask of displeasure. He struck 7 on the head. How many times have I told you, he growled. You don't use a live mission for knife practice. 7 clutched his head, looking down at the blade in his hand. Chief, I was just joking, trying to lighten the mood a little. He then looked up, his expression suddenly serious. The enemy is moving. They're going to attack our camp tonight. Wang instantly became alert, his gaze snapping in the direction 7 indicated. A soldier behind him cursed. Commander, this is bad. But Van was already a step ahead. He calmly stated, You mean the strong smell of gasoline from 2 kilometers away, and the sound of engines turning over. Vaughn listened intently for a moment longer. Let's go take a look, he ordered. In the distance, the rumble of trucks echoed through the night. A massive convoy. They were charging through the heart of the forest. Wang and his soldiers stood on a ridge, watching the approaching lights. The real battle was about to begin. Surveying the scene, Wang saw the enemy was already mobilized. He knew in his gut, they would strike their camp tonight. His gaze locked onto the big trucks, each one hiding a secret weapon. A chilling premonition washed over him. At that moment, we see other military. Elsewhere, military personnel were unloading a truck. Cranes were operating, with soldiers shouting, Be careful. Load it more slowly. Suddenly, a heavy cable on a crane snapped. A massive container plummeted to the ground. Screams of panic filled the air as Wang witnessed it all. The soldier looked ahead, understanding her mission completely. Her eyes focused, beginning to glow with a brilliant light. As the fallen truck's container lay broken, a crowd gathered. A massive hole revealed what was inside an NP Future 1 weapon. Wang continued to stare, his mind racing. The scout then reported what she saw inside the massive battlement. She confirmed the other heavyweights were wearing identical combat gear, so there should be only 10 robots. Wang looked at her in shock, unable to believe they were truly robots. According to intelligence, the enemy needed at least another 10 years to put these production models into operation. Wang couldn't understand how they had appeared on the battlefield so quickly. They were forged from a high-strength alloy, capable of withstanding even artillery fire. Inside, they held more than 10,000 armor-piercing rounds, and in addition, system of radio-controlled projectiles. Wang stood puzzled, but as he processed it, he realized that against 10 of those robots, their coastal military base stood absolutely no chance. Wang knew if their coastal forces were annihilated, the consequences would be colossal. His nation's fate hung in the balance. Wang clenched his hand into a fist, rage burning in his eyes. He stared ahead, wondering what they could possibly do. One wrong move, and all the efforts of recent years would turn to dust. Back in the enemy camp, a military man stormed up to the damaged container. Someone shouted at the soldier responsible, demanding answers. Those RO robots are priceless, he roared, approaching the terrified man. He screamed at the soldier, telling him to die, adding he'd shoot him himself if he could. The soldier could only apologize to the furious sergeant. I'll be more careful next time, I swear, he pleaded. But then, the soldier froze, feeling a chilling gaze on the back of his neck. He turned around and saw the admiral standing before him, dressed in an immaculate uniform. Half his face was a grotesque canvas of scar tissue. They snapped to attention. The soldier confessed his mistake, vowing to immediately check the robot for damage. He then declared he was ready to accept any punishment. The admiral simply smiled. There's nothing wrong, he said calmly. This piece of equipment is not so expensive. The most important thing is that our people were not injured. The Admiral continued. You've all had a very busy schedule, and you've done a very good job. I want you all to have a good rest. An exhausted force will only perform poorly. The soldier bowed deeply and said he would do as commanded. As the soldier walked away, the sergeant finally exhaled. In that instant, a gun barrel appeared right in front of the sergeant's face. He became instantly alert. A deafening crack echoed as the Admiral shot the soldier who made the mistake. The other soldiers froze, paralyzed with shock as they looked in the Admiral's direction. The soldier who was about to leave fell to the ground, his life extinguished. The Admiral stood, watching him fall, and he told the sergeant that such mistakes must never happen again in the future. Startled, the sergeant stammered that it wouldn't happen again. The sergeant then announced a support. Ship would arrive in an hour, so they had to push harder. The Admiral turned and thought that strange feeling he'd had all day was getting stronger. Back in the forest, a soldier questioned the intel again. Are you sure it was him, he asked. The answer was firm. There can be no mistake. Even after death, I would recognize him. The soldiers murmured among themselves, unable to believe a spy had infiltrated their own reconnaissance squad. They stood at attention and listened to Wang. This madman is extremely cunning. He began. I believe that. Most of the enemy forces are unaware of his presence. Wang continued. If they knew he was here, their lookouts wouldn't be so relaxed. He looked ahead grimly. This person operates beyond the expectations of ordinary men, Wang declared. Whenever danger is near, I can always sense it in time. It is why I have never lost a battle before. The soldiers looked to their commander and asked what they would do next. Wang lowered his head, offering a silent apology to his companions. He raised it again, his eyes filled with grim resolve. We will have to sacrifice our lives to buy time for our base to retreat. He stood tall and shouted, Mountain Tiger Squad, assemble. Wang said that their next task is to steal the enemy's war plans and maps. I will not choose the one who delivers them, he said. The rest of us will stay behind. To delay the enemy and fight to the death. Wang looked at the soldier called Yanai. You are in charge of neutralizing the tower post. He then turned to King Guang and Gan. You will use the riots to sneak into the headquarters building and steal those maps and plans. After that, he looked at Kai. You are our best swimmer. You can return to our camp many times faster than any of us. Wang's voice was heavy with purpose. When the others retrieve the documents, you are to deliver them to the base. He then addressed the remaining men. The others, who I didn't name, stay with me, to attack the enemy in the square and create a massive ruckus. With a final command, he roared, move out, and they all charged forward. The scene shifts to the Admiral's command center. He was sitting at his table, calmly drinking coffee. Suddenly, the glass behind him exploded, sending fragments flying forward. The Admiral calmly turned his head, untouched by the shrapnel. A soldier then ran to him in a panic. Sir, we're in trouble. The enemy is attacking us. The Admiral remained seated at the table. How many men does the enemy have, he asked. The soldier looked at him, stammering. It was just reported about 10 odd people. And sir, the soldier added that among them, is the famous soldier, Wang Deke. The Admiral continued to sit quietly, a storm brewing in his eyes. With a mug of coffee in hand, the soldier reported the grim news. Everyone below had been annihilated. The Admiral, however, remained unfazed. Standing near the door, he calmly told the soldier not to rush. If the enemy wanted their papers, let them. He was to stay put and give no orders. The Admiral placed his mug down, hissing Deke's name. A fierce smile spread across his face. I've been waiting to meet you, he whispered, for a very, very long time elsewhere. A soldier stood before his squad, ordering them to sound off. But as they began their count, grenades rained down upon them. A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted. The soldier screamed, Enemy attack! Fight back! His men charged into the fray, only to be cut down by a hail of gunfire. Van and his squad rushed in, returning fire. Spread out! Find cover, he commanded. A soldier pulled the pin on a smoke bomb and hurled it deep into the enemy lines. Soon, the entire base was choked with smoke. An officer ran to his commander, reporting that the enemy was using guerrilla tactics. He shouted that they were outnumbered, lost in the chaos. It was impossible to tell friend from foe. They couldn't fight back effectively. The commander stared at the watchtower, bewildered. How did the enemy get so close without a single alarm being raised? In that moment, a shot rang out from the tower above. A bullet pierced straight through the commander's head. A nearby soldier stared in horror, crying out his name. Perched in the tower was Cyrus, a military sniper. Having eliminated the lookouts, he had just taken down the enemy's command. With their leadership decapitated, chaos would surely follow. Meanwhile, Van's squad fought their way into the main buildings. As they moved up the stairs, one soldier urged caution. "Let me take the lead," he said, drawing his knife. Down the corridor, enemy soldiers were massing. Their commander was certain the intruders would try to breach the stairwell.
Hold this position to the death, he ordered. But then, a flashbang arced through the air and landed in their midst.
The soldier who threw it covered his own ears, a smirk playing on his lips. As the enemy yelled to take cover, the explosion detonated. A shadow lunged from the wall, his eyes glowing with a terrifying light. With a knife in hand, he became a whirlwind of steel. He carved through every person in that hallway. He then stood, raising a hand in the air, a new personal best 12 kills in 6 seconds. But as he turned, a wave of sadness hit him. The chief missed it again. 2 of his comrades watched in awe, whispering that he only practiced his knife skills to impress the commander. "That's not it at all," the other corrected. "Even though the commander rarely uses a knife, he's still faster than 7.
Further inside, another squad advanced cautiously, warned that the enemy had already broken through.
A shadow appeared ahead. "Who's there?" they yelled. It was their sergeant, weapon ready. Relief washed over them. Glad to see he was unharmed, the sergeant scowled. "Why are you all still dawdling here?" he snapped. "We've already dealt with the enemies on this floor."
Go outside and help the others, he ordered. The soldiers hesitated. Sir, shouldn't we provide support here, in case they break through again?
The commander struck the soldier across the face. "You worthless dog," he roared. "You follow my orders. Don't you dare come back here. Our most critical mission is to protect the combat vehicles outside the soldiers." Stunned, turned to leave, telling the others to follow the commander's orders. The fake commander then relayed the new orders. "Tell everyone to guard the mechs. Just around the corner, behind a wall, lay the body of the real commander."
Stripped of his uniform and with a bullet hole in his head. The imposter removed his cap, peeling off a disguise from his face.
"We see now, it's a member of Van's squad." He ripped off a fake mustache, thinking to himself that it's time to end this quickly. The scene shifts back to Van, returning fire from behind cover. The air sizzled with the sound of bullets. He smirked, thinking his team had done well. The maps were secured, the job was done. But then, an unfamiliar sound cut through the chaos. Van glanced to the side, and froze, his blood running cold at the sight. A helicopter was rising into the sky. Inside sat a dark silhouette. The Admiral. He was speaking to a subordinate. The soldier asked, "Sir, are we truly initiating Operation Sunken Ship?" The Admiral's gaze was like ice. "My orders are not up for debate." The soldier bowed his head, attempting to protest, but the Admiral cut him off. "Do not worry. The route has been set to avoid the automated defenses." He continued, "Once the plan is complete, the sunken ship will activate its autopilot. Even if a god himself were to descend, they couldn't save those rats now." The soldier was horrified. "But, sir," he stammered, "our own soldiers are still on that island." The Admiral looked at him without a shred of emotion. "It is their duty to die on the battlefield. We cannot let a small surprise derail our grand cause." His eyes glinted with malice. "Besides," he admitted, "destroying another's hope with my own 2 hands is such a fascinating feeling." Van stared at the escaping helicopter. The base was under attack. So whoever was escaping had to be a high-value target. But this was their secret weapon, their main force of over 1,000 soldiers. Why would their leader choose to abandon them now? Suddenly, Van's eyes widened. He understood. It was a trap. He put a hand to his mouth and let out a piercing whistle. His squad began to run towards him, confused by the sudden signal.
"Everyone, retreat," Van bellowed. Just then, the sky began to fall. Countless warheads streaked down from above, falling like a rain of deadly hail.
Van's squad could only watch in terror as the bombs crashed down upon them, erupting in a tidal wave of fire that consumed the entire island. From the escaping aircraft, the crew watched as the island was baptized in flames. Van lay on the scorched earth, surrounded by explosions and an endless sea of fire. A voice cried out through the roar. "Commander, Commander, are you?" Wounded, Val struggled to his feet, his voice raw as he asked about the others. A soldier reported everyone was near the command post entrance, but they had a problem.
A single glance from the soldier was all it took. "We're moving now!" Val roared. They formed a desperate search party, looking for 7, but a cold dread made Val hesitate.
Moving forward, they found him. A lone soldier stood near 7, who was crushed beneath a massive slab of rock. Blood pooled around him as he looked up at Wang, gasping for air. He was just a little too slow. If he had Wang Tong's speed, he whispered, this never would have happened. Vao stared in horror, calling his name. 7 was bleeding from his eye. He looked at Vao and apologized, his voice breaking. I can't fight with you. To the very end. He wished he could see them win. Just once, with everyone together. Then, the light in his pupils faded, his head slumping to the ground. Through her tears, a female soldier explained what happened. 7 had saved them all. He was pinned by the collapsing ruins, but he used his last ounce of strength to push everyone else to safety. He saved them, but he couldn't save himself. The girl looked at Val, wanting to say more, but an enemy robot cut her off. It stood before them, a mechanical demon. Enemy units, someone screamed, as the robot unleashed a torrent of devastating fire scatter. Take cover, Val commanded. They dove behind the wreckage as laser fire tore the ground apart. A soldier yelled for his commander. Take my pack, he shouted. It has all of the enemy's plans and maps inside. He urged the commander to deliver it to their allies, no matter the cost. 7's death can't be for nothing, he cried. Kai was wounded, unable to run. The captain was their fastest, their most resilient warrior. He was their only hope. The soldiers declared they would distract the machines. You have to get out of here. Now. Wang stared back at them, his face a mask of disbelief. What kind of nonsense are you spouting, he growled. If we leave together. But the soldiers knew the cold, hard truth. If you don't go, we all die here, one shouted desperately. Those documents will never reach our people. And everyone on the base will die too. The soldier roared at Wang to leave immediately, to swear he would deliver the documents to the base. Val looked at his men, his heart shattering. Then, they charged from cover. Firing wildly at the robot, they screamed, we have to cover the commander. In that instant, the battlefield erupted in a series of massive explosions. As his men fought and died, Wang began to run. Enemy missiles rained down from the sky, landing directly on his squad, vaporizing them in a flash of light. The bloody remnants of his soldiers flew through the air, and Wang ran on, watching as his brother's severed head flew past his face. The sight broke him, and a raw scream tore from his throat. Under the full moon, by the endless sea, Wang Paladin stood alone. He thought to himself, you're still only halfway there. He promised his fallen comrades he would always get the documents to their people. Wait for me, my brothers, he whispered, and watch me win this war. He hesitated, then looked up. A colossal submarine breached the surface before him. Val stared in shock, a feeling that quickly twisted into pure, unadulterated rage. He let out a primal scream. A man stepped forward onto the deck. Commander Wang, he said with a smirk. We've met so many times before. The admiral had arrived. His soldiers flanked him as he casually asked. Why must you struggle so hard? He smiled, a venomous look in his eyes. I've treated you with all my heart, you know. The admiral gestured behind him. Look at your soldiers. I brought them with me. He gave a mock sigh. Sadly, some of the pieces were too mangled to put back together. And then Wang saw them. Hanging from ropes on the submarine was the entire formation of his dead soldiers, displayed like grotesque trophies. The admiral's smile widened. Was delivering that intelligence really so important, he taunted? It won't matter much, especially if I tell you what's happening right now. The admiral revealed they had already launched more than 100 combat robots. Val stood frozen in the water as the man explained the attack was aimed at the east and west coasts. There are dozens more robots on the boats right behind you, he said, his smile turning cruel. Wang, do you know what that means? It meant the sacrifice of his precious team was completely and utterly meaningless. V's eyes turned bloodshot. The difference in our power was just too great. Admiral Yi sneered. The outcome was decided from the very beginning. Look behind you, he mocked, and you'll know the true meaning of despair. V turned, his heart stopping as he saw 2 massive warships, followed by an entire fleet sailing right for him. The admiral looked away, feigning pity. Such a shame about your comrades. They fought so bravely, sacrificing themselves for nothing. Each one had such a unique ability. He mused. In my hands, it would be like giving a tiger wings. He glanced at the desecrated bodies of V's men, but now, there's no way to use them anymore. So he would send their corpses to headquarters to be dissected for research. Perhaps they might make a few discoveries. V's mind flashed with images of his comrades, alive and laughing, then saw their lifeless bodies hanging before him. His eyes welled with tears as shock overwhelmed him. The admiral then raised his weapon. Do you know why you will lose, he asked, before firing a single shot that pierced through the heads of Wang's fallen brothers? This is a battlefield, the admiral declared. The strong have no need for sympathy. The winner becomes the king, and the weak are merely tools for war. And tools, he said, his voice dripping with contempt, are only valuable as long as they can be used. The admiral burst into laughter, savoring the moment. I truly love that expression on your face right now. He cackled, the proud, undefeated mountain tiger commander, reduced to this pathetic state. V lowered his head as particles of light began to shimmer around him. The Admiral laughed harder. What a joke. But then, a voice echoed in V's mind. He raised his head, his eyes streaming with tears. A brilliant golden energy began to radiate from him, and from the bodies of his fallen comrades. Their spirits were connecting with him. V lifted his head, listening to the voices only he could hear. They spoke to him, their will echoing through his soul. Don't let this monster get what he wants. Stop him, Commander. If you live well and don't grieve for us, we will surely win. Take care of your health. Commander, eat on time. Be strong. Never give up. In the next life. Commander, let's be brothers again. Commander, one voice said, my best choice in this life was following you to defend our homeland. You will properly protect our country's peace. In the future, Commander, the most important thing is that we were able to sacrifice ourselves for our nation. For them, it had been an honor. They knew that even in life, Wang carried a pain far greater than death. And though they were gone, their faith would always be his shield, urging him to fight until the very end. Wang stood before their memory now, his heart heavy. My brothers.
Suddenly, a brilliant stream of energy exploded in all directions. A massive wave crashed over the submarine. Soldiers scrambled for safety. But the Admiral
was frozen in place, his face a mask of disbelief. At that exact moment, something shot towards the sub. It was Wang, riding a platform of twisted metal bars. He surfed across the water's surface, radiating a spiritual energy so powerful it warped the air around him. He stopped before them, a true god of vengeance. His eyes glowed a furious red as he stared down the Admiral. A rabid dog like you, he said, his voice deadly calm, needs to be put down. The Admiral was in shock. He can levitate, he thought. It had to be some kind of secret weapon. He shakily raised his hand. Pointing at Wang, he shrieked at his soldiers. What are you waiting for? Attack him. Do not let him leave this place alive. The soldiers immediately opened fire. As a hailstorm of bullets raced toward him, Wang simply levitated in the air and raised a hand. Every bullet stopped dead in the air. With a simple flick of 2 fingers, the soldiers who shot at him collapsed, bleeding profusely. The Admiral stared in terror. An enraged Wang flew toward him, pure vengeance burning in his eyes. As he hovered before the Admiral, he saw the faces of his fallen comrades in their coffins. Their spirits stood right behind him. Wang lowered his head and commanded, Bow! Bow down to my brothers in arms. His gaze was as cold and hard as steel. Do that, he said, and I might let you say a few last words before you die. When this war is won, you'll be buried with everyone else. The Admiral was horrified. What in the hell is this? How is he doing this? He knew, with chilling certainty, that if this man survived, it would mean the end of everything. Just then, a voice crackled over a dead soldier's radio. Admiral, what is happening there? Our submarine systems are glitching. The Admiral lunged for the radio and screamed, Contact the warship commanders. Tell them to direct all fire on my position. The man on the radio replied in a panic. Sir, we've just lost contact with the entire fleet. On the warships, chaos had erupted. This is Fleet Command. Respond. Another officer yelled, We can't get through to command. The captain turned to a soldier. What's going on? Who authorized a missile launch? The soldier looked back, his face pale. We didn't launch anything. Sir, the system is out of control. Before their horrified eyes, the ship's own cannons turned on them. A shot rang out. The explosion tore their ship apart. Across the water, fires raged as the entire fleet was systematically destroyed. Wang stood before the Admiral, unimpressed. On your knees, he repeated, before it's too late. The Admiral stared at the destruction and began to laugh, a broken, defeated laugh. Can such a monster truly exist? It's impossible for one person to save the world, he cackled, his eyes wild with madness. I'll see you in hell. Then he screamed, Glory to the Wit Empire. Wang's face was a mask of cold displeasure. You don't lack for conviction, I'll give you that. As he spoke, iron bars erupted from the deck, shackling the Admiral completely, and forced to his knees. Before him stood Van, and behind him, the ghosts of his fallen comrades. Cold iron bars clamped around the Admiral's neck, forcing his head down. With a sickening crack, the Admiral's head was slammed into the floor. Van watched in cold silence. Then another brutal impact echoed through the chamber. Van stared down, his gaze like ice, as the Admiral was forced to end his own life, his skull shattering against the ground. In the aftermath, we see the dawn, and Van, shadowed by the memory of his comrades, he lowered his head, whispering that while the dawn will always come, some souls are destined to remain in eternal darkness. Will this single ray of hope, Wang asked, leave a scar on the memory of this world.
Standing atop a hill of his fallen brothers in arms, Van offered a final salute against the backdrop of a blood-red sunset.
The scene shifts to Zoran, clutching her phone. Teardrops stained the screen. She stood frozen in the middle of a busy street, reading the devastating news. Tears streamed down her face as she tried to wipe them away. Staring at the screen, a single thought consumed her mind: she would find Grandpa Wang, no matter what. Zoran prayed he was safe, that he couldn't possibly be in any real danger. Just then, a new notification popped up on her screen.
An explosion had rocked an abandoned chemical plant on the southern border of Land City. Miraculously, there were no reported casualties.
Investigators at the scene ruled out human involvement. They believed volatile chemical reagents were the cause, but the exact nature of the reaction remained a chilling mystery. The investigation was ongoing. Zoran stared at the news, her mind racing. Grandpa Wang vanishes, and then a mysterious explosion. She knew this was no mere coincidence. This had to be connected. Zoran made a decision she would go to that factory herself. It was her only chance to find a clue. We cut to the factory, swarming with fire trucks and emergency personnel. Zoran arrived on her motorcycle, stunned by the sheer chaos of the scene. The blast must have been colossal. She wondered how she could possibly get past the barricade. Then she looked closer and froze. She could feel it. Faint traces of spiritual energy lingered in the air. Though weak, the source felt immensely powerful. A dreadful thought crossed her mind. Could Grandpa Wang still be inside? She knew an ordinary person would never be allowed past the perimeter. She needed a way to get in unseen. Zoran realized this factory was massive. Searching it would be impossible. And then, a memory sparked. She remembered the mummy she carried possessed an ability like the legendary golden eye of the underworld, Tanka. It could trace the faintest whispers of spiritual energy. She focused. Remembering the mummy's power wasn't her own. She was merely borrowing its ancient abilities. This has to work, she thought. A strange energy pulsed through her hand. Her face shifted, her eyes glowing with an eerie light, mimicking the mummy itself, unleashing the Fori seal. She smiled. It worked. A golden trail of spiritual energy, visible only to her, snaked through the air. If this was Grandpa Wang's trace, she had to follow it. Then, two traces of spiritual energy intersect with Wang's own. The scene shifts, transporting us to the boy and the old warrior. Wang stands before the graves, his voice heavy with regret. He apologizes to his fallen brothers for the long years of silence. He admits he thought he was losing his mind in his old age, but now he's certain. The will to fight still burns within him. Looking at the cold stone, he makes a solemn vow. The power they pass to him will be used to defend their homeland, whether the threat comes from demons or men. His gaze drifts to the horizon. He confesses he doesn't have much time left, and soon he'll be able to reunite with them. The boy watches him, speaking with unexpected wisdom. He says these men were heroes, but they would never want Wang to die in battle. Wang looks at him, confused. The boy continues, revealing a hidden truth. After the war, Wang was meant to retire, but the ghost company found him, and he became their greatest warrior. He saved countless lives, never knowing a single day of peace. The boy's expression changes. He tells Wang he's had a change of heart. He urges him not to seek out the demons, not to fight them. That path to vengeance is not what his friends would have wanted. Wang scoffs. The egg doesn't teach the chicken, but a flicker of curiosity shows. He asks what the boy thinks his friends truly desired. The boy says Wang has always known the answer, but has been running from it. As the sole survivor of his legendary squad, all he could do was fight endlessly to escape the crushing weight of guilt. Am I wrong? The boy asks, his gaze piercing through the old man's defenses. He says they didn't want him to carry that burden. They hoped his eyes would one day look upon this world and admire the mountains and rivers of the country they died to protect. Wang stands motionless, stunned into silence by the boy's words. For once, the boy pleads, "Live for yourself." Wang turns away, his shoulders slumped. "My life," he says, "was bought with my friend's blood. I can't just live for myself." The boy can only listen, his face etched with sorrow. From this day forward, Wang Doxi is no more. He walks away, issuing a final warning. "Whoever you are, and whatever you know, do not follow me." As Wang strides forward, a figure materializes in his path, clad in a black, hooded cloak. Wang's eyes narrow. "Ghost company, leave this place." Wang growls, "I'm not in the mood." The figure slowly lowers his hood, and Wang freezes, his body rigid with shock. Standing before him is the seventh member of his squad. His dead comrade stares back, his expression unreadable. The two warriors stand in a silent, impossible confrontation. "This can't be," Wang whispers, his mind reeling. Seven is dead. This has to be a hallucination. He must truly be going insane. But then, the illusion smiles. Commander, it says. The familiar title snaps Wang out of his shock. In an instant, he lunges forward.
A blade of pure spiritual energy forms in his hand, and he slices through Seven's throat without hesitation. The body collapses, bleeding out onto the hallowed ground. Staring at the corpse, Wang demands, "Who are you?" He mutters that the real Seven always called him Chief. Suddenly, the body begins to stir.
It rises, the soldier's uniform melting away, revealing a scarred, demonic figure beneath. Have you forgotten me so quickly, it sneers. A second entity tears its way out of the demon's body. The head of the Admiral. I've been waiting for you. Wang. It rasps with glee. The Admiral rips the head of the fake Seven from its shoulders. Consider this a welcome gift, he mocks, tossing it toward the old warrior. Wang stares at the face of his friend. The Admiral's voice echoes. Do you miss your precious comrades? A memory flashes. Seven, smiling, calling him Chief. In that moment, something inside Wang shatters. Blinding rage consumes him. A torrent of spiritual energy explodes from his body. He attacks, his belt whipping through the air like a steel serpent. Iron fists materialize, aimed to obliterate the demon, but the Admiral just smirks. A little disappointing. He effortlessly blocks the furious assault. Suddenly, shimmering threads envelop the Admiral's head. His entire body is bound by unbreakable metal wires. Wang closes in. I won't let you get away so easily. He delivers a devastating kick to the demon's skull. Your filthy blood pollutes the souls of the dead here. He leaps into the air, raining down a meteor shower of blows. The force of the impacts launches the demon high into the sky. Wang swings back for one final cataclysmic punch and delivers a crushing blow that echoes across the mountains miles away. Zio races along on her motorcycle. We see she's using her spiritual sight to follow the energy trails. Her senses flare, and she looks to the horizon. A black speck is flying through the air. The Admiral's body. Wang appears in a flash, delivering one more blow to the demon's head. The Admiral's body plummets to the earth, carving a massive crater upon impact. A colossal cloud of dust rises from the crash site. Through the haze, Wang approaches the fallen demon. The Admiral, battered and broken, forces a smile. You've obtained the strength of all your comrades. The words ignite Wang's fury. You have no right to even speak their names. His hands glow, encased in solid metal. He thrusts his arm forward, unleashing his ultimate technique. Meteor Iron Armored Fist Seal. With a terrifying roar, he begins to hammer the Admiral into the very earth. His eyes are crimson with bloodlust as he screams, Why? Why do the ones who deserve to live always die? But the Admiral is still alive. The ground itself trembles as shockwaves erupt from the point of impact. At that moment, Zio speeds closer, witnessing the distant explosions. She stares ahead in disbelief, wondering what kind of battle her grandpa is waging. She screeches to a halt at the edge of the destruction. The road ahead is gone, completely annihilated. She realizes she'll have to proceed on foot. Back at the ruins, Wang leaps back, panting heavily. He stares in disbelief. After all that, the Admiral is not only alive, but completely unharmed. You're... Wang rasps. Definitely connected to the demons. Suddenly, a violent cough racks his body. He covers his mouth, then looks down at his hand. A dark stain of blood marks his palm. Meanwhile, Wang struggled to catch his breath. He'd expended far too much spiritual energy today. His aging body screamed in protest, pushed beyond its limits. Suddenly, the Admiral's voice echoed from the pit. Wang, it hissed. You are the one who should have died. Red tentacles began to erupt from the darkness. Wang immediately took a combat stance, gathering his remaining energy. He forged a massive metal shuriken, spinning it into a whirlwind of razor-sharp steel, shredding the approaching tendrils. But more tentacles burst from the ground behind him, lunging for his back. He was surrounded. Wang leaped into the air just as they struck, soaring above the monstrous appendages. The tentacles twisted, chasing him into the sky. The Admiral's voice boomed. You should have died. You've repeated that lie for years, Wang roared back. As the tentacles closed in, he forged a colossal metal sphere and crashed back down to the earth. He landed hard, then pointed a hand at the sphere. With a clench of his fist, the massive orb began to compress with incredible force. He had to obliterate this reptilian monster. His best bet was to bide his time, regain his strength, and avoid that deadly sphere at all costs. But a figure emerged from the shadows. It was the Admiral. In war, he sneered. The victor is always the one who is right. He told Van that they had once feasted in fields of berries together, their hands stained with blood. Van looked away, unable to meet his gaze. There are always casualties. the Admiral continued, his voice dripping with poison. "The deaths of your comrades. You could say they had nothing to do with me." The Admiral smiled, a cruel, mocking expression on his face. "When the enemy's strength was completely unknown, who was it that gave the order to advance?" he asked. "You sent 11 of your brothers to their graves for nothing. Wang, yet you still live so happily." The Admiral stared at him, his smile widening. "The one who should have died was you." The monster laughed, a horrific, echoing sound. "And now, my body is immortal." Van spat. "I don't give a damn about your immortal body," he growled. "As long as I draw breath, I will fight you to the very end." He charged toward the Admiral, but his body betrayed him. He faltered, coughing up a spray of blood, and collapsed to the ground. The Admiral loomed over him. "You can stop pretending to be strong now. I know your body is at its breaking point. Just admit it," he taunted. "You're just a pathetic old man, unable to even defend yourself." Van struggled to rise, telling the Admiral to shut his mouth. He got to his feet, his entire body trembling violently. "I can still fight," he choked out. "I still have the strength to protect anyone." The Admiral merely chuckled. "Is that so? Then turn around. Wang, look at my little creation. It's a gift. Just for you. I'm sure you'll love it." Vaughn turned his head, and his blood ran cold. Looming over him was a grotesque monster, a writhing mass of tentacles with a single, massive eye, and fused to the top of it
were the bodies of his fallen comrades. "Commander," they chanted in unison, their voices hollow. "Commander." Wang was paralyzed with shock.
The Admiral leaned in close. "They may not be real." "Wang," he whispered, "but your guilt is very, very real. You were always a burden to others." The Admiral hissed in his ear. "Admit it. You are old, you are weak, and you are the one who caused the deaths of your men." With a grim smile, he told Van to rise. He declared it would be better to die by a comrade's hand. As Van struggled to his feet, tears streamed down his face. "I sent them to their doom," he cried. He took a heavy step forward, ready to join his fallen companions, ready to die by the demon's claws. Just then, the winter beast's jaws began to part. The demon locked its gaze on the weeping man, its maw opening wide, ready to devour him. But suddenly, a boy appeared. He yelled for Van to get back. Van turned, his vision blurred with tears, and saw a young boy standing defiantly before him. "Get out of here," he urged. He looked to the heavens, admitting he no longer had the strength to protect anyone. The boy could only watch in despair as Van stood before the demon's maw. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. We see Z's hand reaching out, then a knife embedded in Van's own body. Z desperately grabbed his arm. "Snap out of it," Z shouted, standing before him. "This isn't real. You don't have to hurt yourself." At her words, Van's senses finally returned. The knife clattered to the ground as he pulled his hand from Z's grasp. Looking down, he asked, "Who are you? How did you get here?" Z met his gaze, replying that her name was Dang Z, and she was here for the Ghost Company Rookie Championship. She explained that to even be allowed to enter, she had to bring him back to headquarters. She told him she saw him fighting in the sky just moments ago, but she couldn't tell who his opponent was. Z said she bet Van was trapped, inside an illusion, so she rushed over as fast as she could. Van looked down, a strange expression on his face, muttering that he never thought a yellow-faced girl would be the one to save him. He was on his knees, covered in his own blood. Z, seeing his state, offered to take him to a hospital first, worried about how much blood he'd lost. Van raised his head and looked to the side. He pointed at the boy, who was standing there with a gentle smile. Van began to tremble, trying to get to his feet. Z asked how he was feeling, but he stood up and warned her not to follow him. He needed to confirm something first. Van promised he would go with her to the Ghost Company. Later, he approached the boy and asked, "Are you real?" The boy just smiled. "I knew it," he said. "This is my true self." Van stood frozen in shock. All this time, everything that happened after his escape from the nursing home was just a figment of his imagination. Van realized that not only had he survived, but he was also suffering from powerful hallucinations. He covered his face with his hand. "I really am an incurable old man," he lamented. He just wanted to be a hero, one last time before he died. "It's not like that," the boy said, looking at him gently. "I only appeared because you're feeling better. Only you could believe that a ghost from your past could have such a strong hold on your soul." The boy warned him, "There's no need to blame yourself anymore, or your illness will only worsen." He said that even if Van didn't remember his childhood, the hope he carried on his shoulders was surely a reminder of those days. Van looked at the boy, remembering the soldier who had given him something long ago. Together. They walked forward, and Van knelt before the fallen. His mind flashed back to that time. The man who gave him the clothes had told him, "If you decide to become a soldier, you have to stop being such a crybaby. Become a true man of resilience and strength." He had said a soldier can shed blood, but never tears. As the man walked away, his words echoed. "Even if you die on the battlefield, you must not cry. Dying for your country is a soldier's greatest reward. If the invaders are not driven back on the battlefield," he had warned, "it will become a matter of life and death." He turned to the young boy, his voice firm. "Even if the mission seems impossible, even if the difference in our weapons is too great, even if it feels like trying to leap over your own head, a soldier represents the honor of the motherland. Even if 100,000 devils stand before you, you must answer the call of duty and fight back." He declared that death is not the worst fate. Tarnishing your honor is, we sacrifice our own flesh and blood to become an unshakable shield of honor. When you grow up and become a true soldier, only then will you understand. He continued, only when you set your goal and become that unshakable shield, selflessly and fearlessly facing the invaders, will the people be able to flourish. Van remembered every word. As the boy looked, G looked at him and nodded. Understood. It was an honor to protect the innocent. Even if they fell on the battlefield, it was a source of immense pride and glory. A young boy began to glow with a soft light. "It's time for me to go now," he said softly. "I hope we never have to meet again. Disintegrate into particles of light. I believe that from now on, Van, you will become true." As they both glowed, Van stared in surprise at where the boy stood until he vanished completely. In that moment, Van's leg gave way, and he fell to one knee. He looked ahead, thinking that he had finally found some release. But what was the use? He was going to die soon anyway. His body grew weaker every day, making him useless for anything. As he struggled to his feet, Z ran over to him. She called his name, but Van told her not to come any closer, insisting he could get up on his own. He looked her way and scoffed. "I don't know what you were doing before, but sending a rookie girl to find me is just ridiculous. Does the ghost company really believe I've become some ordinary granddaddy?" Stared at her. "You probably read my personal file for this assignment, worried that I was once the best fighter in the ghost company. But now that you've seen me, you're not afraid. You just feel sorry for me." He said that even if he went with her, he was only fit to return to the old people's home. "But you did save my life," he conceded. "So I'll pay you back. I'll go with you so you can get credit for the assignment." Z looked down, telling Van not to go to the hearing with her. She thought to herself that she had never seen him before, and no one had the right to decide if he should live or die. No one should determine Van's future. Z looked ahead and said, "Right now, your mind is clear. How you live the rest of your life can only be decided by you." Van watched and listened to her reasoning. She added, "I'm not trying to feel sorry for you at all. I only have a deep respect for you. In fact, I'm the one who feels ridiculous." She looked at him, confessing, "It always seemed like life wasn't fair, and my only goal was to make a lot." She once wanted to make a mountain of money, just to make the woman who abandoned her regret it. But now, that ambition seemed pathetic compared to the hell Van had survived. Her own painful experience felt like child's play. For the first time, Xiao recalled the soul-crushing despair of her broken family, how no one cared, and why she was left all alone. Wang confessed that in her life of privilege, she was blind to a profound truth. Before this mission began, she never appreciated the simple, precious freedom of eating whatever she desired. She could work whenever she pleased. Her days were for her job, but her evenings were for cruising the suburbs, enjoying the quiet scenery. On weekends, she could find a peaceful spot, to rest without anyone bothering her. She'd never have to worry about starving again. In this new era, she could live comfortably. Surrounded by warmth and fullness, she stared into the distance, reflecting. It wasn't just that the times had changed. It was that people had forgotten the sacrifices that made it all possible. Z confessed she had almost forgotten to thank him. With a serious tone, she declared that if it weren't for heroes like Wang, this era of peace might never have existed at all. She then admitted she had no authority to force him back to headquarters. Besides, in her eyes, he was an incredibly powerful individual. She could feel his immense spiritual energy. His strength was on a whole other level, recalling the abandoned chemical plant and the sheer devastation she witnessed. She knew even then just how monstrous his power truly was. And despite his grievous wounds, he was still standing. That's something no ordinary agent from the ghost company could ever do. She quickly apologized for overstepping. But if he truly didn't want to return, she pleaded with him to at least let her escort him to a hospital. She bowed her head deeply, begging him to trust her. She swore she would never reveal his location to the ghost company. Wang silently listened to her impassioned plea. Z immediately became flustered, realizing she had just blurted out everything she was thinking. She was so much younger, yet she'd just given him an entire lecture. She was mortified, feeling like she'd completely disgraced herself. But then, she saw Wang lift his head and burst into hearty laughter. Wang chuckled, saying he never imagined that he, Wang Daki, would live to hear such praise from a young girl. But as he abruptly tried to stand, his wounds tore open. Blood streaming down, Z cried out his name, rushing to his side. "Are you all right?" she asked, panicked. He just brushed it off as a minor injury. But as Z looked closer, a sinister aura began to envelop Wang's body. Her instincts screamed danger, forcing her away from his side. She hesitated, confused by her own reaction. Why did she just leap back like that? She glanced behind her and saw it. Her tail had manifested. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned back to him. Something was bulging beneath Wang's jacket. Horrifying purple sores erupted across his back. His body convulsed as something took control. He rose to his feet, looking at her with a twisted smile. After 100 years, a voice sneered, "I've finally found the perfect vessel." Z stared in horror, recognizing that aura, this overwhelming spiritual energy. It was the same one that had left the red trail. But why was it hiding inside Wang? The possessed hero spoke again. This body may be old, it mocked, but its spirit was already broken. If the old fool hadn't lost his will to live, I never would have been able to take root inside this vessel. The creature's cheeks puffed out, and it spat a glob of vile green liquid. Z leaped back just in time, realizing this was a powerful demon strike. It's possible that in the abandoned factory, Grandpa Wang faced a demon and was infected during the fight. The demon sneered, saying even though this body was already weak, its self-healing ability was impressive, if a little disgusting. The entity boasted that every vessel it had ever used possessed a D-rank ability, a solid foundation it had hidden in the corners of the world just to survive. But this new body, its power to control any iron or electronic object, this ability would allow it to live like a god among mortals. The demon smiled cruelly, declaring that anyone who knows, its secret must vanish. First, it would test its new power on Z. In a flash, a storm of knives shot towards her. Z dodged and weaved, her tail parrying the blades. She leaned forward, momentarily surprised by her own instinct. I almost forgot my tail could defend me. But then, a single blade slipped past, piercing her flesh. Z looked down, realizing with a start that daggers were also erupting from the ground. She leaped into the air just as a forest of spikes burst from where she stood. A chilling thought flooded her mind. How naive of me, to think I could fight an opponent of this caliber. She now understood the demon was a parasite, inhabiting the body of the company's once greatest ghost fighter. How could she possibly win? Looking ahead, she admitted that a novice with no real combat experience like her stood no chance. And with Tonga not here, her confidence completely shattered. She stared forward, realizing her only option was to run, but the demon simply watched her go, a smirk on its face. Stupid girl, it thought. Its earlier threats were just a bluff to frighten her away. The demon was well aware of her latent power. It had only just taken over this body and hadn't fully mastered its control. It watched the fleeing Z, thinking that letting her go was the right move. Wasting energy on her now would be foolish, especially if help from the ghost company arrived. It would be screwed. After fighting so hard to obtain such a perfect vessel, it had no time to waste on her. Meanwhile, Z ran, thinking she had to escape first, get to safety, and immediately contact the ghost company. But then, a terrifying realization stopped her cold. This demon wouldn't just wait around for backup to arrive. It would have already fled, meaning Grandpa Wang would be in mortal danger. She halted and contacted C. "I've found Wang," she said urgently. "But I'm in trouble. I'm sending my coordinates. Come as fast as you can." As she spoke, she activated her mummy's spiritual energy. "I'll do what I can to restrain the demon." She stood tall as the demon turned to face her. "You fool! I let you leave. And yet, you stopped it?" sighed with annoyance. "I suppose I'll have to take the time to kill you." As it spoke, metal blades began to sprout from the ground. But this time, Z smiled. She planted her down tail firmly into the earth. Looking at the demon, she spoke, her voice clear. "I just figured it out.
It's strange, isn't it? While I was running, you could have
easily hit me from the ground. She replayed the last attack in her mind. That last blow. It felt a little off, too. She finally understood. Your so-called spikes from the ground.
His opponent's ground attacks were surprisingly ordinary. He was merely attacking from a distance, trying to keep her at bay. Then, a volley of daggers shot towards her. A smirk crossed her lips.
I knew it, she thought. He may have Grandpa Wang's body, but he has no idea how to truly use its power. With that, the daggers appeared from thin air. Hovering just out of reach, she taunted him. At this distance, his control over metal was useless. Suspended by her powerful tail, she knew he couldn't touch her. He was just bluffing this whole time. With a surge, she launched herself forward, unleashing the Four Eyes technique to strike him down. The demon watched her soar through the air. A chilling realization dawned on him. This girl had seen right through his facade. Worse, her own abilities were a complete mystery. He understood that pursuing her was pointless. Even if he could, she was far too clever to approach him directly. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a storm of daggers, intending to test her resolve. Zayo's tail danced, deflecting every single blade with ease. She deduced that the closer she got, the stronger his control over the daggers became. This wasn't a fight she could win head-on. She had to find a way to sever the demon from Grandpa Wang. Her gaze shifted upwards, locking onto a pulsating red mass, the grotesque tumor on his back. It was the parasite's true body. It was feeding directly on Grandpa Wang's spiritual energy. She knew with her current power, a close-quarters battle was suicide. The chances of victory were terrifyingly slim. Her mind raced, searching for a solution to this impossible puzzle. Suddenly, she whipped her tail toward him like a spear. It hurtled through the air, but he merely erected a massive metal wall from the earth. The demon sneered. Is that all the strength you have left? He mocked. Just a pathetic swing of your tail? I don't know if you're brilliant or just a fool. What were you even thinking? He laughed. How did you expect to hit me from that far away? The demon gazed at her with a smug smile. You have severely underestimated me. But in the next instant, his confidence vanished. He felt a prickle of unease. She was gone. Where did she go? Just as he scanned the skies, a brutal impact slammed into his head. He clutched his face, stunned, with no idea what had just struck him. Then he saw it, a simple rock tumbling past him. His mind couldn't process it. He hadn't seen anyone throw it, hadn't sensed any attack at all. Then he noticed something stir the dust on the ground. A second rock materialized out of thin air, bouncing toward him. The horrifying truth hit him. These stones, they were invisible until the very last second. He couldn't believe it. This girl possessed the power to not only turn herself invisible, but her attacks as well. From the shadows, Zio's voice echoed. You finally figured it out, she said, but it's far too late. At her command, metallic pillars erupted from the ground, wrapping around his body and binding him completely. Now get out, she snarled. Get out of Wang's body immediately. The sores on the host body began to pulse violently as Zio struggled to rip the parasite free. The demon thought to himself. He had truly underestimated this girl's power. She was far more cunning than he could have ever imagined. His mind replayed her entire strategy, how she landed and became. She was a phantom, completely still, until her presence could no longer be contained. She launched an invisible projectile, and in that instant, he knew a second stone flew to his left, a perfect feint, while she vaulted from the right. A clever move, he thought. If she'd just tried to run, he would have seen the shifting sands beneath her feet. The demon watched with a twisted smile, remarking how the smartest mortals are often snared by their own cleverness. With that, the grotesque sores slithered off Grandpa Wang's body. As the old man collapsed, Zhao grinned, believing she had won. But then, the demonic artifact in her hands began to speak. It sneered, asking if she truly expected to get away with making herself the new host. Abruptly, the sores began to crawl over her skin. She was completely bound by the demonic corruption. Her own tail was frozen, paralyzed. She never imagined it would begin to parasitize her so quickly. She thought of Grandpa Wang, of how long he had fought, even through the hallucinations. His will had kept the demon from fully consuming him. He stopped resisting. The demon taunted. I've absorbed all of that old man's spiritual energy. There's nothing you can do to stop me now. Its face materialized before hers. You have some interesting abilities, it hissed. I'll absorb them first, then return to the old man's body. But before that, it whispered menacingly. I'll make you take your own life. You simply know too much. From a distance, Tonka watched the nightmare unfold. He was about to praise her for using Blackie's ability to outsmart the demon, but everything had gone horribly wrong. He was frozen, utterly clueless as to how she could possibly escape this. Then, it hit him. He could scan the demon with the Ghost Company app. There had to be a description, a weakness.
With a nervous smile, he aimed his phone and snapped a picture. The system app flashed with information. It was a Class Sifu.
Enchantment demon. In its base form, the demon had no combat powers, but it thrived by parasitizing beings weaker than itself. It helps its host accumulate demonic energy, accelerating their abilities and forming a perfect symbiosis. But there was a terrifying catch. If the host is attacked or dies, as long as the smallest piece of the demon survives, it will latch onto the nearest living creature and regenerate completely. Depending on the new host's potential, the parasite can develop self-awareness, evolving to Class B or even Class A, gaining terrifying new abilities. Ability 1. Host Mind Assignment. The host must be a lower class, or it loses control of its consciousness, fainting instantly. Ability 2. It can wield the powers of all its previous hosts. A cold dread washed over Tonka as he processed the information. This was bad. The demon had just absorbed Grandpa's spiritual energy, meaning it had likely already reached Class A. If this continued, Xiao was in mortal danger. He had to act now, to use the wind seal. But just as he moved, a voice called from behind him. He spun around to find a finger pointed right at his face. It was Zhu. Tonka flinched back. Demanding what he was doing here, Zhu calmly explained that he read in a book this was a way to strengthen the bonds of brotherhood. Then he promptly apologized. Tanka's head was spinning. "What is all this nonsense about?" he yelled. "How did you even get here?" Zhu just started scribbling in his notebook. "So you don't approve of such antics?" he asked. "You're a real jerk," Tonka muttered. Zhu just smiled. "I'm here to ensure Miss Xiao completes her mission safely." Tanka brandished his seals. "That's not what it looks like," he shouted. "I don't have time for your games. If I don't interfere now, Xiao is going to die." "Calm down," Zhu said smoothly. "Miss Xiao will certainly overcome this trial and claim victory." Tonka stared at him. "How can you be so sure?" Zhu's smile was unwavering. "A few days ago, as you left for the Ghost Company, I saw you were marked."
"You were both blessed by good luck. We should not interfere. Xiao will be able to complete this task all by herself."
Tanka stared at him, then sighed in defeat. A prediction from a master of the divine art practice. He had to believe him. It should be all right. Just then, they watched as the demonic corruption began to completely consume. "Xiao,